Introduction. Transported to a mythical realm, Uba finds himself transformed into a lotus root. What should I do, you ask? Fear not, for I possess a divine-grade, infinite evolution system. With boundless evolution and limitless upgrades, I shall ascend to become the most formidable being, the strongest lotus in this pond. Wait, to be the strongest lotus? No, that is far from sufficient. I aspire to become the mightiest Nezha in this mythical world. I shall undergo infinite evolution and reign supreme. Chapter 1. Reborn as a lotus root. On my headaches, from the dark, muddy depths, Uba slowly opened his eyes, the damp atmosphere surrounding him proving quite disorienting. Where am I? Uba felt bewildered. Hadn't he just been watching Nezha, Birth of the Demon Child, in the cinema? How had he suddenly arrived in such an eerie place? As he pondered, a melodious electronic voice resonated in his mind. Host, you are currently within the golden light cave of Taiyi Zhenren, specifically in the pond inside the cave. Who are you? Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Uba's expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed in shock. The enchanting electronic voice continued, now with a tone of solemnity. Host, I am your system, the divine-grade infinite evolution system. Ding, the divine-grade infinite evolution system is binding. Host Uba. Race plant. Level, mythical low tier. Skills none. Evolution points, 0. Experience 15. World, mythical world. Binding successful. Upon hearing this, Uba's eyes widened in astonishment, and he felt a surge of delight within. To think that such a system truly exists in this world. Could it be that Uba is destined to dominate this realm? As he reveled in this thought, Uba suddenly realized, wait, what is my race? Plant. Yes, host, you are now a lotus root. The system's calm reply sent Uba into a frenzy. Why? Uba felt a profound sense of injustice, lamenting why others in similar circumstances often became extraordinary geniuses or children of noble families. Yet here he was, in a mythical world, neither human nor divine disciple, but merely a trivial lotus root. Was he to live his life as a lotus, quietly passing his days in this pond? Would he forever be consigned to the company of this murky darkness? Uba's heart burned with dissatisfaction. This was not the conclusion he envisioned. Do not despair, host. This system is an infinite evolution system. As long as you continuously hunt higher tier beings, you can gain experience points and evolution points. Moreover, Taiyi Zhenren is currently seeking lotus roots to reshape Nezha's body. If you become the strongest lotus in this pond, you may be chosen by Taiyi Zhenren, liberating yourself from this mire and basking in the light once more. The system's voice echoed in his mind, laden with irresistible allure. Become the strongest lotus root. Uba's eyes sparkled, his breath quickening. A flash of inspiration struck his mind. Of course, this is the Golden Light Cave. Taiyi Zhenren is Nezha's master in the mythic tales, and Nezha was indeed remade from a lotus root by Taiyi Zhenren. He was currently a lotus root, destined to become Nezha's vessel. What if? Suddenly, an audacious thought blossomed in Uba's mind. In the depths of the dark mud, a lotus murmured to itself, I shall become Nezha of this mythical world. Thus, my immediate goal is to become the strongest lotus in this pond. As Uba envisioned a bright future, strange sounds seemed to emanate from the dark soil. Soon after, a massive fish burrowed into the mud. Its mouth was filled with sharp teeth, its eyes glowing with a sinister green light. That was the glimmer of insatiable hunger. What does this foolish fish intend? Witnessing this, Uba felt utterly perplexed. In the next moment, he saw the foolish fish swimming directly towards him. His expression changed drastically, and he shouted, Damn it, this foolish fish intends to eat me. Chapter 2. Dominating this pond. The foolish fish burrowed into the mud without losing speed. It opened its mouth, teeth gleaming with a menacing shine, lunging towards Uba. What should I do now? Uba was flustered. He hadn't anticipated that survival in this mythical world would be so perilous. Merely existing as a lotus root posed a life-threatening risk. Ding! Host is in danger. Automatically learning the skill Whip Strike. Utilize the roots of the lotus to deliver a powerful blow. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in Uba's mind. Skill Whip Strike. Uba was taken aback, but there was no time to react, as the foolish fish was already preparing to bite him. Activate Whip Strike. With a mere thought, Uba sensed the presence of a root and instinctively swung it. Crack! A root emerged from the mud, striking the foolish fish that was mere inches away. A lotus root could actually manipulate its roots? The fish, utterly unprepared for this act of self-defense from the lotus root, had no time to react and was struck squarely. The tremendous force caused the foolish fish to flip, revealing its white belly. It was dead. Phew, I almost got eaten. After all was said and done, Uba still felt a rush of relief. Experiencing near termination for the first time was exhilarating. Ding! Host has killed a common low-tier 0-star foolish fish, gaining 10 experience points, 0 evolution points. You need 90 experience points to reach the next level. The system's voice echoed once more. Killing such a fierce fish only yielded 10 experience points? Not even a single evolution point. This is unacceptable. Uba felt indignant, calculating in his mind. System, considering I nearly perished, can't you grant me an evolution point for the fright I endured? No. Then how do I obtain evolution points? Host must slay low-tier 5-star or higher beings to gain evolution points. Low-tier 5-star? Upon hearing the system, Uba was taken aback. Setting aside whether such beings existed in this pond, even if they did, he was currently incapable of defeating them. He was merely a low-tier 1-star lotus root. How is this fair? Though he felt the heavens were unjust, Uba still regained his spirits, for he had the system by his side. I must rally myself. I need to become the strongest lotus in this pond as soon as possible. I shall dominate this pond. A day passed, and night fell within the golden light cave. Throughout the day, Uba had not seen Taiyi Zhenren, but perhaps this was for the best, granting him some time to grow. If Taiyi Zhenren had indeed appeared, it would likely be the moment to select a lotus root for Nezha's body. He was not yet the strongest lotus. He needed to exert himself further. This pace is not sustainable. It's too slow. Uba frowned in dismay, realizing that his inability to move meant he lacked the capacity to actively hunt and could only wait for prey to come to him. Thus, throughout this entire day, apart from that foolish fish, he merely caught a handful of small fish and shrimp, elevating his prowess to the rank of low-level 2 stars. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated. Ding! The host has survived a day in the mythical world, earning 1 opportunity for a lottery draw. A lottery opportunity? Very well, I confirm the draw. Uba was taken aback, a flicker of joy flashing in his eyes, and he nodded without hesitation, eagerly anticipating a fortunate reward. Ding! The host has confirmed the draw, and the lottery is in progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill bait. It emits a fragrant aroma, capable of alluring prey within a 20-meter radius. Chapter 3. The Bait Skill Bait? Upon hearing the system's announcement, Uba was momentarily taken aback, only to be swiftly engulfed by a wave of exhilaration. He could almost envision countless evolution points presenting themselves before him. With the acquisition of the bait skill, the limitation of his immobility and inability to actively hunt was deftly resolved. As long as he could lure his prey to his vicinity, dispatching them would be a trivial matter. In the next instant, Uba activated the bait. He soon discovered that a unique and enticing fragrance emanated from his very being. The aroma was so alluring that even he felt an instinctive urge to bite into himself. This bait skill was indeed remarkably potent. Satisfied with the effects of bait, Uba patiently awaited his quarry. Before long, he sensed the fervor of the small fish and shrimp in the pond, each one eager to feast upon him. Rushing toward him in a frenzy, with a sudden crack, a robust root burst forth from the mud, effortlessly smashing 2 unsuspecting shrimp into oblivion. Ding! Host has slain low-tier 0-star, trash fish, and shrimp. Experience points gained, 0. Ding! Whip skill level 1 achieved. Now capable of simultaneously controlling 2 roots for attack. Upon hearing the system's notification, disappointment washed over Uba. He had earned no experience from this encounter, only a modest upgrade to his skill. Battling such insignificant creatures was rather unexciting. When would the more formidable foes appear? In that instant, he heard a commotion, followed by the sight of a gigantic frog leaping into the water. Ding! Detected a low-tier 5-star grass frog. Go forth, host. Slay it to obtain evolution points. Low-tier 5-star. The system's words sent a jolt of excitement through Uba as he gazed at the approaching grass frog. At last, a magnificent prey had arrived. The grass frog, evidently drawn by the enchanting fragrance surrounding Uba, launched its long tongue toward him with a whoosh. Whip activate. 2 sturdy roots arose from the mud. One intercepted the tongue, while the other struck fiercely at the grass frog's body. Crack! The root controlled by Uba landed a solid blow on the grass frog, yet it merely inflicted a wound. Quack! The grass frog croaked in alarm, utterly unprepared for the unexpected prowess of the lotus root before it. In the next moment, it attempted to flee. Flee! Not on Uba's watch. He could not allow his hard-won prey to escape and commanded his two roots to pursue relentlessly. Crack, crack, two more merciless strikes, and the grass frog met its demise. Ding. Host has slain a low-tier 5-star grass frog. Experience points, 100. Evolution points, 1. As the system's voice faded, the protagonist, Lotus Overlord, felt a warm surge enveloping his body, a sensation of unparalleled comfort. The thrill of leveling up was exhilarating, leaving him curious about the wonders that evolution might bring. A glimmer of determination sparkled in his eyes. He had already accumulated a few evolution points. By defeating 4 low-tier 5-star creatures, he could amass 5 evolution points and initiate his transformation. Tasting the sweetness of progress, Lotus Overlord began to devise a plan to utilize his bait skill to hunt more prey. Chapter 4. Silver Lotus. Throughout the night, Lotus Overlord relentlessly pursued his targets, not pausing for a moment. Unbeknownst to him, the celestial figure Taiyi Zhenren would soon arrive to select lotus roots for Nezha's new form. Therefore, he was determined to dominate this pond swiftly. When the time came, provided Taiyi Zhenren was not blind, he would undoubtedly choose him as Nezha's vessel. Then, it would be the moment when Lotus Overlord would finally transform into Nezha. With a crisp sound, Lotus Overlord struck down the last low-tier 5-star crayfish with his root. Oh, finally, what a tiring endeavor. After an entire night of hunting, he was utterly exhausted. He had hoped to recover his energy through photosynthesis, but as a lotus root, he was deeply buried in the mud and could not perform this function. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Host has acquired 5 evolution points. Would you like to begin the evolution process? Without hesitation, Lotus Overlord nodded, anticipation stirring within him as he wondered what form he would take. Ding. Silver Lotus evolving. Evolution progress, 30. 60. 90. Evolution successful. As the system's voice concluded, Lotus Overlord radiated a faint white light, shimmering brilliantly amidst the dark mud. Have I transformed from an ordinary lotus root into a silver lotus? Feeling the changes within his body, he opened his personal interface. Host, Lotus Overlord species, plant level, ordinary low-tier 5-star classification, silver lotus skills, level 2, whip, bait, experience, 310 evolution points, 010. He had indeed become a silver lotus. Yet he required 10 evolution points to reach the next level. A challenging feat given that he had already hunted all the ordinary low-tier 5-star creatures within a 20-meter radius. What should he do now? Lotus Overlord furrowed his brow in contemplation. Just then, a voice emerged from the depths of the dark mud. Hey, brother, why are you glowing white all over? The voice startled Lotus Overlord, who had always believed he was the sole inhabitant of this murky realm. With the radiant light emanating from his body, Oba finally discerned the scene within the murky depths. Merely 5 meters away, a lotus root was gazing at him. Hey, brother, why do you remain silent? Are you unable to converse in lotus language? The lotus root, observing Oba's indifference, began to speak to itself, its tone imbued with sympathy towards Oba. It was only at this moment that Oba comprehended, as a peculiar language resonated in his mind. I can indeed speak lotus language. That is good to hear. The lotus root sighed in relief, then curiously scrutinized Oba. Brother, why do you emanate such a brilliant light? Well, it is because I am the strongest lotus, Oba replied nonchalantly, without a hint of embarrassment. No. That simply cannot be. How could you possibly be the strongest lotus? The lotus root immediately shook its head in denial. What do you mean by that? I perceive you to be a newly sprouted lotus. You should be aware that the strongest lotus in this pond is Desha, who truly holds that title. The lotus root regarded Oba earnestly and spoke slowly. Desha, the strongest lotus in this pond? At the mention of this name, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in Oba's eyes. The revelation that there was another lotus stronger than he, who claimed to be the mightiest, piqued his interest. Indeed, Desha is undeniably the strongest in this vicinity. The lotus root nodded, its eyes filled with admiration. Desha stands a full meter tall and is quite robust. It would not be an exaggeration to call him the strongest lotus. Over a meter long. Upon hearing this, Oba's eyes widened in astonishment. He glanced at his own body, measuring merely 60 to 70 centimeters, while this Desha boasted a full meter. If I were to vanquish this Desha, I could very well ascend to become a radiant lotus myself. A flicker of excitement danced in Oba's eyes. Brother, what were you just murmuring about? The lotus root inquired, puzzled by Oba's muttering. Oh, nothing much. I am Oba. May I ask your name? I am Xiang. Greetings, brother Oba. Oba nearly chuckled at the name, but managed to contain himself. He looked at Xiang and asked, Do you know where Desha resides? Yes. Desha is located at the easternmost part of this pond. It is said that there is a cave there where sunlight penetrates, which is why Desha is so formidable, Xiang explained, nodding thoughtfully. Sunlight, you say? A spark of surprise flickered in Ba's eyes, stirring a sense of determination within him. It seemed imperative that he dealt with this Desha. His immediate objective was to devise a plan to reach the eastern edge of the pond. The following day, with the crowing of a rooster, dawn broke. Ding! Congratulations, host. On surviving a second day in the mythological realm, you have earned a survival lottery. Would you like to draw? As Ba opened his eyes, the voice of the system resonated within his mind. I shall draw. As the drowsiness lingered in Ba, the mere mention of a lottery instantly invigorated him. During the lottery, a successful draw was announced, and the system proclaimed, Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill, teleportation, allowing you to transport yourself to any designated location within 100 meters. With the mechanical whirring of the spinning wheel subsiding, Ba was momentarily taken aback by the newfound ability. His breath quickened, as if a realization dawned upon him, prompting him to urgently call out to the nearby Xiang, Brother Xiang, please specify the exact location of the fool. Desha? Still drowsy. Xiang replied groggily, Desha is to the east, approximately 80 meters away. 80 meters? Ba squinted slightly. It was indeed a manageable distance. Thank you, Brother Xiang. With that, Ba activated the teleportation skill, his body enveloped in a radiant purple light. After selecting the location, he vanished in a flash of purple brilliance. Where did Ba go? Witnessing the spectacle, Xiang was left utterly dumbfounded. Even in broad daylight, it seemed one could encounter ghosts. Meanwhile, on the eastern bank of the pond, a few young lotus roots gazed at a towering elder with admiration. With my qualifications, I assure you, in due time, the venerable Taiyi will surely take me as his disciple. The elder lotus, revered among his peers, basked in their adulation. Indeed, Desha is the pillar of our lotus community. Without a doubt, he is the strongest in this pond, and the venerable Taiyi will undoubtedly choose him as a disciple. Emboldened by the flattery, Desha's demeanor transformed, exuding pride. Of course. Who do you think I am? I am the foremost lotus of this pond. Just as he reveled in his self-importance, he felt a sudden pressure, a brilliant purple light erupting beside him. Chapter 6, Ascending 4 Levels Look. Is Desha about to become immortal? He's radiating purple light. A nearby lotus exclaimed in astonishment, admiration for Desha intensifying. Indeed, he truly is emanating purple brilliance. No wonder he is our remarkable elder. In an instant, the young lotuses were utterly in awe of Desha. Yet, Desha was not as composed as they imagined. He felt as if he might burst apart. Wow, this teleportation skill is remarkably accurate. It truly pinpointed the location flawlessly. As the purple light dissipated, Ba materialized right beside Desha, nearly nose to nose. Who is this lotus? The other lotuses stood in stunned silence, witnessing such a bizarre transformation in broad daylight. You there? Who the hell are you? Get away from me. Or do not blame me for being ruthless. The foolish lotus stared furiously at the dominant lotus, his embarrassment morphing into rage. Suddenly, a sturdy root struck him hard, rendering him momentarily dazed. Such a nuisance, the dominant lotus remarked, retracting the root with an annoyed glance at the foolish lotus. How dare this insolent fool challenge the elder lotus? Was he tired of living? Surely, it was far better to exist peacefully as a lotus rather than provoke the elder. Witnessing the dominant lotus's boldness in striking the foolish one, the surrounding younger lotuses were taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief. Are you seeking death? The foolish lotus finally regained his composure, glaring at the dominant lotus and bellowing, what nonsense. Prepare to face your end. With a cold demeanor, the dominant lotus swung his 2 roots, stirring a cloud of mud as they hurtled toward the foolish lotus. Huh, you think that will work? Pathetic. The foolish lotus scoffed, mirroring the attack with his own roots in a desperate attempt to counteract the assault. With a thunderous clash, the 4 roots collided, and in an instant, the foolish lotus's roots were severed cleanly in 2. What? He gasped, utterly bewildered by the disparity in strength. His roots seemed as fragile as tofu compared to the dominant lotus's. Die! The sound of rushing wind filled the air once more, and before the foolish lotus could fully comprehend the danger, the dominant lotus's roots struck him fiercely. With a resounding thud, cracks appeared across the foolish lotus's body. What? This fool has pierced my body. A flicker of horror crossed the foolish lotus's eyes. Although he was merely an ordinary mid-tier 1-star, the dominant lotus was only a low-tier 5-star. How could he have been so easily vanquished? With another explosive sound, the nearly 1-meter-tall foolish lotus erupted into a shower of fragments. At the moment of his demise, a notification from the system rang out. Ding. Host has slain an ordinary mid-tier 1-star creature. Experience points awarded, 200. Evolution points, 2. Experience overflow. Host has leveled up to ordinary low-tier 9-star. As the system's voice faded, the dominant Lotus ascended 4 levels in swift succession. 4 levels? He marveled. Elation flooding his being as he felt the surge of enhanced abilities. Chapter 7. A provocation from the ancient overlord. To his surprise, the benefits of slaying the foolish Lotus were quite substantial. The dominant Lotus felt a surge of joy, realizing he now needed only 8 more evolution points to become a holy light Lotus. He glanced at the trembling younger Lotuses before him and casually remarked, "I have slain your elder Lotus. Do you not wish to seek revenge?" "And no, not at all. You are our elder Lotus. You are the strongest in this pond." Upon hearing the words of the esteemed Lotus Overlord, several young Lotus plants quickly shook their heads and respectfully addressed him. "Very well," he replied. "I shall assign you a task. Endeavor to ascertain the locations of the mightiest creatures within the pond and report back to me." The young Lotus plants, albeit reluctantly, nodded with grim expressions, agreeing to the task. "Once we locate the strongest beings, we will certainly inform Lord Lotus Overlord." In recent days, a peculiar tale has circulated within the Golden Light Pond. It is said that a particularly enigmatic lotus has emerged, capable of appearing behind its prey at the moment of discovery, swiftly delivering a fatal blow. Lord Lotus Overlord. A tyrant fish has been sighted to the east of the pond. One of them exclaimed, "I shall investigate immediately." Another called out, "Lord Lotus Overlord, to the north. A ferocious mantis shrimp has been spotted." "Understood," came the response. "And in the center of the pond, I have seen a remarkably beautiful mermaid." "Wait a moment. Please refrain from mentioning mermaids in the future. However, for now, let's proceed." During these days, Lotus Overlord has been tirelessly traversing the pond, his reputation steadily gaining prominence. The name of Lotus Overlord echoed throughout the waters, eventually inciting the ire of the ancient sovereign of the pond. This being was a water serpent, adorned with a pair of small horns, hinting at its potential transformation into a true dragon. "This is bad, Lord Lotus Overlord. The Water Serpent King is approaching." The young lotus plants were thrown into a panic at the news of the Water Serpent King's arrival. Unable to uproot themselves from the mud, they wished they could flee. "Why the panic? It is merely a serpent on the verge of becoming a dragon," Lotus Overlord remarked, casting an exasperated glance at the young lotuses. In response, they protested, "Brother, this is no ordinary serpent. You are merely a lotus." The disparity between a serpent nearing dragonhood and a simple lotus was indeed stark. With a hiss, a colossal water serpent emerged from the mire. "Are you the Lotus Overlord? A mere silver lotus dares to claim supremacy in this pond." The Water Serpent King coiled its massive body, flicking its forked tongue as it regarded Lotus Overlord coldly. Though Lotus Overlord had grown nearly a meter in length, he appeared insignificant in comparison to the nearly 10-meter-long Water Serpent King. "What of the Silver Lotus? Do you dare to challenge me?" Lotus Overlord replied icily. "Huh, what gives you such audacity?" scoffed the Water Serpent King, who dismissed Lotus Overlord as a trivial threat. A silver lotus, at best, could only reach the strength of an ordinary low-tier 9-star, whereas the Water Serpent King boasted power at the level of an ordinary mid-tier 5-star. Thus, the Water Serpent King regarded Lotus Overlord with contempt. Chapter 8. Defeating the ancient overlord Lotus Overlord. "You dare to challenge my dominion over this pond? Truly, you court death." The Water Snake King hissed coldly, its forked tongue flicking in and out as it bared its fangs, glinting ominously. "I have yet to savor the taste of Silver Lotus. Allow me to indulge today." With that proclamation, the Water Snake King lunged ferociously at the Lotus Overlord. Water Wave Technique. Unfazed by the approaching threat, the Lotus Overlord summoned a newly learned skill. Countless waves of water surged from the openings in its body and, with a powerful roar, were unleashed. The torrents, more forceful than high-pressure jets, crashed violently against the Water Snake King's form. Hiss! The Water Snake King howled in pain, a glimmer of panic flashing in its eyes. How could this diminutive lotus possess such formidable techniques? Seizing the moment, the Lotus Overlord extended 4 stout roots, striking mercilessly against the Water Snake King's flesh. With each crisp crack of impact, the Water Snake King found its scales unable to withstand the onslaught. Shocked, it realized that its defenses had been breached, and blood began to pour from its wounds. This lotus is too strange. The Water Snake King's resolve wavered, and sensing its impending doom, it turned to flee. Trying to escape? Not on my watch. The Lotus Overlord would not allow its hard-earned opportunity for evolution to slip away. The 4 roots lashed out, ensnaring the Water Snake King and dragging it down into the muck. Please, no? Despair filled the water snake king's eyes as it understood that being pulled into the mire was akin to being thrust into an abyss. Great Lotus, I was foolish to provoke you. I beg for mercy. Alas, the Lotus Overlord ignored its pleas, tightening its grip on the water snake king's body. With a resounding crack, the sound of bones shattering echoed, and the water snake king's life was extinguished. The Lotus Overlord had truly vanquished the ancient overlord of the pond. How astonishingly powerful it was. Witnessing this spectacle, the smaller lotuses were rendered speechless, unable to fathom the reality of what had just transpired. At the moment the Lotus Overlord struck down the water snake king, a radiant light surged into its being, accompanied by the system's announcement. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating an ordinary mid-tier 5-star water snake king. You have earned 500 experience points and 3 evolution points. Congratulations on leveling up to ordinary mid-tier 4-star. Congratulations on accumulating 10 evolution points. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Host has evolved from Silver Lotus to Holy Light Lotus. As the sound of the system faded, a dazzling golden light erupted from the body of the Lotus Overlord. Wow! The Lotus Overlord radiated a golden glow. How magnificent! Is this the golden holy armor? The Lotus Overlord looks so impressive. Witnessing the shimmering aura surrounding him, several nearby lotus plants instantly transformed into his ardent admirers, tirelessly showering him with compliments. The Lotus Overlord, gazing at his resplendent form, narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. After vanquishing the Water Snake King, he had become the sole ruler of this pond. I have now ascended as the mightiest lotus, the supreme being in this realm. And all that remains is to await the arrival of the great Master Taiyi to select a body for Nezha. Chapter 9. The arrival of great Master Taiyi. Days passed, and the Lotus Overlord eagerly anticipated the arrival of great Master Taiyi. However, this old fellow kept him waiting for 3 days and nights without a trace. Could it be that this old man has no intention of using lotus roots to fashion Nezha's body? Even now, the Lotus Overlord felt a pang of concern. What if great Master Taiyi suddenly had a whimsical idea and chose to create Nezha's body from something else? That would spell disaster for his plans. Please, let not my scheme unravel. The Lotus Overlord silently prayed. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The golden light cave suddenly became illuminated, and even the Lotus Overlord, submerged in the mud, sensed a flicker of brightness. Could it be that the old man Taiyi has finally arrived? After such a long wait, I have finally awaited your presence. Sensing the commotion around him, the Lotus Overlord's heart surged with joy. He could finally execute his Nezha plan. Inside the golden light cave, a white-haired elder rushed in with a look of urgency, scanning the surroundings. Why did that foolish child Nezha choose to take his own life? Had I known he would do this, I should have secured him an insurance policy first. Great Master Taiyi sighed in resignation, lamenting the folly of his disciple who lacked common sense. This old man was even contemplating buying insurance. In the mud, the Lotus Overlord grimaced at the remark, but continued to observe Great Master Taiyi's actions. Fortunately, my master possesses immense magical power and understands the art of lotus root reincarnation. Otherwise, you would be in dire straits. Great Master Taiyi shook his head and slowly approached the edge of the pond. What? My mermaid, my shrimp, and my prized fish have all perished? Upon seeing the countless small fish and shrimp floating lifelessly on the pond's surface, he erupted in expletives, his heart aching with despair. Surely, the Water Snake King, which I have nurtured for nearly a century, should be unharmed? Suddenly, a thought struck Great Master Taiyi, and he hurriedly whistled towards the pond. Normally, at this time, the Water Snake King would breach the surface. Yet, today, there was no sign of the Water Snake King. As an ominous feeling began to settle in, bubbles emerged from the water's surface, and a greenish corpse floated up from the mud. The old man, realizing your desire to meet the Water Snake King, can only assist you to this extent. It is naturally the Lotus Overlord who will extract the Water Snake King's corpse from the mire. To my surprise, the Water Snake King was raised by the esteemed Taiyi Zhenren. This was something the Lotus Overlord had not anticipated. Good gracious, is this not my Water Snake King? How could it have perished? Upon witnessing the Water Snake King's lifeless body drifting upon the water's surface, Taiyi Zhenren felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He had nurtured it for nearly a century, yet it succumbed so abruptly. Alas, let us first select a lotus root to create a body for Nezha. Taiyi Zhenren sighed helplessly, his gaze suddenly ignited with golden light as he peered through the water's surface in search. I recall a lotus root nearly a meter long from some time ago, yet I cannot seem to find it suitable for Nezha's body. Hearing Taiyi Zhenren's words, the Lotus Overlord breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had dispatched the foolish Lotus Da, Otherwise, Taiyi Zhenren might have indeed chosen that imbecile. Why are there no good lotus roots? Never mind, Taiyi Zhenren murmured, on the verge of giving up when he was suddenly captivated by a glimmer of gold emanating from the mud. His gaze fixated on the Lotus Overlord, and his expression shifted slightly. Could it be, the Holy Light Lotus? Truly, heaven does not forsake Nezha. Chapter 10. The shaping of the lotus body at last. This old man has taken notice of me. Feeling the golden light in Taiyi Zhenren's eyes linger upon him, the Lotus Overlord was overwhelmed with an uncontainable excitement. The Holy Light Lotus. I never expected my cultivation skills to be so exceptional that I could yield such a rare Holy Light Lotus with a minuscule probability of 1 in 10,000. Taiyi Zhenren's gaze remained fixed on the Lotus Overlord, unable to restrain his exuberant laughter. This old fellow, how shameless. It is my own diligent evolution that transformed me into the Holy Light Lotus. The Lotus Overlord silently scoffed at Taiyi Zhenren's words. With the Holy Light Lotus, I can craft the most perfect body for Nezha. A spark of brilliance flashed in Taiyi Zhenren's eyes as he swiftly reached towards the Lotus Overlord, who was submerged in the muddy pond. It is finally happening. The Lotus Overlord felt his body gradually liberated from the mire, a surge of joy welling within him. Though he quickly suppressed his astonishment. At this moment, he must maintain composure. Otherwise, Taiyi Zhenren might detect any anomaly. In the next instant, the Lotus Overlord beheld a glimmer of light. After enduring for so long, he had finally extricated himself from the sludge. Come here. Taiyi Zhenren beckoned the airborne Lotus Overlord with a gesture, and he soared into the old man's grasp. This Holy Light Lotus is truly remarkable. Taiyi Zhenren scrutinized the Lotus Overlord closely, his fingers brushing lightly against him. At this moment, the Lotus Overlord radiated a golden glow, his form exceeding a meter in length. Hey, old man, can't you hasten the process of reshaping Nezha's body? Stop groping my backside. The Lotus Overlord felt frantic, but could only endure in silence. Splendid. We may commence the body reconstruction now. Taiyi Zhenren gazed with increasing satisfaction, preparing to reconstruct Nezha's body. Upon hearing this, Uba finally exhaled in relief. He had been liberated at last. Subsequently, Taiyi Zhenren, holding Uba, approached a Tao platform, igniting the flames beneath it, from which a celestial aura emanated. In an instant, Taiyi Zhenren placed Uba upon the Tao platform. It was finally commencing. I am to become Nezha. Uba's heart soared with joy. Ding. The system detected that the host was about to become Nezha, activating the Soul Sovereign skill. When two souls inhabit one body, the host soul will become the absolute presence. Soul Sovereign. Uba was momentarily taken aback, but before he could inquire further, Taiyi Zhenren began to cast celestial methods, pulling Uba's form into a humanoid shape. As he felt his body being molded, Uba experienced no pain. Gradually, his lotus root transformed into bones, while the lotus leaves morphed into muscles. Almost there. Time to place the spirit pearl. Observing that Uba had taken on Nezha's appearance, Taiyi Zhenren breathed a sigh of relief and produced a spirit pearl containing Nezha's lingering soul. Go forth, Nezha, be resurrected. With these words, Taiyi Zhenren placed the spirit pearl within Uba's body. Simultaneously, the system's voice resonated at that moment. Detection of two souls within the body has automatically activated the Soul Sovereign skill. Am I truly about to become Nezha? Uba's heart raced with excitement. He could sense the vitality surging through the body upon the emergence of Nezha's lingering soul. Have I awakened? At that moment, Nezha's soul stirred within the body. Uba nodded, affirming, yes, you have awakened. Who are you? Why do you inhabit my body? Nezha's voice, filled with alarm, echoed within. Remaining composed, Uba responded slowly, your body? No, this is my body. To others, I am Nezha. Yet here, I am your master, Uba. Chapter 11. Evolved into Lotus Spirit Master? Who exactly are you? Nezha's panic was palpable, filled with astonishment at Uba's declaration. I am Uba. Serve as my subordinate, and you shall reign supreme in this world alongside me. Uba regarded the golden spirit pearl, within which Nezha's lingering soul resided, with a detached expression. You shall not. No sooner had Uba spoken than the spirit pearl trembled violently, followed by Nezha's voice emerging from within. It seems I must teach you a lesson. Soul Sovereign, soul pressure. At Nezha's words, Uba's gaze hardened, and a chilling pressure surged forth, sweeping towards Nezha with terrifying intensity. Ugh! Nezha gasped, his face etched with horror as a force from the depths of his soul bore down upon him, rendering him breathless. A crack resounded. The Lingzhu exhibited a minute fissure, as if on the verge of shattering entirely. Brother Uba, you are my elder brother. Please do not press me any further. Nezha hastily begged. Terrified that his pleas might incite Uba's wrath, leading to the destruction of the Lingzhu. That is more like it. You are showing some sense. Oba replied coolly. With a sudden surge, the Lingzhu oscillated violently, likely due to Nezha's frantic nodding within. Very well, you may remain there and amuse yourself. Your elder brother has matters of significance to attend to, Oba remarked casually. Although he currently held absolute dominion over his soul, he had not yet fully acquired control over his physical form. As Oba's words faded, the voice of the system lady gradually resonated, commencing bodily takeover for the host. 306-0100, bodily takeover successful. The host has evolved into a lotus spirit. With the system's proclamation, an interface materialized before Oba's eyes. Host. Oba. Species. Plant. Level. Lotus spirit. Grade. Ordinary intermediate 1-star. Skills. Whip strike. Decoy. Water wave technique. Experience. 500 evolution points. 020. What on earth is a lotus spirit? Shouldn't I be Nezha? Oba was immediately dumbfounded upon seeing the displayed information. Was he not supposed to be Nezha? Why was he still classified as a plant, and moreover, a lotus spirit? Just as Oba pondered these questions, a voice echoed, Nezha, awaken. In the next moment, a flash of white light flickered in Oba's eyes. Nezha had awakened. Rather, it should be said that Oba, controlling Nezha, had awakened. My dear disciple, you have finally awakened. The excited voice of Taiyi Zhenren rang in Oba's ears. However, Oba had no time to heed the ramblings of this old man. His mind consumed by 2 words, lotus spirit. Looking down, he was immediately struck dumb. At this moment, although he possessed limbs, his entire body was constructed from lotus root, rendering him quite diminutive, barely 50 centimeters in height. Furthermore, the true source of Oba's despair was that, despite having a human anatomical structure, he was not human and thus lacked hair. Instead, a single lotus flower adorned his head, serving as a peculiar substitute for a hairstyle. Nezha, how do you like the new body I have fashioned for you? Taiyi Zhenren observed the miniature lotus figure on the platform, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he admired his creation. Satisfied? Satisfied, you say? Oba's mind was in turmoil, cursing in frustration. This old coot was playing him for a fool. This is the lotus root shaping technique I just learned. It is already quite remarkable. In response to the unrestrained remarks of Oba, Taiyi Zhenren displayed no signs of anger, instead shrugging his shoulders while maintaining a cheerful demeanor. Chapter 12. Escape from the Golden Light Cave. Just learned, did you? Upon hearing Taiyi Zhenren's words, Oba felt an intense resentment gnawing at him. Hey, Nezha, come here. I have a little celestial technique for you to try out. A foolish grin spread across Taiyi Zhenren's face, his eyes glimmering with an almost greedy light as he regarded Oba like a mere laboratory rat. Another one? Oba's expression shifted. It seemed Taiyi Zhenren truly viewed him as an experimental subject. No, he couldn't allow this old fellow's unstable techniques to ruin his body. Such a fate would spell his demise. The risk was too great to undertake lightly. He needed to flee. At the very least, until he had truly become Nezha, he must not present himself before Taiyi Zhenren. Otherwise, it would be only a matter of time before the old man played him to death. Fear not, Nezha, he chuckled nervously. Taiyi Zhenren, eager to unleash his newly acquired celestial technique, wore an insatiable grin. There was no time to hesitate. He had to run. Witnessing this unfolding scene only solidified Oba's resolve to escape. He activated his teleportation. Farewell, old man. In the next moment, a purple light enveloped Oba's body, and he vanished without a trace. Oh, gone. Nezha was indeed no ordinary character. Yet, Taiyi Zhenren shrugged it off, convinced he could not escape the Golden Light mountain range. Surprised by Oba's sudden disappearance, Taiyi Zhenren's eyes flashed with astonishment. But he soon shook his head and directed his gaze towards the pond where Oba had lingered earlier. Well then, let me use you for my experiments instead. At these words, the pond erupted in turmoil. Meanwhile, in the woods, Oba walked along the riverbank, contemplating how Taiyi was a far cry from the sage-like figure depicted in the mythological realm. He had turned into a mad scientist in his presence. The thought sent shivers down Oba's spine. By his understanding, Taiyi Zhenren should have embodied wisdom and an ethereal aura. How had he transformed into a ruthless experimenter in this world? Had he not fled swiftly, he would have likely become an unwitting test subject, at the mercy of Taiyi Zhenren's whims. No, he absolutely could not allow himself to be recaptured by Taiyi. Ding. Detected that the host has slain an ordinary intermediate 1-star scythe mantis, rewarding 200 experience points and 1 evolution point. Ding. Detected that the host has slain an ordinary intermediate 3-star flame bird, rewarding 400 experience points and 1 evolution point. It had already been 3 days since Ba ran away from home. Fortunately, Taiyi Zhenren had not sought him out during this time. Thus, Ba seized the opportunity to hunt demon beasts freely in the wilderness. Strive to acquire the utmost experience points and evolution points in the swiftest manner. With a resounding crack, a root suddenly erupted from the ground, as though it sought to shatter the very air itself. Under such formidable might, the mutated spider was destined for demise, disintegrating into dust in an instant. Ding! The host has slain a common intermediate level 8-star mutated spider, earning 1,000 experience points and 3 evolution points. Ding! The host has gained evolution points and is undergoing evolution. Evolution in progress. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host. You have transformed into a hybrid water and land lotus spirit. Upon hearing the system's announcement, the lotus spirit displayed a glimmer of excitement. Although he had previously been a lotus spirit, he was fundamentally still a mere plant. Thus, throughout his journey, he had primarily hunted beasts while seeking sources of water. Now, having evolved into a hybrid water and land lotus spirit, many of his trivial concerns had been alleviated. Chapter 13. The White Fox. Moreover, this evolution brought with it a continuous ascent in power. The lotus spirit's strength surged from a common intermediate level to a common high-level 1-star tier. The enhancement was significant, yet he pondered whether he could now challenge that wretched white fox. The mere thought of the fox ignited a fury within him. The events leading to his ire unfolded a few days prior when he had gravely wounded a common high-level 1-star crane. Just as he prepared to deliver the finishing blow and reap evolution points, that accursed white fox appeared. Swift as lightning, it snatched the injured crane away, departing while mockingly flicking its tail at the lotus spirit, a gesture of derision. Cursed, vile fox, when I catch you, I shall ensure you face a most severe reckoning. The lotus spirit clenched his teeth and tightened his fist. At that moment, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding! The host's power has increased, granting the skill, Lotus Seed Soul Control, the ability to plant lotus seeds, allowing the consumer to be temporarily controlled. Lotus Seed Soul Control, the power to manipulate those who consume the lotus seeds. As the system's voice faded, a spark ignited in the lotus spirit's eyes. He suddenly conceived a brilliant strategy to ensnare the white fox. The creature was insatiably greedy. If he could tempt it into consuming a lotus seed, it would come willingly into his grasp. Finding an open area, he placed the lotus seed in a conspicuous location and concealed himself behind a tree. His task was now to lie in wait, biding his time for the white fox to fall into the trap. To enhance the seed's allure, he had even infused it with a hint of fragrance from the bait skill. Given the fox's greedy nature, it would undoubtedly be unable to resist. Time passed. Second by second, 10 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour elapsed. During this interval, numerous beasts approached, drawn by the lotus seed, only to meet their demise at the hands of the lotus spirit's branch. Buzzing as Ba grew increasingly impatient, a rustling sound emanated from the nearby thicket. A tuft of white emerged, revealing a fluffy tail. At last, upon sighting the tail, Ba's lips curled into a smile. After such a long wait, the elusive fox had finally arrived. The white fox seemed somewhat cautious, glancing around before cautiously advancing towards the enticing aroma of the lotus seeds. 10 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter. The white fox finally reached the lotus seeds, lowered its head, and without hesitation devoured the alluring seed, even letting out a satisfied burp. It had finally indulged itself. Ba wore a triumphant smile. Once the white fox consumed his lotus seed, escape was no longer an option. In the next moment, Ba leapt down from the tree. The sound startled the white fox, which turned alertly to investigate. However, upon recognizing Ba, a slight smile graced its lips. You again, spirit of the lotus? My apologies, but I spotted it first this time. To Ba's astonishment, the white fox spoke with a melodious voice, akin to celestial music. The white fox was, astonishingly, female. You can speak human language? Ba exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. He recalled that just a few days prior, the creature could only emit soft whimpers. In Chapter 14, I am the Lotus Deity, the white fox appeared to have transformed. Its fur glimmered more brilliantly, and it sported an additional tail, now resembling a two-tailed fox. Hee, I owe it all to that injured crane, otherwise, I would have had to wait much longer to speak, the fox remarked with a mischievous glint in her eye, smiling cheerfully. Infuriated, Ba clenched his teeth at the sight of the fox's smug demeanor. If only he could vanquish her, he mused, he might have already evolved. All right, spirit of the lotus, I have just consumed a divine object, so I shall not stoop to your level. I'm off to enjoy a long nap, the fox declared, casting a leisurely glance at Ba as she prepared to depart. Fox spirit, You are but a mere demon fox, Lu Ba scoffed at that moment. What did you say? The white fox turned, her captivating eyes glaring fiercely at Lu Ba, her fur bristling. You are a demon fox, Lu Ba remarked coolly, a teasing tone in his voice. And you are merely a lotus spirit. Demon fox, lotus spirit. Thus, the fox and the lotus spirit engaged in a silly quarrel for nearly half an hour. Lotus spirit, I can't be bothered to argue with you. I must take my leave, the fox huffed, elegantly tossing her head and striding away. Fox, come back. A voice resonated behind, belonging to the Lotus Overlord. Yet the white fox felt nothing but disdain. Who cares about you? If you command me to return, would I not lose face? Is my dignity so inexpensive? Observing the white fox's retreating figure, a faint smile graced the Lotus Overlord's lips. He invoked the skill, Lotus Seed Soul Control. White fox, return. His voice possessed an enchanting quality that echoed even from afar, reaching the white fox's ears. However, this time was different. The creature's body involuntarily turned, and it found itself racing towards the Lotus Overlord. What is happening? Panic surged within the white fox, yet it could not command its own body, helplessly watching as it dashed towards the Lotus Overlord. In the blink of an eye, it was kneeling before him. You wished to escape, did you not? Go ahead, run. The Lotus Overlord sneered coldly, but the white fox was entirely under the influence of the Lotus Seed Soul Control, unable even to utter a word. Kneel. In the next moment, the white fox found itself on its knees. This Lotus Seed Soul Control was far too formidable. Witnessing the white fox kneel without hesitation, a gleam sparked in the Lotus Overlord's eyes, and a wicked smile curled upon his lips. Call me master. Master. The inherent charm of the fox, combined with the white fox's melodious voice, made that single word utterly irresistible. After the white fox complied, the Lotus Overlord intended to take it away. Given the potency of the lotus seed, it would be wise to plant a few more. Eventually, one could simply await the evolution points to present themselves. Just then, the white fox, who had been dutifully following behind, suddenly jolted awake. What is happening to me? A flicker of astonishment crossed the white fox's eyes, and upon noticing the Lotus Overlord's gaze fixed upon it, vigilance surged within. How did you manage to control me? The Lotus Overlord, initially surprised by the duration of the Lotus Seed Soul Control, could not help but chuckle upon hearing this question. Is it not quite simple to control you? I have already stated that I am not merely a lotus spirit. Then what are you? The white fox inquired suspiciously. The Lotus Overlord smiled gently and replied, I am a lotus deity. Chapter 15. The Request of Li Jing Lotus Deity. Upon hearing this proclamation, the white fox could not suppress an exclamation. Had this been in the past, it would not have believed such a claim. However, the Lotus Overlord's mastery over control had utterly convinced it. This lotus spirit before him must surely be a reincarnated celestial. Great lotus deity, Li Jing implores you to save our white fox clan. A glimmer of determination flashed in the white fox's eyes as it earnestly addressed the Lotus Overlord, revealing its true name, Li Jing. What is this? The sudden appeal from Li Jing took the Lotus Overlord by surprise. The drastic shift in the white fox's demeanor left him somewhat disconcerted. Great Lord Ouyang, I beseech you to rescue our white fox clan. Li Jing implored, her gaze earnest and her limbs lowered in a posture of sincere reverence. Oh, what calamity has befallen your white fox clan? Ouyang Ba inquired nonchalantly. The Black Tiger clan of the Sacred Light Mountain seeks to hunt us down. We humbly request your intervention, Great Lord Ouyang. Li Jing fixed her gaze upon him, an air of tension surrounding her. After all, she had just offended Ouyang Ba, and should he choose to decline, it would be wholly understandable. Pray, tell me, what is the strength of this Black Tiger clan? Ouyang Ba appeared unfazed by the previous incident, his focus entirely on the prowess of the Black Tigers. If they were formidable, they could yield a considerable bounty of evolution points. Great Lord Ouyang, the majority of the Black Tiger clan is of ordinary high tier. Li Jing pondered for a moment before responding. Ordinary high tier? Ouyang Ba's eyes gleamed with interest. Did that imply these Black Tigers were merely a harvest of evolution points awaiting his collection? Let us proceed to the territory of the Black Tiger clan. What? To the Black Tiger clan's domain? Great Lord Ouyang. Li Jing's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing his words, and she attempted to voice her concerns, only to be interrupted by Ouyang Ba. There's no need for much guidance. Simply lead the way, he stated, shaking his head dismissively. But Li Jing hesitated. Yet as she prepared to continue, she caught sight of the cold glint in Ouyang Ba's eyes. Very well, let us set forth at once. She bit her lip, realizing that her hopes now rested solely on Ouyang Ba. Moments later, nestled within the branches of a tree, a white fox concealed itself, while a peculiar half-lotus, half-human figure perched upon its back. Great Lord Ouyang, we have arrived at the territory of the Black Tiger clan, Bai Ling'er cautiously remarked, glancing back at the figure on her back. Indeed, I see, Ouyang Ba nodded, peering down with a furrowed brow. Below them lay a group of massive black creatures, slumbering soundly. These black tigers, with their formidable fangs surpassing even Ouyang Ba's size, snored thunderously, akin to the roar of thunder. Great Lord Ouyang, what shall we do next? Bai Ling'er asked, a flicker of deep trepidation in her eyes as she surveyed the slumbering beasts. Leap down with me. I have my own methods, Ouyang Ba replied calmly. Very well, Bai Ling'er nodded, steeling herself as she prepared to jump from the tree. In the next instant, the pair, a lotus and a fox, landed gracefully on the ground. Bai Ling'er, possessing a light frame, descended without disturbing the slumbering black tigers. Chapter 16. The Crisis of the White Fox Clan. Great Lord Ouyang. What is our course of action now? Bai Ling'er surveyed their surroundings cautiously. The group of black tigers continued to sleep soundly, oblivious to their presence. Place this within their territory. Oba took out a handful of lotus seeds and placed them in Bai Ling'er's paws. Very well, Lord of the Lotus. Bai Ling'er nodded, grasping the seeds delicately before leaping into the domain of the black tiger, scattering the seeds around her. Having completed this task, she returned to Oba's side. Hold your breath, he instructed her once more. Although Bai Ling'er felt a tinge of confusion, she obediently followed his command, gently covering her nose with her paw. In the next moment, Oba activated his skill. Bait, engaged. A tantalizing aroma wafted from the dozens of lotus seeds scattered on the ground, an allure most irresistible. Let us ascend the tree and await the spectacle, Oba declared as he leapt onto Bai Ling'er's back, and she, light as a feather, sprang onto a branch. Thus, the lotus and the fox sat quietly upon the bough, observing the scene below. After a while, the enticing fragrance of the lotus seeds had fully permeated the air, and now it was merely a matter of time before the black tigers caught wind of it. Soon enough, a sleeping black tiger stirred, seemingly sensing the enchanting scent. Its nose twitched, and its eyes slowly opened. Awake! At this sight, Oba's eyes sparkled with delight, his smile broadening. All that remained was for the black tigers to consume the lotus seeds. With a resounding roar, the group of black tigers roused from their slumber, their large pupils gleaming with a frenzied crimson. They were all captivated by the lotus seeds. Lord of the Lotus, they have begun to fight over the seeds, Bai Ling'er whispered, holding her breath in excitement as she observed the scene below. One particularly fierce black tiger, significantly larger than the others, voraciously devoured several lotus seeds. Little did it know, the more it consumed, the longer it would remain under Oba's control. Witnessing this, Oba's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Let us go. Take me back to your White Fox clan. Bai Ling'er nodded, indeed. In the ancestral home of the White Fox clan, within a cave, dozens of white foxes gathered. Elder Bai Chio, the Black Tiger clan has made outrageous claims, threatening to annihilate our white foxes. Shall we simply stand by and watch? A robust young white fox fixated on an elderly fox nearby, expressing its discontent. As this young fox posed the question, all eyes in the cave turned anxiously towards the aged fox. The Black Tiger clan's assault on the White Fox clan could spell disaster for them. Caution was imperative. Sighing, Elder Bai Chio turned slowly to face the onlookers behind him, his eyes reflecting both fatigue and a glimmer of determination. Esteemed ones, at this juncture, I find myself devoid of options. It is best that each of you seeks to save your own lives. His tone was steeped in resignation. Yet this was an undeniable truth. The Black Tiger was far too formidable. Escape? Yes, indeed, we must flee. Upon hearing Elder Bai Chio's words, a flurry of panicked chatter erupted among the white foxes, their eyes wide with fear. In the face of such despair, Elder Bai Chio could not help but sigh again, his heart heavy with sorrow. Who could possibly come to their aid in such dire circumstances? At that moment, a melodious voice rang out. Grandfather Bai Chio, I have returned. The elder turned at the sound, his gaze falling upon a snow-white fox racing towards them, atop which sat a peculiar being, half lotus and half human. Grandfather Bai Chio, Bai Ling'er called excitedly from afar. The fleeing white foxes, intrigued by her voice, halted in their tracks, curiosity piqued. Is that not Bai Ling? How is she able to speak human language? It seems her strength has surged since her last expedition. And who is that strange creature upon her back? The sight of Bai Ling'er articulating human words left the assembly of white foxes in astonishment. You are Bai Ling? Elder Bai Chio observed her in disbelief. Indeed, Grandfather Bai Chio, Bai Ling'er replied, a proud smile illuminating her face, reminiscent of a child eager for praise from an elder. Your progress is remarkable. Elder Bai Chio nodded with approval, then, adopting a grave demeanor, he urged, Ling'er, You must flee at once. The Black Tiger clan is poised to attack. Delay could spell our doom. I understand, Grandfather Baiqiu. Bai Ling'er shook her head resolutely. I have come precisely for this reason. For this reason? The white foxes, including Elder Baiqiu, stood momentarily speechless, gazing at her in bewilderment. Bending slightly, Bai Ling'er revealed the being on her back, addressing it with reverence. This is Lord Lotus Spirit. He possesses the power to aid us in vanquishing the Black Tiger and alleviating the plight of our clan. What? The cave erupted in fervor as the white foxes reacted to Bai Ling'er's declaration. This being can save our clan. How is that possible? He appears half lotus and half human. How can he be a deity? Skepticism colored their expressions as they regarded the Lotus Spirit with derision, doubting Bai Ling'er's claims. Unfazed by the scornful gazes of the white foxes, the Lotus Spirit maintained an impassive demeanor, dismissing their ignorance with indifference. The elder Baiqiu hesitated, his discerning gaze revealing the truth. He recognized that the Lotus Tyrant was merely a Lotus Spirit. How could he entrust the fate of the Baihu clan to such a being? Grandfather Baiqiu, please believe me. Lord Lotus is the reincarnation of a deity and will undoubtedly save us. Upon witnessing the skepticism of her kin, Bai Ling'er grew anxious and hastened to explain. Foolish child, how could a deity reincarnate into a mere Lotus Spirit? Elder Baiqiu sighed and gently patted Bai Ling'er's head with his claw. Yet, Bai Ling'er's eyes sparkled with determination. Her words poised on the brink of utterance. At that moment, the previously silent Lotus Tyrant spoke, casting a sidelong glance at Elder Baiqiu as he remarked nonchalantly. Do you truly believe I am merely a Lotus Spirit? Elder Baiqiu hesitated, then slowly admitted, though it pains me to concede, you are indeed a Lotus Spirit. A Lotus Spirit? At this, the corners of the Lotus Tyrant's mouth lifted slightly, and in the next instant, an overwhelming aura erupted forth. A root, several dozen meters long, burst from the earth, crashing violently against the cave wall. The entire cavern trembled, as if on the verge of collapse. Now, Elder Baiqiu, what do you think? The voice of the Lotus Tyrant resonated leisurely. Elder Baiqiu's eyes widened in astonishment. This power could not possibly belong to a mere Lotus Spirit. Such strength transcended the capabilities of the ordinary. Could it be that this individual truly was Lord Lotus? In that moment, a flicker of hope ignited within Elder Baiqiu, and he lifted the corners of his mouth in a respectful smile, proclaiming, You are, indeed, Lord Lotus. The Baihu clan welcomes you, Lord Lotus. With that, Elder Baiqiu humbly knelt. Welcome, Lord Lotus. In that instant, the Baihu, who had previously regarded the Lotus Tyrant with disdain, now felt the weight of his imposing presence and, one by one, knelt alongside Elder Baiqiu. Very well, the Lotus Tyrant remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he observed the Baihu clan finally choosing to submit to him. Now, they merely needed to await the arrival of the Black Tiger. The following noon, Elder Baiqiu and Bai Ling'er trailed behind the Lotus Tyrant at the entrance of the Baihu cave. They have arrived, the Lotus Tyrant stated, shaking his head as his gaze fixed intently on the woods ahead, where shadows loomed ominously. They have arrived? Hearing this, both Elder Baiqiu and Bai Ling'er felt their hearts constrict, a wave of tension sweeping over them. With a rumble, the ground trembled as countless massive shadows surged forth. The Black Tigers are coming. They are all here. Run. With so many, how could Lord Lotus possibly stand against them? To the Baihu, the Black Tigers represented an insurmountable behemoth, and the sheer number of them threatened to plunge them into despair. With a piercing howl, the entire Black Tiger clan surrounded the White Fox tribe. Ha ha ha, what a delectable feast. As the tiger pack dispersed, a remarkably large black tiger emerged from their midst. The very one that Ba had encountered the previous day, it was the leader of the Black Tiger clan. Black Tiger King, must you be so ruthless? Elder Baiqiu inquired, suppressing the fear that gripped his heart. You are nothing more than my prey and are unworthy of conversing with me. The Black Tiger leader bellowed with maniacal laughter, issuing a command. Today, we feast on fox meat. Upon hearing their leader's words, the Black Tigers could scarcely contain their anticipation. Their eyes ablaze with crimson hunger as saliva dripped from their jaws. They were ravenous. Meanwhile, the members of the White Fox tribe trembled in terror, their eyes reflecting utter despair. How dare a pack of black tigers speak so boldly? Ba regarded the Black Tiger leader with an indifferent gaze. It seems there is an Ojing among you. Today, I shall indulge in both flesh and spirit. The Black Tiger leader's eyes gleamed with a glint of interest as he licked his lips upon spotting Ba. You overestimate your position, Ba replied coolly, and in the next moment, a golden light flickered in his eyes as he commanded, kneel before me. The Black Tigers erupted in laughter at Ba's audacity, thinking him mad for suggesting they kneel. But just then, a sudden thud echoed, and to their astonishment, their leader knelt down. As they pondered this strange occurrence, an overwhelming pressure emanating from the depths of their souls compelled them to bow as well. Witnessing this scene, Elder Baichio's eyes widened in horror. In the next moment, a root burst forth from the ground, striking down upon the black tigers, resulting in a chorus of anguished cries. Ding! Detected host has slain a common mid-tier black tiger. Ding! Detected host has slain a common low-tier black tiger. Ding! Detected. In an instant, Oba felt an influx of experience flooding his being, his strength continuously escalating. This experience directly propelled him to the formidable power of an ordinary high-tier 5-star level. Moments later, the ground was soaked in blood, with dozens of black tiger corpses strewn about. Sensing the surge of strength within him, Oba felt a deep sense of satisfaction and prepared to depart. Elder Baichio, since the crisis facing your white fox tribe has been resolved, I shall take my leave. Chapter 18. The Celestial Silk Lord. Oh, please wait. Just as Oba intended to leave, Elder Baichio urgently called out to him. Oba turned back, perplexed, and asked, Elder Baichio, do you have something further to discuss? With a smile, Elder Baichio replied, Lord O, I possess a method for the refinement of a treasure. Might you be interested? A method for the refinement of a treasure? Upon hearing Elder Baichio's words, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Oba's eyes, soon replaced by a slight smile, indicating burgeoning interest. Oh, pray, do enlighten me, Elder Baichio, he urged. The method for refining the divine artifact, the Hunyuan Ling, involves utilizing the dragon tendons of the deep-sea dragon clan. This would render the Hunyuan Ling indestructible, impervious to flames, Elder Baichio replied, his eyes sparkling with insight. The Hunyuan Ling? Oba was momentarily taken aback, recalling that it was a quintessential accessory of Nezha. However, was it not the case that the Hunyuan Ling was bestowed upon Nezha by the celestial master Taiyi? Moreover, Elder Baichio was audaciously contemplating the deep-sea dragon clan. Indeed, the divine artifact, the Hunyuan Ling, Elder Baichio affirmed with a nod. Very well, I understand, Oba replied, his mind already set on the notion of extracting a dragon's tendons. If you wish to depart at this moment, Lord O, our Baihu tribe possesses a passage leading to the deep sea, which directly connects to the East Sea, Elder Baichio remarked slowly. Directly to the East Sea? A flicker of excitement coursed through Oba's eyes as he nodded. Lead the way. Elder Baichio nodded in agreement, leaping down from the tree and making his way toward the cavern, followed closely by a throng of white foxes. Lord O, do come this way. Elder Baichio beckoned over his shoulder. Understood, Oba responded, trailing behind them. As he entered the ancestral grounds of the Baihu tribe, a chilling aura enveloped him. He surveyed the surroundings, taking in the murals depicting the lore of the Fox clan, which seemed to narrate the tale of a fox transforming into a human. Lord O, this illustrates the legendary tale of the fox immortal that our Baihu tribe cherishes. It is said that when a white fox grows 9 tails, it can metamorphose into a fox immortal, Bai Linger explained, walking alongside Oba, her gaze fixed upon the frescoes, brimming with aspiration. After all, transforming into a fox immortal was the cherished dream of every member of the Baihu tribe. It was as if Oba's very presence imbued Bai Linger with boundless hope. After a short while, Oba could hear the roar of the sea. Lord O, the passage to the East Sea lies ahead, Elder Baichio announced, halting his steps. Very well, Oba nodded, and with the gaze of the numerous white foxes upon him, he slowly approached the cavern. Below, tumultuous waves surged violently, crashing against the rocky walls, exuding an air of peril. Lord O, please exercise caution, Bai Linger exclaimed, her eyes filled with concern upon witnessing the treacherous scene below. Fear not, such trivial dangers pose no threat to me, Oba reassured her, shaking his head. Turning to Elder Baichio, he declared, Elder Baichio, I shall proceed first. May you return triumphantly, Lord O. I shall await your victorious return here, Elder Baichio responded earnestly. Elder Baichio, accompanied by the assembly of foxes, lowered his body in a gesture of respect towards the lotus deity. In the next moment, without the slightest hesitation, Oba leaped into the depths of the oceanic cave. Chapter 19. Anomalies of the East Sea. The waves surged violently, crashing against the cliffs, while the air was thick with a humid essence. The vast expanse of the sea revealed an omnipresent danger. As Oba plunged into the abyss, he was immediately met with the oppressive force of the deep waters, which bore down heavily upon him. Is this truly the East Sea? Oba surveyed his surroundings. The water appeared murky, and the bodies of various ordinary fish and shrimp floated lifelessly around him. What is the meaning of this? Why are there so many decaying fish and shrimp? Confusion enveloped Oba's mind. Could it be that all of this is connected to the seal that Elder Baiqiu spoke of? He recalled the elder's words, which mentioned a dragon sealed within the depths of the East Sea, transformed into a stone statue. He wondered if this bizarre sight was a consequence of that seal. Nevertheless, let me explore further. Ba sighed and, utilizing the power of his tendrils, propelled himself deeper into the ocean. After several dozen minutes, Ba had yet to spot the statue that Elder Baiqiu had described. Searching for that statue in the East Sea was akin to finding a needle in a vast ocean. He sighed in frustration. Suddenly, an astonished voice echoed from behind him. Who are you to dare intrude upon the domain of the East Sea? Startled by the unexpected voice, Ba furrowed his brow and turned around. Behind him stood a battalion of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, their gazes fixed intently upon him, with a spear poised for attack. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals? Have I wandered into the realm of the Dragon Palace of the East Sea? A sense of gravity washed over Ba as he realized the implications. The Dragon Palace was home to formidable beings like the Dragon King, and he was far from being their match. Jing, one of the shrimp soldiers, upon seeing Ba's appearance, exclaimed in surprise, I am the Lotus deity. You are but a mere Jing. Ba retorted darkly, his frustration evident. This is bad. Could they be scouts from the demon clan? Is an attack on the Dragon Palace imminent? As the shrimp soldiers and crab generals recognized Ba, they dismissed his words and grew increasingly tense, encircling him. Surround him. We must not let him escape. After a moment of panic, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals quickly regained their composure. A red-headed shrimp soldier brandished a spear over a meter long, commanding the others with authority. Yes, attack. We cannot let this Jing get away. Look at that shifty-eyed fellow. He is clearly no good. With that command, the throng of shrimp soldiers and crab generals surged forward, their words escalating into personal attacks against Ba. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded him completely. A mere assembly of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, yet they exhibit such audacity. A flicker of cold murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the Lotus Overlord. How dare these mere lackeys of the East Sea Dragon Palace display such arrogance? This insignificant Lotus spirit dares to boast so brazenly? My subordinates, advance. Upon hearing the command from the Lotus Overlord, a surge of fury ignited in the eyes of the red-headed shrimp soldier. They were the esteemed guardians of the East Sea Dragon Palace, and this Lotus spirit's frivolity was tantamount to courting death. Utterly foolish. With a cold snicker, the Lotus Overlord concentrated his mind, unleashing a powerful suction force from his body. Instantly, a fierce torrent of water surged towards the group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. How laughable it was that, surrounded by water, they dared to launch a water-based celestial technique against us. Such ignorance. As the torrent rushed forth, the red-headed shrimp soldier could not help but let out a derisive laugh. Scatter. With a single command, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals hastily dispersed in all directions. Chapter 20. The sealed land. The moment the shrimp soldiers and crab generals scattered, the violent water flow expanded, sweeping towards them. Splash. Boss. This water flow is far swifter than the surrounding currents. Boss, we must flee at once. Sensing the torrential water approaching, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals turned pale, panic-stricken as they fled in disarray. What are you all running for? A bunch of useless fools, terrified of a mere flow of water despite being sea-dwelling creatures? Just a bunch of. The red-headed shrimp soldier cast a disdainful glance at his subordinates, then coldly remarked. However, when he turned to face the oncoming water flow, his expression shifted dramatically. What on earth is that? With that exclamation, the red-headed shrimp soldier turned and fled, completely disregarding his dignity. For he understood that if he hesitated any longer, his demise would be imminent. Behind him, the water had transformed into the shape of a dragon, with its fierce limbs vividly animated. It was no wonder the red-headed shrimp soldier was filled with dread. After all, dragons were the sovereigns of the East Sea. In an instant, a group of ordinary mid-tier shrimp soldiers and crab generals found themselves in utter disarray, fleeing for their lives. Still hoping to escape? Come back here. Seeing the shrimp soldiers and crab generals attempting to flee, the Lotus Overlord had no intention of allowing them to succeed. With a shift of his mind, a root several dozen meters long erupted from the ground, blocking their path. Water dragon technique. Roar. With a thunderous dragon's roar, a water dragon, imbued with boundless killing intent, surged forth to envelop them. I do not wish to die yet. Within the deluge of the water dragon, cries of despair and wails of anguish echoed continuously. Ding. Detected the host has slain a common mid-tier crab general. Ding. Detected the host has slain a common mid-tier shrimp soldier. Ding. As the system notifications resounded, The Lotus Overlord felt an influx of experience flooding into him. At this moment, his power was on the verge of reaching the realm of spirit entry. Moments later, with a mere gesture, Ba dissipated the water dragon, revealing countless dismembered limbs within its depths. Only the red-headed shrimp soldier remained intact. Ba, needing to inquire about the sealed statue, spared his life. Please, great brother, do not kill me. I have elders above and young ones below. I implore you. The red-headed shrimp soldier hastily crawled to Ba's feet, pleading desperately. Where is the sealed statue of the East Sea? Ba inquired coldly, gazing down at the trembling shrimp. What? The shrimp's antennae quivered nervously, and a flicker of confusion crossed its eyes upon hearing Ba's question. I repeat, where is the sealed statue of the East Sea? Ba asked again, his tone laced with impatience. The sealed statue? It is located in the Sea of Death. The red-headed shrimp soldier blurted out almost instantaneously, clearly rattled by Ba's demeanor. The Sea of Death? Ba's eyes narrowed in curiosity. He had never heard of such a place. It lies several thousand meters from here, fraught with peril. The currents are ferocious, akin to a massive whirlpool. The shrimp soldier hastily explained, fearing that hesitation might cost him his life. Chapter 21. The Blood Shark of the Deep Sea, a Whirlpool? Upon hearing this, Ba began to comprehend the multitude of fish and shrimp carcasses littering the waters. These unfortunate creatures must have perished from the violent water pressure while traversing the whirlpool. Esteemed Ao, may I leave now? The red-headed shrimp soldier's throat bobbed as he cautiously glanced up at Ba. Not yet. Take me to the Sea of Death, Ba replied, shaking his head. But that's the Sea of Death. The shrimp soldier's countenance instantly fell, his face a mask of despair as he internally resisted the idea. What, do you not wish to go? Ba squinted, his voice imbued with an almost imperceptible chill. And no, I dare not. I shall lead the way. The shrimp soldier shivered at the implication, fervently nodding. Wise choice, lead on. Half an hour later, the surrounding waters began to surge with alarming speed. Ba sensed the rapid currents as they approached what was surely the Sea of Death. Human brother, we have arrived at the Sea of Death. May I depart now? The red-headed shrimp soldier halted at the edge of the treacherous waters, terror evident in his gaze. Very well, you may go, Ba nodded. The shrimp soldier had outlived his usefulness. Thank you, great brother, for sparing my life. The shrimp soldier expressed his gratitude with tears in his eyes before swiftly bending his body and fleeing into the depths. In the next moment, Ba prepared to step forward, ready to enter. However, at that instant, a sudden shriek pierced the air. Ah! Help! Save me! Followed by the sound of crunching shells and the faint noise of gnawing. What was happening? Ba furrowed his brow and turned to look. What was this? Upon witnessing the scene behind him, Ba's pupils dilated as if he had encountered something extraordinary. There, behind him, a colossal white shark, nearly dozens of meters in length, glided through the water, its eyes gleaming with a sinister crimson light. The shark was voraciously devouring the body of a red-headed shrimp warrior. Despite the warrior's formidable armor, it proved feeble against the shark's razor-sharp teeth. What is this? The sight was gruesomely brutal, as the red-headed shrimp warrior was consumed in utter despair. Ba shook his head, and just then, the system's voice resounded. Ding. Target identified. Blood shark, an ordinary high-tier 9-star beast. Defeating it is expected to yield 5,000 experience points and 1 evolution point. Could it truly be an ordinary high-tier 9-star beast? Hearing the system's notification, Ba's heart raced. This blood shark was likely the strongest adversary he had encountered thus far. He realized he needed to proceed with caution. Ba focused intently on the blood shark. Suddenly, a splashing sound erupted. The blood shark had finished devouring the red-headed shrimp warrior, but such a meager meal could not satisfy its hunger. Its gaze shifted, locking onto Ba. In the next instant, a tumultuous splash erupted as the blood shark surged forward, closing the distance. Activating his skill, he struck with a whip. When the blood shark was merely 5 meters away, a thick branch unexpectedly lashed out, creating a violent splash as it struck the shark's head. Bang! The blood shark yelped in pain, glaring at Ba with even more ferocity. Chapter 22. Trapped in the Deep Sea Roar. The blood shark emitted a powerful sonic wave, its eyes growing increasingly blood-red. The audacity of this little aquatic spirit enraged the blood shark. Roar! As the waves surged, the blood shark opened its immense maw, lunging towards Ba. Water wave technique. As the command was given, a surge of water rushed forth. Roar! Upon seeing the incoming wave, the blood shark bellowed, unleashing a powerful sonic wave in an attempt to disperse the water. Overestimating its capabilities, the water surged in fury. Ba sneered, and a torrent of seawater surged forth, crashing into the blood shark's cavernous mouth. In an instant, the seawater began to boil within the shark's belly, becoming scalding hot. Gulp! The blood shark instantly sensed the rising temperature within, opening its mouth wide, desperately gulping down seawater in a frantic attempt to cool the boiling liquid inside. Alas, no matter how much it drank, it proved futile. It boiled. The indifferent voice of Oba resonated, followed by a gurgling sound, as the seawater within the blood shark's body began to boil instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, the searing heat thoroughly cooked the blood shark. In the next moment, it transformed into a true representation of boiled fish. Ding! The host has successfully slain the blood shark, earning 5,000 experience points and 1 evolution point. Ding! Experience gained. The host has ascended to an ordinary high-level 6-star. Ding! Experience gained. The host has now reached an ordinary high-level 7-star. The system's voice faded away. To my astonishment, I leveled up twice. Upon hearing the system's announcement in his mind, Oba felt a surge of surprise, never anticipating such a bountiful reward from defeating a single blood shark. If only more of these blood sharks would appear. Curiosity about his current attributes piqued. Oba promptly accessed his personal panel. Host, Oba race, demon level, aquatic and terrestrial lotus spirit rank, ordinary high-level 5-star skills, whip strike, bait, water wave technique, water dragon technique, experience, 7,500 evolution points, 120. I am on the cusp of advancing to the spirit awakening realm. I hope that once I reach this stage, I will no longer remain merely a lotus spirit. Although reluctant to admit it, Oba had to acknowledge that he was indeed a lotus spirit at present, and when he achieved the spirit awakening realm, he hoped to significantly enhance his abilities. The strength hierarchy of the mythical world is delineated as follows: ordinary, high, extraordinary, sage, mythical, semi-immortal, and celestial, comprising 7 levels. Each minor level is further divided into 3 tiers: low, mid, and high, each containing 10 sub-tiers. The next moment, Oba dismissed his personal interface. It was time to venture into the Sea of Death. Upon stepping into the Sea of Death, Oba immediately sensed a formidable suction pulling him as if attempting to draw him into the endless depths. A flicker of astonishment crossed his mind as he quickly steadied himself, striving to counteract the pull. Yet at that instant, a tumultuous disturbance erupted in the water. Boom! A violent upheaval shook the entire sea. Suddenly, the surrounding seawater suction intensified, rendering Oba's strength insufficient to resist. "This is bad," Oba exclaimed in alarm, turning to flee. However, the water swirled violently, forming a colossal whirlpool that swiftly engulfed him into the abyss. Roar! At the moment of crisis, a dragon's roar echoed, and the surrounding currents coalesced into a water dragon, tightly encircling his form. Subsequently, he was swept into a dizzying maelstrom, with torrents of seawater surging around him. Fortunately, the great whirlpool did not last long, only a brief few minutes. The water dragon dissipated, revealing Oba unscathed, shielded by its protection. With a sigh of relief, Oba emerged from the brink of death, his heart laden with the weight of fear. Had he not activated the water dragon technique in time, he might have perished within the great whirlpool. He now found himself at the heart of the Sea of Death. The waters around him, disturbed by recent tremors, had become murky, rendering visibility poor. What was that? Suddenly, a flicker of curiosity crossed Oba's eyes as he spotted a colossal shadow not far ahead. What could it be? A sense of mystery enveloped this enormous silhouette amidst the turbulent waters, making it difficult to discern its true nature. Moving cautiously, Oba approached the dark entity. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this immense form was, in fact, a massive stone sculpture, strikingly resembling a dragon. It appeared that he had stumbled upon the place where the azure dragon was sealed. Oba regarded the statue with keen eyes, filled with anticipation. If he could shatter this stone effigy, he could summon the dragon within. Extracting its dragon tendons would enable him to forge the coveted mysterious sky silk. It was now time to search for the statue's vulnerabilities. Oba floated around the stone figure, and it wasn't long before he discovered a significant crack across its forehead. This would be his point of attack. A glimmer of determination sparked in Uba's eyes as he raised his fist. "Prepare yourself," he declared coldly, swinging his fist with tremendous force toward the statue's head. Bang! A thunderous noise reverberated through the air. Just then, the statue before him stirred, accompanied by a pained cry. "Who dares strike this dragon lord?" With a resounding rumble, the statue trembled, and countless fragments fell away, revealing the visage of an azure dragon. At that moment, the dragon, gritting its teeth, felt the sting of Uba's blow on its forehead, which had turned a shade of crimson. Wait, had I A.O. Bing? prematurely broken free from my seal. The azure dragon, upon realizing the change in its body, was filled with astonishment, paying no heed to the presence of Uba before it. Yet, Uba was taken aback. What had this little dragon just uttered? It claimed to be Ao Bing. This dragon was none other than the third prince of the East Sea, Ao Bing. Could it be that fate was guiding me to become Nezha? A spark of enlightenment ignited in Uba's eyes. It was known that the Nezha of celestial legends had once extracted dragon tendons. Furthermore, the dragon in question bore a singular name, Ao Bing, the third prince of the Dragon Palace in the East Sea. Clearly, destiny had decreed that I would extract Ao Bing's dragon tendons. As these thoughts coursed through Uba's mind, he gazed at Ao Bing with a glint of mischief, contemplating, should I strike while Ao Bing is still in a daze? At this moment, Ao Bing was still immersed in the joy of breaking free from his seal. Benefactor, Lord Long, since you have saved me, I shall not. Ao Bing remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Oba's mind, continuing to speak with fervor. However, before he could finish his sentence, a fist engulfed in flames came crashing down towards him. Caught off guard, Ao Bing was struck heavily, his face a mask of confusion. What the hell, Benefactor, why would you ambush me? Chapter 24. Is it acceptable to extract your dragon tendons? Ambush you? Oba replied with a radiant smile. Slowly addressing Ao Bing, since I saved you, you must offer me something in return, do you not think? Something in return? Ao Bing was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Of course, that is no trouble at all. I, Lord Long, am not one to be stingy. Speak, and I shall grant you whatever you desire. Anything at all. Upon hearing Ao Bing's boastful words, Oba found it somewhat amusing and casually remarked, then what about your dragon tendons? That can certainly be arranged. Wait, dragon tendons. Ao Bing nodded, but suddenly his tone shifted. His eyes, as large as lanterns, widened in disbelief as he stared at Oba. In the next moment, Ao Bing erupted in fury, causing the surrounding seawater to begin boiling. You, a mere lotus spirit, dare to demand my dragon tendons. What of it? Oba smiled slightly, unperturbed as he gazed directly at Ao Bing. You have some nerve. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Ao Bing's eyes, his sharp teeth gleaming ominously. I shall indeed extract your dragon tendons today. Oba chuckled and swung his fist, relentlessly pursuing Ao Bing with a barrage of strikes. Don't come any closer. As Oba charged, a flicker of panic crossed Ao Bing's eyes. At that moment, having just broken his seal, his strength was not fully restored. He could hardly withstand such brutal blows from Oba. In desperation, Ao Bing could only cling to his dragon head and flee in a disheveled manner. Lotus Spirit, please stop hitting me. I will call you Big Brother. Is that not enough? Big Brother, please stop. I was wrong. Do not strike my handsome dragon face. That is my last shred of dignity. Despite Ao Bing's desperate cries and pleas, he was met only with Oba's merciless beating. If anyone were to witness this scene, they would surely be taken aback. In the depths of the sea, a dragon measuring several tens of meters in length was being pursued and battered by a mere lotus spirit. This spectacle was nothing short of unbelievable. Ao Bing, how long do you intend to flee? It would be better to obediently allow me to extract your dragon tendons. Oba's gaze was filled with mockery as he observed Ao Bing scurrying about. You, a mere lotus spirit, dare to think you can extract my dragon tendons. Truly unaware of your own limitations. This time, upon hearing Oba's words, Ao Bing, who had been fleeing, halted and turned to face Oba, his eyes now filled with coldness. Oh, you are no longer running? A mocking smile graced the corners of Oba's lips. Run? Huh, you, a mere ordinary spirit. Truly think highly of yourself? Ao Bing chuckled coldly, and in the next moment, a glimmer of white light enveloped him, forming a humanoid silhouette. I am merely awaiting the return of my spiritual energy, young one. At present, my power has ascended to the spirit level. Therefore, it is you who should flee. Transformed into a human form. Have you? At this sight, Oba narrowed his eyes, a dangerous arc forming on his lips. As the white light dissipated, a strikingly handsome man emerged, exuding the elegance of a refined gentleman, yet distinguished by a pair of dragon horns adorning his forehead. This was Ao Bing's human form. Are you prepared, young one? You shall pay the price for your earlier actions. A cold smile played upon Ao Bing's lips, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from sight. Chapter 25. A vicious assault on Ao Bing indeed, as the third prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace. His speed was astonishing. Upon witnessing Ao Bing's sudden disappearance, Oba displayed no significant alarm, a faint aura emanating from him. Just then, Ao Bing reappeared behind Oba, a dragon spear manifesting in his grasp. thrusting fiercely toward O-Ba's back. Ha ha, human brat, perish. Ao Bing sneered, the dragon spear glinting menacingly in his hand as he unleashed a lightning-fast strike. He possessed unwavering confidence. This thrust was unavoidable for O-Ba. Do you possess the right to wish for my demise? Just as the dragon's spear was about to make contact, a mocking smile emerged on O-Ba's face. He swiftly pivoted, extending 2 fingers to deftly secure the incoming spear. What? Ao Bing's eyes widened in shock. This boy, how could he have stopped his fierce thrust merely with 2 fingers? What kind of strength is this? It is utterly terrifying. Boom. Ao Bing, I have seized your dragon tendons. O-Ba chuckled coldly, applying pressure with his fingers to lift the dragon spear, sending Ao Bing hurtling into the air. Unaware of your own peril, how dare you touch the tendons of your dragon lord? Ao Bing, infuriated yet mocking, steadied himself and glared at O-Ba. Today, I shall allow you, a mere mortal, to witness the might of the dragon clan. As his words fell, a golden radiance enveloped Ao Bing. Immediately, golden ripples radiated from his being. Within several miles of the sea, under the influence of the dragon's might, the surrounding waters began to boil, bubbles rising violently. Countless sea creatures, sensing this overwhelming pressure, fled in disarray, not daring to linger for a moment. For this was the oppressive might of the dragon clan. Ha ha ha, young one. You must now comprehend the true ferocity of my might. Ao Bing laughed maniacally, but when he turned to face O-Ba, the smile on his face abruptly vanished. How can you remain unresponsive under my oppressive aura? Ao Bing's expression shifted to one of terror, his heart filled with disbelief, as if he had been struck by lightning. For he beheld a faint golden glow emanating from O-Ba's skin. Is this the might of the dragon clan? It seems rather unimpressive. O-Ba met Ao Bing's gaze. Speaking calmly, how can you withstand my pressure? Who exactly are you? You bear a golden light. You are not a lotus spirit. Ao Bing's face fluctuated between dark and light, for he felt a profound sense of oppression from a mere human. Indeed, I am a lotus spirit, O-Ba remarked with a mocking smile. However, this body is forged from holy light lotus, a phenomenon with a probability of 1 in a billion. It could be said that O-Ba was far rarer than Ao Bing, the little azure dragon. I care not whether you are a lotus spirit. All I know is that you must perish today. Ao Bing gritted his teeth, filled with rage. For this was his first battle to break the seal. How could it end so easily? Dragon Claw. In the next moment, Ao Bing charged forward, his azure light transforming into 5 claws, gleaming with a chilling sharpness, aimed directly at O-Ba's throat. Water Dragon Technique. The surrounding waters surged forth, rapidly coalescing into a massive water dragon that lunged fiercely towards Ao Bing. Chapter 26. Devoured by Ao Bing. Good heavens, what is this? Ao Bing abruptly halted, his eyes wide with astonishment as he beheld the water dragon, which was larger than he himself. I cannot remain here. This fellow is exceedingly strange. I must return to the dragon palace. In an instant, Ao Bing turned and fled. Trying to escape? O-Ba sneered, his form gliding through the water with ghostly swiftness. Closing in on Ao Bing. Transform. Ao Bing, sensing the urgency, gritted his teeth and transformed into a small azure dragon, his speed surging once more. Finally, you reveal your true form. Almost the moment Ao Bing transformed, a glint of triumph flashed in O-Ba's eyes as he surged forward with explosive speed. The next moment, O-Ba caught up to Ao Bing and mounted him. Kid, how dare you ride atop the head of Dragon Lord? Truly, you are courting death. Ao Bing roared in indignation. For he was the esteemed 3rd prince of the East Sea Dragon. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Now, to be ridden by a mere lotus spirit? Enough talk, prepare to die? O-Ba's face darkened with malice as he rained down punches upon Ao Bing's head. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 blows, the waters turned a faint green, a metallic scent of blood wafting through the sea. Ao Bing, belonging to the little azure dragon, possesses blood that is inherently green. With a pained cry, he swiftly spun his body, attempting to dislodge O-Ba from his form. Get off my dragon body, you brat. You think you can have your way? O-Ba retorted with a cold smile, raising his fist to deliver another blow to Ao Bing. However, at that moment, Ao Bing's spinning accelerated dramatically, catching O-Ba off guard. In the next instant, he was flung away. Huh, you were thrown off, weren't you? I care not who you are. Even the Dragon Lord has not tasted a lotus spirit like you. And today, you shall be a vegetarian. With a mocking chuckle, Ao Bing opened his gaping maw. In a disorienting flash, O-Ba found himself enveloped in darkness, transported to an unfamiliar realm. Ugh, this is dull. This lotus spirit is hardly worth the trouble. I'd rather return to my dragon palace in the East Sea. Ao Bing remarked after consuming O-Ba. feeling somewhat unsatisfied and letting out a contented burp as he swam deeper into the ocean. Meanwhile, within Ao Bing's belly, Ba's complaints echoed. After all, Ao Bing hadn't consumed anything for over a decade, and the stench within was unbearable. Observing his surroundings, Ba covered his nose in disdain, cautiously avoiding the corrosive gastric acid pooling beneath him. Now, he found himself in a regrettable predicament, having been inadvertently swallowed by Ao Bing, a stroke of misfortune that felt like a lifetime of bad luck. Faced with his circumstances, Ba had two choices. First, to wait for Ao Bing's metabolism to naturally expel him, or second, to resort to a more violent approach, to forcibly break out of his body. However, Ba would not entertain the first option. After all, exiting through Ao Bing's rear would mean cohabiting with excrement, a notion utterly intolerable for a dignified lotus spirit like himself. Thus, he resolved to choose the second option, to escape violently. He would first seek out a vulnerable spot to breach Ao Bing's body. Chapter 27. The Dragon Palace of the East Sea to break out violently. He needed to identify a weak point. Resolute, Ba began traversing the fleshy walls of Ao Bing, searching for the most fragile area. After a brief search, he suddenly noticed something amiss. This rascal Ao Bing, in his little azure dragon form, spans dozens of meters. I can hardly reach the end. Dismissing his doubts, he decided to strike at any nearby spot. Gritting his teeth, Ba clenched his lotus fist and delivered a powerful blow to the wall of flesh before him. With a rumble, Ao Bing felt a stirring in his belly and pondered, could it be time for metabolism? Never mind. I suppose I should return to the Dragon Palace. Ao Bing shook his head, murmuring softly before propelling himself towards the Dragon Palace. Within Ao Bing's form, Ba retracted his fists and sighed slightly. It seems this place is inadequate. Ao Bing's physique is still too robust. If all else fails, I shall resort to roasting him. Gritting his teeth, flames began to flicker to life in his hand, though, given his current state, the fire was not excessively fierce. Slowly, I shall not believe that I cannot cook this wretched dragon flesh. In the East Sea Dragon Palace, a small azure dragon suddenly swam forth. Who dares to intrude upon the East Sea Dragon Palace? As the little dragon approached, the surrounding shrimp soldiers and crab generals became instantly vigilant, raising their spears. A group of inept fools. Do they not even recognize me? The little azure dragon transformed into a human figure. Who are you? Upon seeing the young man with prominent dragon horns, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals widened their eyes in recognition, though they could not place him. The third prince. Just then, an elderly voice filled with astonishment rang out as an ancient sea turtle emerged from the palace. Minister Turtle, it is indeed a pleasure to see you still thriving, Ao Bing remarked, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the approaching elder. I am still considered young among sea turtles, the Minister Turtle replied with an awkward chuckle, for his age was indeed youthful in the realm of sea turtles. Third prince, where have you been these past 10 years? The Dragon King has been searching for you. The Minister Turtle inquired curiously. About that, Ao Bing responded with a cold smile. I must see my father. I am determined to avenge this grudge, and that old fellow Taiyi should await my return. Very well, third prince. The Minister Turtle nodded respectfully, leading Ao Bing into the Dragon Palace, blissfully unaware that Ao Bing occasionally rubbed his belly behind him. Inside the Dragon Palace, Ao Bing did not see the figure of the Dragon King, Ao Guang. According to the Minister Turtle, Ao Guang had gone to the West Sea on business. Just then, a voice filled with surprise echoed, "Is that not my younger brother? After 10 years apart, I have missed you dearly." Ao Bing turned to see a smiling young man approaching. Ao Tian. Upon recognizing him, a flicker of coldness flashed in Ao Bing's eyes. This young man was none other than his elder brother, Ao Tan, who, despite his current amiable demeanor, was known for his treacherous nature. You dare to address your elder brother by name? Upon hearing Ao Bing's words, a fleeting chill crossed Ao Tian's gaze, yet he quickly resumed his cheerful facade. Chapter 28. Devastating Blow Brother. Ao Bing reluctantly uttered in a subdued tone, unable to escape the familial bond. Where has my younger brother been all these years? Have you been off enjoying yourself? Ao Yin squinted his eyes, fixating intently on Ao Bing as he slowly inquired. Brother, you speak too much. It is not that I am particularly suave. I merely stumbled upon a fortuitous location and engaged in diligent cultivation. Although I was sealed by the great Master Taiyi for a decade, Ao Bing could never divulge such a fact, lest he become the laughingstock of the Dragon Palace in the East Sea. 10 years of cultivation? Upon hearing Ao Bing's words, Ao Yin casually glanced at him and remarked, Yet, dear brother, it seems your decade of practice has not yielded significant advancement. After 10 years, you have merely progressed from a common high tier to the realm of spirit? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Ao Bing cleared his throat and hastily diverted the conversation. Brother, you see, on my way back, I consumed a lotus essence. Regrettably, it was so delectable that I devoured the entire thing. Otherwise, I would have saved some for you. Lotus essence? Ha! Ao Yin was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Brother, in this day and age, who would consume such a low-tier creature as lotus essence? If you are truly famished, I shall provide you with some shark meat. What of lotus essence? Do you doubt my abilities? I could easily overpower you with a single lotus essence. Ao Bing retorted, while within his belly, the Lotus Overlord listened intently to the exchange between Ao Yin and Ao Bing. Upon hearing Ao Yin's disdain for the lotus essence, he was filled with indignation and delivered 2 heavy punches to Ao Bing's abdomen. The blows elicited a pained cry from Ao Bing, followed by Ao Yin's voice tinged with concern. Brother, what has happened to you? Observing Ao Bing clutching his belly and howling in agony, Ao Yin's eyes flashed with surprise, prompting him to inquire further. Perhaps the lotus essence I just consumed was not quite clean, Ao Bing replied, his face flushed as he waved his hand dismissively. Dare you insinuate that I am unclean? Upon hearing Ao Bing's words, the Lotus Overlord glared with fury and struck Ao Bing with a few more forceful punches. A wave of intense turmoil surged within Ao Bing's stomach, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Brother, I must take my leave. I need to visit the restroom. Go ahead. Ao Yin nodded in astonishment, somewhat bewildered. Could it be that after a decade of cultivation, his immunity had diminished? However, just as Ao Bing took a step forward, he was struck by a surge of excruciating pain, a result of the punches from the Lotus Overlord. Upon hearing Ao Bing's intention to relieve himself, the Lotus Overlord was determined to thwart his plans, unwilling to bear the role of mere waste. The pain in Ao Bing's abdomen made him gasp sharply, as the tumult within him reached a boiling point. In the next moment, Ao Bing could no longer contain himself and expelled the contents of his stomach. However, instead of the usual fare, he regurgitated a being that was half lotus, half human. Lotus essence. Ao Bing. 2 astonished voices echoed in unison, as Ba and Ao Bing exchanged wide-eyed stares, fixated on one another. Goodness! It turns out it is you causing mischief within my belly, you wretched lotus spirit, still alive. Ao Bing gritted his teeth, his complexion darkening as he glared at Ba. Chapter 29. Instantaneous defeat of Ao Bing. Do you wish for my demise? Such fanciful thinking, Ba remarked coolly, casting a fleeting glance at the irate Ao Bing. Humph, since you have not perished within me, you shall meet your end by my hand. Ao Bing, ablaze with fury, unleashed a brilliant azure light from his hand, striking towards Ba with ferocity. Skill, slap. In the next instant, a thick vine surged toward Ao Bing with tremendous force. A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating throughout the sea, though the impact was somewhat muted, as the pressure of battle in the Dragon Palace dulled the intensity. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Ba's emergence, Ao Tian merely registered a fleeting surprise in his eyes, but refrained from intervening, instead slightly retreating from the fray. A lotus and a dragon were locked in fierce combat. As the battle raged on, Ao Bing's expression grew increasingly grim. Ba, wielding the prowess of an ordinary high-level 7-star, managed to contend with him, a formidable spirit-level warrior, for such an extended duration. This was remarkable indeed. The tumult of their struggle had already drawn countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals from the East Sea Dragon Palace, all rushing towards the commotion. Is that the long-lost third prince? Many of the soldiers recognized Ao Bing, and their eyes shimmered with fervor. What kind of creature is the third prince battling? It appears to be a lotus spirit, and it seems quite powerful as well. Observing the fierce clash between Ao Bing and Ba, the crowd of shrimp soldiers and crab generals exchanged astonished glances. Hearing the murmurs around him, Ao Bing's face flushed with indignation, his embarrassment transforming into rage. Transformation. A flash of azure light enveloped Ao Bing as he reverted to human form. Lotus Spirit, I see you are but a minor entity. I shall grant you a single strike. Come now, do not say I am ungracious. Ao Bing sneered at Ba, his folding fan waving gently, exuding an air of nonchalance. How magnanimous of the third prince to recognize that the Lotus Spirit is merely an ordinary demon and to grant him leeway. Yet, even if the Lotus Spirit is allowed to strike first, what difference will it make? The third prince is, after all, the mightiest. Indeed, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals within the East Sea Dragon Palace erupted into laughter, derisively eyeing Ba, eagerly anticipating his reaction. A.O. Bing's actions were unmistakably a declaration to all that he intended to humiliate O-Ba thoroughly. A single strike? Pray, do not perish too soon. Luo Ba found the situation somewhat amusing as a half-meter-long rhizome suddenly burst forth from his sleeve, culminating in a small water dragon at its tip. This was a fusion of whipping and water dragon techniques. Activating the skill, he struck with a whip. In the next instant, Luo Ba wielded the massive rhizome to deliver a fierce blow toward A.O. Bing. Roar! Immediately following, a water dragon surged forth from the rhizome. What in the world is this? A.O. Bing's eyes widened in disbelief, instinctively raising his hands in defense. Bang! In an instant, the water dragon and the rhizome collided violently against Lin Han. Gush! A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from A.O. Bing's lips, his face a mask of horror. And in the next breath, his body was sent hurtling backward. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding army of shrimp soldiers and crab generals were utterly astonished. What? Did the Lotus Spirit just defeat the third prince in an instant? Chapter 30. The raw dragon tendon. At the moment A.O. Bing was flung away, Luo Ba did not relent but pursued him relentlessly. Damn, this kid is tenacious. The Dragon Palace is too confined to maneuver effectively. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed A.O. Bing's eyes as he transformed into a small azure dragon, attempting to flee. At that moment, Luo Ba leaped onto A.O. Bing's back once more. The third prince is out. Quickly, we must follow. Seeing A.O. Bing transform and dart out, a throng of shrimp soldiers and crab generals panicked and hastened to follow. Meanwhile, A.O. Tian squinted, hesitated for a moment, and then followed suit. Outside the Dragon Palace, a blue dragon swam through the waters. Kid, why don't you get off me already? A.O. Bing roared, trying to dislodge Luo Ba from his back. Enough with the chatter. Luo Ba sneered, his palm sharpening in an instant as he found his mark and plunged it directly into A.O. Bing's dragon back. He intended to extract the raw dragon tendon. Green blood gushed forth like a fountain, exceedingly brutal. Ack! A.O. Bing cried out in agony, his entire body twisting in pain, words barely escaping his clenched teeth. Lotus Spirit, you shall pay dearly. Wait. No, I can hardly wait any longer. Luo Ba shook his head and then swiftly probed within A.O. Bing's body. Lotus Spirit, what are you searching for? Seeing this, A.O. Bing's expression changed dramatically, and he demanded urgently. At that moment, Luo Ba's hand encountered a soft bone with a texture reminiscent of jade, and his eyes brightened. Found it, the dragon tendon. You. As soon as the dragon tendon was touched, A.O. Bing reacted as if an unusual switch had been flipped. He was about to unleash a torrent of curses when, in the next moment, he felt an emptiness within, as if something vital was missing. The dragon tendon had been extracted. Luo Ba, perched upon the small azure dragon, swiftly pulled forth a white, jade-like dragon tendon from A.O. Bing's body. Success! Upon encountering the exquisite white dragon sinew, the breath of Uba grew notably rapid. The dragon sinew was now in his possession, thus securing the most vital material for the coveted Huntian Ling. As Uba extracted the sinew, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Detection of the extraction of Albing's dragon sinew. Experience gained. 10,000. Evolution points. 10. Ding. Experience acquired. Host has reached the ordinary high-tier 8-star level. Ding. Experience accumulated. Host has ascended to the ordinary high-tier 9-star level. The host transcended the ordinary rank, stepping into the spiritual realm, achieving the initial stage of the spiritual 1-star level. As the system's announcements echoed, Uba felt a surge of celestial energy coursing through his body, endowing him with seemingly limitless strength and power. This milestone was termed as entering the spiritual realm. However, despite this advancement, Uba remained unsatisfied, fixating instead on the 10 evolution points. In the next moment, the system's voice resonated once more. Evolution points gathered. Evolution in progress. Evolution successful. Host has transformed into the sacred lotus essence. As the proclamation concluded, Uba sensed a golden glow enveloping him, prompting an immediate awareness of the disquieting shift within him, though he paid little heed to it. His attention was captured instead by his flowing locks. Indeed, with the evolution, the lotus atop his head had transformed into a cascade of lustrous black hair. Now, in comparison to the lotus essence, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a human, save for his body riddled with lotus holes. Chapter 31. The open slaughter of dragons. Upon the instant the dragon's sinew was severed from Albing's body, a vacant expression overtook his gaze, causing the entire dragon to collapse onto the ground. Third Prince, are you unscathed? The brief moment that elapsed from Uba's extraction of the sinew to Albing's fall elicited a chorus of astonished cries from the surrounding shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Third brother? Witnessing Uba's audacious act of extracting the sinew, Ao Tian's eyes flashed with disbelief. This diminutive lotus essence dared to brazenly slay a dragon before the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. The dragon clan, having lost their sinew, faced only a path to demise. What else could this be but dragon slaughter? Lotus essence, how dare you slay my third brother? A furious roar erupted from Ao Tian, his gaze fixed furiously upon Uba. Albing's demise did not incite his true wrath, rather, it was the audacity of Uba to commit such an atrocity in front of the Eastern Sea Dragon clan that constituted a blatant provocation. He is dead? Just as Uba was tidying his hair, he was taken aback by Ao Tian's words, glancing down at Albing's lifeless form. At this moment, Albing had completely succumbed to the chill of death. In the next instant, Uba narrowed his eyes and activated the Soul Overlord skill. Since there exists a remnant soul, come forth to me. As the words left his lips, a diminutive, translucent azure dragon, merely a few dozen centimeters long, emerged from Albing's corpse. This was Albing's residual soul. As soon as the remnant soul of Ao Bing emerged, it instinctively wanted to flee upon seeing the Lotus Dominator, but was instead immobilized by the Soul Sovereign. Let me in, Ao Bing implored. With a mere gesture from the Lotus Dominator, Ao Bing's remnant soul was drawn into the spirit orb. Who is this little green worm? Came an astonished voice from the long-silent remnant soul of Nezha. You are the little green worm. I am the third prince of the East Sea. Ao Bing's furious retort to Nezha's remark was akin to a thunderous roar. Silence, the both of you. The cold voice of the Lotus Dominator interrupted just as a quarrel was about to ignite. Yes, my lord, both Nezha and Ao Bing's remnant souls replied, startled. After reprimanding them, the Lotus Dominator quickly turned vigilant, scanning for the approaching ranks of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. How dare this fellow slay the third prince and seize his remnant soul? Quickly, we must avenge him. A clamorous throng of shrimp soldiers and crab generals surged forward, brandishing their sea spears towards the Lotus Dominator. Want to kill me? Catch up first. The Lotus Dominator smirked coldly, then deftly maneuvered his roots, propelling himself into the depths of the ocean. Though he had entered the spirit realm, he remained acutely aware of his limitations, regardless of the formidable strength of Outyin. These shrimp soldiers and crab generals alone would be more than sufficient to overwhelm him, not to mention the uncertain return of the Dragon King Ao Guang. Don't let him escape. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals, pursue him. Outyin ordered urgently as he witnessed the Lotus Dominator attempting to flee. At your command, your highness. The soldiers acknowledged, each beginning to search for the Lotus Dominator's whereabouts. In that instant, chaos erupted in the East Sea. Countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals mobilized, even accompanied by some ferocious deep-sea sharks. The surrounding deep-sea inhabitants were taken aback by the spectacle. Who is this audacious individual that has provoked the East Sea Dragon Palace to issue the highest warrant for pursuit? Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this turmoil had already located the path back to the ancestral grounds of the White Fox clan. Chapter 32, A Twist of Fate at that moment. Within the cavern of the White Fox clan's ancestral grounds, Elder Baiqiu and a group of white foxes awaited anxiously. They had been stationed there for 3 whole days without any sign of the Lotus Dominator. Below the cavern, the sea lay still, devoid of even the slightest ripple. Elder Baiqiu, the Lord of the Lotus has yet to return. Could something have happened? Bai Ling expressed her growing concern as she surveyed the tranquil waters below. In the East Sea, as long as the Lord of the Lotus avoids encounters with the Dragon Palace, there should be no significant issues, Elder Baiqiu replied, shaking his head slowly. The Dragon Palace of the East Sea? Upon hearing these words, a shadow of gravity flickered in by Linger's eyes. Who could be unaware that in the East Sea, the Dragon Palace reigns supreme? Should Lord Ocean encounter the Dragon Palace, peril might indeed await. Just then, a bubbling sound erupted from the depths of the cave, disrupting the stillness. Look, there's movement within the cave. A white fox, having sensed the anomaly, called out urgently. Instantly, all the white foxes turned their anxious gazes towards the source of the disturbance. At that moment, a figure surged forth from the water. Could it be? Was it truly Lord Ocean? As the figure emerged, every white fox hastily focused their attention. Lord Ocean, is it you? Bai Linger asked uncertainly, gazing upon the figure before her. The transformation of Uba was indeed remarkable. Previously, though he had claimed the title of Ocean, he bore no semblance of sanctity. Now, however, he radiated an aura of divinity, particularly accentuated by his striking hair. Of course, it is I, Uba affirmed with a nod. After expelling the water from his form, he strode towards Elder Baiqiu and the others. Elder Baiqiu, have you obtained the dragon sinew? He inquired respectfully. Baiqiu nodded, Then asked, you have? The dragon sinew of Ao Bing should enhance the refinement of the Mengtian silk, correct? What? A profound shock flashed in Elder Baichio's eyes upon hearing Uba's words. Ao Bing. Is he not the third prince of the Dragon Palace? Lord Ocean had indeed extracted the sinew from Ao Bing. Truly, he was to be commended for daring to confront Ao Bing. A bitter smile escaped Elder Baichio as he registered the weight of this revelation. Huh, was it not you, Elder Baichio, who summoned me? Uba inquired. Confusion evident in his eyes. Didn't you ask me to go? Why do you now appear so taken aback? Elder Baichio shook his head with a wry smile. It seems you may have gone to the wrong place, Lord Ocean. I merely referred to a lowly white dragon. A mere common white dragon? Uba could hardly contain his amusement upon hearing Elder Baichio's words. It appeared that by a twist of fate, he had inadvertently targeted the wrong entity, extracting the sinew from Ao Bing. Lord Ocean, Ao Bing is the third prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace. You must exercise caution and be wary of their vengeful pursuit, Elder Baichio advised, his tone laced with concern. Not to worry, they have already pursued me. But it is of no consequence, Uba replied, shaking his head dismissively. What? This revelation not only astonished Elder Baichio, but sent ripples of shock throughout the entire White Fox clan. Lord Ocean had managed to evade the Dragon Palace's pursuit unscathed. Chapter 33. The theft of the furnace of Taiyi Zhenren. Well, that is of little importance. Uba shook his head and fixed his gaze intently on Elder Baichio, slowly articulating, Elder Baichio, may I now proceed with the refinement of the Hunyuan silken? Upon hearing Uba's words, Elder Baichio let out a bitter laugh, responding, Lord Ocean, I am familiar with the method of refinement. Yet my capabilities are insufficient to refine such a divine artifact. Are you unable to refine it? In response, Uba nodded, understanding that Elder Baichio's own strength was rather ordinary, making it implausible for him to refine a divine artifact. Then impart the refinement method to me, and I shall devise a way myself. Very well, Lord Ocean. Elder Baichio nodded and proceeded to convey the method of refining the Hunyuan silken to Uba. The moment the refinement technique entered Uba's mind, the system's enhancement notification resounded once more. Ding. Detection of host absorbing the learning method. Automatic learning function has been activated. Learning in progress. Please wait. Learning progress. 30, 70. 100. The method of refining the Hunyuan silken has been mastered. As the system's voice echoed, Uba immediately felt a throbbing sensation in his mind. So this is the method for refining the Hunyuan silken? Once the swelling sensation subsided, Uba swiftly absorbed the refinement technique, his eyes gleaming with newfound clarity. However, while the method had been acquired, he still lacked a suitable furnace. Moreover, this furnace must not be of poor quality, otherwise, the refinement of the Hunyuan silken was likely to fail. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Uba's mind. He knew precisely where to seek such a furnace. Elder Baichio, I shall take my leave now. With that, a purple glow enveloped Uba, and he vanished without a trace. Uba's sudden disappearance startled the members of the White Fox clan profoundly. Elder Baichio let out a wry smile and couldn't help but sigh, as expected of Lord Ocean, arriving without a shadow and departing without a sound. Within the Jingguang cave, a purple light materialized unexpectedly. Soon after, Uba stealthily concealed himself behind a table, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Should he sense any anomaly, he would promptly activate his teleportation to escape. His purpose for visiting the Jingguang cave was not to seek Taiyi Zhenren, but rather to find a furnace suitable for refining the Hunyuan silken. Taiyi Zhenren, being an experimental fanatic, surely possessed an abundance of high-quality furnaces. As Uba stealthily maneuvered, he remained vigilant in his observations. After a considerable time, he had yet to glimpse Taiyi Zhenren. Suddenly, Uba noticed something amiss. A pond he had previously visited was now filled with numerous dead fish and foul-smelling shrimp, evidently victims of Taiyi Zhenren's experimental sorcery. Phew! How fortunate I was to escape. Otherwise, I would surely have met my demise. Witnessing this scene, Uba gradually exhaled, his heart filled with trepidation. Suddenly, a thunderous snore resonated through the air. Oh, that old rascal Taiyi Zhenren is actually sleeping soundly? Uba glanced at the slumbering figure of Taiyi Zhenren on the stone bed, feeling an immediate sense of relief. As long as that old fellow was asleep, he could freely search for the furnace. After a prolonged search, Uba finally set his sights on a grand furnace, towering over a meter high. This magnificent furnace was adorned with several bronze lion heads, a clear indication of its superior craftsmanship. It shall be you. Uba chuckled to himself as he carefully hoisted the furnace onto his shoulder. With a surge of violet light enveloping his being, both he and the furnace vanished from sight. Chapter 34. The divine artifact having pilfered Taiyi Zhenren's furnace, Oba returned to the ancestral grounds of the White Tiger clan. Lord Oshun, what brings you here? Elder Baichio was no stranger to Oba's sudden appearances. However, when he noticed Oba carrying a furnace nearly his own size, he couldn't help but express his astonishment. This is the furnace I stealthily acquired from Taiyi Zhenren. Perfect for refining the Mingtian Ling, Oba said, patting the furnace proudly. What? Taiyi Zhenren. Upon hearing that the furnace was stolen from Taiyi Zhenren, a flicker of fear crossed Elder Baichio's eyes, and his expression shifted dramatically. Lord Oshun, you must reconsider. That is Taiyi Zhenren. If discovered, not only will you be in peril, but our entire White Fox clan could face annihilation. The group of white foxes behind Elder Baichio trembled uncontrollably, their fear palpable. What is the matter? Are you all so terrified of that old geezer Taiyi Zhenren? Seeing the fear-stricken faces of Elder Baichio and the others, Oba set down the furnace and regarded them with keen interest. Lord Oshun, you may not be aware, but if Ao Guang is the king of the East Sea, then Taiyi Zhenren is the sovereign of the Golden Light Mountains. Countless demon beasts thrive under his protection, ensuring their survival here. If you steal his furnace and are discovered, even if Taiyi Zhenren refrains from taking action, the beasts benefiting from his guardianship will surely retaliate. Bai Linger explained slowly. Oh, so this old fellow Taiyi Zhenren holds such a formidable status? Oba expressed his surprise at Bai Linger's explanation. Nevertheless, he soon smiled reassuringly at Elder Baichio and the others, saying, there is no need for concern. I have another identity. I am the disciple of Taiyi Zhenren, Nezha. Though he had yet to fully embody Nezha, Oba firmly believed that one day he would evolve into the most perfect incarnation of Nezha. Nezha? The somewhat unfamiliar name left Elder Baichio and Bai Linger puzzled, yet they chose to trust Oba's words. After all, Oba now holds the esteemed title of Lord of the Lotus Deity. How could he possibly deceive them? Once Elder Baichio and the others believed his words, Oba paid them no further mind and proceeded to prepare for the forging of the celestial silk. Meanwhile, Elder Baichio and the Baihu clan stood at a distance, observing in silence. First, he placed the dragon tendon into the furnace, following the steps of the forging method for the celestial silk that resonated within his mind. Oba cast the white jade dragon tendon into the furnace, subsequently adding a selection of auxiliary materials, and then ignited the furnace. Now, all that remained was to wait for 49 hours. Having completed this, Oba stretched lazily before sitting cross-legged, patiently awaiting the emergence of the celestial silk. 49 hours later, in the Baihu territory, a burst of flame shot skyward, startling the surrounding birds and beasts. Congratulations to Lord Lotus Deity for successfully forging the divine artifact, the celestial silk. Elder Baichio gazed at Oba with admiration, unable to suppress a sigh of awe. At that moment, a crimson silk enveloped Oba's form, seemingly imbued with spirit. This red satin was the divine artifact, the celestial silk, which Oba had painstakingly forged over the course of 49 hours. Chapter 35. A sudden surge in power. An endless evolution. The celestial silk, enhanced by the use of the dragon tendon, had become remarkably resilient. Truly a worthy artifact of Nezha, it was indeed a remarkable treasure. Sensing the faint divine essence emanating from the celestial silk, Oba could not help but praise it inwardly. Elder Baichio, I shall remember this favor, Oba said, stroking the celestial silk with a calm demeanor. Although his tone was notably subdued, it stirred great excitement within Elder Baichio. Trembling with emotion, he and the other Baihu members earnestly knelt before Oba, exclaiming their gratitude to the Lord Lotus Deity. Elder Baichio's fervor stemmed entirely from his belief in Oba's limitless potential. If Oba were to reach the mythical level in the future, the promise of a being of such caliber would be invaluable. Elder Baichio, I shall first go test the might of the celestial silk, Oba declared before dashing off, leaving a group of foxes with bittersweet smiles. Roar. In the forest, a fierce tiger demon beast roared menacingly at Oba. Celestial silk, go forth. With a swift motion, Oba sent the celestial silk charging ahead, its fiery red form reminiscent of a blazing dragon. In recent days, Oba had made a significant discovery. He could utilize the celestial silk to unleash skills in place of his roots. Consequently, the offensive capabilities of the celestial silk had greatly expanded. With a resounding thud, the celestial silk struck the tiger demon beast with tremendous force. Crack! In an instant, the beast's bones shattered, and after a brief struggle, it lay lifeless. Ding! Host has defeated a common high-tier 9-star tiger, gaining 100 experience points and 0 evolution points. As the prowess of Oba grew, the lesser beasts posed no challenge to him, yielding pitifully scant experience and evolution points. It seemed imperative to seek out more formidable creatures. With a wave of his hand, the mysterious sky silken ribbon flew back to his side, further igniting his yearning for the fire-tipped spear, the Qian Kuan circle, and the wind and fire wheel. Should he manage to amass these three treasures, his strength would undoubtedly experience a transformative leap. Uba, I know the whereabouts of the fire-tipped spear, spoke the residual spirit of Nezha from the Lingzhu. Oh, you do? Uba responded, astonished by Nezha's revelation. Pray tell, where is it located? The fire-tipped spear resides in Qintang Pass, Nezha's spirit replied candidly. Qintang Pass? Uba paused, taken aback by the familiar name. Indeed, to be precise, it lies within the molten rocks of Qintang Pass, Nezha's spirit affirmed, nodding slowly. Is the fire-tipped spear truly there? Uba inquired, a nod of understanding following Nezha's confirmation. If so, I must hasten my evolution into Nezha, so that I may have Taiyi Zhenren escort me to Qintang Pass. In the ensuing days, Uba relentlessly hunted beasts throughout the Golden Light Mountains. Many creatures, upon hearing the name of the Uba god, trembled in terror. In no time, Uba's fearsome reputation spread far and wide. Ding! Host has defeated a low-tier, 3-star white snake, gaining 1,000 experience points and 1 evolution point. With the system's announcement, a white glow enveloped Uba, transforming one of his lotus arms into a human arm. Through relentless effort over these past few days, Uba had evolved all his limbs into those of a human. Now, only his torso remained. This final piece required evolution points. Yet Uba had identified an appropriate target, the Fire Phoenix, one of the 4 sovereigns of the Golden Light Mountains. Chapter 36. The Fire Phoenix. Each of the 4 rulers of the Golden Light Mountains possessed mid-tier, 5-star spiritual prowess. The Fire Phoenix, being the nearest to Uba, was naturally the first to attract his attention. At that moment, atop Fire Mountain, a frantic voice exclaimed, "My lord, the Uba god approaches. It is said he seeks your head." A crow, flapping its wings in haste, appeared, its expression fraught with anxiety. With a resounding cry, a magnificent crimson bird descended from the heavens, its body ablaze with intense flames. "What is the commotion?" The Fire Phoenix remarked nonchalantly, casting a dismissive glance at the crow. "The Uba god is merely a lotus spirit. You place far too much weight on his presence." But this lotus spirit has garnered quite the reputation in the Golden Light Mountains, with numerous renowned beast kings falling before him. The crow messenger hesitated, recalling Uba's recent exploits, which had culminated in swift victories. Such a formidable adversary, can the fiery phoenix truly prevail? There is no need for words. I am well aware of my capabilities. Should this lotus spirit dare to set foot upon my fiery domain, I shall ensure that he meets with a fate from which there is no return. The fiery phoenix shook its head, resolute in its intent to vanquish the lotus tyrant today. However, at that moment, a frantic bird appeared, flapping about in disarray. What a disgraceful display! The fiery phoenix furrowed its brow and swiftly seized the startled creature, inquiring calmly, "What has transpired?" The terrified bird, grasped firmly by the neck, dared not move a muscle and cautiously replied, "The king. He has arrived." "He? Who is he?" A flicker of confusion crossed the fiery phoenix's eyes. "It must be referring to me." Suddenly, a gentle laugh echoed in the air, and the fiery phoenix turned to see a figure approaching, its pupils narrowing in alarm. It was him, the lotus spirit. As he drew near, it appeared as though a fire dragon danced by his side. This silhouette could only belong to the lotus tyrant. Following several days of evolution, his limbs had taken on a human form, and his height had returned to that of an ordinary man. Coupled with the imposing presence granted by the heavenly silk, the current lotus tyrant exuded an even more formidable aura than before. The lotus tyrant regarded the fiery phoenix with indifference, stating, "Fiery phoenix, you must be aware of my purpose for coming." "Huh? Is the purpose merely to court death?" The fiery phoenix scoffed derisively. With that, it unfurled its wings and surged toward the lotus tyrant. Like an eagle soaring through the sky, a torrent of flames erupted forth. The fiery phoenix was well aware that the lotus tyrant was only at the initial stage of the spirit realm, so it intended to eliminate him in an instant. Such a delusion. The lotus tyrant, however, perceived the fiery phoenix's objective and merely offered a disdainful smile, showing no inclination to evade. Not dodging. How audacious. Witnessing this, a flicker of anger ignited within the fiery phoenix, and the temperature of the flames surged dramatically. In the next moment, it was as though a fire dragon had been unleashed, the heavenly silk. In an instant, the heavenly silk enveloped the approaching flames, almost instantaneously consuming them. What kind of fabric is this? How peculiar. The fiery phoenix's eyes widened in astonishment at this scene. The heavenly silk, the lotus tyrant remarked with a slight smile. "What? The fiery phoenix's eyes bulged in disbelief. Could this truly be the divine artifact, the heavenly silk? Chapter 37. One Lotus against 4 Beast Kings. Suddenly, the fiery phoenix's gaze toward the Lotus tyrant shifted. It had never anticipated that this red satin would be the divine artifact, the heavenly silk. Young man, I must admit, you have indeed taken me by surprise. The fiery phoenix fixed its intense gaze upon the Lotus tyrant, its expression darkening as it stated coolly, "It seems that I alone cannot resolve this matter." Upon hearing the fiery phoenix's words, the Lotus tyrant furrowed his brow, suddenly sensing an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. With a sudden whoosh, a sound of slicing air echoed from behind. Ba instinctively ducked, and a stream of dark green liquid narrowly missed him, crashing violently against a massive ancient tree with a trunk half a meter thick. In an instant, the tree was completely corroded. "It's poisonous." Ba's gaze sharpened as he turned to look. Behind him coiled a gigantic dark green python, its forked tongue flicking as it fixed a chilling glare upon him. The toxic serpent king? Ba was slightly taken aback. This was indeed one of the 4 beast kings of the Golden Light Mountains. To think it had come as well. "Old serpent, it seems your aim is rather poor. You're not a pair of spectacles, and your precision leaves much to be desired." Suddenly, a deep voice resonated, and a colossal gorilla alongside a leopard crackling with electricity appeared before the crowd. Another beast king. A grave expression flashed in Ba's eyes. "All 4 beast kings of the Golden Light Mountains have gathered? It seems you all have gone to great lengths to deal with me." A sardonic smile crept across Ba's face. "Ha! The Golden Light Mad gorilla chuckled, its laughter thunderous. Jing, you cannot blame us. The Golden Light Mountains can only bear 4 beast kings. Now that you have appeared, we must join forces to eliminate you. If you seek to contend for the title of Beast King, do not blame us for being merciless." The fire phoenix also sneered, fixating its gaze on Ba. Ba's presence posed a threat to their status as the 4 beast kings, hence, he must not be allowed to remain. "Contend for the title of Beast King? You overestimate yourselves." Hearing the declarations of the Golden Light Mad gorilla and the others, Ba shook his head. "My ambitions no longer lie here. I aspire to become a legendary myth. You are merely stepping stones on my path." "Become a legendary myth?" The eyes of the 4 beast kings glimmered with a hint of longing upon hearing Ba's words. "Indeed, who wouldn't he wish to become a myth? Yet, Jing, to claim we are your stepping stones is rather presumptuous. I assent it." The Golden Light Mad gorilla's eyes burned with fury as it glared at Ba, while the other beast kings wore equally grim expressions. They were all among the most powerful beings in the Golden Light Mountains, second only to the Taiyi real person. And this Jing dared to speak such audacious words? He must taste the consequences. "Come forth, let the 4 of you attack together. It's just right for me to resolve this in one fell swoop, saving me the trouble of running away." Before the Fire Phoenix and the other beast kings could launch their assault, Ba spoke confidently, the mending heaven silk swirling around him, exuding an aura of 1 against 4. Rage. It was a seething tide of anger. The 4 beast kings were now filled with unrestrained fury, each one of them proud. Yet Ba had the audacity to declare he would take them on single-handedly. This was tantamount to disregarding their prowess. Exchanging glances, the 4 beast kings revealed sinister smiles. Jing, you said it yourself. Just don't perish too quickly. Come forth." The languid voice of Ba resonated, igniting the fiery wrath of the 4 beast kings. Chapter 38. Evolution, Mortal Nezha. In the next moment, flames intertwined with venom and thunder accompanied fists, launching a fierce assault towards Ba. In this strike, all 4 beast kings unleashed their most formidable techniques. The celestial silk transformed, striking with ferocity. Ba, undeterred, summoned the celestial silk, which swelled to an enormous size and forcefully deflected the onslaught of the 4 beast kings. Such power in the celestial silk, truly a divine artifact. The fire phoenix sensed a tinge of trepidation. Could even a divine artifact withstand the collective assault of the 4 beast kings? The thunder leopard bared its teeth in agreement. Regardless of the celestial silk's strength, it could not simultaneously counter the attacks of all 4 beast kings. Roar. In the next instant, the 4 beast kings lunged forward in unison. Whoosh. A sound of air being sliced open echoed as the celestial silk appeared beside the 4 beast kings with an ethereal swiftness, binding the diamond frenzy gorilla and the venomous serpent king tightly together, continuously constricting. Gasping for breath, both the diamond frenzy gorilla and the venomous serpent king experienced a sense of suffocation. The latter, particularly vexed, realized that it was usually the one ensnaring prey to death. Yet today it found itself in a similar plight. Quickly, Deadbird, resolve this. The diamond frenzy gorilla struggled desperately, But alas, the more it thrashed, the tighter the celestial silk constricted. Helpless, it sought assistance from the fire phoenix. Once Oba was vanquished, the celestial silk would naturally cease its grip. Oba, well aware of this principle, chose to evade combat, slipping away like a specter. Damn it, this slippery Oba. The fire phoenix, glancing at the diamond frenzy gorilla and the venomous serpent king, felt a surge of urgency. The two beast kings were on the brink of collapse, their faces flushed, as if they might perish at any moment. Yet, it could not strike down Uba, for his speed was overwhelmingly swift, leaving no opportunity to engage. Since they were on the verge of death, I shall intensify my efforts. Uba perched upon a tree, coldly observing the plight of the two beast kings, and then snapped his fingers. Crack! A dull sound echoed as the force upon the celestial silk intensified, abruptly squeezing the life from the two beast kings. Old gorilla, old serpent. Witnessing this scene, the fire phoenix and thunder leopard roared in despair, their eyes wide with disbelief. Ding! Host detected the kill of the diamond frenzy gorilla, earning 2,000 experience points, 1 evolution point. Ding! Host detected the kill of the venomous serpent king, earning 2,000 experience points, 1 evolution point. As the system notifications resounded, Oba felt a surge of warmth radiating through his body. A brilliant white light enveloped him entirely. What is happening? Still engulfed in the sorrow of the beast king's demise, the flame phoenix and thunder leopard suddenly beheld an extraordinary scene, their eyes flashing with profound vigilance. Could it be that this lotus spirit was about to employ some cunning trickery? Within the radiant light, the Lotus Overlord was oblivious to their thoughts, for the voice of the system resonated incessantly in his ears. Ding! Evolution points amassed. Host is evolving. Evolution in progress. Evolution complete. The host has transformed from a sacred lotus spirit into a mortal Nezha. Upon hearing this announcement, the Lotus Overlord was overwhelmed with ecstasy and promptly opened his personal attributes panel. Host, Lotus Overlord race, human level, mortal Nezha rank. Initial stage 7 stars of spirit entry weapon. Mystic silk experience, 35. 000 evolution points, 0. 25 at that moment. The Lotus Overlord had finally evolved from a lotus spirit into Nezha. He was now a mortal Nezha. Chapter 39. The arrival of Taiyi. The brilliant light gradually faded, revealing a strikingly handsome young man with a complexion akin to jade. Who are you? The flame phoenix exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she fixated on the sudden apparition. Nezha, the young man replied with a smile, naturally the Lotus Overlord after his transformation into mortal Nezha. Nezha? At the mention of this unfamiliar name, both the flame phoenix and thunder leopard were momentarily taken aback, then inquired, where has that lotus spirit gone? I am the lotus spirit, the Lotus Overlord stated nonchalantly. What? How can this be? The flame phoenix and thunder leopard cried out in disbelief, their eyes reflecting deep skepticism. How could a demon race transform into a human race in an instant? This was absolutely inconceivable. Believe it or not, the Lotus Overlord replied, shaking his head as he summoned the mystic silk, which flew back to his side autonomously. Are you truly that lotus spirit? The flame phoenix asked, a mixture of astonishment and doubt flickering in her gaze. Just as the Lotus Overlord was about to respond, a familiar elderly voice abruptly echoed. Damn it, my little monkey and my little snake, what has happened to them? Taiyi Zhenren. Upon hearing this familiar voice, the Lotus Overlord was somewhat taken aback. Yet he chose not to flee, for he was now in the form of Nezha, and Taiyi Zhenren would not subject him to any further experimentation. Taiyi, you must stand up for us. Upon the arrival of Taiyi Zhenren, the flame phoenix immediately adopted a submissive demeanor, pleading with him. It turned out that all the beasts of the Golden Light Mountain were nurtured by Taiyi Zhenren. The loss of 2 formidable beast kings naturally caused him considerable heartache. Suddenly, Taiyi Zhenren's gaze fell upon the Lotus Overlord. Nezha, you are here? You have reverted to human form. Taiyi Zhenren gazed in astonishment at Oba, surveying his surroundings with a heart brimming with surprise. He had never anticipated that Oba could so swiftly detach from the lotus body and assume human form. The Hunyuan silk. You possess the Hunyuan silk. However, before Oba could respond, Taiyi Zhenren's attention was once again captivated by the Hunyuan silk. He marveled at how this little Nezha had brought him such unexpected delight in just a few short days. Oba managed a wry smile, thinking how this old man was always so easily astonished. Senior Taiyi, he began, but upon noticing that Oba seemed familiar with Taiyi Zhenren, the Fire Phoenix's expression changed drastically, and her voice softened. What is it, little firebird? Do you seek my attention? Taiyi Zhenren inquired, casting a glance at the Fire Phoenix. This lotus spirit has slain the King Kong Mad Ape and the venomous Serpent King. I implore you to avenge them. the fire phoenix bravely declared, despite her palpable fear. "Oh, so it was this little Nezha who vanquished my little ape and serpent," Taiyi Zhenren mused, revealing a hint of understanding rather than anger, a sense of delight even. If Oba had the prowess to defeat the mid-level spiritual beings, it was evident that his own strength had reached that level as well. "What? Do you wish to harm my disciple?" In the next moment, Taiyi Zhenren lifted the fire phoenix into the air, his gaze turning icy. "Disciple?" The fire phoenix's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never imagined that Oba was a disciple of Taiyi Zhenren. Meanwhile, Lei Bao, overhearing this revelation, was so taken aback that he trembled uncontrollably, rolling his eyes back and fainting from shock. Chapter 40. The Flames of Red Lotus. Taiyi Zhenren. "I was unaware he was your disciple. I was mistaken," the fire phoenix stammered, her flames extinguished in an instant as she gazed at Taiyi Zhenren with desperation. "Very well. You may go. If I were to slay you, I would still need to select another beast king to assist me," Taiyi Zhenren contemplated before releasing the fire phoenix. He then turned to Oba and asked, "Nezha, shall we return to the Golden Light Cave now?" "Yes, let us return," Oba nodded, feeling that all matters had been attended to, and it was indeed time to accompany Taiyi Zhenren back to the Golden Light Cave. This marked the third day Oba had spent in the cave. "Nezha, today I shall teach you the art of celestial magic anew," Taiyi Zhenren declared as he entered the cavern, observing Oba reclining on the Dao platform. "Celestial magic?" Upon hearing Taiyi Zhenren's words, Oba sprang up from the Dao platform, his face alight with excitement as he looked at Taiyi Zhenren. "Indeed, celestial magic," Taiyi Zhenren affirmed, nodding. After reshaping Nezha's body, it seemed he had forgotten the celestial arts previously imparted to him and would require a fresh instruction. Through the elucidation of Master Taiyi, Oba came to realize that celestial arts were akin to the skills bestowed upon him by the system, merely adorned with a more grandiose title. "My obedient disciple, I shall now impart to you the simplest of celestial arts, the fireball technique. Upon successful mastery, it will enable you to harness the crimson lotus flame." As the words fell, Master Taiyi snapped his fingers, conjuring a blazing fireball that flickered intensely in his palm. The crimson lotus flame? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Uba's eyes, and he nodded in understanding. This flame was indeed the crucial element in his transformation from the mortal Nezha to the crimson lotus Nezha. Absolutely indispensable. Master Taiyi nodded approvingly. "Very well. I shall now implant the method of learning the fireball technique into your mind." Moments later, he continued, "The technique has been successfully transmitted. According to my calculations, you shall require 3 days to master it, followed by an additional fortnight to cultivate the crimson lotus flame." Master Taiyi spoke slowly, convinced that it would be a remarkable feat for Uba to achieve within that time frame. After a brief acknowledgement, Uba began to absorb the knowledge imparted by Master Taiyi. Ding! The system detected the host assimilating a substantial amount of learning methods, activating the rapid learning function. The fireball technique is currently being learned. Progress, 20, 40, 100. The fireball technique has been successfully mastered. With the system's announcement, the method of unleashing the fireball technique instantly materialized in Uba's mind. "Nezha, practice within the Golden Light Cave for now. I shall indulge myself for 3 days and return to you thereafter." Having finished his instructions, Master Taiyi chuckled, stroked his beard, and prepared to depart. However, at that moment, a sudden burst of flame erupted. Upon hearing the sound, Master Taiyi turned back to witness a fireball blazing fervently in Uba's hand. This fireball was no less impressive than the one conjured by Master Taiyi himself. "Nezha, how on earth did you accomplish this?" Master Taiyi stared at Uba in astonishment, nearly pulling his beard out in disbelief. "Isn't it simple?" Uba shrugged, the small fireball dancing in his hand as if imbued with life. Master Taiyi's eyes widened with profound astonishment. How had he not previously recognized Nezha's extraordinary talent? This was not merely strong, it was monstrous. A mere second to master what would typically take a week for an ordinary person to learn. Chapter 41. A peerless genius. A peculiar thought suddenly crossed Master Taiyi's mind. Could it be that dying once could enhance one's innate talent? After regaining his composure, Master Taiyi spoke again. "Since you have unlocked the fireball technique, allow me to impart the method for condensing the crimson lotus flame." "No, there's no need." Uba shook his head, halting Master Taiyi. "No need." Taiyi Zhenren gazed at Uba with a flicker of doubt, a bold thought surfacing in his mind. Could Nezha have already condensed the red lotus fire? No, it cannot be. The red lotus fire is not akin to the fireball technique. How could it be condensed in merely a second? Soon, Taiyi Zhenren dismissed the audacious notion that had arisen within him. "Nezha," Taiyi Zhenren began to speak, but was abruptly stunned into silence by Uba's subsequent actions. He observed as Uba cradled a small flame with his left hand, while his right hand hovered above the fireball. Subsequently, a surge of crimson spiritual energy flowed from his right hand into the fireball. This is the red lotus fire. Taiyi Zhenren felt as if he had been struck by lightning, rendered immobile as disbelief filled his eyes. The fireball, infused with the red spiritual energy, gradually transformed into a deep crimson hue, taking on the shape of a lotus flower. This is indeed the red lotus fire. Uba has condensed the red lotus fire in merely a second. It is nothing short of a prodigy. Old fellow, this should be the red lotus fire, right? Uba remarked with a faint smile, holding the flaming lotus aloft as he looked at Taiyi Zhenren. Indeed, that is the red lotus fire. Taiyi Zhenren nodded in a daze, his eyes devoid of light, still struggling to grasp the enormity of what he had witnessed. He had seen the fastest individual to condense this fire take 3 days, a person who had now reached an awe-inspiring level. Yet now, Uba had achieved it in just a second. What terrifying heights might he reach in the future? In that moment, Taiyi Zhenren fixed a piercing gaze upon Uba, as if he were witnessing the birth of a legend before him. Old fellow, why are you staring at me like that? Uba, sensing the intensity of Taiyi Zhenren's gaze, involuntarily shuddered, instantly becoming alert. This old man couldn't possibly have some peculiar affection. Could he? If that were the case, it would be prudent to maintain a distance from Taiyi Zhenren. Cough, 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 it's nothing. I am merely lamenting your prodigious talent. Taiyi Zhenren coughed awkwardly, looking at Uba. My dear disciple, how about I teach you a few more techniques? Absolutely. Uba's eyes sparkled upon hearing Taiyi Zhenren's words, nodding vigorously. Free lessons in celestial arts are not to be passed up. In the days that followed, Taiyi Zhenren fervently instructed Uba in celestial techniques. Each time he taught a skill, Uba would master it completely in merely a second. Such speed was nothing short of miraculous. Leaving all in all, old fellow, Uba inquired, might I be allowed to step outside now? Staying in this golden cave is becoming rather tiresome. Oh, Nezha, you wish to go out? Taiyi Zhenren asked. Yes, I do wish to go out, Uba replied earnestly. Taiyi Zhenren raised an eyebrow and asked once more, and where do you wish to go? At this, Uba's gaze sharpened, his voice steady as he replied, Chintang Pass. Chapter 42 Arrival at Chintang Pass. Chintang Pass, a bustling hub, resonated with the lively calls of merchants. Behold, there stands an intriguing figure adorned with a crimson silk draped over his shoulder. A strikingly handsome young man. Who is he, this dashing scion? On the streets, men and women, young and old, gazed curiously at the youth emerging from the city gates, particularly captivated by the vibrant silk that seemed to possess a life of its own. At a nearby bun shop, a young man smirked, his interest piqued by the spectacle. Young Master Lin, if you desire, I could procure him for you. One of his attendants interpreted the youth's gaze and promptly suggested, let us go and take a look. Lin Han replied with a charming smile, carelessly discarding the bun in his hand as he led several attendants toward the curious figure. The bun shop owner, witnessing the lack of payment, could only offer a bitter smile as he watched them depart. Is this truly Chintang Pass? Observing the prosperous surroundings, Uba was somewhat astonished. It was far removed from the impoverished backwater he had envisioned. He pondered how that frugal old man managed such governance. As he ambled along, surveying his surroundings, he soon spotted a group of ill-tempered individuals approaching. Stop right there, kid. Uba pretended not to hear, continuing his path forward. This outsider dared to disregard young Master Lin's words. Surely, he would find it difficult to leave Chintang Pass unscathed today. Not far off, many onlookers took note of the scene, their hearts racing as they witnessed Uba's blatant dismissal of Lin Han's authority. How dare he ignore young Master Lin? One attendant glared fiercely at Uba's retreating figure. Lin Han's expression darkened. When had he ever been treated with such disrespect in Chintang Pass? Let us teach him a lesson. With that, the group surged forward, encircling Uba. Hand over that crimson silk and bow an apology to young Master Lin. Or do you wish to test our resolve? A blonde attendant stepped forward, glaring menacingly at Uba. Leave me be. Faced with these individuals, none of whom even reached the level of a common mid-tier fighter, Uba was disinclined to engage, merely casting them a disdainful glance. What? The surrounding crowd gasped, incredulous at Uba's audacity in addressing Lin Han thus. Was he courting death? You've got some nerve. Lin Han's face turned ashen, his gaze dark and vengeful as he waved his hand forcefully. Seize him, break this fool. Yes, young Master Lin. A throng of attendants charged forward, claws bared. Regrettably, before the formidable Uba, this group of individuals appeared as mere ants. How could he possibly stand as a match against Lin Han and his entourage? The onlookers were filled with concern for Uba. It seemed likely that he would either face death or severe injury. For those who dared to provoke Lin Han rarely emerged unscathed. Oblivious to the peril, Uba's lips curled into a cold smile as he waved his hand, sending the Hunyuan silk flying forth, effortlessly dispatching the approaching throng. What? Witnessing this scene, the crowd gasped in astonishment. This outsider managed to effortlessly send Lin Han's subordinates flying with a single strike? It was common knowledge that each of these subordinates was a mere initial stage 9-star warrior. Lin Han had relied on their strength to intimidate in Chintang Pass. Yet now, this foreigner had dispatched them with such ease? What manner of power was this? With a thud, the group of subordinates crashed heavily to the ground, blood spurting from their mouths as they gazed at Uba in disbelief. They had rushed forward, only to be sent sprawling without even a moment to react. Who are you? Lin Han stared incredulously at Uba, who suddenly vanished from his sight, appearing like a specter at his side, seizing Lin Han by the throat and lifting him effortlessly. Me? Who am I? Uba smiled, casually stating, I am Nezha. What? Upon hearing this declaration, silence enveloped the surroundings. A stillness akin to death fell over the crowd. Suddenly, someone came to their senses. Nezha? The bizarre Nezha, who was born after 3 years of gestation at the Li estate. Wasn't Nezha supposed to be dead? How is he here, perfectly intact? Hisses of disbelief filled the air as those present stared at Uba in astonishment. The transformation of Uba was so profound, the former Nezha had never exuded such charisma. Most importantly, his strength had never been this formidable. Nezha. A deep astonishment flickered in Lin Han's eyes. He could scarcely fathom that the figure before him was indeed Nezha. Begone. A glint of coldness flashed in Uba's eyes as he hurled Lin Han away. Had it not been for the lack of benefit in killing Lin Han, he would have surely done so. Coughing, Lin Han crashed heavily to the ground, retreating in disgrace with his subordinates. With Lin Han dealt with, Uba made his way toward the Li estate. Within the estate, a fierce argument was unfolding. General Li, regarding the affairs of the Eastern Sea Demon clan, I believe we should not act hastily. It is best to counsel for peace, a man clad in splendid robes said to Li Jing, his tone earnest and measured. Counsel for peace? Li Jing's sword-like brows furrowed, emanating an aura of unyielding authority. With a cold sneer, he retorted, Deputy General Lin, the conditions proposed by the East Sea Demon clan for peace require us to deliver a golden boy and a jade maiden every 7 days. How can I possibly agree to such terms? A mere golden boy and jade maiden? Just capture a couple at random. Lin Lai shook his head and replied, absolutely not. I refuse to sacrifice a single citizen of Chintang Pass. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Jing resolutely rejected the proposal. Are you suggesting we lose a few lives? Or would you rather see the entire population of Chintang Pass perish? No matter how you phrase it, the answer is still no. Reconciliation is out of the question. I would rather fight them to the end. Observing the heated argument between the two prominent figures, the attendants in the Li residence exchanged bitter glances. Too apprehensive to utter a word. Li Jing, if you seek death, then proceed. I shall not send any of my soldiers to their demise. With matters reaching this point, Lin Lai grew weary of further debate. With a dramatic flourish of his sleeve, he turned to leave. Just then, the hall doors swung open, and a young man entered, accompanied by a light-hearted laugh. Is the East Sea Demon clan truly so fearsome that it has you quaking in your boots? Chapter 44. A shock to all present who. The voice resonated, causing the expressions of those within the hall to shift dramatically as they hurriedly glanced toward the entrance. A strikingly handsome stranger had stepped inside. You young man, do you truly believe that a few words can shield you from the East Sea Demon clan? Ridiculous, utterly laughable. Upon seeing the approaching Oba, Lin Lai's countenance darkened immediately. How dare someone address him in such a manner? The East Sea Demon clan is nothing to fear, Oba replied with a smile. Glancing at Oba, Li Jing felt a twinge of familiarity, furrowing his brow and inquiring, young friend, who might you be? Father, I am Nezha, Oba stated, looking at Li Jing with a gentle smile. Nezha? The crowd was taken aback by Oba's declaration, disbelief etched on their faces. Wasn't Nezha supposed to be dead? How could he possibly have returned? Nezha? Li Jing was momentarily stunned, his eyes suddenly sparkling with surprise. I can't believe that Master Taiyi resurrected you so swiftly. Master Taiyi? Could it be the revered Taiyi Zhenren? A look of astonishment flickered in the eyes of the crowd as they quickly grasped the situation. It was indeed Master Taiyi who had brought Nezha back to life. Indeed, one must commend Master Taiyi. His prowess is extraordinary, they murmured, shaking their heads in admiration for the immortal. Nonsense. It was my own effort that allowed me to evolve from a lotus spirit into Nezha, Oba thought to himself, rolling his eyes at the crowd's unending praise of Master Taiyi. Humph. Even if you are Nezha, what can you do against the East Sea Demon clan? You are but a child. What do you know? Li Jing, take heed. Lin Lai scoffed, giving his sleeve a fierce shake before striding away. Upon witnessing the situation, the members of the Li residence wished to implore Lin to remain. If even Lin Lai refrained from intervening, then with only Li Jing's forces, it would be impossible to withstand the onslaught of the Eastern Sea Demon clan. In that case, the Chuntang Pass would be utterly doomed. Stop! Who are you calling a little brat? The voice of Oba resonated coolly from behind, yet Lin Lai appeared oblivious, striding purposefully towards the entrance. He had no intention of paying Oba any heed. With the Eastern Sea Demon clan approaching, it was best to flee for his life without delay. Suddenly, a formidable pressure surged forth. Thud! Lin Lai scarcely had time to react before he found himself kneeling on the ground, terror etched across his face. What on earth is happening? Immediately thereafter, a frigid voice echoed. I just commanded you to stop. Did you not hear me? Lin Lai gazed at Oba in fear, utterly astonished that such a mere utterance could pin him to the ground with such force. Hiss! The members of the Li residence looked on in disbelief. Lin Lai was a typical high-tier warrior, yet he was effortlessly subdued by Oba. Just how terrifying was Oba's strength? Li Jing stared at Oba, his own expression one of shock. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as he discerned a faint aura emanating from Oba. Nezha, have you entered the spirit realm? What? The spirit realm? Li Jing's astonished exclamation plunged the Li residents into profound astonishment. Entering the spirit realm? It must be noted that even the foremost expert of Chuntang Pass, Li Jing, had only just barely entered that realm himself. Hiss! It was utterly inconceivable. The crowd gasped in unison, remaining dazed for an extended period. Chapter 45. The Eastern Sea Demon Clan. My father has keen insight. I have indeed stepped into the spirit realm. Oba smiled faintly, slowly raising his hand as a crimson lotus of spiritual energy blossomed in his palm. Hiss! Upon hearing Oba's admission and witnessing the energy in his hand, the onlookers collectively gasped. Ha ha! Li Jing laughed heartily, patting Oba's shoulder with pride. Well done, young man. You have surpassed even your two elder brothers by entering the spirit realm first. Hee hee, you flatter me, father. Oba smiled slightly, realizing that Li Jing was referring to his elder brothers, Jinjia and Mujia. Congratulations, General Li, on gaining another formidable warrior. Congratulations. At that moment, the members of the Li residence regained their composure, hastening to congratulate Li Jing. However, amidst them, one individual was in the depths of despair, Lin Lai, who remained kneeling on the ground, unable to rise without Oba's permission. Nezha, Lin Lai cautiously glanced at Oba and whispered. Silence. Oba shot him a glance, clearly not intending to let Lin Lai off the hook. Lin Lai gritted his teeth, yet found himself utterly powerless. Even if the Lotus Overlord were to release him now, he might not be able to defeat the Lotus Overlord. Father, what exactly is this East Sea Demon clan? Ignoring Lin Lai, the Lotus Overlord turned to Li Jing and inquired with a puzzled expression. After a moment of contemplation, Li Jing replied. The East Sea Demon clan is a collective term for the sea creatures in the vicinity of the East Sea. They have been attacking fishermen near Chuntang Pass in recent years. The fishermen refer to them as the Sea Worm clan, for in their eyes, these demons are as repulsive as insects. The Sea Worm clan? A hint of confusion flickered in the Lotus Overlord's eyes as he frowned. Isn't there the Dragon Palace of the East Sea? Aren't they responsible for maintaining order in the ocean? The Dragon Palace of the East Sea? Li Jing scoffed derisively, and the members of the Li family around them revealed expressions of indignation. The Dragon Palace is essentially in cahoots with the Sea Worm clan. The Sea Worm clan dares to attack fishermen largely due to the instigation of the Dragon Palace. Are they complicit in tyranny? At these words, a glint of coldness flashed in the Lotus Overlord's eyes. It seems he should have eliminated more of the Dragon Palace's minions back then to settle this score properly. The Lotus Overlord glanced around but did not see Lady Yin's figure. Where's Mother? She and your two brothers are currently in a small fishing village outside Chuntang Pass, combating the Sea Worm clan. Then, Father, please take me there tomorrow. I wish to see what capabilities these Sea Worm clan possess. Li Jing nodded yes. I will take you tomorrow. With the addition of the Lotus Overlord, even if Li Lai did not deploy troops, the situation would become much more manageable. After all, a strong individual at the spirit realm is sufficient to contend with 100 foes. Then, Father, I shall take my leave. After speaking, the Lotus Overlord departed the grand hall of the Li residence under the admiring gazes of the onlookers. Before long, news of Nezha's resurrection spread throughout Chuntang Pass. Initially, no one paid it any mind, but when they learned that Nezha had suppressed the Vice General Lin with a mere word, it dawned upon them that Nezha had entered the spirit realm, becoming the foremost expert in Chuntang Pass. Moreover, Nezha was set to confront the East Sea Demon clan tomorrow, which filled the citizens of Chuntang Pass with immense gratitude. Chapter 46. The Small Fishing Village. After leaving the grand hall of the Li residence, the Lotus Overlord returned to his room, based on a fleeting memory. Sitting on his bed and surveying his surroundings, a complex array of emotions surged within him. This marked the first month since he arrived in this mythological world. During this month, he had successfully evolved from a lotus into the mortal Nezha. I recall there being something akin to a divine ranking in the mythological world. Reflecting on his memories from his previous life, the Lotus Overlord began to grasp a foundational understanding of this world. At this moment, his mind was consumed with thoughts of the divine ranking. Yet he remained uncertain whether such a thing truly existed in this mythological realm. Well, I shall inquire thoroughly when I next meet the celestial master Taiyi. Upon contemplating such a perplexing topic, Oba felt a headache coming on. After shaking his head, he reclined onto his bed. For the entire month, he had scarcely enjoyed any proper rest, so it was not long before slumber overtook him. The following day, sunlight streamed in through the window, awakening Oba. Ding! Congratulations, host, on surviving 30 days in the mythical realm. You have been rewarded with a lottery system. Would you like to draw your prize immediately? As soon as he awoke, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Without hesitation, Oba responded, draw. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of a spinning wheel filled his ears. Ding! The lottery is complete. Congratulations, host. You have received 3 detox pills. Detox pills? Oba was taken aback for a moment, then carefully stored them away, knowing they would be invaluable against toxic adversaries in the future. After a brief interlude, Li Jing knocked on the door and entered. Father, Oba called out. Let us be off, Li Jing replied, his tone laced with urgency, clearly concerned for Lady Yin. All right, Oba nodded in agreement. Together, they departed, making their way toward the small fishing village nearby. In the fishing village not far from Chuntang Pass, numerous corpses of sea demons and humans lay scattered, a clear indication that a fierce battle had recently transpired. Mother, all the injured have been attended to, a young man approached, addressing a woman clad in armor. This woman, adorned in heavy armor, radiated an imposing aura, embodying the spirit of a formidable warrior. She was none other than Lady Yin. Excellent work, Jinja. Now, let us rendezvous with Mujia. I suspect that the sea worms will soon return, Lady Yin acknowledged, picking up a spear from the ground and striding toward Jinja. Nodding in agreement, they made their way to the center of the village, where a throng of injured individuals had already gathered. However, at that moment, a piercing shriek resonated through the air. Lady Yin and Jinja turned to see the source, their expressions shifting dramatically as they exclaimed, "This is bad. It's a sea wolf beast. Such creatures are typically of high rank. Help! Save us, I don't want to die." Suddenly, cries for help and screams of despair erupted from every corner of the village. Damn it, the attack from the Sea Worm clan is arriving sooner than expected. Lady Yin's face hardened, frost settling upon her features as she tightened her grip on the spear. She turned to Jinja and instructed, quickly gather the others to confront the remaining sea worms. But, mother, how will you handle the sea wolf alone? Jinja hesitated. Although Lady Yin was indeed of high rank, she had been worn down by days of battle. In such a fatigued state, facing a vigorous sea wolf would clearly be disadvantageous. Fear not, I can manage the sea wolf. You must hasten to organize our forces. Madame Yin shook her head, her tone laced with urgency. At this moment, there was no other option but to allow her to confront the threat alone. Yet, Jinja hesitated. This was an order. Madame Yin gritted her teeth and commanded, obey. Despite his myriad of reservations, Jinja understood that military orders were absolute. He had no choice but to comply. Mother, take care, he said, clenching his fist and offering a word of caution before dashing away. Throughout the ordeal, Madame Yin remained unperturbed. Her beautiful eyes were fixed intently on the sea wolf, her palms slick with sweat. In truth, she was already injured, and she felt no confidence in facing this creature. Nevertheless, she had to act. If she did not intervene, the sea wolf would attack even more innocents. Come forth, beast. Let me deal with you. Madame Yin's countenance was as cold as frost as she reproached the sea wolf. With a ferocious growl, the sea wolf bared its teeth. Its blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent fixated on Madame Yin. Beast, prepare to meet your end, she shouted, her spear aimed resolutely at the creature as she initiated the attack. She understood that, given her current physical state, she could not endure a prolonged battle with the sea wolf. Thus, she recognized she had but one chance to strike. With a thunderous roar, the sea wolf lunged forward, leaping into the air and evading Madame Yin's assault with ease. What? A spirit-level demon beast? A profound shock flickered in her eyes at this revelation. quickly replaced by despair as the sea wolf's glistening, sharp claws appeared directly above her. She could not escape. Just then, a sound sliced through the air. Huh! Madame Yin caught sight of a flash of red. In the next moment, she witnessed the sea wolf being sent hurtling backward. And it was then that she discerned the source of that red flash, an aerial silk of crimson hue. What was this? Just as Madame Yin pondered, a voice called out to her. Mother, are you all right? Lu Ba arrived just in time, the mystical fabric of the Mixian Ling automatically swirling beside him. Who are you? Madame Yin furrowed her brow at the unfamiliar young man, a sense of confusion enveloping her. Mother, we can discuss this later. Let me first deal with this beast. Lu Ba replied with a gentle shake of his head, casting his gaze aside where the sea wolf was struggling to rise. With a furious roar, the sea wolf glared at the human who had dared to ambush it. In the next instant, it lunged forward. Be careful. It is a spirit-level demon beast. Madame Yin cautioned as she noticed Lu Ba's intent to advance. No worries, mother. Just watch how I handle it, he reassured her confidently. Lu Ba smiled, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. With a flick of his hand, the Hunyuan silk ensnared the limbs of the approaching sea wolf with great force. Thud! The sea wolf, losing its balance, crashed heavily to the ground. Crimson lotus fire. With a whoosh, a flame lotus blossomed in Luo Ba's palm. Go! With a cold gaze, Luo Ba waved his hand, and the flame lotus instantly enveloped the sea wolf completely. Chapter 48. Annihilating the field howl. The moment the flames encased the sea wolf, it released a series of anguished howls, its body emitting white foam incessantly. It seemed to be attempting to extinguish the flames with these bubbles. Unfortunately, the temperature of the crimson lotus fire was exceedingly high, far beyond what mere foam could extinguish. Before long, the flames reduced the sea wolf to ashes. Ding! Host detected the killing of a 1-star sea wolf at the initial spiritual stage. Experience gained, 1,000. Evolution points, 0. As Luo Ba had previously slain a mid-tier beast king in the spiritual realm, he would receive no evolution points for killing creatures below that tier, and even the experience gained was quite minimal. It appeared that even the system urged him to continually hunt formidable prey. Was the sea wolf truly dead? Seeing the creature turn to ash in an instant, Madame Yin was momentarily stunned, the shock in her eyes crystallizing. This was a beast of the spiritual realm. The unfamiliar young man before her had achieved a one-hit kill. After accomplishing this feat, Luo Ba did not relent. Leveraging the support of the Hunyuan silk, he hovered in midair. Casting a glance at the sea creature clan in the small fishing village, a murderous intent flickered in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the crimson lotus fire transformed into countless sparks, launching an assault on all the sea creatures within the village. Ding! Host detected the killing of a sea creature. Experience gained, 100. Evolution points, 0. Ding! Host detected the killing of a sea demon. Experience gained, 100. Evolution points, 0. Ding! Host detected the killing of a. In an instant, all the sea creatures in the small fishing village were reduced to mere points of experience, returning to Luo Ba's body. How powerful! Jin Jia and Mu Jia gazed intently at the unfamiliar youth in the sky, their eyes filled with astonishment. As Luo Ba descended to the ground, Madame Yin was the first to greet him. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Li Jing riding in hastily. Husband, what brings you here? A hint of confusion flashed in Madame Yin's eyes. Shouldn't Li Jing be discussing matters concerning the East Sea Demon clan with Lin Lai at this time? Nezha, you little rascal, the speed of this Hunyuan silk is astonishing. Li Jing dismounted, offering a wry smile to Luo Ba. His own speed on horseback paled in comparison to that of Luo Ba, who had effortlessly created a distance of several hundred meters in an instant. Hee. Luo Ba smiled slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. What did you say, Nezha? However, Lady Yin, who stood nearby, had grasped the crux of the conversation and gazed incredulously at Li Jing and Uba. Nezha. Coincidentally, Jin Jia and Mu Jia, who had just arrived, were also taken aback upon hearing this revelation. Ha ha ha, my lady, perhaps you remain unaware. Li Jing chuckled lightly, then cleared his throat, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Uba. My lady, Taiyi Zhenren has resurrected Nezha. He is our child. What? This declaration left Lady Yin, as well as Jin Jia and Mu Jia, utterly astonished. They had presumed Nezha to be dead, believing his resurrection impossible. Yet now, Li Jing informed them that Nezha was very much alive. Nezha. A glimmer of tears welled in Lady Yin's eyes as she tightly embraced Uba. To her astonishment, her youngest son was still alive. In that moment, she could no longer contain her tears of joy. Chapter 49. The Dragon Maiden. He is Nezha. Jin Jia and Mu Jia were even more astonished, vividly recalling Oba's overwhelming prowess that had just decimated the battlefield. When had their youngest brother become so formidable? Moreover, whereas Nezha had once been mischievous and unruly, he was now poised and remarkably composed. The transformation was staggering. Nezha, my dear child, are you all right? After a while, Lady Jing finally released Oba, anxiously scrutinizing him. A warmth blossomed within Oba's heart, and he smiled reassuringly. Mother, I am fine. You foolish child. You must not act recklessly again, Lady Jing chided gently, her tone laced with concern and lingering fear. Reckless? Oba pondered. Yet he was unaware of the initial actions Nezha had taken, and inquiring about it yielded no clarity. It seemed as if someone had erased the memory. Now, you two should discuss matters later. We must remain vigilant against the impending assault from the Eastern Seas demon clan. Li Jing observed the scene with a soft warmth in his heart, wishing for them to embrace a little longer, but recognizing the necessity of vigilance in the midst of battle. Indeed, both Oba and Lady Jing nodded in agreement. First, attend to the injured who were taken by surprise. Lady Jing instructed Jinjia and Mujia. Yes, mother, they acknowledged, preparing to assist. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed. Look, the waves. A tidal wave dozens of meters high. The astonished voice captivated everyone's attention. Outside the small fishing village, a towering wave surged towards them at an astonishing speed. What is that? Jinjia gazed at the approaching tidal wave in confusion. Even General Li from Qintang Pass has come to join us? A boisterous female voice emerged from the waves, and shortly thereafter, the tidal wave parted. Amidst the crashing waters stood a striking figure, her stature proud and graceful, her beauty nothing short of breathtaking. However, the gaze of everyone was not upon her, but rather, they were astonishedly staring at her forehead, where a pair of glimmering dragon horns resided. Dragon horns? She is indeed from the East Sea Dragon Palace. In that moment, the expressions of all present grew exceedingly grim. The East Sea Dragon clan, at the very least, possesses the ability to enter the spirit realm. A dragon maiden? Who would have thought it was you? Upon seeing her, Li Jing's eyes flickered with surprise. This woman was unmistakably the daughter of Ao Guang, the dragon maiden. Li Jing, the last time we clashed, you bested me, and I was deeply unsatisfied. This time, having broken through in strength, I shall assuredly claim your life. A glint of cold light flashed in the dragon maiden's beautiful eyes as she spoke icily to Li Jing. You have actually broken through again? Li Jing's expression turned grave. The last time the dragon maiden's power was already at the initial stage of the spirit realm. And now, it seemed she had directly attained the mid-stage of the spirit realm. The enhancement in your dragon clan strength is astonishingly effortless. Li Jing shook his head, an expression of helplessness passing through his gaze, before preparing to take action. Father, allow me to handle this. At that moment, Oba slowly stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the dragon maiden, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. Gazing upon the dragon maiden's exquisite visage, Oba suddenly conceived a bold thought. He had yet to experience what it would be like to have a dragon maiden as a maid. Dragon maiden, your opponent is I. Oba looked at the dragon maiden with fervent eyes, yet this gaze was not one of lust for beauty, but rather an aspiration for companionship. Chapter 50. The crushing superiority of power, just you? Upon hearing Oba's words, the dragon maiden's beautiful eyes glimmered with a cold light as she fixed her gaze upon him. That is only natural. Oba smiled, and the Hunyuan silk instantly coiled around him. What is this? The scent emanating from it seems somewhat familiar. The dragon maiden regarded the Hunyuan silk in Oba's hands with curiosity, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity with its aura. Familiar, you say? Seeing the dragon maiden's expression, Oba needn't guess. She must have sensed the essence of dragon tendons. Oh woo! The Hunyuan silk trembled, seemingly emitting a dragon's roar. A dragon's roar? Upon hearing this sound, the group of East Sea Demon Clan members behind the dragon maiden changed their expressions drastically, incredulously exclaiming. They could surely not have misheard. This red silk actually produced a dragon's roar? How is this even possible? Human, what is this red silk made of? The cold light in the dragon maiden's eyes intensified, fixating intently on Oba. Dragon tendons. Oba smiled slightly, replying nonchalantly. What? Upon hearing this, the dragon maiden and numerous East Sea Demon Clan members were left stunned, staring incredulously at Oba. Dragon tendons. The red silk in this fellow's hands is actually made of dragon tendons? How can this be possible? Dragon tendons are the very lifeblood of a dragon. Without its tendons, a dragon cannot survive for long. Could it be that this fellow has slain a dragon? The mere thought of this horrifying reality sent a chill down the spines of the Eastern Sea demons, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Suddenly, they truly felt the temperature around them drop, and instinctively glanced to their side, only to be startled beyond belief. The dragon lady? They beheld her visage. Her delicate features now adorned with layers of frost, an astonishing coldness radiating from her being. Human, you dare to slaughter my Eastern Sea Dragon clan? Such audacity. The dragon lady's voice was laced with palpable malice. Slaughter your Eastern Sea Dragon clan. A mocking smile graced Aoba's lips. Your kind may slay my human race. Yet you permit me to do the same to you? Is there any comparison between the two? The dragon lady let out a cold laugh, her tone dripping with disdain. My Eastern Sea Dragon clan is of such noble lineage, and you, a mere human, are but an inferior breed. Then allow me to demonstrate how this so-called inferior race will subdue you. As the words fell, Aoba showed no interest in further discourse with the dragon lady, wielding the heavenly silk to strike fiercely at her. Seeing this, the dragon lady huffed softly, attempting to evade, only to be horrified to discover that her body was rendered immobile, leaving her to watch helplessly as the heavenly silk approached. This is spiritual pressure, an absolute dominance derived from strength. Bang! In the next moment, the heavenly silk struck brutally against the dragon lady's slender waist. Uffed! A mouthful of blood erupted from her cherry-like lips. Almost in the blink of an eye, a lotus seed flew into the dragon lady's mouth. Yet this scene went unnoticed by all. Dragon lady, are you all right? The sea demons behind her cried out in alarm upon witnessing her spitting blood from the strike of the heavenly silk. I am fine. The dragon lady wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, casting a wary glance at the smiling Aoba. This man possesses unfathomable strength. Chapter 51. Taking the dragon lady as a maid dragon lady, you now face two choices. Aoba smiled faintly, raising two fingers slowly. First, you may choose to become my maid. Second, you shall die, maid. Upon hearing Aoba's words, Li Jing and all the Eastern Sea demons widened their eyes in disbelief. He actually intends for the daughter of the Dragon King to be his maid? Having already committed the grave act of dragon slaying, he now dares to make such an outrageous demand of the dragon lady. Does he truly hold the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace in such contempt? Human, you seek death. The dragon lady's face flushed with rage. Even if she was no match for Aoba, her dignity as a dragon forbade her from acquiescing. Regrettably, I shall choose for you. Aoba shrugged, realizing that his hope of persuading the dragon lady to willingly serve as his maid seemed futile. It appears that stringent measures are required. What do you mean? The dragon lady suddenly sensed something amiss and cautiously retreated. Dragon lady, come here, commanded Oba, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he activated his skill, Lotus Seed Soul Control. Huh, how could the esteemed dragon lady heed your words? Truly foolish, remarked the onlooking East Sea Demon clan, dismissing the notion that she would listen to a mere human. Yet, at that moment, to their astonishment, the dragon lady gracefully approached Oba right before their eyes. Dragon lady? No, don't go over there. A group of East Sea demons stood frozen, momentarily bewildered. By the time they regained their composure, they witnessed the dragon lady standing before Oba. Call me master, Oba stated, gazing intently at the dragon lady. A glimmer of fervor in his eyes. Master? Surely, the dragon lady wouldn't truly address this human as such? The East Sea demons trembled in disbelief, fixated on the unfolding scene. A master, the dragon lady uttered, a radiant gleam flickering in her eyes as she spoke those two words. What? The dragon lady truly calls this human master? The East Sea demons were thrown into chaos upon hearing her words. How can this be? The noble dragon lady cannot possibly call a vile human master. Even now, the East Sea demons struggled to accept the reality of the situation, their disbelief palpable. Dragon lady, deal with them. In the next moment, Oba issued his first command to her. Yes, master. The dragon lady nodded and, without hesitation, drew the Yulong sword from her waist, charging fiercely toward the East Sea demons. Dragon lady, no, we are your kin. As the dragon lady advanced with ferocity, the East Sea demons panicked, calling out in desperation. Alas, the dragon lady was consumed by a singular command, to annihilate them. With a flurry of screams echoing as she plunged into the ranks of the East Sea demons, chaos ensued. Li Jing, Madame Yin, and the others watched in stunned silence, their eyes wide in disbelief, exchanging glances, rendered speechless. The spectacle was overwhelmingly shocking. The dragon lady had inexplicably become Oba's servant, a notion utterly unfathomable. Chapter 52. The Five-Clawed Golden Dragon. Before long, the dragon lady had vanquished all the East Sea demons, blood dripping from her Yulong sword. She approached slowly, bowing respectfully. Master, it is done. Excellent. You have performed admirably, Oba remarked with a smile, praising her. To please my master, the the dragon lady shall exert every effort. Upon receiving the praise from the Lotus Overlord, the dragon maiden unexpectedly displayed a satisfied smile, indicating that she was truly captivated by him. At that moment, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding, a host has exterminated a group of East Sea demon clans, gaining 5,000 experience points, 0 evolution points. And the dragon maiden gains 1 evolution point. Upon hearing this, the Lotus Overlord was taken aback. To his astonishment, the extermination of the East Sea demon clans by the dragon maiden had been attributed to him, and more importantly, what exactly were these evolution points of the dragon maiden? Master, the subordinates controlled by the Lotus Seed can grant exclusive evolution points, the system explained to the Lotus Overlord in a detached tone. Oh, how intriguing. The Lotus Overlord mused, surprised to discover that this could indeed facilitate a collective evolution. In the next moment, he accessed the Dragon Maiden's system interface. Name, Dragon Maiden Race, Dragon Level, Intermediate 5-star Spirit Realm Rank, Little Azure Dragon Evolution Points, 11 to his astonishment. He could actually see the detailed level information. After taking in the enhanced details, the Lotus Overlord promptly decided to allocate that evolution point. Ding. The Dragon Maiden is absorbing evolution points and is currently evolving. Ding. Evolution successful. 5-clawed Golden Dragon. As the system's announcement concluded, a flash of golden light enveloped the Dragon Maiden, and her aura began to surge. Intermediate 6-star Spirit Realm, High-level 6-star Spirit Realm, High-level 9-star Spirit Realm, Initial 1-star Extraordinary Realm. Upon evolving from the Little Azure Dragon to the 5-clawed Golden Dragon, the Dragon Maiden's power surged dramatically. In the blink of an eye, her strength reached the Extraordinary Realm. With a resounding dragon roar, the Dragon Maiden's presence intensified, shimmering with golden brilliance. Thank you, Master. Feeling her power swell, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in the Dragon Maiden's eyes as she expressed her gratitude to the Lotus Overlord. 5-clawed Golden Dragon. When the golden light erupted from the Dragon Maiden, her true form was unveiled. Witnessing this scene, Li Jing's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to contain his exclamation. 5-clawed Golden Dragon. Upon hearing this, Jin Jia and Mu Jia were momentarily stunned. They only knew of the Little Azure Dragon and had never heard of this 5-clawed Golden Dragon. The East Sea Dragon King Ao Bing is a 5-clawed Golden Dragon. Li Jing's voice trembled slightly as he took a deep breath and continued. The East Sea Dragon King is merely a 5-clawed Golden Dragon? Does that mean the Dragon Maiden possesses the same stature as the East Sea Dragon King? Nezha has a maid of equal stature to the East Sea Dragon King. Hiss. As this realization struck, Jin Jia and Mu Jia exchanged glances, inhaling sharply. Had she truly reached the same height as the East Sea Dragon King? Hearing this, the Lotus Overlord narrowed his eyes, a bold thought emerging in his mind. Father, I have important matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Having said that, he commanded the Dragon Maiden to transform into her dragon form. With a resounding roar akin to that of a dragon, a brilliant flash of gold heralded the arrival of a 5-clawed Golden Dragon. Uba lightly leapt and mounted the Dragon Maiden. Dragon Maiden, let us set forth to the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea. As you command, Master, responded the Dragon Maiden, and in an instant, they soared into the skies, vanishing from sight. What is that child Nezha up to? Mrs. Yin expressed her concern upon witnessing this spectacle. I do not know. Alas, it matters not. Nezha is beyond our control now, Li Jing sighed, a flicker of complexity crossing his gaze. Chapter 53. Infiltrating the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea. At the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea, the sudden appearance of the 5-clawed Golden Dragon sent ripples of alarm among the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Mighty Dragon, pray tell, what brings you here? The anxious Minister Turtle approached, trembling before the magnificent creature. At that moment, he dared not show any signs of indifference, for this was a dragon of the same caliber as the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. Yet, he could not help but wonder, when had another 5-clawed Golden Dragon come into existence? This 5-clawed Golden Dragon was none other than the Dragon Maiden herself. Uba had two intentions in visiting the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea. First, to avenge the previous assassination attempt. Second, to obliterate the Dragon Palace and enhance his own power. With the Dragon Maiden now on par with Ao Guang, it meant that he possessed the strength to annihilate the Dragon Palace. His purpose here was unequivocal, to dismantle the very stronghold of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Uba dismounted from the Dragon Maiden, regarding Minister Turtle with a nonchalant gaze. A human? A flicker of panic crossed Minister Turtle's eyes at the unexpected sight of Uba. He had never anticipated a human to accompany the 5-clawed Golden Dragon. Moreover, this human seemed somewhat familiar. It's you. Upon recognizing the familiar visage, Minister Turtle suddenly realized this was the very individual who had extracted the dragon tendons from the third prince. Ha ha ha, human boy, you have willingly walked into the trap. You shall not escape this time. Minister Turtle's expression twisted into one of malevolence as he coldly regarded Uba, already envisioning the myriad benefits of capturing him. Escape? Uba smiled slightly, his eyes glinting with brilliance. You must be mistaken. My purpose is to annihilate your dragon palace of the Eastern Sea. What? Annihilate the dragon palace of the Eastern Sea? The astonishment on the faces of Minister Turtle and the surrounding shrimp soldiers and crab generals was palpable, as they regarded Uba as if he were a fool. Had he lost his mind, daring to contemplate the destruction of the dragon palace? Human, I must admit. You are quite mad, but you shall pay dearly for your madness. Minister Turtle sneered, raising his hand imperiously. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals, apprehend him. As the command echoed, hundreds of shrimp soldiers and crab generals brandished their spears, converging upon Uba with fierce intent. Foolhardy, in response to their reckless actions that seemed tantamount to courting death. Uba showed no mercy. The mystical fabric of the mixed heavens spiraled forth, unleashing a cacophony of anguished screams among the ranks of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Ding! The system detected the host's elimination of a shrimp soldier, awarding 100 experience points, evolution points, 0. Ding! The system detected the host's elimination of a crab general, awarding 100 experience points, evolution points, 0. As the screams echoed, hundreds of shrimp soldiers and crab generals had transformed into specks of experience, returning to Uba's being. How could this be possible? A multitude of shrimp soldiers and crab generals could not withstand even 5 seconds against Uba, leaving the tortoise chancellor in a state of utter bewilderment. How can you be so powerful? The tortoise chancellor gazed at Uba as if he had encountered a ghost, his heart brimming with astonishment. This human was pursued by them just days prior. How could he have become so formidable in such a brief span? Summon Ao Guang. You are no match for me, Uba spoke calmly. The experience gained from these shrimp soldiers and crab generals was scant, a mere waste of time. It would be far more satisfying to eliminate Ao Guang directly. Chapter 54. 1 second, a talent of monstrous proportions? Li Jing and Lady Yin exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a shared bewilderment. Indeed, it was a talent of prodigious caliber. Taiyi Zhenren nodded gravely, his eyes shimmering with uncontainable excitement. Li Jing, do you recall how long it took you to master the fireball technique when I taught it to you? The fireball technique? Li Jing responded, somewhat perplexed by Taiyi Zhenren's inquiry, yet he answered honestly, I believe it took me about 5 days. 5 days? Do you know how long it took Nezha? Taiyi Zhenren inquired with a mysterious smile. How long? The couple looked at him, intrigued. Taiyi Zhenren, with a playful smile, slowly raised a single finger. A month? Li Jing and Lady Yin ventured a guess at the finger raised by Taiyi Zhenren. Incorrect. He gently shook his head. A week? Wrong. A day? Still incorrect. Taiyi Zhenren continued to shake his head slowly. Senior Taiyi, please tell us, how long was it? Li Jing and Lady Yin were at a loss. If it was not a day, they could hardly fathom the actual duration. Could it be an entire year? 1 second. Taiyi Zhenren said with a smile, speaking slowly. What? Li Jing and Lady Yin's faces blanched, their disbelief palpable as they regarded the innocently gazing Uba, still struggling to accept the revelation. Senior Taiyi, are you certain you are not jesting with us? They exchanged glances, both wearing rueful smiles. 1 second. What does 1 second signify? A mere thought, and one masters this celestial art. How could this be possible? Such a person should not exist in this world. It is absolutely true. Though a hint of bitterness lingered at the corners of Taiyi Zhenren's mouth, he did not exhibit the same degree of disarray as the other two. After spending several days in the Golden Light Cave, he had grown entirely numb to the circumstances. Upon seeing Taiyi Zhenren nod affirmatively, Li Jing and Madame Yin were utterly flabbergasted. Could it be that Nezha, upon his rebirth, had transformed into an extraordinary genius? A prodigious talent? Nezha, do enlighten your mother as to how you accomplished this. Madame Yin fixed her beautiful gaze intently upon Uba, her voice tinged with anxiety. Isn't it quite simple? I merely glanced and learned instantly, Uba replied, furrowing his brow. How could he articulate his response without revealing the truth of the system? You learned it with just a glance? Upon hearing Uba's casual remark, Taiyi Zhenren and the couple exchanged wry smiles, sighing deeply within. Truly, this was a remarkable talent. In any case, General Li, Madame Yin, it is imperative that you do not disclose Nezha's exceptional gifts to anyone. Taiyi Zhenren sighed, his eyes reflecting a cautious glimmer. Indeed. We understand, Li Jing and Madame Yin replied, nodding solemnly. They were acutely aware that should this information leak, it would pose a significant threat to Oba, who had only just been reborn and whose strength was still inferior to others. Yet, given Oba's innate talent, it was likely that it would not be long before he ascended to extraordinary heights of power. Well then, I shall take my leave and indulge in a bit of leisure. I will periodically check on Nezha's health. Having concluded his instructions, Taiyi Zhenren, having been thoroughly astonished by Oba these past few days, was eager to enjoy some relaxation. As they observed Taiyi Zhenren's retreating figure, Li Jing and Madame Yin exchanged glances and sighed at Oba. Thus, a prodigy had been born. Chapter 55. In with Taiyi Zhenren's departure. Oba had spent several days at Chintang Pass, fully acclimating to his surroundings. It appeared that Nezha was not well regarded throughout Chintang Pass, not merely due to his lack of talent, but more so because of his mischievous nature, which had drawn ire from many households. How was I unaware of your mischievous tendencies? Oba mused, glancing at the spiritual orb with a smirk. Fear not, my esteemed Oba. I shall behave and not engage in any actions that would undermine your interests. Nezha within the orb nodded vigorously, adopting a very obedient demeanor. I doubt you possess the audacity for such mischief, Oba scoffed. Indeed, indeed. Oba, you are unparalleled in might, a force to be reckoned with. Nezha chuckled, having fully mastered the art of flattery over the past few days. He realized that to secure his position as Oba's foremost disciple, he simply needed to lavish praise upon him. Bang! At that moment, the door was violently kicked open, splintering wood flying everywhere. Nezha, I've heard you have been resurrected. Come over here and let me have a good look at you. 3 figures strode in, one of whom cast a menacing glance at Oba, his eyes glinting with malice as he spoke harshly. Upon hearing this voice, Oba furrowed his brow, a chill flickering in his gaze as he regarded the trio. Oba, these 3 are the ones who constantly mock me. They belong to the Li family. The leader is called Li Feng. The voice of Nezha echoed in Oba's mind, filled with fury upon seeing the 3. Oh, it is these 3 who have tormented you? Fear not. Your leader Oba will take vengeance on your behalf. Upon hearing Nezha's words, Oba coldly observed the trio and spoke with indifference. Nezha, why are you talking to yourself? Li Feng sneered. I see that Nezha has been resurrected by that old fellow Taiyi Zhenren, but his mind seems rather muddled. Ha ha ha, perhaps the holes in the lotus root have left him with holes in his mind as well. As they witnessed Oba talking to himself, Li Feng and his companions erupted into raucous laughter, their tone dripping with disdain. Such excessive prattle, Oba scoffed, his body moving like a shadow as he lunged towards the 3 with astonishing speed, so swift that even Li Feng and his cohorts could hardly perceive his afterimage. How fast? Li Feng and his companions gasped, attempting to defend themselves. Bang! 3 thudding sounds echoed as Li Feng and his companions fell to the ground, clutching their abdomens in agony. A bunch of useless fools, truly incapable of withstanding a blow, Oba remarked coldly, retracting his fist and gazing disdainfully at them. Li Feng and his companions, filled with embarrassment and rage, turned crimson, their astonishment evident in their eyes as they stared at Oba. When did Nezha become so powerful? We 3 are merely ordinary low-level 5-star fighters. We couldn't even see his afterimage. A tempest of disbelief surged within them. Nezha had been but a mortal when he had perished. Yet now, he possessed the strength to annihilate them? Could it be that resurrection grants one immense power? Oba coldly regarded Li Guan, asking flatly, where is Li Guan? Li Guan was the leader of Li Feng and his companions, one of the culprits responsible for Nezha's demise. Feeling the icy gaze of Oba, Li Guan trembled in fear and hastily replied. Li Guan is currently training in the military grounds of Chintang Pass. Chapter 56. Extraordinary Realm. Ao Guang spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at Oba in disbelief. This human boy had actually broken through his most formidable defense. The dragon armor was reputed to withstand even the strikes of high-level extraordinary beings. Yet, this human boy, merely at the peak of the spirit realm, managed to unleash such a powerful attack. How could this be possible? Dragon Maiden, eliminate him with a single strike. As the sound of the Lotus Tyrant echoed, a golden light flashed, and the 5-clawed dragon mercilessly struck Ao Guang's back. Bang! In an instant, golden blood erupted from Ao Guang's back, his eyes filled with despair. He looked at the Dragon Maiden in confusion, only to see an endless chill in her gaze. With deep reluctance flickering in his eyes, Ao Guang exhaled his last breath and collapsed to the ground. The once mighty Dragon King of the East Sea met his demise in this manner. At the moment of Ao Guang's death, the system's voice resonated. Ding! Detecting the host's kill of the East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang. Experience gained, 10,000. Evolution points, 5. Dragon Maiden evolution points, 5. Ding. Experience overflow detected. Automatic leveling up in progress. Ding. Level up complete. The host has reached the initial stage of extraordinary realm. 1 star. In the next moment, golden light infused his body, and the Lotus Tyrant felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Is this the power of the extraordinary realm? The Lotus Tyrant stretched his body and casually threw a punch. Boom. Instantly, a perfectly intact structure within the Dragon Palace crumbled to dust. Ding. The host is 15 evolution points away from evolving into the Red Lotus Nezha. Ding. The Dragon Maiden is 5 evolution points away from evolving into the 7-clawed Heavenly Dragon. Immediately after, 2 more system upgrade notifications echoed. Just 15 evolution points to become the Red Lotus Nezha? Upon hearing the system's voice, the Lotus Tyrant's eyes brightened, and he thought to himself, 15 evolution points. This surely means I must eliminate the remaining 3 Dragon Kings. Each Dragon King is worth 5 evolution points, and by dispatching the other 3, I shall achieve my goal. Let us go, Dragon Maiden, to the West Sea. With that, the Dragon Maiden transformed once more into a golden dragon and soared into the sky. West Sea. On the beach, 2 figures seemed to be moving. Schwerer, come here. The sky is getting dark. Be careful of the merman tribe jumping out to catch you. A woman called out to the little girl still playing with sand. Got it, Mama. The little girl nodded and then ran towards the sea, crouching down to wash the sand from her hands. Just then, the water beside her began to ripple, yet she remained unaware. Schwerer, have you washed your hands? The woman asked gently, her eyes filled with warmth. All done, Mama. The little girl smiled and prepared to run back. Suddenly, the surface of the water in front of her exploded, and a fish-headed humanoid monster appeared before them. Ah, it's a merman. The woman's eyes widened in horror as she instinctively hugged the little girl tightly. Hee, I didn't expect tonight's dinner to be so delectable. The fish-headed creature grinned, unable to resist licking its lips. It's over. The woman clutched the little girl tightly, her eyes filled with despair. With a sudden ferocity, the fish-headed monster lunged forward. But before it could utter a word, something fell from the sky, striking it down instantly. Excuse me, could you direct me to the West Sea Dragon Palace? Chapter 57. A countenance of unparalleled beauty. The woman stood in stunned silence as she beheld the youth who had crushed the fish-headed creature into a pulp, momentarily rendered speechless. Pardon me, may I inquire the way to the West Sea Dragon Palace? Lu Ba repeated his query. I'm afraid I do not know. The woman finally regained her composure, shaking her head gently while cradling the little girl in her arms. Very well, Lu Ba shrugged, preparing to depart. Please wait a moment. The woman called out, halting him. Is there something else? Lu Ba asked. The woman nodded, cautiously studying Lu Ba before inquiring, might you be a deity? A deity? Lu Ba was taken aback. Then a smile graced his lips. I am the Lotus God. Is it truly so? A flicker of joy danced in the woman's eyes, which deepened when Lu Ba affirmed her with another nod. Oh, revered Lotus God, please save us. What troubles you? Lu Ba questioned. With utmost sincerity, the woman replied. The fishmen have been attacking our small fishing village every few days. Our population has dwindled from hundreds to mere dozens. If this continues, our village will cease to exist. We implore you, Lotus God, to assist us. Assist you? What do I stand to gain? Lu Ba inquired with a slight smile. Revered Lotus God, do you not wish to know the location of the West Sea Dragon Palace? Our village chief knows the way to enter, the woman quickly explained. Is that so? Very well, I shall grant your request. Surprised yet intrigued by her words, Lu Ba nodded in agreement. The West Sea Dragon Palace lies hidden amidst a shroud of mist. Even the Dragon Maiden is unable to locate it. Splendid. Please, follow me, the woman exclaimed with delight. Lu Ba shook his head. One moment. I must summon my maidservant first. Maidservant? The woman was momentarily perplexed, unsure of what to make of this. Dragon Maiden, descend. He commanded. At his call, a resounding dragon roar echoed, and a magnificent 5-clawed golden dragon descended from the heavens, landing gracefully between Lu Ba and the woman. Dragon. The sight of the majestic 5-clawed dragon filled the woman with awe. She trembled, clutching the little girl tightly, her heart racing with fear. Fear not, she is my maidservant. Lu Ba reassured her with a smile. In the next moment, a radiant golden light enveloped the dragon, and a captivatingly beautiful woman emerged, her figure ethereal and her beauty unparalleled. Master, the Dragon Maiden approached gracefully, addressing Lu Ba with reverence. Stunned, the woman marveled at the exquisite beauty of the Dragon Maiden, realizing that she was indeed the maidservant of the Lotus God, a true testament to his divine stature. However, such extraordinary beauty ought to exist only in the heavens. Yet now, it is the maid of Ba, which truly evokes a sense of shock. Ever since the dragon maiden evolved from the little azure dragon into a 5-clawed golden dragon, her aura has notably elevated, and even her features have become more pronounced. She is indeed a paragon of beauty, aptly described by the phrases sinking fish and falling geese, or the moon closing and flowers blushing. It is no wonder that the women are so astonished. Well then, divine lord, let us depart. The woman regained her composure and gently addressed Oba. Indeed, let us go. Oba nodded, while the dragon maiden quietly followed behind him. Witnessing this scene, the woman was further astounded, shaking her head as she led Oba and the dragon maiden towards the small fishing village. Chapter 58. The sacrifice. As the woman brought Oba and the dragon maiden to the small fishing village, they encountered a group of villagers gathered around a pile of grass. Bound atop the grass was a boy of about 5 or 6 years. The boy did not weep, yet the tear stains on his face betrayed that he had indeed cried. What is going on here? Oba furrowed his brow and approached first, followed closely by the woman and the dragon maiden. Old Wang, what are you doing? The woman inquired cautiously, her eyes filled with confusion. The middle-aged man in front of the grass pile turned to glance at the woman and casually remarked, Schwerer's mother, we are offering a sacrifice to the sea god. A sacrifice? Yes, a sacrifice. As long as we offer a pair of golden boy and jade girl to the sea god every week, the fishmen will surely cease their attacks on us. Old Wang spoke with fervent zeal shining in his eyes, a glimmer of jealous fanaticism. Another sacrifice of golden boy and jade girl? Upon hearing Old Wang's words, Oba sneered coldly, knowing without a doubt that this was the doing of the West Sea Dragon Palace. Those from the Dragon Palace have always had a penchant for demanding sacrifices. This cannot be allowed, exclaimed the woman in disbelief, gazing at the villagers who seemed increasingly unfamiliar. What is wrong with that? Only with the protection of the West Sea Dragon King can we survive. Old Wang's eyes gleamed with a fervent excitement, and he leered malevolently at the little girl in the woman's embrace. Schwerer's mother. I recall that Schwerer is also about 5 or 6 years old. Isn't she? Perfect. We are just one jade girl short. Instantly, all the villagers turned their gazes toward her, each pair of eyes filled with ill intentions. What do you want? The woman instinctively clutched the girl tighter, retreating step by step. Quickly hand over Schwerer. Once she is sacrificed, we will receive the protection of the Dragon King. Old Wang shouted madly. Yes, hurry and give us your daughter. With her, we will gain the Dragon King's favor. In an instant, all the villagers gathered around. No, please. The woman shook her head frantically and called out to the Lord of the Lotus. Great Lord, save us. A light laugh echoed as the Lord of the Lotus and the Dragon Maiden slowly appeared before the crowd. Who are they? The villagers, noticing the strangers, grew wary. What a beautiful woman. The leader, Wang, licked his lips, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. I must have her. He pondered, then bellowed, everyone. This intruder is surely here to thwart our sacrifice to the Dragon King. Quickly kill him. His words ignited a wave of panic among the crowd. Yes, let us kill him. We cannot let him stop our offering. With that, a throng of villagers rushed forward, while Wang wore a smug expression. A horde of ants. The Lord of the Lotus did not even spare them a glance. With a mere wave of his hand, the entire group was sent flying several dozen meters away. With a resounding crash, they landed heavily on the ground, seemingly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Chapter 59. The Spy of the Fishman Clan. This. How is this possible? Wang's eyes widened in profound shock. Among that group, the weakest possessed at least intermediate strength. How could they be so effortlessly dispatched? Moreover, it seemed that the Lord of the Lotus had not even exerted himself. What level of terrifying power does he possess? Who are you? Wang's voice trembled with fear. Who am I? You may inquire with the King of Hell. A cold voice whispered in his ear, and Wang saw a red silk thread pierce through his chest like a sword. With a flicker of panic in his eyes, he fell to the ground, unwillingly succumbing to death. Cough, cough. Why did you bring an outsider to attack us? Do you wish for our little fishing village to be annihilated? The group that had just been thrown aside finally regained their senses and glared angrily at the woman. I didn't mean it that way, the woman exclaimed. Her eyes filled with dread as she waved her hands in denial. How dare you blame her? If it weren't for me, you would still be ensnared by the deceit of these fishmen. The Lord of the Lotus spoke coldly. Fishmen? The villagers looked at each other in confusion before turning their gaze toward Wang, only to be horrified by what they saw. Wang's corpse had transformed into that of a fishman. It appeared that the real Wang had long been slain by the fishmen. This impostor was merely a decoy sent by the fishmen to deceive them during the sacrificial ritual. Who are you? How did you discern that Wang was an impostor? The villagers gazed at the Lord of the Lotus with bewildered expressions. The briny scent of the sea clung heavily to him, detectable only by those foolish enough to remain oblivious. As for my identity, at this juncture, the figure known as Ao Ba cast a slow gaze towards the woman. This is the esteemed Lord of the Lotus, she promptly declared. Lord of the Lotus? Upon hearing her words, the villagers were momentarily taken aback, for in this world, those associated with the divine were not mere commoners. Observing the young and handsome Ao Ba, they were filled with skepticism. Yet, at that instant, a furious roar erupted. Longer, you wretched scoundrels! I shall annihilate you. A middle-aged woman brandishing a stick rushed forth, pursued desperately by an elderly man with a head of white hair. Mother of Long, they have been ensnared by the fishmen. Tread carefully. I care not. They dared to set fire to Long. I shall not hesitate to slay them. However, as the two approached, they discovered a gathering of villagers staring blankly at them, with a fishman corpse lying on the ground. What is happening here? Village chief. At that moment, the woman approached the elderly man and addressed him. Village chief, I have devised a plan to save our small fishing village. What is your plan? Mother of Schwer? The village chief inquired, a look of curiosity crossing his face. Village chief, he is the Lord of the Lotus. He will surely rescue our small fishing village. The woman spoke reverently, casting a respectful glance at Ao Ba. Lord of the Lotus? The chief turned his gaze towards the handsome youth, but he appeared no more than an ordinary man. Mother of Schwer, do not deceive us, nor mislead the village chief. A group of villagers scoffed, clearly skeptical of her claims. You must believe. He truly is the Lord of the Lotus. Seeing the disbelief in their eyes, the woman grew anxious, fearful that they might anger Ao Ba. Mother of Schwer, it is not that we doubt you, but surely you must provide some evidence to convince us? The villagers insisted in unison. Evidence. The woman hesitated, and then, as if struck by inspiration, she exclaimed, The Lord of the Lotus possesses a 5-clawed golden dragon as a maid. A 5-clawed golden dragon. Everyone paused in astonishment, turning to look, but saw only an exquisitely beautiful woman. She bore an enchanting visage, with a pair of jade-like dragon horns adorning her forehead. Wait a moment, dragon horns? This is a dragon. Instantly, the villagers recoiled in shock, gazing incredulously at the dragon maiden. A woman so breathtakingly beautiful is, in fact, a dragon. At that moment, a flicker of belief ignited within them, convincing them that this striking young man might indeed be the Lord of the Lotus. After all, only those exalted deities could command a dragon as a servant. A 5-clawed golden dragon. Isn't this existence on par with the Dragon King? The village chief, seemingly oblivious to his servant, couldn't help but exclaim upon hearing the words 5-clawed golden dragon. A dragon of such caliber, akin to the Dragon King. This revelation instantly deepened the villagers' reverence for Ao Ba. To have a dragon of the Dragon King's stature serve as a maid, what could this be but divine? Oh, elder, are you familiar with the 5-clawed golden dragon? Observing the chief's astonishment, Ao Ba's lips curled into a subtle smile, igniting a flicker of interest within him. Beings of the Dragon King's rank seldom reveal their true forms. How could an ordinary mortal like the village chief have ever encountered one? Clearly, there was more to this situation than met the eye. This matter, well, perhaps it's best left unspoken. The chief glanced at his missing leg and sighed deeply before continuing. Lord O, you have truly saved my humble fishing village. At this, the surrounding villagers looked on with anxious anticipation, clearly invested in the chief's words. You have saved your fishing village, Ao Ba's voice resonated, bringing a collective sigh of relief from the crowd. However, you must take me to the West Sea Dragon Palace. To the villagers, this request was perplexing. The West Sea Dragon Palace? Why? The chief, evidently reluctant, inquired. Is there something you require of Lord O? Ao Ba smiled lightly, of course. Without going to the West Sea Dragon Palace, how could I possibly bring it to ruin? What? Destroy the West Sea Dragon Palace? This? How could that be? The village chief chuckled wryly, dismissing Ao Ba's words as mere jest. I am not jesting, Ao Ba shrugged, offering no further explanation. Then I shall agree, Lord O. Should you deal with the fishmen, I will lead you to the entrance of the West Sea Dragon Palace, the chief stated slowly. Agreed. Ao Ba nodded, and the two reached a swift accord. Village chief, where are the fishmen currently? I shall deal with them at once. In response to Lord O, the fishmen are a distance from here. Are you certain you wish to go now? The chief was taken aback. Just tell me, Ao Ba urged with a nod. Very well, the chief complied, then addressed Ao Ba. Lord O, the fishmen are located at the Red Sands. Chapter 60. Your strength is insufficient. The Red Sands, is it? Very well, I understand. Dragon Maiden, let us depart. Ao Ba nodded, instructing the Dragon Maiden beside him. Yes, master, the Dragon Maiden affirmed, and in an instant, a dazzling golden light enveloped her, revealing a majestic 5-clawed golden dragon before the onlookers. A faint aura of draconic might press down upon them, rendering the villagers breathless. With a graceful leap, Oba ascended onto the dragon maiden's back. Upon witnessing this, the village chief's expression turned grave, prompting him and the villagers of the humble fishing village to kneel on one knee. In a quaint fishing village, the townsfolk bid farewell to the esteemed Lord of Lotus with utmost sincerity. Observing their heartfelt gestures, Lord Uba allowed a faint smile to grace his lips before he spoke softly. "Let us depart, Dragon Maiden." "Yes, master." With those words, the Dragon Maiden swiftly ascended into the heavens, leaving behind a throng of fervent onlookers watching Lord Uba's departure. On the crimson beach, the sand bore a vivid, blood-red hue, hence its name. A golden ray descended from the sky, transforming the Dragon Maiden once more into her stunning form. "Master, this must surely be the stronghold of the Fishman tribe," she remarked. "Have you been here before?" Lord Uba inquired, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. "Yes, I have visited on occasion. Indeed, these fishmen are quite contemptible," she acknowledged, her tone dripping with disdain for the tribe. "Then lead the way. Let us eliminate the fishmen swiftly and proceed to the Dragon Palace in the West Sea," Lord Uba affirmed. Nodding in agreement, they strolled along the scarlet shoreline, aware that the amphibious fishmen might not always dwell in the sea. "Master, I see them," the Dragon Maiden eventually declared. "I see them too," Lord Uba confirmed, spotting a multitude of fishmen lounging leisurely on the beach. "Come, let us approach," he urged, as they made their way towards the fishmen. It was only when they drew near that the fishmen noticed their presence. "Halt! Who are you?" "This is the territory of the Fishman tribe. Step forward at your peril," a fishman guard threatened, brandishing a spear toward Lord Uba. Meanwhile, hundreds of fishmen on the beach began to converge. "You need not concern yourself with my identity. Simply understand that I have come to eradicate your kind," Lord Uba replied with a calm smile, his eyes void of warmth. "What? This insignificant human dares to threaten our tribe?" "Ha ha." The laughter of the fishmen echoed as they mocked Lord Uba's audacity. "Where is your leader?" Lord Uba inquired coldly, determined not to let any foe escape. "I am he." A towering fishman, nearly 3 meters tall, stepped forward, glaring menacingly at Lord Uba. "An advanced practitioner of the spirit realm. This power is insufficient," Lord Uba mused, disappointment evident as he shook his head slightly after gauging the fishman leader's strength. You are courting death." Although initially surprised that Lord Uba discerned his strength so readily, the fishman leader's fury ignited upon hearing such disdain from a mere human. "Human, you truly seek your demise. My kin, tear him apart." Chapter 62. When the moon is full. The Dragon Palace opens. A group of overconfident ants gazed as a swarm of mermen approached. A glint of cold light flickered in the eyes of Uba, who, with a subtle manipulation of his spiritual energy, raised his hand and forcefully pressed downward. Boom. A wave of oppressive force erupted instantaneously, causing the ground to cave in. The advancing mermen were crushed into a mere pulp in an instant. "What? How could this be possible?" The leader of the mermen gasped in shock, unable to suppress his exclamation upon witnessing this scene. Yet, in the following moment, the oppressive force surged once more. In that fleeting instant, the merman leader truly felt the terror of this pressure. It was unfathomable that even a high-level practitioner of the spirit realm could withstand it for not even a second. With a scream of despair, the merman leader was reduced to a puddle of flesh beneath this overwhelming force. Ding. Experience gained. 100 for slaying a merman. Evolution points, 0. Ding. Experience gained. 500 for slaying a merman leader. Evolution points, 0. After absorbing all the experience, Uba casually clapped his hands. "Too weak, let us go." The Dragon Maiden nodded, unperturbed by Uba's swift extermination of the mermen, for she was well aware of her master's formidable strength. Minutes later, within the small fishing village, a 5-clawed golden dragon descended from the sky. "O divine Lord Uba, have you dealt with the merman tribe?" The village chief and the villagers were incredulous, astonished by the rapidity of it all. "Indeed, it is done." Radiating golden light, Uba approached slowly, with the Dragon Maiden obediently following behind him. Hiss. Upon hearing Uba's confirmation, a collective gasp resonated around them. The villagers of the small fishing village appeared as though they had seen a ghost. In just a matter of minutes, the merman tribe, perceived by them as demons, had been effortlessly vanquished by Uba. "What power is this?" "Old man, you can take me to the West Sea Dragon Palace now, can't you?" Uba gazed at the village chief, eager to conclude the affairs with the 3 great dragon palaces. "Well," the village chief looked up at the sky, then shook his head. "O divine Lord Uba, I fear it is not yet time." "Why not now?" Uba furrowed his brow in confusion. "O divine Lord, tonight is not the full moon. We must wait several more hours to find the entrance to the West Sea Dragon Palace, the village chief explained with a wry smile. The full moon? Do you mean we can only locate the entrance to the West Sea Dragon Palace on the night of the full moon? Precisely. Upon receiving the chief's confirmation, Uba's heart began to understand. The Dragon Palace of the West Sea must have employed some enchanting sorcery, only to be revealed on the night of the full moon. Lord Ocean, what a fortunate coincidence that your arrival coincides with the 15th day, the pinnacle of the moon's fullness. Thus, the entrance to the Dragon Palace is rendered all the more accessible. The village chief chuckled, stroking his beard. Indeed. Let us wait. Uba nodded, resigned to the necessity of patience. As time slipped away, the night descended. The moon in the sky appeared to have reached its fullest state. Chapter 63. The Three Dragon Kings. Lord Ocean, it is time for us to depart, the village chief remarked, glancing up at the moonlit sky. Finding it suitable before respectfully addressing Uba. Uba nodded. Very well, let us proceed. Lord Ocean, please follow me, the village chief urged, leading Uba and the Dragon Maiden toward the entrance of the West Sea Dragon Palace. Before the beach, the waters lay eerily calm, a tranquility that instilled a sense of dread. The West Sea differs from the East. The East embodies the boundless wrath of the ocean, while the West symbolizes its enigma, a fear that connotes death. Lord Ocean, this is the entrance to the Dragon Palace of the West Sea. The village chief gestured toward the expanse of water before them. Turning to Uba, is this truly the entrance to the West Sea Dragon Palace? Uba inquired, surveying the still waters, increasingly doubtful. Do not be anxious, Lord Ocean. Why not test your magic upon this expanse? The village chief smiled knowingly, aware of Uba's thoughts, and gestured toward the water. Without hesitation, Uba unleashed a surge of spiritual energy toward the tranquil sea. Bang! Bang! The unleashed energy erupted, sending waves towering high, the water exploding to heights of several dozen meters. The sound of the explosion echoed relentlessly. The village chief marveled at Uba's effortless display of power. Is this truly the might of Lord Ocean? At that moment, however, Uba paid no heed to the village chief's astonishment. His gaze was wholly captivated by the waters before him. As the sea was blasted open, a faint path emerged beneath the surface, seemingly leading straight to the ocean floor. Yet, the returning waters quickly submerged the path once more. Indeed, it is here. A glint of determination sparkled in Uba's eyes as he seized the Hunyuan silk and hurled it skyward with force. Strike down with might. With the command, the Hunyuan silk expanded dramatically, crashing down upon the waters below. With a resounding roar, the waves surged fiercely. A pathway into the depths of the sea was thus cleaved open. Village chief, we shall proceed ahead. Upon concluding his words, Uba swiftly led the Dragon Maiden along the path of the deep sea, racing towards the West Sea Dragon Palace, leaving the village chief in a state of astonishment, rooted in place. Meanwhile, within the West Sea Dragon Palace, in a secluded chamber, three middle-aged men sat gravely at a table, yet not a single word escaped their lips. The atmosphere was palpably tense. At last, a middle-aged man clad in purple attire could no longer contain his agitation. He forcefully struck the table, causing it to topple. Our elder brother has perished, and we remain apathetic? Have you forgotten that the god of Lotus has brazenly declared his intent to slaughter across the four seas? We may be next. Upon hearing the words of the North Sea Dragon King, the West Sea and South Sea Dragon Kings exchanged glances, fully aware of the need for vengeance. However, what means did they possess to seek retribution? Their elder brother, Ao Guang, had succumbed to the god of Lotus in less than 3 exchanges. How could they fare any better? The North Sea Dragon King, impatient and eager for vengeance, was understandable. Yet they would not hastily accompany him to certain doom. Fourth brother, do not be hasty. We will indeed avenge our elder brother. But the god of Lotus possesses unfathomable strength. We must devise a meticulous plan, the West Sea Dragon King advised, narrowing his eyes with the demeanor of a schemer. What further strategy is necessary? We are all extraordinary beings. Even if the god of Lotus is formidable, can he truly withstand our combined might? Retorted the North Sea Dragon King with a scoff, his heart rife with murderous intent towards Uba. That remains uncertain, the West Sea Dragon King replied, shaking his head. Just then, as the North Sea Dragon King prepared to voice another thought, a boisterous call echoed from outside the Dragon Palace. West Sea Dragon King, come forth and meet your demise. The voice resonated with an overwhelming pressure upon its utterance. Several lesser shrimp soldiers and crab generals within the West Sea Dragon Palace were instantly obliterated into a mist of crimson. An immediate chaos enveloped the entire palace. What is happening? The South Sea Dragon King inquired cautiously, a sense of trepidation coursing through him. It is the voice and aura of a human. The West Sea Dragon King's expression darkened ominously. A human. At this revelation, both the North Sea and South Sea Dragon Kings were taken aback. To arrive at the West Sea Dragon Palace at this hour, boldly demanding the Dragon King to emerge, could only signal one individual, the god of Lotus. In unison, the three exclaimed, their eyes meeting in shared alarm. Their plans had not even been set in motion when the god of Lotus had already arrived. Cursed be this fiend. How did he discover the entrance to the West Sea Dragon Palace? The West Sea Dragon King ground his teeth in frustration, his eyes filled with confusion. For the West Sea Dragon Palace was renowned as the most enigmatic of the 4 dragon palaces. Its mystery lay in the fact that even those who sought to find it could not locate its entrance. Regardless, dear brother, now that this Lotus deity has arrived here, we cannot possibly evade battle, can we? In such a case, where would the dignity of my dragon clan reside? The Dragon King of the North clenched his teeth, his gaze fixed intently upon the two, his heart yearning fervently for a confrontation with the Lotus deity. He was eager to ascertain whether the rumors of the Lotus deity's might were indeed true. Very well, let us step forth to engage in battle. After a moment of contemplation, the Dragon King of the West, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, ultimately nodded in agreement. Lotus deity, I shall see what abilities you possess to bring about my demise. Outside the West Sea Dragon Palace, the Lotus Overlord lay languidly on a kelp lounge chair, which he had somehow procured, while a nearby dragon maiden tenderly massaged his shoulders, presenting a picture of utter nonchalance. Master, it appears that the Dragon King of the West has no intention of emerging, she whispered softly, her breath like fragrant orchids in his ear. No matter. If he does not show himself, I shall smash down the gates of his palace. The Lotus Overlord languidly declared, reveling in the comfort of his surroundings. Having a maid is indeed a blessing. Even amidst the looming battle, one can indulge in a thorough massage. It seems I must acquire more maids in the future, one for warming my feet, one for warming my hands, and the rest for other comforts. As the Lotus Overlord indulged in such musings, a cold laughter unexpectedly resonated. I presume you are the Lotus deity? What exquisite taste you possess. To kill my elder brother and annihilate the East Sea Dragon Palace, yet still dare to enjoy a beauty-esque massage before my West Sea Dragon Palace? Such audacity is commendable. Chapter 65. Touch my master, and you shall meet your doom. As the voice faded, the grand doors of the West Sea Dragon Palace slowly creaked open, revealing a man clad in purple, who stepped forward with measured grace. Trailing behind him was a throng of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, all eyeing the Lotus Overlord with trepidation. You are the Dragon King of the West? The Lotus Overlord remarked, casting a glance at the purple-clad figure. Had you not emerged, I might have mistaken this place for the West Sea Turtle Palace. Upon hearing the Lotus Overlord's words, the retinue of the West Sea Dragon Palace was thrown into a tempest of fear. What? This human dares to openly declare that the Dragon King of the West is a turtle? This is sheer audacity. Boy, you are truly courting death. The Dragon King of the West's words were nearly spat through clenched teeth. How dare this wretched human compare him to a turtle? Where, then, was the dignity of the West Sea Dragon King? Where was the honor of his entire clan? You have truly enraged me, and now you may meet your end. As the Dragon King's furious proclamation echoed, his followers surged towards the Lotus Overlord and the Dragon Maiden like a relentless tide. Another swarm of ants. The Lotus Overlord scoffed, his indifference evident as he lazily instructed the Dragon Maiden beside him. Dragon Maiden, deal with them. Yes, master. The Dragon Maiden acknowledged with a soft reply, yet continued her massage, emanating a formidable dragon aura. In an instant, a golden dragon claw manifested, obliterating the swarm of shrimp soldiers and crab generals with effortless ease. The Dragon Might. The 5-clawed golden dragon. The dragon might of a Dragon King. Upon witnessing this golden dragon aura, the expression of the West Sea Dragon King shifted dramatically, his demeanor transforming in an instant. It was only at this juncture that the West Sea Dragon King noticed the woman beside the Lotus Overlord. Astonishingly, she too was of the Dragon King caliber. How could this be possible? The West Sea Dragon King, in disbelief, contemplated that within the 4 seas, only the 4 of them were Dragon Kings. How could another appear out of thin air? Your Excellency, as a 5-clawed golden dragon, you belong to the nobility of our dragon kin. How can you associate with a mere human? The West Sea Dragon King furrowed his brow, casting a detached gaze at the Dragon Maiden, awaiting her response. However, he was met not with a reply, but with a sudden surge of dragon might. Bang! The golden dragon claw struck fiercely, catching the West Sea Dragon King off guard, forcing him to retreat in a disheveled manner. To insult my master? Are you courting death? A glimmer of frost flashed in the Dragon Maiden's eyes. her tone icy and indifferent, contrasting starkly with the boundless tenderness she had shown toward the Lotus Overlord moments earlier. Master, suddenly ambushed. The West Sea Dragon King had no time to react before the Dragon Maiden's words hit him like a thunderbolt, causing his countenance to shift dramatically. You, a five-clawed golden dragon, actually serve a human as your master. This is a disgrace to our dragon lineage. The West Sea Dragon King was enraged, his gaze toward the Lotus Overlord brimming with murderous intent. Disgrace to your dragon lineage. The Lotus Overlord scoffed, soaring high with the merging heaven silk, directing his focus squarely on the West Sea Dragon King. Enough of your prattle. Prepare to meet your demise. I must admit, if it were just me, today would indeed be a certain death, but as he spoke, the West Sea Dragon King revealed a smug smile. Third brother, fourth brother, come forth. Let us confront this Lotus deity together. With that, two figures emerged from the Dragon Palace, the South Sea Dragon King and the North Sea Dragon King. Human, can the three of us Dragon Kings not deal with you? The West Sea Dragon King laughed, his grin maliciously fierce. Chapter 66. The Annihilation of the Three Dragon Kings. Oh, so the three Dragon Kings have gathered at last? As the two figures slowly approached, the Lotus Overlord expressed mild surprise, though he remained largely unperturbed. What is the matter? Are you afraid, human? The West Sea Dragon King, observing the Lotus Overlord's surprise, could not help but sneer, interpreting it as a sign of weakness. Afraid? The Lotus Overlord found this notion amusing. When he first entered the spirit realm, he was capable of dispatching the East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang in an instant. Now that he had stepped into the realm of the extraordinary, how could he possibly fear these mere Dragon Kings? Come at me all at once. It will save me the trouble of seeking you out one by one. The three Dragon Kings gathered together, which, in fact, facilitated the plans of the Lotus Overlord, allowing him to strike them all down at once. Such audacity! Upon hearing these words, a profound fury ignited within the depths of the three Dragon Kings. As distinguished members of the Dragon clan, each possessed their own pride, and now, the Lotus Overlord dared to challenge them collectively, a clear affront to their dignity. They were filled with rage. In the next instant, the three Dragon Kings charged forth, driven by their wrath. Master, do you require my assistance? The Dragon Maiden inquired as she observed the approaching Dragon Kings. There's no need. They are merely a swarm of insects. I shall handle them myself, Lotus Overlord replied, shaking his head as he slowly rose from his recliner. At that moment, the three Dragon Kings had already closed in. Human, prepare to meet your demise. The West Sea Dragon King snarled, his visage twisted in savagery. He was certain that under the combined assault of the three Dragon Kings, a mere human would stand no chance of survival. However, suddenly, the West Sea Dragon King's expression shifted. He noticed the smile on Lotus Overlord's face, a display of utmost confidence. Could it be that this human truly possessed the strength to rival them? No, that was impossible. The West Sea Dragon King quickly shook his head, his murderous intent intensifying. Celestial silk, divine might. Lotus Overlord commanded coldly. In an instant, the celestial silk expanded to an enormous size, an aura of divine power emanating from it. Divine might descend. A glint of cold light flashed in Lotus Overlord's eyes as the celestial silk radiated boundless divine essence, sweeping fiercely toward the three Dragon Kings. How can this be possible? Is this truly divine essence? The three Dragon Kings gasped in shock, attempting to resist, only to find themselves suddenly unable to move. Brother, what is happening? The North Sea Dragon King exclaimed, his face paling in bewilderment as he felt the overwhelming pressure upon his body. How could this human exert such terrifying dominance? At that moment, the West Sea Dragon King was equally alarmed. Could it be that a mere human possessed such dreadful power, capable of suppressing all three Dragon Kings simultaneously? You shall perish, Lotus Overlord's cold voice resonated as the celestial silk plummeted from above, crushing the three Dragon Kings beneath it. No, brother, we must resist. The West Sea Dragon King shouted, his face flushed with urgency as he urged the South Sea and North Sea Dragon Kings to brace themselves. Understood. The South Sea and North Sea Dragon Kings responded, feeling the immense pressure and struggling to hold their ground. It was futile. A slight smile crossed Lotus Overlord's face, his eyes glinting with coldness. Celestial silk, strike. In the next moment, the celestial silk descended, instantly overwhelming them. Chapter 67. Red Lotus Nezha. No, I do not wish to die yet. No, I do not wish to die. As the mystic tapestry crushed the three Dragon Kings, a chorus of anguished wails echoed through the air. Ding. The system detected the host's defeat of the Dragon King of the West, granting 10,000 experience points and 5 evolution points. Ding. The system detected the host's defeat of the Dragon King of the South, granting 10,000 experience points and 5 evolution points. Ding. The system detected the host's defeat of the Dragon King of the North, granting 10,000 experience points and 5 evolution points. Soon, the sound of system upgrades resonated. Oba felt a continuous influx of experience flowing into his body, his power surging at a visibly rapid pace. In an instant, he attained the 9th star of the middle stage of the transcendent realm. However, Oba was not preoccupied with these developments. His focus lay on the subsequent evolution. With the defeat of the 3 Dragon Kings, he had accumulated a total of 15 evolution points, sufficient to evolve into the Red Lotus Nezha. Ding. Evolution points gathered. Commencing evolution. The Red Lotus Nezha is evolving. Evolution successful. The host has transformed from Mortal Nezha into Red Lotus Nezha. As the system's voice faded, Oba was suddenly engulfed in an intense heat that elicited a sharp gasp of pain. Ah, my lord. The Dragon Maiden, witnessing this scene, moved to approach him. No. Stay back. I must endure this alone. Oba quickly interjected, aware that the pain accompanying evolution was insurmountable, even with the Dragon Maiden's assistance. Hearing this, the Dragon Maiden halted, her gaze filled with concern for Oba. In the blink of an eye, Oba's face flushed crimson, and his entire body radiated an intense red hue. Suddenly, flames erupted from his form. It was crucial to note that they were submerged in the depths of the ocean. Remarkably, these flames could not be extinguished by seawater. Instead, they grew more fervent. Ouch! Oba's expression twisted in agony, but in the next moment, he exhaled in relief. The searing sensation dissipated, and his complexion gradually returned to normal. He had finally evolved into the Red Lotus Nezha. With a sigh of relief, he opened his personal attribute panel. Host, Oba race, human level, Red Lotus Nezha rank, 9th star of the middle stage of the Transcendent Realm weapon, Mystic Tapestry experience, 65. 320 evolution points, 30 indeed. He had successfully transformed into the Red Lotus Nezha. With this evolution, Oba could now command the Red Lotus Divine Fire. Liberated from the fear of scorching flames due to his lotus form. Stretching his body casually, Oba noticed something amiss. It seemed he had not received any evolution points from the Dragon Maiden this time. Could it be because he had not allowed her to intervene? Host. The Dragon Maiden's evolution points are fully accumulated. Evolution also requires a necessity, the blood of the Ancestor Dragon. The system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. The blood of the Ancestor Dragon? A moment of surprise crossed Aoba's face as he instinctively uttered, Master, are you referring to the blood of the Ancestor Dragon? Upon hearing his words, a complex glimmer flickered in the Dragon Maiden's eyes. You know about it? Aoba inquired, noticing her reaction. The Dragon Maiden nodded. Letting out a sigh, her delicate features awash with reminiscence. Master, I am indeed aware of this. Chapter 68. Blood of the Ancestor Dragon Master. You may not know this, but everyone believes I am the daughter of the East Sea Dragon King. However, that is not the case. The Dragon Maiden shook her head, her eyes filled with intricate emotions. If you are not the daughter of the East Sea Dragon King, then who are you? Aoba questioned, puzzled. The revelation that she was not Ao Guang's daughter left him intrigued. Could it be that the Dragon Maiden's origins were of great significance? With anticipation, Aoba gazed at her, awaiting her next words. In truth, I hail from the lair of the Ancestor Dragon. Ao Guang, charmed by my youthful innocence, simply brought me back to the East Sea. The lair of the Ancestor Dragon? Aoba was momentarily taken aback by this unfamiliar name. The Dragon Maiden nodded and explained. Master, the 4 Dragon Kings residing in the Ancestor Dragon's lair are merely a few dragons of middling strength. They are simply playful and sought to establish themselves as kings, thus earning the title of the 4 Great Dragon Kings. Oh, is that so? Aoba's eyes widened in astonishment, surprised by this unexpected tale. It was hard to fathom that the extraordinary 4 Dragon Kings were merely average dragons within the Ancestor Dragon's lair. Clearly, this lair was not to be underestimated. So, is the blood of the Ancestor Dragon derived from these ancestral dragons? Aoba furrowed his brow and asked. No, that is not the case. The Dragon Maiden shook her head and continued. The blood of the Ancestor Dragon is actually just a stone. Its sole purpose is to awaken the dragon lineage within, making it easier for them to realize their potential. A stone, you say? Aoba's eyes brightened. If that is the case, it becomes much simpler. Dragon Maiden, do you know how to reach this lair of the Ancestor Dragon? Master, I do know the way. However, I would suggest that if we only require the blood of the Ancestor Dragon, we could opt for another location, the Dragon Maiden replied. Very well, then lead the way. Aoba said after a moment of contemplation, weighing the pros and cons before nodding in agreement. though he possessed the strength to vanquish the 4 great dragon kings. He was aware that the ancestor dragon's lair might harbor formidable beings, and it was prudent to avoid unnecessary risks. Their objective was solely to locate the blood of the ancestor dragon. Master, hop on. I shall take you there. With a flash of golden light, the dragon maiden transformed once more into the form of a 5-clawed golden dragon. All right. Aoba nodded, and then climbed onto the dragon maiden's back. Master, hold on tight. With a sweet call, the dragon maiden soared into the sky, a beam of golden light piercing through the clouds, vanishing into the horizon. After several minutes, the dragon maiden had departed from the sea with the Lotus Overlord, arriving on land. Wasn't this near Chintang Pass? Observing the familiar structures beneath his feet, a flicker of astonishment appeared in Lotus Overlord's eyes. Had the dragon maiden brought him back to Chintang Pass? Master, there lies a volcano below, where a legendary ancestral dragon once underwent tribulation. With the blood of the ancestral dragon, there should be that kind of stone within, the dragon maiden elucidated slowly. Oh, I see. Lotus Overlord nodded in understanding. At that moment, the voice of Nezha resonated from the spiritual orb, Boss Lotus Overlord. This is the place I mentioned where the fire-tip spear is located. The fire-tip spear. It is indeed here. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy sparkled in Lotus Overlord's eyes. This was splendid. It was a case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone, obtaining the ancestral dragon's blood and the fire-tip spear. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. Chapter 69. The Secret Language of the Dragon Clan. Dragon Maiden, please descend quickly. Lotus Overlord was already eager to go down. Yes, Master. The Dragon Maiden responded, and then transformed into a beam of golden light, dashing toward the volcano below. Bang! Within the volcano, a 5-clawed golden dragon landed with a resounding thud. After a flash of golden light, it transformed into an extraordinarily beautiful woman. It turned out that this volcano was a dormant one. No wonder there was no molten lava in sight. Lotus Overlord looked around, noticing the absence of any lava. Only patches of red earth emanating waves of intense heat. This must be where the ancestral dragon absorbed the molten lava after its tribulation, the dragon maiden reflected. Indeed, this ancestral dragon possesses considerable skill. Well then, let us first seek the blood of the ancestral dragon. Lotus Overlord nodded and began leading the dragon maiden in search within the depths of the volcano. The volcano appeared to be several hundred meters in size from the outside. But upon entering, the area widened considerably. Searching in such a vast expanse was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. After a while, neither had located the ancestral dragon's blood. The blood of the ancestral dragon was merely a stone, devoid of any distinguishing features, making the search exceedingly tedious. This method of searching is utterly impractical. Lotus Overlord shook his head. Master, I recall that the ancestral records of the Dragon Clan describe a method for locating the ancestral dragon's blood. Allow me to try and see if it proves effective. The Dragon Maiden said, gazing at Lotus Overlord. A method for seeking? Lotus Overlord's eyes lit up. Regardless of its efficacy, please proceed. Very well, the Dragon Maiden nodded, then seated herself cross-legged, closing her beautiful eyes. A faint golden light adorned her body, rendering her presence almost divine. Immediately, solemn and sacred ancient words of the Dragon Clan flowed from her lips. Whispers of the Dragon Clan, my essence, from the south and north of heaven. From the east and west of earth, ancestral dragon's blood, swiftly reveal yourself before me. As her words fell, the Dragon Maiden's eyes flew open, and a beam of golden light shot forth from her pupils. What transpired? Have you discovered anything? Witnessing this scene, Lotus Overlord inquired. My master, I have discerned the approximate location of the blood of the ancestral dragon. The Dragon Maiden gracefully rose from the ground, a smile adorning her face as she spoke to Oba. Then let us hasten there at once. Oba's expression brightened with anticipation. The Dragon Maiden nodded, taking hold of Oba's hand, and together they set off towards the site of the ancestral dragon's blood. After a while, they had traversed several hundred meters. Master, it is just ahead, the Dragon Maiden exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with golden light, her gaze fixed ahead. Oba nodded, about to speak when an unusual sound pierced the air. A roar. Upon hearing the sound, both Oba and the Dragon Maiden's expressions shifted, realizing that within the volcano, they were not alone. Other creatures were present. Let us hurry and investigate, Oba declared gravely, pulling the Dragon Maiden swiftly toward the source of the noise. They were so close to obtaining the ancestral dragon's blood, they could not allow others to seize it first. As they approached the source of the sound, they distinctly felt the surrounding temperature rising. Fortunately, their formidable powers rendered them impervious to such heat. Master, I see it. The Dragon Maiden suddenly cried out, prompting Oba to quickly glance in the direction she indicated. Before them, merely a few dozen meters away, stood a figure clad in black, plucking a red stone from the ground. It was the blood of the ancestral dragon. Chapter 70. The world of the Jiao. When Oba and the dragon maiden spotted the figure in black, he too became aware of their presence. Swiftly, he concealed the ancestral dragon's blood within his robes and eyed them warily, speaking coldly. Who are you two to dare intrude upon my territory in the world of the Jiao? How audacious! Surrender the ancestral dragon's blood to me. Oba, uninterested in idle chatter, opted for directness. The ancestral dragon's blood? The expression of the figure shifted, instantly becoming vigilant as he scrutinized Oba and the dragon maiden. You have come for the ancestral dragon's blood as well. A mere little Jiao dares to covet it? How ambitious indeed. In Oba's eyes, it appeared as if a crimson lotus was ablaze. The true form of the figure before him was laid bare. The man in black was merely an initial stage Jiao dragon of extraordinary caliber. You can see through my true form. Who on earth are you? The Jiao's expression changed dramatically, filled with astonishment. Could it be that this individual was an unparalleled master? Yet, observing his youthful appearance, the Jiao's anxiety began to dissipate. You may call me Lord Oshun, Oba replied nonchalantly. Lord Oshun. The Jiao was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into boisterous laughter, his demeanor exceedingly arrogant. You, a mere young whelp, dare to have me call you lord? How utterly ridiculous! The dragon maiden. Upon hearing the disdainful remarks from Jiao Xiangxia, Oba felt little anger, merely addressing the dragon maiden with a calm statement. In an instant, a formidable pressure forcefully pinned Jiao Xiangxia to the ground, rendering him immobile. Following this, a voice as cold as ice resounded. To insult the master is to seek death. Once again, the oppressive force struck, embedding Jiao Xiangxia deeper into the earth, causing blood to erupt from his mouth. Why, you are a dragon. Blood spilled from his lips, and before he could wipe it away, he stared in astonishment at the dragon maiden, his eyes filled with disbelief. He never imagined that she was a dragon, and certainly not one of the highest caliber. After all, an ordinary little azure dragon could never suppress him. Can you now surrender the blood of the ancestor dragon? Oba inquired, gazing at Jiao Xiangxia with indifference. I will hand it over. Please don't kill me. Jiao Xiangxia, fearful and desperate, immediately complied, fearing that any delay would cost him his life. Is this truly the blood of the ancestor dragon? As he held the vial in his hand, Oba's eyes flickered with surprise. The blood was smooth as jade, emanating a gentle warmth, pulsing as if it were alive. Well, the blood of the ancestor dragon has been handed over to Lord Oba. Jiao Xiangxia cautiously glanced at the dragon maiden and whispered, Will you spare me? Without the master's command, you cannot leave. The dragon maiden shook her head. Ah, I see. Jiao Xiangxia's expression soured, resigned to wait anxiously at the side, never daring to resist. After all, if even a dragon could serve as a maid, how formidable could Lord Oba's strength be? Meanwhile, Oba began to merge the blood of the ancestor dragon. Once the fusion was complete, he could facilitate the dragon maiden's evolution. Chapter 71. The seven-clawed celestial dragon. Moments later, Oba had fully integrated the blood of the ancestor dragon. A notification rang out. Ding. The evolution points for the dragon maiden have been gathered. The blood of the ancestor dragon has been successfully merged. She can evolve into the seven-clawed celestial dragon. Would you like to proceed with the evolution? Without hesitation, Oba affirmed, Evolve. Ding. The host has confirmed the evolution. The process for the dragon maiden is commencing. As the system's voice faded, the dragon maiden transformed into the form of a five-clawed golden dragon, unleashing a mighty roar as she soared into the sky. Five-clawed golden dragon. At that moment, Jiao Xiangxia finally beheld the true form of the dragon maiden, his eyes widening in sheer shock. He could hardly fathom that she was a five-clawed golden dragon, a creature of Dragon King caliber. Ding. Dragon maiden is in the process of evolution. Please hold. Progress. 20, 40, 100. Evolution successful. The dragon maiden has evolved from a five-clawed golden dragon into a seven-clawed celestial dragon. As the voice of the system echoed, the sky was rent with thunder and lightning, and a resounding dragon's roar descended from the heavens. What is happening? Is the sky about to collapse? Feeling the shift in the world around him, Jiao Tiantian trembled uncontrollably, his heart filled with dread. Meanwhile, Oba remained unfazed, merely surprised by the magnitude of the dragon maiden's transformation into a seven-clawed celestial dragon. If she were to ascend to even greater heights, perhaps to the realm of the ancestral dragon, the terror would be unimaginable. With a piercing cry, a dragon, its entire form shimmering with golden light, descended rapidly. This time, the dragon maiden had grown from over 10 meters to more than 20 meters in length. The most remarkable change was in her claws, evolving from 5 to 7. What? Witnessing this scene, Zhao Tiantian's expression shifted dramatically, his fear reaching its zenith. This was indeed the transformation into a 7-clawed celestial dragon. He could hardly believe that a 5-clawed celestial dragon had evolved right under his nose into a 7-clawed celestial dragon. How could this be possible? The 7-clawed celestial dragon soared through the sky for a brief moment before descending once more into the volcano, morphing back into the form of the dragon maiden. Thank you, Master. Her captivating eyes sparkled with brilliance, and in that moment, it seemed she had freed herself from the control of the lotus seed soul manipulation. Yet, she willingly chose to remain Oba's maid. Excellent. Her strength has risen from the initial stage of the extraordinary realm to the high-tier 6-star level, and she is on the verge of breaking into the sage realm. Observing the transformation and its effects on the dragon maiden, Oba nodded in satisfaction. With this evolution, not only had she become more beautiful, but her power had significantly increased as well. Is she about to break through to the sage realm? Upon hearing this, Zhao Tiantian's expression transformed into one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the dragon maiden possessed such formidable strength. It was simply terrifying. Now that the evolution is complete, it is your turn. After the transformation, Oba turned his gaze toward Zhao Tiantian, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Feeling the icy stare, Zhao Tiantian shuddered. Unable to suppress his trembling, his face paling dramatically as he desperately pleaded, Lord Ocean, I was wrong. Please, I beg for your mercy. I understand my mistakes. Do not kill me. Not kill you? Give me one reason, Oba replied, a slight smirk playing upon his lips as he regarded Zhao Tiantian with a detached demeanor. Lord Ocean, I can be your subordinate. Please don't kill me, Zhao Tiantian said cautiously, casting a wary glance at Oba. Be my subordinate? Oba slowly shook his head, a chill lacing his tone. That is unnecessary. As his words fell, an overwhelming pressure surged forth from Oba, bearing down directly upon Zhao Tiantian. Do not kill. Feeling the imminent threat of death, Zhao Tianxia's expression changed, but before he could finish his words, the oppressive force had already descended upon him. With a resounding bang, the extraordinary Zhao Tianxia did not even have time to struggle before he met his untimely demise. Ding! Host has slain the flood dragon, gaining 5,000 experience points and 0 evolution points. Ding! Experience points have overflowed. The host has ascended to the high tier of the extraordinary realm, achieving the 3rd star. As the system's upgrade notification echoed, Oba once again felt a surge of power. The sensation of leveling up was undeniably delightful. Exhaling contentedly, Oba moved, and every bone in his body creaked, a delightful consequence of his recent evolution. Let us proceed to seek the fire spear. Now that the blood of the ancestral dragon had been acquired and the dragon maiden had evolved into the 7-clawed heavenly dragon, their pressing priority was to locate the fire spear. Indeed, the dragon maiden nodded, and the two prepared to embark on their quest. However, at that moment, Oba furrowed his brow, sensing an increase in temperature beneath his feet. Master, be cautious. Suddenly, the dragon maiden's alarmed voice rang out, prompting Oba to instinctively leap aside. In the next instant, a roaring inferno erupted from the very spot he had just occupied, shooting upwards several dozen meters high. At that moment, witnessing the soaring flames, Oba's pupils constricted. Above the fire, dozens of fiery figures stood, glaring fiercely at both Oba and the dragon maiden. Who dares to intrude upon our territory? A voice, ancient and resonant as if from millennia past, boomed from above the flames. Our territory? Who are you? Oba inquired, his brow furrowing with intrigue. This volcano was indeed a cauldron of unforeseen events. We are the Flame Demon Clan, having resided in this land for thousands of years. The voice continued, but was soon interrupted by Oba. Stop. I did not come here to listen to your recollections. Oba interjected, swiftly adding, since you have lived here for millennia, you must know the whereabouts of the fire spear, correct? With the native inhabitants in his grasp, he found no need to search for the fire spear himself. What? A voice from above the flames echoed in shock. You, a mere human, dare to covet the treasures of my Flame Demon Clan? You are courting death. With that proclamation, the flames surged downward, and a host of fiery figures glared menacingly at Oba, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. Oh, so the fire spear is a treasure of your fiery clan. How fortuitous that I need not search for it. Upon hearing the leader of the Flame Demon Clan's words, Oba expressed mild surprise, then smiled, his gaze turning cold. Hand over the fire spear, and I shall spare your lives. Chapter 73. The reckless flame beings hand over the fire spear and spare us from death? Upon hearing these words, The chieftain of the Flame Demon clan exhibited a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Could it be that this human was truly intimidated by them? How absurd it was to think that merely two individuals could stand against their multitude. It was utterly laughable. Chieftain, this human is exceedingly arrogant. Allow me to take care of him, a young member of the Flame Demon clan boldly proposed after casting a glance at Oba. Very well, Huasheng. You may proceed. The chieftain, suppressing his inner fury, nodded in agreement. With the chieftain's consent, Huasheng immediately strode towards Oba and the Dragon Maiden. What a breathtakingly beautiful woman. After casting a curious glance at the Dragon Maiden, Huasheng found himself utterly entranced. How could such a stunning woman be associated with this human? Surely, she was meant to be with someone as illustrious as Huasheng. A fierce determination took root in his heart. He resolved to defeat Oba and claim this woman for himself. Human, surrender this woman, and I shall spare your life. Huasheng coldly declared, fixing his gaze on Oba. Oh, if you can convince her, I shall let her accompany you, Oba responded, a hint of amusement lacing his voice. You said it yourself. Huasheng's eyes sparkled with delight at this prospect, and he turned to the Dragon Maiden, his gaze shimmering with admiration. My lady, there is no advantage in following such an ordinary human. Accompany me, Huasheng, and you shall reap numerous rewards. He impatiently awaited her affirmation. Leave. The Dragon Maiden's cold gaze met Huasheng's, and the words slipped from her lips with icy disdain. What? Huasheng's expression darkened immediately, a wave of humiliation crashing over him. He considered himself quite handsome and charming, yet the Dragon Maiden had unhesitatingly rebuffed him. It appears she has no desire to follow you, Oba remarked with a sly smile. Your words cut like a knife, piercing Huasheng's heart and igniting a blaze of fury within him. Human, you shall pay with your life, he shouted, charging forward. Dragon Maiden, deal with him, Oba commanded calmly, unfazed by Huasheng's approach. Yes, master, she replied, stepping forward with determination. Instantly, a torrent of dragon might surged toward Huasheng. Huasheng's eyes widened in terror as he found himself at a loss, and in the next moment, the overwhelming force of the dragon's power shattered his very essence. Meanwhile, a notification echoed through the air. Ding! Host has slain a flame demon, gaining 500 experience and 0 evolution points. Huasheng. As he collapsed to the ground, the expressions of the surrounding flame demons shifted dramatically, morphing into one of sheer horror. In the realm of the flame demons, the embodiment of fire was regarded as an exceptional entity, possessing formidable prowess that had reached the advanced stages of the spirit realm, teetering on the brink of the transcendent realm. Yet, astonishingly, even such strength faltered before the Dragon Maiden, unable to withstand even a mere second. What formidable power does this woman possess? As the flame demons succumbed to a state of panic, their leader, however, found himself ensnared in contemplation. Chapter 74. The request of the flame demon leader. Who among you dares to intervene now? Oba observed the frightened assembly of flame demons with a calm demeanor, slowly articulating his words. The gathered flame demons exchanged glances, yet none possessed the courage to take action. In the midst of their silence, the leader of the flame demons took a step forward. Is the leader preparing to act? Surely, as a being of the transcendent realm, he can subdue this human. Witnessing their leader advance, the flame demons surged with excitement, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. However, after a mere step, the leader halted, his gaze laden with complexity as he regarded the Dragon Maiden, and slowly inquired, Might you be of the Dragon Clan? Indeed, she was of the Dragon Clan. Oba nodded, revealing no deceit, for the Dragon Maiden had recently exhibited her draconic might. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the flame demons shifted dramatically, transforming from sheer terror to profound reverence. Oba observed this transformation with a hint of perplexity. Could it be that the flame demons held some connection to the Dragon Clan? Can we solicit her assistance? The leader of the flame demons looked at Uba with urgency, his eyes brimming with yearning. Assistance? What purpose do you have for my servant? Uba raised an eyebrow, a flicker of intrigue crossing his features. Servant. The leader of the flame demons widened his eyes in disbelief as he glanced between Uba and the Dragon Maiden, before cautiously asking, Are you implying that this esteemed Dragon Lord is your servant? The gathering of flame demons fixated intently on Uba, for in their eyes, the Dragon Clan was an unattainable pinnacle. How could an ordinary human possibly command a dragon as a servant? Do you think I would deceive you? The leader of the flame demons gasped, observing the Dragon Maiden's reaction, which exhibited no hint of resistance. This could only indicate that the Dragon Maiden truly was a servant to this human. May I inquire, Venerable One, your esteemed title? In that instant, Uba's stature rose several notches in the hearts of the flame demons. The leader of the flame demons lowered his tone, addressing Uba with added reverence. "You may call me Lord Uba," he replied with a nonchalant demeanor. "Lord Uba." The assembly of flame demons gasped in unison. Yet there was no trace of skepticism among them. After all, the only entity capable of commanding the noble dragon race must be a deity. "Pray, what were your intentions regarding the dragon lady?" Uba cast a glance at the chieftain of the flame demon clan and inquired nonchalantly. "Esteemed Lord Uba, I am but a humble flame nan," the chieftain of the flame demon clan replied with a respectful gesture, then turned to the dragon lady, cautiously stating, "My lady, you must have sensed a particular essence upon your arrival here, correct?" "Essence?" Uba furrowed his brow, unable to detect anything extraordinary. "Dragon Shi," the dragon lady affirmed, nodding slowly. "Master, you may be unable to perceive it. This is something only the dragon race can truly sense." "Only the dragon race?" Uba nodded thoughtfully, yet a new perplexity arose. If only dragons could perceive it, how then could Flame Nin sense it? Sensing Uba's confusion, Flame Nin smiled and explained, "This is all thanks to the Ancestor Dragon." Chapter 75. The Blood of the Ancestor Dragon. Thanks to the Ancestor Dragon? Upon hearing this, both Uba and the dragon lady exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting the shock in the other's eyes. The Ancestor Dragon had perished thousands of years ago. If Flame Nin had indeed encountered the Ancestor Dragon, did it not imply that the Flame Demon clan had existed for millennia? Yet, if they had been around for such a long time, how could Flame Nin, after thousands of years of cultivation, still only possess extraordinary capabilities? Confusion enveloped their minds. To unravel this mystery, we must delve back thousands of years, Flame Nin sighed, a complex expression flickering in his eyes before he began his recollection. After a brief pause, upon hearing Flame Nin's account, both Uba and the dragon lady were taken aback. They had not anticipated such a history within the Flame Demon clan. Thousands of years ago, when the Ancestor Dragon faced tribulation and nearly perished, it was during this critical moment that the Flame Demon clan intervened to aid him. In gratitude, the Ancestor Dragon bestowed upon them a drop of his blood. Regrettably, he had forgotten the extent of his own power, as well as that of the Flame Demon clan, resulting in the unfortunate sealing of their fate in this realm for millennia. The absence of their emergence had left them devoid of any advancement in strength, as the Dragon Chi had absorbed all the spiritual energy in this place. "Esteemed Lord Uba, esteemed Dragon Lady, we implore you to reclaim the Ancestor Dragon's blood. Such a favor is truly beyond our deserving," Flame Nin remarked with a wry smile, mirrored by the expressions of those behind him from the Flame Demon clan. "Then I shall take it back and convey my apologies to the Ancestor Dragon and to you." The Dragon Lady nodded in agreement. Originally, the Ancestor Dragon's intention was benevolent, yet it inadvertently caused the Flame Demon clan centuries of turmoil. "There is no need for apologies. Your ability to reclaim the blood is a grace unto us." Flame Nin waved his hand dismissively, portraying a sense of resignation. The blood of the Ancestor Dragon, indeed? All of Uba's attention was focused on the blood of the Ancestor Dragon. Even after thousands of years, the energy contained within this blood remained remarkably potent. "Let us, Huyanin." "As you command, Lord Ocean." Huyanin nodded, but soon found himself in a quandary. "Lord Ocean, the Ancestor Dragon's blood is located thousands of meters underground, where the temperature is exceedingly high. While we of the Fire Demon clan are unafraid, you and Lady Long are at risk." "It matters not," Uba replied, shaking his head. In the next moment, the crimson lotus flames erupted from his body. Now transformed into the red lotus Nezha, fire was the least of his concerns. Meanwhile, Lady Long was enveloped in dragon aura, causing the flames to hesitate before her. "Then we are unimpeded." Witnessing their prowess, Huyanin's respect deepened, and he turned to lead Uba and Lady Long into the depths below. "Lord Ocean, Lady Long, let us embark." Indeed, both Uba and Lady Long nodded in agreement. Moments later, the group began their descent into the earth. After several minutes, they arrived at the heart of the volcano. The temperature here was exceedingly high, but fortunately, the group was impervious to flames. Otherwise, they would have been reduced to ashes in an instant. "Lord Ocean, the blood of the Ancestor Dragon is right here," Huyanin said cautiously. "Indeed," Uba nodded, sensing the presence of dragon aura, as the surroundings were suffused with a faint yellow mist. "This must be the Dragon Chi." Chapter 76. Dragon Blood Nezha. Where is the blood of the Ancestor Dragon? Uba inquired, having searched for some time without success. "Master, it is here," came Lady Long's voice. She had moved ahead without him noticing. Before her lay a blood mass the size of a fist. Though dull and lacking luster, it emitted a subtle allure. "This is the blood of the Ancestor Dragon." Uba and the Fire Demon clan approached her. "Lady Long, can you carry this blood?" We of the Fire Demon clan have exhausted every method but cannot move it even a step. Huyanen's expression was one of resignation and bitterness as he gazed at the ancestor dragon's blood. You are not of the dragon lineage, hence, you cannot bear the blood of the ancestor dragon, Lady Long explained, shaking her head. In the next moment, she effortlessly lifted the blood of the ancestor dragon, enveloped in dragon chi. Truly remarkable, Lady Long. You can lift it with such ease. Upon witnessing Lady Long take up the ancestor dragon's blood, Huyanen and the Fire Demon clan sighed in relief. Finally, they could see a resolution to their plight. Master, this is the blood of the ancestor dragon, Lady Long said as she approached Oba, the essence of the ancestral dragon, gazing upon the pure energy of the ancestral dragon's essence. Oba could not help but lick his lips, yet a sense of regret swelled within him. This essence was of no use to him. Otherwise, it could have significantly enhanced his power. Logically, only members of the dragon lineage could benefit from the ancestral dragon's blood. However, at that moment, a resounding roar seemed to emanate from the essence itself. Just as the crowd stood in confusion, the blood unexpectedly surged into Oba's body. Ding. Host detected absorbing ancestral dragon's essence. Experience points, 0. Evolution points, 30. Dragon Blood Nezha is commencing evolution. Dragon Blood Nezha. Upon hearing this, Oba's eyes widened in astonishment, taken aback by the rapidity of the transformation. Before he could fully adapt to the Red Lotus Nezha, he had now evolved into Dragon Blood Nezha. The evolution progressed rapidly. 20, 50, 100. Evolution successful. The host has transformed into Dragon Blood Nezha. Ding. The host automatically levels up to the high-tier extraordinary realm, 3 stars. As the system's voice faded, Oba immediately felt a surge of dragon energy radiating from his being, resembling a slumbering dragon, exuding a faint aura of draconic majesty. Master, are you all right? The concerned voice of the dragon maiden resonated in his ears. I'm fine, rest assured. Oba replied, slowly opening his eyes. In an instant, 2 beams of golden light shot forth, obliterating a massive rock before him into dust. The dragon maiden and the fiery demon kin were momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized that the aura emanating from Oba was none other than the familiar dragon energy. Dragon might. Master, you. The dragon maiden covered her mouth in disbelief, astounded by the continuous surprises Oba presented. It's merely dragon might. There's no need to dwell on it, Oba replied, shaking his head as he gradually absorbed the dragon energy back into his body. Truly worthy of the esteemed Lord O, you astonish us all. Even the essence of the ancestral dragon can be absorbed. The fiery demon Nan, regaining his composure, remarked to Oba. Chapter 77. The dragon's grievance. All right, Nan, since you have taken care of the ancestral dragon's essence, it's time for you to hand over the fire spear, isn't it? Oba looked at Nan, speaking slowly. The fire spear? Nan scratched his head awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. What? We resolved such a significant issue for you, and now you don't even wish to give us the fire spear? Oba cast a cold glance at him, a hint of dragon might subtly radiating from his form, pressing down upon Nan. And no. The weight of the dragon's might is overwhelming. Nan felt an oppressive heaviness and cold sweat streamed down his face as he hastily addressed Oba. Lordo has done me a great favor. How could I dare to refuse? It's just. Seeing Nan's hesitant demeanor, Oba furrowed his brow and pressed. Just? What do you mean just? The fire spear has already been taken by the monsters within this volcano, Nan replied helplessly. Monsters? With a furrowed brow, Oba pondered whether there might be other creatures hidden within the volcano. Indeed, Huyan, with a bitter nod, expressed a flicker of fear in his eyes. Lord Ocean, that creature is of the Saint Realm. Even if we wished to seize it, we would be powerless. A creature of the Saint Realm? Hearing this, Oba's demeanor shifted, a hint of concern evident in his expression. Where is this creature? He inquired. It lies beneath our very feet. At that moment, as Huyan spoke, the ground trembled violently, as if the earth itself were on the verge of splitting apart. Suddenly, the soil shattered, and a dragon-shaped monster emerged. It was enveloped in black mist, lacking a complete form, its body translucent. That is the fire spear. The instant this transparent creature manifested, Uba recognized the fiery long spear within it. Undoubtedly, it was the fire spear. Master, this is the dragon's grievance. The dragon maiden spoke gravely to Uba. Dragon's grievance? What is that? Not only Uba but even Huyan and the other fire demon clansmen were filled with confusion, their ears perked to hear the dragon maiden's explanation. The dragon's grievance is a mysterious spiritual entity formed from the resentment of dragons. The dragon maiden glanced at the dozens of meters long black mist and continued. Though the ancestor dragon has successfully broken through, the grievances it harbored lingered on, accumulating over time. So it is thus. In an instant, everyone came to a sudden understanding. It turned out that the ancestor dragon had left behind more than just its bloodline for the fire demon clan. Even the dragon's grievance had been bequeathed. A dragon's grievance of the Saint Realm? Excellent. Having just evolved into the dragon blood Nezha, Uba sought a worthy opponent to test his newfound strength. And this Saint Realm dragon's grievance was perfectly suited for that purpose. Come forth, dragon's grievance, and let me teach you a lesson. Roaring in response to Uba's challenge, the dragon's grievance charged fiercely toward the group. It's coming. Uba's eyes sparkled at the sight. However, the fire demon clan behind him recoiled in fear. They understood that the power of the dragon's grievance had reached the Saint Realm. Lord Ocean, please exercise caution. That is the dragon's grievance of the Saint Realm. Huayan could not help but warn Uba as the dragon's grievance surged forward. No matter, it is no match for me. Uba shook his head, his gaze tranquil. He was eager to discover just how formidable a dragon's grievance at the Saint Realm could be. Upon hearing Uba's words, Huayan hesitated. It was not that he doubted Uba's strength, but their long subjugation by the dragon's grievance had instilled a deep-seated fear within him. Thus, upon witnessing the dragon's grievance, his heart swelled with trepidation. Chief of the Fire Clan, there is no need for further words. Trust in our master, he urged. Just as Huayan Nan wished to utter a few more words, he heard the voice of the dragon maiden. Turning to look, he observed a resolute glint in her eyes directed towards Uba. Could it be that Lord Ocean truly possesses the ability to resolve this dragon's grievance? For reasons unknown, Huayan Nan's previously taut heart suddenly felt a sense of relief. Just then, the dragon's grievance was merely a few dozen meters away. With a crack of the whip, Uba unleashed his skill, sending the Xiantian Ling hurtling towards the dragon's grievance. This time, infused with dragon energy. Even the attack of the Xiantian Ling bore a hint of draconic majesty, resembling a fiery dragon from a distance. In a heartbeat, the Xiantian Ling struck the dragon's grievance. However, upon impact, the dark aura enveloping the creature dispersed. Once the Xiantian Ling's strike was evaded, the dark energy coalesced once more. It appeared that the attack of the Xiantian Ling had proven ineffective. Witnessing this, Uba expressed mild astonishment, yet remained undeterred. It seems I must resort to flames. Suddenly, a flame shaped like a lotus erupted from his hand, instantly hurling itself towards the dragon's grievance. In that moment, the crimson lotus fire enveloped the dragon's grievance fiercely, the dark energy swirling within, yet this time it was utterly powerless. Refine. With Uba's command, the crimson lotus fire surged once more. Upon observing this scene and feeling the intense heat of the crimson lotus fire, Huayan Nan's countenance shifted. He realized that even if he exerted all his might to unleash flames, he could not reach even a fraction of this temperature. It was over. The dragon maiden narrowed her beautiful eyes and spoke softly. As her words fell, a wail emanated from within the crimson lotus fire. The dragon's grievance was being gradually refined. The cries of the dragon's grievance echoed incessantly, but the refining process showed no signs of halting. After a while, the cries ceased, and the crimson lotus fire gradually extinguished. Ding! Host has slain a dragon's grievance, earning 5,000 experience points and 1 evolution point. After absorbing the experience from the dragon's grievance, Uba approached the last remnants of dissipating dark energy. There stood a long spear. Fire-tip spear, here I come. Filled with joy, Uba promptly seized the fire-tip spear. Not far away, Huayan Nan observed this unfolding scene, but chose to remain silent. After all, without Uba's intervention, they could not have attained such ease and would still be under the pressure of the ancestor dragon's blood. Ding! Host has acquired the fire-tip spear. Searching for suitable skills. The moment Uba grasped the fire-tip spear, the system's voice resounded suddenly. Suitable skills? Hearing the system's words, Uba's eyes sparkled with surprise. He had not anticipated such attentive service from the system. Ding! Learning Dragon Combat Spear Technique. Learning Progress, 100. Host has acquired Dragon Combat Spear Technique. Chapter 79. The 4 Cs are annihilated. Shocking the world dragon-slaying spear technique? Upon hearing this phrase, Uba was momentarily taken aback. But then a surge of joy filled his heart. The name of this technique sounded remarkably formidable, suggesting its immense power. Without hesitation, Uba brandished the flame spear and unleashed the skill, dragon-slaying spear technique. In the next instant, he thrust the spear forward, piercing through a block of fiery lava with great force. A roar reminiscent of a dragon echoed. Immediately, a dragon-shaped flame surged forth, striking the lava. With a resounding boom, the flames erupted skyward, and the fiery lava shattered into countless fragments. Witnessing this spectacle, the Flame South and the other fire demons were utterly astonished. Having lived in this region for so long, they were well aware of the lava's resilience. Even 5 extraordinary beings, using all their might, would find it difficult to obliterate the lava in a single blow. Yet now, Lord O had effortlessly reduced it to ruins with a mere thrust of his spear. The dragon-slaying spear technique was indeed remarkable. Observing the destructive power of the technique, Oba nodded in satisfaction, feeling quite pleased. Lord O, may we depart now? Flame South inquired cautiously, glancing at Oba. With the suppression from the ancestral dragon's blood dissipating, they were eager to leave. Oba nodded. Yes, you may go. Thank you, Lord O. At his words, Flame South beamed with joy, bowing respectfully before departing in a flash of flame along with the gunpowder demons. Master, where shall we go now? The dragon maiden asked, looking at Oba. To Chintang Pass, Oba replied after a moment of contemplation, having made his decision. With the ancestral dragon's blood and the flame spear secured, and having fortuitously evolved into Dragon Blood Nezha, it was only logical for him to leave this place. On this return journey, Oba resolved to bid farewell to Li Jing and Madame Yin properly before choosing to depart. Chintang Pass was ultimately too constraining for him. Dragon Maiden, let us be on our way. Indeed. With that, a 7-clawed heavenly dragon soared into the sky, their destination set for Chintang Pass. Within the Li residence at Chintang Pass, Li Jing and his family sat anxiously in the main hall, worriedly discussing Oba's absence, which had now stretched to a full month. Ha ha ha, generally, so this is where you all are? At that moment, a gentle voice resonated. As Taiyi Zhenren entered through the door. Senior Taiyi, you have arrived. Upon seeing the elderly figure, Li Jing and Madame Yin's faces lit up with joy, and they hurried to greet him. Where's my dear disciple? Taiyi Zhenren glanced around, noticing Oba's absence, and a look of confusion crossed his face. Li Jing let out a bitter smile, expressing uncertainty regarding the whereabouts of a certain individual. What a pity, he remarked. Taiyi Zhenren shook his head in response. What brings you here today, esteemed senior? Li Jing inquired cautiously, glancing at Taiyi Zhenren. Hee, allow me to share something particularly intriguing, Taiyi Zhenren said with a mysterious smile. The 4 dragon kings of the 4 seas have all been annihilated. What? All 4 dragon kings have been exterminated. Upon hearing this, Li Jing and the others widened their eyes in disbelief, staring incredulously at Taiyi Zhenren. Chapter 80. The astonishment of Taiyi Zhenren. Could it be true that the dragon kings of the seas have been vanquished? What kind of formidable being could possess such power to achieve this? Senior Taiyi, is this truly the case? Li Jing and the others exchanged doubtful glances with Taiyi Zhenren, still struggling to accept the shocking news. Absolutely true, Taiyi Zhenren affirmed, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. This news has spread widely. The young man known as Lord Uba, accompanied by a dragon maid, swiftly eliminated Ao Guang and subsequently obliterated the 3 other dragon kings with a single strike. Such strength is truly commendable. As Taiyi Zhenren spoke, his eyes sparkled with profound respect. When this incident became known, even he had been taken aback. The sheer impact was overwhelmingly strong. A dragon maid? Li Jing and Madame Yin furrowed their brows upon hearing this, recalling that Uba had left with a dragon maid. Could it be? The thought sent a shiver down their spines, leaving them momentarily stunned at the possibility. How could this be? It's impossible. Just then, a resonant roar echoed through the air. Is that a dragon? Taiyi Zhenren's expression changed instantly, for he sensed that the dragon's strength seemed to surpass even his own. As a mere mid-level extraordinary being, he was still far from the realm of sages. Let us go outside and take a look. A senior has arrived. With that, Taiyi Zhenren hurriedly made his way outside. A senior? Li Jing and the others were taken aback, but quickly followed suit, realizing that anyone whom Taiyi Zhenren would refer to as a senior must be extraordinary. Within Chintang Pass, many citizens gazed in awe at a dragon shimmering with golden light, soaring through the sky. They gasped in astonishment, feeling as if they had witnessed a divine miracle. Dragon maid, descend. Uba commanded, disregarding the astonished crowd below. At your command. Master. The dragon maid replied, promptly soaring towards the courtyard of the Li residence. Look, a divine dragon has entered the Li residence. The sight sent waves of excitement among the citizens of Chintang Pass. A resounding roar of a dragon heralded the transformation of the 7-clawed celestial dragon into a maiden, who obediently followed behind the formidable Uba. Just as they were about to enter, they encountered the hurried approach of Taiyi Zhenren. Taiyi, old man. Uba furrowed his brow, pondering the unexpected arrival of this old fellow. Nezha. Taiyi Zhenren, upon spotting Uba, briefly exhibited a flicker of surprise, which he quickly suppressed. He inquired, Nezha, where is that esteemed elder from earlier? Esteemed elder? What esteemed elder? Oba was momentarily taken aback. I distinctly felt the presence of a dragon elder just now. Taiyi Zhenren appeared perplexed. At that moment, Li Jing and others emerged from the main hall, their faces lighting up upon seeing Oba. Taiyi, old man. You must be referring to her, right? Upon hearing Taiyi Zhenren's words, Oba began to piece together the situation and glanced back at the dragon maiden, remarking, her? Taiyi Zhenren was initially stunned, but soon his gaze sharpened with keen interest directed at the dragon maiden. In the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically, leaving him speechless. The seven-clawed celestial dragon. The woman before him was indeed a seven-clawed celestial dragon. A creature of such caliber possessed power that far surpassed that of the four seas dragon kings. Why would a dragon of this rank be beside Oba? Such a being should not appear here. Taiyi Zhenren, with a hint of caution, inquired, Nezha, who is this esteemed elder? She is my maid, Oba replied nonchalantly. What? Taiyi Zhenren's expression shifted, and he exclaimed, you must not utter such words carelessly. Angering a dragon elder could have dire consequences. Upon noticing the dragon maiden's lack of reaction, he sighed in relief. After all, he was uncertain if he could contend with a seven-clawed celestial dragon. Old man, why the apprehension? Oba chuckled lightly. Meanwhile, the dragon maiden smiled gracefully. Indeed, I am my master's maid. What? The revelation left Taiyi Zhenren wide-eyed, filled with profound disbelief. The seven-clawed celestial dragon had genuinely acknowledged herself as Oba's maid. Taiyi Zhenren inhaled sharply, as if struck by an astonishing realization. His demeanor shifting drastically as he fixed an intense gaze on Oba. A dragon maid? Could it be that you are the formidable Li Jing, the slayer of the four seas? Upon hearing this, Oba smiled and nodded. The moment Oba confirmed it, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. A stillness akin to death descended upon them. The faces of Taiyi Zhenren, Li Jing, and the others were adorned with expressions of sheer astonishment, disbelief, and trepidation. Li Jing. He is the one who has slaughtered the four seas, striking fear into the hearts of countless dragon clans. The corners of Taiyi Zhenren's mouth lifted in a bittersweet smile. His disciple had unknowingly surpassed him by a considerable margin. My dear apprentice, what is your current strength? He inquired. Approaching the Saint Realm, came the reply. What? The crowd fell into a frenzy, their eyes wide with incredulity. In a mere month, Oba had ascended from the spirit realm directly into the advanced stages of the extraordinary realm. Such speed could only be described as terrifying. This level of power likely exceeded even that of Taiyi Zhenren himself. In that instant, everyone felt a sense of unfamiliarity with Oba, as if he were no longer the Nezha they once knew. Lady Jing gazed at Oba, wanting to speak but hesitating in trepidation. Mother, you need not fear, Oba said with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Lady Jing finally exhaled, relieved. I have returned today solely to convey one matter, Oba continued, his eyes glinting with a faint brilliance. I am bidding you farewell. Chintang Pass is ultimately too small to contain me. Upon hearing Oba's words, Li Jing and Lady Jing, among others, were not particularly surprised. How could one who could annihilate the four dragon kings be content to remain in such a modest place as Chintang Pass? Nezha, take care, Lady Jing said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked at Oba with reluctance. To this, Oba merely sighed, though not his birth mother. She was akin to one. By the way, old Taiyi, I have yet another question for you. Sighing again, Oba turned to the still astonished Taiyi Zhenren. Ah, Taiyi Zhenren suddenly snapped back to reality, looking at Oba with confusion. What is it? Oba met his gaze with seriousness. Do you know of the Fengshenbang? Chapter 82. The two realms of the mythical world. The Fengshenbang is the most crucial element of this mythical world. Oba had not forgotten it. Now that he had the chance to see Taiyi Zhenren, he naturally wished to inquire thoroughly. The Fengshenbang? Taiyi Zhenren paused, then narrowed his eyes slightly, nodding. I am aware of it. Oh, you know? Oba's heart leapt with joy. He had not anticipated the existence of the Fengshenbang in this mythical realm. This revelation did not disappoint him. Since you know, please share what you can, Oba urged. Taiyi Zhenren nodded, a complex expression flickering in his eyes as he began to speak. I have only heard of the Fengshenbang. I have never truly seen it. It is said that those who ascend the Fengshenbang will leave this realm. Leave this realm? Not only was Oba, an outsider, perplexed, but even Li Jing and the others were hearing this for the first time. The mythical world is divided into the mortal realm and the divine realm. We currently reside in the mortal realm. Only those whose names are inscribed on the Fengshenbang can ascend to the divine realm. Thus, the Fengshenbang has always been the ultimate goal for practitioners. Taiyi Zhenren sighed, his eyes reflecting a longing for that higher plane. In the realm of mythology, who does not aspire to attain the coveted list of deities and ascend to the divine realm? This mythical world is astonishingly divided into the mortal realm and the divine realm. Upon hearing the words of the celestial master Taiyi, a glimmer of surprise flickered in the eyes of Uba. This revelation utterly subverted his understanding of the mythical world. The existence of the divine realm only heightened his ambitions. Now that he had entered this mythical world, how could he remain confined to the trivial mortal realm? Dominating the divine realm was the ultimate goal of Uba. After all, his aspirations were to reign supreme in this mythical world. Your goal is the list of deities? Seeing the gleam in Uba's eyes, Celestial Master Taiyi was momentarily taken aback. Not only that, Uba shook his head. Not only. Celestial Master Taiyi exclaimed. Could it be that Uba's ambitions soared even higher than the divine realm? Upon reflection, Uba was indeed known as Lord Ocean. With a name bearing the title of deity, his aspirations would undoubtedly transcend the confines of this diminutive mortal realm. Upon hearing Uba's words, Li Jing and Madame Yin exchanged glances, somewhat astonished. They had not anticipated that their son harbored such lofty ambitions. Very well, I shall depart tomorrow. After gathering some information, Uba concluded, leading the dragon maiden back to his quarters. Reclining on his bed, Uba gazed at the ceiling, lost in thought. Unbeknownst to him, he had been in this mythical world for nearly 2 months. Although he had attained a modest level of power, he did not dare to relax in the slightest. For this mythical realm was fraught with peril. My lord, what weighs on your mind? At that moment, the dragon maiden approached, sitting beside him and tenderly massaging his shoulders. Are you concerned about the list of deities? Fear not, for I, the dragon maiden, shall always be by your side. It's nothing. Uba felt a warmth in his heart, realizing that having a maidservant was indeed a delightful experience. Dragon maiden, tonight I shall choose you to warm my bed. Uba fixed his gaze upon the dragon maiden, causing her to blush as she turned away, her ears slightly flushed. Just as Uba anticipated a refusal, the dragon maiden subtly nodded in agreement. Uba's eyes sparkled with excitement as he embraced the dragon maiden, preparing for sleep. The night passed in silence, the room filled with a faint, enchanting fragrance. In the blink of an eye, the night had slipped away. Chapter 83. The Celestial Sect. With the dawn breaking, Uba awoke, still enveloped in the lingering fragrance. Ding. Host has successfully tamed the dragon maiden. Reward. 1 achievement treasure chest. A chest appeared in his mind. Uba stretched languidly, feeling a bit sore, and then proceeded to open the achievement treasure chest. Acquired, dragon armor I. Dragon armor? Uba was not entirely unfamiliar with this item. After all, he had utilized it during the annihilation of the East Sea Dragon King, Ao Guang, though it had been shattered by Uba's single strike. However, it seemed that Ao Guang's version was merely a lower-tier dragon armor. At present, the esteemed Ao Ba possesses a piece of advanced Wanlong armor. Dragon Maiden, please don this, he urged. For Ao Ba, the armor's defensive capabilities paled in comparison to the protective aura of dragon energy enveloping him. Thus, he had no need for it. The dragon maiden nodded and adorned herself with the Wanlong armor. A chime resonated, enhancing her grace and beauty. In that instant, it appeared that the dragon maiden had become even more enchanting, a revelation that took Ao Ba by surprise, as he had not anticipated such an effect from the armor. After a brief interval, the two departed the chamber. Having lingered in Chintang Pass for some time, it was now time to take their leave. The dragon maiden transformed into a 7-clawed celestial dragon, upon which Ao Ba mounted, gently instructing her, "Let us be off, dragon maiden." "Yes, master." With that, she soared into the skies, vanishing in the blink of an eye. During the past few days, Ao Ba had been diligently seeking information on formidable adversaries. He must maximize his strength before the emergence of the divine ranking, for only then would he have a chance to leave his mark upon it. In a modest inn within the marketplace, Ao Ba and the dragon maiden sat opposite one another, both sipping on fine wine, while nearby patrons engaged in animated discussions. "Have you heard? The 4 great dragon kings have all been vanquished," exclaimed one. TSK, they say the one who defeated them is called Lord Ao Shun. His power is phenomenal. I've also heard that the master of Tongtian has made significant advancements in strength. At this revelation, all ears in the vicinity perked up, intrigued. Has the master of Tongtian reached the realm of saints? His strength has progressed yet again. The master of Tongtian? Meanwhile, Ao Ba's eyes glimmered with interest. Wasn't the master of Tongtian the leader of the Jiesian sect from mythology? However, if he truly possessed such power, Ao Ba might indeed consider confronting him. Resolute in his decision, Ao Ba prepared to depart in search of an opportune moment to challenge the Jiesian sect. Yet, at that moment, an incongruous voice pierced the air. "You there, halt." A richly attired man was brazenly staring at the dragon maiden. Although she had obscured her face with a veil, the man's instincts told him that she must be a beauty. Is that young Master Zhang San of the Jiesian sect? What is he doing here? The patrons gasped in astonishment at his appearance. This individual was one of the 3 talents of the Jiesian sect, having attained a high level of spiritual prowess at a young age. What made matters worse was Zhang San's notorious reputation for being overly fond of women. The fate of the Dragon Maiden appeared grim. Should she fall into Zhang San's clutches, she would likely not fare well. A wave of sympathy swept through the crowd, as they seemed to envision the tragic outcome of the Dragon Maiden succumbing to Zhang San's advances. Chapter 84. The reappearance of the White Fox clan. Are you calling me? Ao Ba turned around, casting a nonchalant glance at Zhang San. Hand over the beauty, and I shall spare your life. Zhang San, seemingly indifferent, briefly regarded Ao Ba before fixing his gaze intently on the Dragon Maiden. It was only then that the onlookers discerned her visage through the veil. Heavens! What a stunning woman! How could such an exquisite beauty exist in this world? In an instant, even the spectators around them found their breaths becoming somewhat hurried. They finally understood why Zhang San had dared to confront Ao Ba. If such a breathtaking beauty were present, they too might have made a similar choice. Spare my life. At these words, Ao Ba found it somewhat amusing, his voice gradually growing colder. Dragon Maiden, eliminate him. Upon utterance of those words, the Dragon Maiden exhibited no hesitation. A wave of oppressive force swept over, instantly reducing Zhang San to a mere pulp. He had no opportunity to scream before being annihilated. After a considerable pause, the onlookers began to react, staring in disbelief at the Dragon Maiden. This woman had effortlessly dispatched Zhang San, one of the 3 talents of the Jiesian sect, merely through her aura. What kind of power could accomplish such a feat? Wait, what was her name? Dragon Maiden? At that moment, someone seemed to grasp the implications. They vaguely recalled that the legendary Ao god, who had vanquished the 4 seas, was accompanied by a Dragon Maiden, to be able to slay one of the 3 talents of the Jiesian sect. This must be the truth. As realization dawned, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Standing before them was, indeed, the Ao god. In an instant, all eyes were fervently fixed upon Ao Ba. Are you truly the Ao god? They inquired cautiously. Witnessing this scene, Ao Ba was momentarily taken aback, nodding in acknowledgement, his heart brimming with confusion. Had he not merely defeated the Dragon King of the 4 seas? How had such a reaction arisen? My lord, you may not be aware, but the Dragon King of the 4 seas had allowed the East Sea Demon clan to assail humanity. In the eyes of these common folk, your slaying of the Dragon King signifies their salvation. The Dragon Maiden seemed to understand his perplexity and offered an explanation. Now it became clear to Ao Ba. Indeed, you are the Ao god. In that fleeting moment, Ao Ba felt the fervent enthusiasm of the populace. A short while later, he seized an opportunity to discreetly depart with the Dragon Maiden, fearing that remaining any longer might lead to unforeseen troubles. After walking for a while, he paused, brow furrowed, and turned back. Come out, no need to hide. As the words fell, a young girl stepped forth timidly, gazing at Ao Ba with trepidation, yet remaining silent. Do you need something from me? Reluctantly, Ao Ba initiated the conversation. Great Ao god, could you please save my sister? The girl spoke cautiously. Save your sister? With a furrowed brow, Uba understood that despite being the Lotus deity, he was under no obligation to assist those in distress. Yes, my sister has been captured by the Golden Core Patriarch of the Celestial Severing sect. Can you help her? The timid girl remained oblivious to Uba's thoughts. At that moment, she viewed him as her last ray of hope, clinging desperately to the chance of salvation. Uba's expression remained indifferent, prepared to decline her request, when he noticed the girl's skirt subtly shift, revealing a tail. Upon witnessing this, Uba's countenance changed. You are of the White Fox clan? Chapter 85. The Extraordinary Bilinger Lord Lotus Deity. You remember us. The timid girl's eyes gleamed with joy upon hearing Uba recognize her true identity. It turned out she was indeed a member of the White Fox clan from the Golden Light Mountain Range. You mentioned your sister was captured. You must be referring to Bilinger, correct? Uba inquired, frowning slightly. Yes, the timid girl nodded. Hearing this, Uba furrowed his brow further. His connection to the White Fox clan was deeper than he had anticipated. The marketplace was a considerable distance from the Golden Light Mountain. So what brought the White Fox clan here? Shouldn't your clan reside within the Golden Light Mountain? How did you end up in this place? With a glimmer of complexity in her eyes, the timid girl explained, Lord Lotus Deity, after you vanquished the 3 great beast kings, Taiyi Zhenren did not appoint new beast kings. One beast king's presence alone cannot maintain the order of the Golden Light Mountain. So we had to relocate to avoid being bullied. Is that so? Uba nodded, realizing that the plight of the White Fox clan was somewhat linked to him. He then asked, But how did you attract the attention of the celestial severing sect? Although he believed the sect was not particularly powerful, it was certainly more formidable than the White Fox clan. The timid girl let out a bitter smile. It's all due to my sister's rapid cultivation. Bai Linger's cultivation speed? Oba was taken aback. Bai Linger was not exceptionally strong, so why would she draw such attention due to her talent? Lord Lotus Deity. You may not know, but after you left, my sister firmly believed in your words that she could transform into a nine-tailed fox. As a result, within just a month, she sprouted her fifth tail, which attracted the attention of the Golden Core Patriarch of the Celestial Severing Sect, who wishes to tame her as a pet. The timid girl explained slowly, her voice tinged with sorrow. Transforming into a fifth tail in just a month? Oba was slightly astonished by her words. It seemed he had underestimated Bai Linger. It would not be long before she could evolve into a nine-tailed fox. Wait, nine-tailed fox? The thought sparked a realization in Uba's mind. Reminiscent of the legendary Daji from Myth, who was said to be a nine-tailed fox transformed. If he could assist Bai Linger in evolving into a nine-tailed fox and subsequently transform her into Daji, how splendid would that be? With this thought, Oba found it impossible to erase from his mind. What is your name? Oba inquired, gazing at the timid girl with a hint of indifference. Replying to Lord O, I am Bai Kaier, she whispered softly. Bai Kaier, please lead me to Elder Bai Chio. It was evident that Elder Bai Chio and the others must be nearby, albeit not in human form and thus absent from the city. Although Oba was uncertain how Bai Kaier could assume human shape, it seemed of little consequence at that moment. Yes, Lord O, and Lady Dragon, please follow me. In truth, Bai Kaier harbored a deeper fear of the Dragon Lady, as the dragon lineage naturally instilled a sense of dread in all beastly creatures, seemingly stemming from their innate dominance. Very well, let us proceed, Oba nodded, following Bai Kaier and the Dragon Lady. Soon, the group exited the city and made their way towards the eastern woods. Chapter 86. The Divine Favor. Upon reaching the small grove in the east, Oba immediately sensed the presence of Elder Bai Chio and others. However, the number of auras belonging to the White Fox clan appeared to have diminished significantly, seemingly no more than a mere dozen. Lord O. In the next moment, Elder Bai Chio emerged with several members of the White Fox clan, all bearing wounds and exuding a faint aura of despair. What has befallen you? Oba furrowed his brow at the sight of their dire condition. Lord O, you must seek justice for us. Elder Bai Chio looked at Oba, tears streaming down his face, as if he were gazing at the last glimmer of hope. Indeed, to them, Oba was the final straw for salvation. Was this the work of the Celestial Severance Sect? Without needing further elaboration from Elder Bai Chio, Oba was already aware that the Celestial Severance Sect was behind these atrocities. Lord O, the Celestial Severance Sect has slaughtered my kin and seized our people. This enmity is irreconcilable. Elder Bai Chio's eyes were filled with both rage and helplessness. Facing the formidable Celestial Severance Sect, he felt utterly powerless. His tone grew serious as he looked at Oba with a pleading gaze. Lord O, I beseech you to avenge the White Fox clan. We are willing to serve you as our master for all eternity. As Elder Bai Chio's words fell, the rest of the White Fox clan prostrated themselves on the ground. For all eternity, we pledge our allegiance to Lord O. The voices of the White Fox clan rose in unison, imbued with an undeniable solemnity. At that moment, a system prompt resonated, detected a spirit contract from the White Fox clan. Do you wish to sign it? Spirit contract? A gleam sparked in Oba's eyes. He understood that the spirit contract was precisely what Elder Bai Chio had just mentioned, a promise that should he resolve the plight of the White Fox clan, they would serve him as their master for generations to come. However, what benefit could this possibly bring him? The system slowly elucidated, host. Such a pact ensures that even if in the future the White Fox clan produces a formidable entity surpassing you, they shall remain bound by this contract, acknowledging you as their master. Oh, I see. A gleam ignited in the eyes of Oba as he unhesitatingly affixed his signature to the spiritual contract. Ding. The host has signed the spiritual contract, acquiring a servant from the White Fox clan. In the next moment, Elder Bai Chio and Bai Kaier, along with the other foxes, felt an inexplicable radiance envelop them, while simultaneously, Oba appeared to ascend in nobility. What is happening? The assembly of white foxes stood bewildered, questioning the golden light adorning their forms. I understand now. This is the blessing of the divine. With his extensive knowledge, Elder Bai Chio swiftly deduced the phenomenon and exclaimed, the blessing of the divine? The white foxes gazed at Elder Bai Chio with expressions of perplexity. The blessing of the divine is indeed a precious gift. Elder Bai Chio, now animated, declared, this blessing is a fortune bestowed upon us by Lord O, a boon for our cultivation. As long as we remain near Lord O, Our cultivation speed will increase several-fold. You may test it for yourselves. An increase in cultivation speed by several times? The foxes exchanged skeptical glances before entering a meditative state. Oba observed them with a smile. Before long, a voice filled with astonishment rang out. Is this truly effective? The white foxes turned their attention to Bai Kai. To their amazement, behind Bai Kai, a new tail had sprouted. In mere seconds, she had ascended to the realm of the two-tailed fox spirit. Gasping at this astonishing sight, the white foxes collectively inhaled sharply, their eyes wide with profound astonishment. Is the blessing of the divine really this formidable? Thank you, Lord O, Elder Baichio expressed, his eyes gleaming with joy as he respectfully acknowledged Oba. Not at all, Oba waved dismissively. Given that the White Fox clan dared to forge such a contract as his first following tribe, he would not be stingy. His current level of faith was more than sufficient to sustain a small-scale blessing. Lord O, when shall we depart? After the initial joy had subsided, Elder Baichio glanced at Oba. I fear that Ling may still be enduring the torment of the celestial capture sect. We must not delay. Let us set off at once. Oba pondered for a moment, feeling the urgency of time. In the next instant, he summoned the dragon maiden to reveal her true form. With a resonant roar, a seven-clawed heavenly dragon gradually materialized before the gathered assembly. Is this the seven-clawed celestial dragon? Observing the dragon maiden and Elder Baichio, the foxes could not suppress their trembling bodies, feeling an overwhelming suppression stemming from their bloodlines. Were it not for the divine favor bestowed upon them by Uba, they would surely have knelt before the might of the dragon. Come up, Uba beckoned, leaping onto the back of the dragon maiden and addressing Elder Baichio and the others. The elder hesitated, his servants reluctant to take a step forward. After all, the dragon race was considered untouchable in their eyes. To tread upon the back of a dragon was a profound disrespect. Thus, they remained hesitant. It's all right, come up. Uba gestured helplessly. At that moment, the dragon maiden exhaled a breath of dragon essence, her melodious voice resonating in the ears of Elder Baichio and the foxes. Come up. There is no need for such formality. With the dual affirmation from Uba and the dragon maiden, Elder Baichio and the others finally dared to step forward. Dragon maiden, let us proceed, Uba instructed once they had all mounted. Yes, master, responded the dragon maiden, and she set off towards the celestial interception sect. The sect was perched atop a steep mountain, its elevation making it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to ascend. Without the flying abilities of the dragon maiden, Uba would have found it equally challenging to reach such heights. After all, humans would need to attain at least the sage realm to traverse the skies. Master, we have arrived, the dragon maiden announced as she hovered in the air before a grand sect. Is this the celestial interception sect? Uba mused, gazing at the imposing structure enveloped in ethereal mist, exuding an air of mystery befitting one of the foremost sects in the land. Let us enter, he declared, and as he spoke, a golden light descended, transforming the dragon maiden back into her human form, obediently following Uba. Bai Kai, can you sense Bai Linger's presence? Upon landing, Uba turned to Bai Kai and inquired. Bai Linger and Bai Kai, born of the same mother, possessed a profound telepathic connection. Chapter 88. Meeting the Golden Core ancestor. Upon hearing the question, Bai Kai closed her beautiful eyes to begin her sensing. After a moment, she shook her head. No, I cannot feel my sister's presence. Observing this, Uba furrowed his brow. Could it be that the distance is too great? Let us move closer. The group nodded, preparing to follow Uba deeper into the sect. However, at that moment, a startled and furious voice erupted. Who are you? Suddenly, 4 or 5 disciples clad in Taoist robes from the Celestial Interception sect surrounded them, each wearing a cautious expression as they scrutinized Uba and his companions. Master, shall we deal with them? Upon seeing several disciples of the Jiesian sect, a glint of coldness flashed in the dragon maiden's eyes as she quietly inquired. No need. Aoba replied with a shake of his head. They still held significant value. These disciples were merely at the spirit realm level, easily eradicated with a mere wave of his hand. However, they possessed one distinct advantage. They could serve as guides. Undoubtedly, the simplest course of action was to have these Jiesian disciples lead the way, thus avoiding aimless wandering. Quickly tell us, who are you? The disciples of Jiesian sect, noticing Aoba and his companion's silence, grew increasingly cautious. They gripped their swords tightly, prepared to strike at a moment's notice. Rest assured, my friends are acquaintances of Brother Zhang-san, Aoba replied with a smile, casually addressing the Jiesian disciples. Zhang-san was, of course, the individual who had been turned into a pulp by the dragon maiden in the restaurant. Although his strength was lacking, Aoba had not forgotten his esteemed identity. Being one of the three prodigies of the Jietian sect elevated him far above ordinary disciples. An acquaintance of Brother Zhang. Upon hearing this, the Jietian disciples exchanged glances of surprise, followed by a hint of respect directed towards Aoba. If he was indeed a friend of Brother Zhang, then he surely bore no ill intentions. However, may we inquire about the purpose of your visit? In response, Aoba smiled and gestured towards the dragon maiden, saying, "This is a stunning beauty sought by Brother Zhang, intended as a gift for his master." During his journey, Aoba had learned that Zhang's master was none other than the Golden Core Grandmaster who had abducted by Linger. How ironic it was to dispatch the young only to deliver the elders shortly thereafter. A stunning beauty? The Jietian disciples hesitated, though they were well aware of Zhang's notorious lechery. Still, it was their first time hearing that he would actively give away women, leaving them somewhat astonished. As they looked at the dragon maiden, their eyes widened in sheer awe. They had assumed that any woman Zhang would willingly part with would be of low caliber. However, upon gazing upon the dragon maiden's visage, emotionless and as frigid as ice, they were utterly stunned. Her beauty was truly beyond compare. Each disciple found their breaths quickening. They wished they could declare themselves as the Golden Core Grandmaster. Alas, they lacked the audacity to do so. After taking a deep breath, they managed to compose themselves completely. "Let us escort you to meet the Golden Core Grandmaster." "Very well," Aoba nodded, a slight smile gracing his lips, relieved that they need not search aimlessly. Chapter 89. An Object. Your life. After walking for a while, Aoba and his companions seized the opportunity to observe the scenery within the Jietian sect. It was indeed worthy of its renowned reputation, as they encountered countless sects along the way. Hundreds of disciples from the Jietian sect were engaged in their cultivation and meditation. Regrettably, these individuals were of little interest to the esteemed Aoba, as they were merely lowly practitioners at the spirit entry stage. "Do not lose heart, my brother," one disciple encouraged, noticing Aoba's sigh of disappointment. "Given your relationship with senior brother Zhang, you will surely join our Jietian sect soon." Aoba simply smiled faintly in response, his concerns solely revolving around the potential experience and evolution points he could gain from the sect. After several minutes, a few Jietian sect disciples escorted Aoba and his companions to a grand estate. The words Jindan Fu were prominently displayed at the entrance, marking the residence of the Jindan Patriarch. One disciple turned to Aoba and spoke cautiously, "I must warn you, the Jindan Patriarch has a rather peculiar temperament. Be on your guard. Do not assume that your friendship with senior brother Zhang grants you any leniency, or we may not be able to assist you." Upon hearing this, Aoba smiled slightly and replied, "Thank you for the warning. Let us proceed." With that, the disciples pushed open the door, and Aoba followed them inside. As they entered the courtyard, they beheld an elderly man in a golden robe, his white hair flowing, seated in meditation with his eyes tightly shut. Upon their arrival, his eyes snapped open, radiating a brilliant golden light. The Jindan Patriarch's strength had evidently increased. The disciples felt a tremor of shock in their hearts. "Who are you?" the Jindan Patriarch inquired, rising slowly and regarding Aoba and his companions with a detached gaze. "Master, they are friends of senior brother Zhang, here to seek your counsel," the disciples stammered, trembling slightly. "Friends of Zhang." The Jindan Patriarch's eyes revealed a flicker of surprise as he turned his attention to Aoba. "What brings you here? Speak quickly," the disciples urged, their anxiety mounting. They had heard tales of the Jindan Patriarch's volatile nature and were eager for Aoba to conclude his business swiftly. "I seek an item from you, Jindan Patriarch," Aoba said, his expression serene. What item?" The Jindan Patriarch furrowed his brow at Aoba's request. It was not customary to ask the Jindan Patriarch for something. Were they not supposed to present him with exquisite beauties instead? Even the disciples sensed something amiss. Yet none dared to voice their concerns. "I seek your life." Aoba's voice rang out coldly, devoid of any emotion. "What?" The disciples gasped in horror, their minds swirling in disbelief. How could he possibly demand the life of the Jindan Patriarch? Was he out of his mind? Surely, the Jindan Patriarch would not spare him. "Young man, you possess an audacious spirit." As anticipated, the countenance of the Golden Elixir Patriarch darkened, a low growl escaping his lips. He, a venerable figure of high status, had not endured such provocation in many years. This was the first time in all those years. Chapter 90. Annihilating the Golden Elixir Patriarch. "Young man, should I fail to refine you into a human elixir today, I shall no longer be worthy of the title Golden Elixir Patriarch." A tempest of fury surged within the Patriarch's core, his gaze towards Aoba filled with icy disdain. Aoba scoffed, remarking, "You speak too much, just like your useless disciple. Have you encountered Zhang?" Upon hearing this, The patriarch furrowed his brow, an unsettling feeling stirring within. What have you done to Zhang San? He's dead, Oba replied nonchalantly. What? The patriarch's eyes widened in disbelief, shock etched across his face. Zhang San was his most esteemed disciple. How could he have perished so abruptly? Zhang San was on the cusp of transcending into the extraordinary realm. What power does this young man possess? Nearby, several disciples of the Celestial Interception sect exchanged astonished glances. Yet, regardless of this young man's strength, he surely could not contend with the Golden Elixir Patriarch. Having slain the Patriarch's beloved apprentice, how could he expect to escape unscathed? Young man, you are courting death. The Patriarch's eyes blazed with fury, his expression a mixture of rage and disbelief. Enough of your prattle, Dragon Maiden, deal with him. Oba stated, weary of the Patriarch's incessant words. Yes, master. The Dragon Maiden nodded, gracefully advancing towards the Golden Elixir Patriarch. A mere girl. And she dares to challenge me, the Golden Elixir Patriarch? Witnessing Oba's choice to send a woman against him, the Patriarch's anger flared, and he laughed maniacally. Young man, do not blame me for being ruthless. As his words fell, a formidable aura emanated from him, summoning fierce winds around them. Such power, indeed befitting a Golden Elixir Patriarch. That woman is so beautiful, it is truly a pity. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, the nearby disciples found themselves bending under the weight of his might, their eyes filled with profound fear. The Patriarch's strength was undoubtedly above the mid-tier of the extraordinary realm. Nevertheless, the Dragon Maiden approached with an expression of calm, seemingly unperturbed by the oppressive aura surrounding her. What is this situation? The Patriarch's eyes flickered with panic at this sight. His imposing presence appeared ineffective against this woman. With a roar reminiscent of a dragon, the Dragon Maiden's eyes shimmered with golden light as she raised her delicate hand and forcefully pressed it towards the Golden Elixir Patriarch. Perish! As her command echoed, the dragon's might surged forth. What is this? This is dragon might. Who are you? The Patriarch's eyes widened in astonishment, a name flashing through his mind. Lord Oshun. Could it be that this young man is Lord Oshun? However, the Dragon Lady did not even give the Golden Core Ancestor a moment's thought. In the next instant, a resounding thud echoed as the Golden Core Ancestor was unceremoniously crushed into a mere pancake. Ding! It was detected that the host had slain the Golden Core Ancestor, earning 1,000 experience points and 0 evolution points. The Golden Core Ancestor was dead. How could this be possible? Witnessing this scene, several disciples of the Celestial Interception sect were filled with disbelief. They stood frozen, as if their souls had been snatched away. Even within the entire Celestial Interception sect, the Golden Core Ancestor ranked among the upper echelons of power. Yet now, this stunning woman had vanquished the once mighty Golden Core Ancestor with a single strike. It was the dragon might she wielded. One disciple of the Celestial Interception sect suddenly came to his senses. Gazing at Oba with eyes wide in horror, she invoked the dragon might. She must be of the dragon clan. Could it be? He is the revered Lord O? Chapter 91. The Master of Celestial Interception Lord O? Upon hearing his words, the remaining disciples of the Celestial Interception sect were utterly astonished. The title of Lord O was one they were all too familiar with, for he was a ruthless figure known for annihilating foes across the seas. Are you truly Lord O? Several disciples of the Celestial Interception sect cautiously regarded Oba, their hearts laden with trepidation. Do I need to prove it? Oba cast a nonchalant glance at them, the cold glint in his eyes making the disciples tremble with fear. And no, we dare not. The disciples hastily shook their heads in denial. With their silence, Oba chose to disregard them. Bai Kaier, now attune yourself to the aura of Bai Linger. Oba instructed Bai Kaier. Bai Kaier nodded, preparing to sense the energy. At that moment, a bold voice resonated from the heavens. The arrival of Lord O. I extend my humble greetings. Forgive my negligence. As the voice faded, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe stood suspended in the air, a smile adorning his face as he regarded Oba. Suspended in midair, a sage-level expert. Upon seeing this individual, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Oba's eyes. Surely, this man was the master of celestial interception. A sage-level prowess was indeed to Oba's taste. It seems, my young friend, Lord O, does not afford me much respect. Noticing that Oba had completely ignored him, the master of celestial interception's eyes flickered with a hint of anger, quickly subdued. Afford you respect? Why should I? Oba found the situation rather amusing. You. The master of celestial interception gritted his teeth, his robe billowing ominously, exuding an air of imminent confrontation. Yet he swiftly restrained himself, smiling as he said, my young friend. Lord O, I presume you have come to my celestial interception sect in search of that little fox, have you not? Saying this, The master of celestial interception glanced at Elder Baiqiu and the others, a glint of cunning in his eyes, as if everything lay within his grasp. Indeed, Uba nodded, his tone growing colder. The White Fox clan is under my protection. Does the celestial severance sect dare to seize a member of the White Fox, showing such blatant disregard for me? You're jesting, my esteemed friend, replied Tontian, a slight smile gracing his lips. He truly did not regard Uba with much respect, but rather felt trepidation toward the dragon maiden at his side. Uba, the White Fox you mentioned is within the celestial severance sect's main hall. Would you care to accompany me? Tontian spoke slowly. Then let us proceed. Uba nodded without a hint of hesitation. My lord Uba, are you not concerned he might set a trap? Elder Baiqiu inquired softly, his brow furrowed upon seeing Uba's swift agreement. It matters not. I fear them not. Uba replied with a gentle smile, casually waving his hand. In truth, he was rather eager for Tontian to summon a multitude to surround him. If they wish to play, let them play in grand style. Ha! My esteemed friend Uba is indeed forthright. Tontian was momentarily taken aback by Uba's prompt consent, not having anticipated such a swift reply. However, it seemed everything was unfolding just as he had anticipated. Uba, the main hall of the celestial severance sect is atop the mountain. As you cannot fly, we have flying beasts at our disposal, Tontian began, but was interrupted by Uba. That won't be necessary. Uba shook his head, calmly stating, Dragon Maiden, please take us. At his command, the Dragon Maiden transformed, revealing a magnificent seven-clawed heavenly dragon before Tontian's astonished eyes. Chapter 92. The Shocked Celestial Severance Sect, a seven-clawed heavenly dragon? Tontian's eyes bulged in disbelief. This was indeed a seven-clawed heavenly dragon, a creature whose formidable strength could rival that of a sage. Fortunately, it seemed that the Dragon Maiden had not yet reached such a level. How infuriating. Just who is this Uba, that he commands the loyalty of a seven-clawed heavenly dragon? Tontian was filled with confusion. Uba appeared to have emerged from nowhere, shrouded in mystery with no prior information about him. Tontian, lead the way, Uba said as he and Elder Baiqiu leapt onto the Dragon Maiden's back, addressing Tontian calmly. Very well, my esteemed friend Uba, please follow me, Tontian nodded, a triumphant smile creeping onto his face as he turned to lead the way. Indeed, the Celestial Severance Sect was situated at the mountain's summit, occupying the highest point. Perhaps the higher one stood, the closer one was to the heavens, validating the meaning of the sect's name. My esteemed friend Uba. Below is the main hall of the Celestial Severance Sect, Tontian said with a smile. Below, a resplendent golden hall stood tall, with numerous elders and disciples awaiting, seemingly showing great respect for Uba. My esteemed friend Uba, over 3,000 members of the Celestial Severance Sect await your arrival below. Indeed, Uba nodded, then instructed the Dragon Maiden to descend towards the main hall. Even if the path ahead is fraught with peril, he would descend without a moment's hesitation, for he harbors no fear. Soon after landing, the Dragon Maiden transformed into her human form and followed closely behind the Lotus Overlord. Friend of the Lotus God, please follow me. The Celestial Master led the Lotus Overlord and others toward a gathering of elders. Meanwhile, thousands of disciples of the Celestial Sect below were left bewildered. They had only witnessed a flash of golden light, with nothing else in sight. Whispers of speculation filled the air among the disciples. What is happening today? I sense something amiss. It seems a significant figure has arrived. Did you not see that both the Master and the 18 elders have come out? One disciple explained. What? Even the Master and the 18 elders are present? This is a sage-level powerhouse alongside numerous high-ranking transcendents, who possesses such stature as to warrant the presence of so many formidable beings. The disciples of the Celestial Sect were visibly stirred, their gazes turning toward the main hall. The Celestial Master stood above, his expression calm as he surveyed the thousands of disciples below. He spoke slowly. Today, a remarkable individual has come to our Celestial Sect, one whose name you should all be familiar with. He is the Lotus God. What? The Lotus God? Upon hearing the Celestial Master's words, the disciples of the Celestial Sect were struck with astonishment. Could it be that the one who single-handedly vanquished the four seas is here? In an instant, fervor ignited in the eyes of the thousands of disciples. Such a powerhouse is worthy of their utmost reverence. Celestial Master, there is no need for such grandiosity. Simply return the White Fox to me, remarked the Lotus Overlord, his brow furrowed in mild discontent at the Celestial Master's ostentatious display. Ah, dear Lotus God, you are perhaps unaware. The Grand Elder among the 18 elders approached with a cheerful demeanor. Addressing the Lotus Overlord, the Master is doing this entirely to welcome you into our Celestial Sect. Chapter 93. Why not establish the Lotus God Sect? Join the Celestial Sect? The Lotus Overlord was taken aback. What was this nonsensical proposition? He then furrowed his brow and glared at the Celestial Master, saying, "Celestial Master, what trickery is this?" "I am not engaging in trickery," the Celestial Master replied with a sincere smile, gazing earnestly at the Lotus Overlord. "Lotus God, I see your extraordinary talent. Why not consider joining our celestial sect? If you agree, the position of Deputy Master shall be yours." As he spoke, a glint of ambition sparkled in the Celestial Master's eyes. His interest lay not in the Lotus Overlord's talent, but in the identity of the Dragon Maiden. A seven-clawed celestial dragon on the verge of breaking through to sagehood. If he could gain control over her, the strength of the celestial sect would undoubtedly surge tremendously. The Celestial Master's words stirred a wave of astonishment among the disciples, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at him. To everyone's astonishment, he is the deputy leader. The master of the celestial sect is indeed willing to invest such substantial resources, permitting the Lotus deity to wield such immense power. Although the esteemed Lotus deity has vanquished the four seas and slaughtered four dragons, the Celestial Master himself stands at the pinnacle of saintly realms. This level of prowess, one might argue, is at least equal, if not superior, to that of the Lotus deity. Yet, the Celestial Master places such high regard upon the Lotus deity. Could it be that the Lotus deity truly possesses such terrifying capabilities? A multitude of disciples remained in stunned silence, gazing at the Lotus Overlord, eager to discern his response. The title of Deputy Leader? Upon hearing the Celestial Master's words, a faint smirk graced the lips of the Lotus Overlord, who found the situation somewhat amusing. What does the esteemed Lotus deity truly desire? He inquired. The Celestial Master, misinterpreting the Lotus Overlord's remark as agreement, hastily pressed for clarification. That is out of the question. The Lotus Overlord shook his head. If the celestial sect were to transform into the Lotus deity sect, I could consider taking the lead. As he uttered these words, the Lotus Overlord had already devised further plans in his mind. To fully harness the abilities of his divine followers, he understood the necessity of elevating his own reputation. The most direct and effective method was to propagate his own faith, essentially, to establish his own faction, the Lotus deity sect. The Celestial Master faltered momentarily, only for his countenance to darken in an instant, a voice tinged with bewildered anger erupting. "What did you say? The Lotus deity sect?" The Celestial Master's eyes were filled with disbelief. Could it be that the Lotus deity intended to usurp the celestial sect and transform it into the Lotus deity sect? This would undoubtedly sever a legacy that had endured for a millennium. Had he lost his sanity? In that moment, the members of the celestial sect were enveloped in a profound silence, their gazes fixed upon the Lotus Overlord, collectively pondering the madness of this individual. "Lotus deity, I have extended such generous terms in recognition of your exceptional talent. Instead of expressing gratitude, you audaciously seek to usurp my celestial sect? This is utterly preposterous." The Celestial Master, regaining his composure, glared at the Lotus Overlord alongside the 18 elders, his rage boiling over. In response, the Lotus Overlord merely smiled faintly, having firmly resolved to pursue his intentions. However, starting from scratch posed significant challenges. Given the existing sect, why not engage in a clever ruse, altering its name and lineage? How delightful that would be. "Master, I perceive treachery in this rogue's heart. It would be better to eliminate him outright." An elder among the 18 glared fiercely at the Lotus Overlord, subsequently advising the Celestial Master. "Indeed, Master, let us rid ourselves of this scoundrel." His words quickly garnered the approval of the other elders. Chapter 94. Confrontation with the Celestial Master. Eliminate him. Eliminate him. How dare he attempt to usurp the position of our celestial sect? Such audacity demands retribution. Master, slay him. In an instant, all disciples of the celestial sect glared menacingly at the Lotus Overlord, rising in fervor. "Lotus deity, since you have chosen to provoke our celestial sect, I shall have no choice but to respond in kind." The Lord of the Celestial Teachings gazed coldly at Oba, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. "Choose your fate, a duel or a collective assault." Oba casually dug at his ear, casting a nonchalant glance at the Lord, exuding an air of indifference. How infuriating. The Lord of the Celestial Teachings gritted his teeth, having never encountered someone so audacious. "O Shun, you shall pay dearly for your arrogance. Elder 18, eliminate this brat." As his words fell, 18 formidable auras of extraordinary realm surged forth, bearing down upon Oba. Yet, following a resounding dragon roar, the multitude of pressures dissipated entirely. The Lord's eyes widened in astonishment, silently acknowledging, "Truly, the dragon clan is unparalleled. Their might can repel the combined force of numerous equal-level warriors." "Dragon Maiden, how many can you handle?" Oba inquired, glancing at Elder 18 before directing his gaze towards the Dragon Maiden. Fear not, merely 18 will suffice. She replied with serene confidence, a radiant smile gracing her delicate features. Very well, Oba nodded, reassured by her capability to face Elder 18 alone, allowing him to confront the saint-level lord of the celestial teachings without worry. Dragon Maiden, conclude this battle swiftly. With a nod, she advanced gracefully, her dragon armor shimmering with a soft glow, fully prepared for combat. In an instant, a faint golden light enveloped her as she unleashed her dragon might. Charging towards Elder 18, a thunderous sound erupted, exuding overwhelming force. Everyone, be cautious. This Dragon Maiden's strength could ascend to the saint level at any moment. Upon witnessing her approach, the Grand Elder's expression shifted, prompting an urgent warning. The remaining 17 elders nodded with heightened vigilance, concentrating their entire attention. Should the Dragon Maiden truly break through to the saint level, even all 18 of them would stand no chance. This embodies the terrifying nature of the saint level. Observing the Dragon Maiden seemingly gaining the upper hand against Elder 18, Oba exhaled in relief, ready to engage the Lord of the Celestial Teachings without restraint. So, you intend to confront me? With your extraordinary strength, do you truly believe yourself worthy? The Lord sneered, dismissing Oba's resolve upon seeing him dispatch the formidable Dragon Maiden. Worthy? Then by all means, give it a try, Oba replied coldly. Ha ha ha, do come and test it. The Lord laughed heartily, entirely unconcerned, for he was a saint, while Oba was but an extraordinary being. How could he hope to contend? Elder Baichio, you and the others wait here. I will deal with the Lord of the Celestial Teachings first. Oba turned to instruct Elder Baichio and the foxes. Lord Oshun, please exercise utmost caution. Elder Baichio expressed concern before retreating with Baikaier and the other foxes to a safer distance. This level of combat bears no distinction from a celestial battle, one in which they cannot partake. After ensuring the safety of Elder Baichio and the others, Uba cast a glacial gaze towards the Tongtian master. Soon, you shall experience the true meaning of a thorough beating. Chapter 95. The Pressure of the Dragon Clan, a Thorough Beating? The Tongtian master let out a cold chuckle, his aura soaring like a tempest, stirring a violent wind. The sky darkened, as if it too were trembling in fear. This is the might of a sage. Ocean, prepare to meet your demise. As his words fell, the Tongtian master waved his hand, unleashing a wave of oppressive force. The fire spear. Uba extended his hand, and the fire spear materialized from thin air, dancing in his grasp, igniting with a burst of flame. With a resounding thud, the incoming pressure was dispelled. A divine artifact? Upon witnessing the fire spear in Uba's hand, a flicker of astonishment crossed the Tongtian master's eyes. This young man possesses a divine artifact as his weapon. Ocean, it seems your divine artifact shall soon belong to me. Greed filled the Tongtian master's gaze as he envisioned the feeling of holding the artifact in his hands. Witness the overwhelming pressure of a sage crush you. As his voice echoed, waves of pressure radiated from around the Tongtian master, surging madly towards Uba. Pressure? The corner of Uba's mouth curled up. Having evolved into the Dragon Blood Nezha, he seemed least afraid of pressure. Dragon blood. A low growl escaped him, his eyes shimmering with golden light, emanating a formidable dragon aura. In an instant, he rebounded the Tongtian master's oppressive force. What? A flicker of shock crossed the depths of the Tongtian master's eyes, leaving him no time to react as he was sent hurtling backward. A mouthful of blood erupted from the corner of the Tongtian master's lips, but he had no mind to wipe it away. At this moment, his eyes were filled with astonishment and confusion. That pressure, he could distinctly identify as dragon might. Moreover, this dragon might seemed even more intense than that of the seven-clawed heavenly dragon, Longv. How could Ocean, a human, possess such dragon pressure? A flurry of doubt swirled in the Tongtian master's mind. Could it be? You are of the Dragon Clan? The exclamation escaped the Tongtian master in horror. The Dragon Clan, observing the Tongtian master spitting blood and flying backward. The disciples of the Jiesian sect were utterly astonished. Yet, upon hearing such a revelation, the disciples were plunged into confusion. If Lord Ocean were truly of the Dragon Clan, how could he possibly harm his own kin? The Dragon Clan? No, I am not. Uba replied with a faint shake of his head. Damn it, this is too bizarre. The Tongtian master gritted his teeth, steadying his breath, and cautiously retracted his oppressive force. This time, he behaved himself, realizing that demonstrating his might in front of the formidable Uba, who bore the weight of the Dragon Clan's authority, was an exceptionally foolish endeavor. Tongtian, will you persist? Uba, wielding the fire spear, remarked with a cold smile. Ocean, Do not deceive yourself into thinking you are truly powerful simply because you have an advantage in pressure. Uba's words ignited Tongtian's fury, and with a roar, a blood-red orb began to coalesce behind him. What is that? The disciples of the Jiesyan sect below gazed on in confusion. That is the Master's signature move, the blood-drawn demon sphere. Someone seemed to recognize it, their eyes glinting with fervor as they watched Tongtian. It is time to conclude this battle. Given that it is a signature move, Ocean will undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. In response, Uba remained composed, uttering a soft command, Dragon Ascending Technique. Dragon raises its head. Chapter 96, Defeating Tongtian. With a resounding dragon's roar emanating from the swirling fire spear, Tongtian's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the fiery dragon's head materializing before him. Yet, he did not cease the formation of the blood or behind him, for it was his last resort. Blood-drawn demon sphere. Tongtian bellowed, veins bulging as he lifted the orb, which had grown to nearly several meters in size. Ocean, perish! Tongtian screamed, hurling the blood orb violently toward Uba. Dragon raises its head. Unfazed, Uba displayed no trace of fear. As the fire spear thrust forward, the fire dragon surged forth. In the next moment, just as everyone expected the blood orb to obliterate the fire dragon astonishingly opened its mouth and swallowed the orb. Burp. Remarkably, the fire dragon even let out a burp before dissipating into flecks of energy. What on earth is this? Witnessing this scene, countless disciples of the Jiesyan sect were left dumbfounded. The fire dragon had consumed the Master's ultimate move? How could such a thing happen? Not only were the Jiesyan disciples astonished, but even Tongtian was left in shock. This was a move he had held in utmost confidence, and now it had vanished so effortlessly? Hiss. This was the first time Tongtian felt the overwhelming presence of an extraordinary being was truly difficult to contend with. It was utterly bizarre, filled with astonishment. Tongtian sensed something amiss. If this continued, he might indeed meet his demise at Ocean's hands. No, he must flee. He absolutely must escape. Tongtian felt a considerable confidence in his ability to escape. After all, he held an advantage. He was a sage, capable of flight. In the next moment, Tongtian soared into the air, leaping into the sky. Observing this, Uba made no attempt to hinder him, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The master of the celestial sect has fallen prey. The celestial silk ensnares. As the words fell, a colossal red net descended from the heavens, ensnaring the master of the celestial sect within its grasp. What is this? The master of the celestial sect gasped in horror, realizing that the more he struggled, the tighter the red net constricted around him. In the next moment, the red net transformed into a strand of crimson silk. This artifact, astonishingly, was indeed a divine treasure. How infuriating! What is this lotus god? Have divine artifacts become so prevalent? The master of the celestial sect felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness as he helplessly watched the celestial silk carry him back to the side of the Lotus Overlord. Master! At this sight, countless disciples of the celestial sect gasped in astonishment, their faces etched with profound shock. The master of the celestial sect, at the Saint Realm, has actually been defeated? Is the Lotus God truly that formidable? This scene struck them with such impact that they remained in a state of disbelief for an extended period. Master of the celestial sect, were you not eager to flee? The Lotus Overlord smiled faintly at the master of the celestial sect, having covertly placed the celestial silk in the sky, waiting for the perfect moment to ensnare him as he attempted to escape. All of this had been orchestrated in the Lotus Overlord's grand scheme. Truly, the Lotus God is deserving of his reputation, I concede. The master's eyes brimmed with reluctance, yet he found himself utterly powerless. Speak, where is the white fox you captured? The Lotus Overlord inquired coldly, regarding the master of the celestial sect with an unwavering gaze. The white fox. The master of the celestial sect scoffed in disdain, replying nonchalantly. That fox was sent to Chowga long ago. Chowga? The Lotus Overlord's brow furrowed. Is this not the stronghold of King Zhou? If Ling'er could indeed evolve into Daji, would that not make everything inevitable? This cannot be. Daji must remain my servant, untouched by others. Now that I know, you are of no further use. As he spoke, the murderous intent in the Lotus Overlord's eyes intensified, exuding a palpable aura of malice. Please, do not kill me. The master of the celestial sect hastily pleaded. Having recently broken through to the Saint Realm, how could he perish here? That is not for you to decide. The Lotus Overlord chuckled coldly, thrusting the firepoint spear forward with ferocity. With a sickening sound, the spear pierced the master's throat, a deep unwillingness flashing in his eyes. The master of the celestial sect clutched at his throat, yet blood gushed forth like a fountain, his vitality fading rapidly. In the blink of an eye, The once mighty ruler of the celestial sect met his demise. Ding. The host has slain the master of the celestial sect, earning 10,000 experience points and 1 evolution point. Ding. The host has reached the required experience threshold and is evolving. Please wait. Ding. The host has attained the initial stage of the Saint Realm, 1 star. As the system's elevation announcements resounded, the Lotus Overlord felt his attributes elevate significantly. The crux of the matter lies in his prowess, which has ascended from the realm of the extraordinary to that of a sage. This level of strength constitutes a qualitative leap. Oba feels an overwhelming surge of power within him. Should he encounter the Celestial Master now, he is confident that a single strike would be sufficient to vanquish him. Witnessing Oba slay the Celestial Master, the disciples of the cut immortal sect below stared in wide-eyed astonishment, as if struck by lightning, their souls momentarily lost in disbelief. This esteemed Lord O has already slain the Dragon King of the 4 seas, and now he has dealt with the sage-level Celestial Master. Such power is utterly terrifying. One cannot help but wonder how the Dragon Maiden is faring. Oba murmured to himself before soaring towards her. At this moment, the battle between the Dragon Maiden and Elder 18 had escalated to a fever pitch. Within just a few minutes, the Dragon Maiden had severely injured 3 elders. However, Elder 18 found himself utterly powerless against her. Elder, her attire is quite peculiar. One elder remarked bitterly, observing that whenever their attacks struck the Dragon Maiden, they were invariably absorbed by an enigmatic force. Thus, they could not harm her in the slightest. She must be wearing the armor of 10,000 dragons. Elder 18 pondered aloud after a moment's reflection. The armor of 10,000 dragons. Another elder gasped, his expression quickly turning grim. Isn't that said to be invulnerable? How then can we possibly defeat her? Fear not, Elder 18 replied, shaking his head, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Let us all attack together. Perhaps we can breach this armor of 10,000 dragons. The elders gritted their teeth, prepared to launch a decisive strike against the Dragon Maiden. Dragon Maiden, today shall be your demise. Elder 18's voice carried a chilling undertone. He needed to dispatch the Dragon Maiden swiftly to assist the Celestial Master. Demise? I dare say it shall be your demise instead. Oba's voice interrupted abruptly. The crowd turned to him, their expressions instantly transforming in shock. Saint Sage Level. Chapter 98. The Sect of Oshun Sage Level. Elder 18 stared incredulously at the hovering Oba, his eyes filled with terror. The Oshun has indeed broken through to the Sage Level, but what of the Master? A sense of unease gnawed at Elder 18 as he glanced around, only to behold the lifeless form of the Celestial Master on the ground. The Celestial Master is dead? Oshun, how dare you slay the Celestial Master? His exclamation laid bare the profound shock within Elder 18. Each elder displayed a look of disbelief. They could hardly fathom that in the confrontation between the Master and Oshun, it was the Celestial Master who lay slain. Oshun is far too powerful. I offer you 2 choices, submission or death. The decision lies solely with you. Oba displayed no regard for their astonishment, gazing calmly at Elder 18 with an unwavering demeanor. Surrender or death? In an instant, Elder 18 panicked, exchanging glances with the others, none daring to utter a word. Yet, confronted by the presence of Uba, who had ascended to the Saint Realm, and the watchful Dragon Maiden by his side, their chances of survival diminished to nothingness. O God of Lotus, do not be so complacent. Our celestial severing sect shall never submit to you. Just as the assembly of elders fell into silence, one elder suddenly shouted fiercely. In a flash, the other elders turned their gazes towards him, their eyes wide with astonishment. Sensing all eyes upon him, the elder felt a surge of pride. If he could ignite the fighting spirit among them, defeating the God of Lotus would ensure his ascension to leadership. However, as he envisioned this bright future, a wave of oppressive force surged forth. No, the elder cried out, dread flickering in his eyes. In the next moment, he was crushed beneath the weight of that power. Upon witnessing this scene, the hearts of the other elders sank, their expressions a complex mix of emotions as they looked at Uba, who had unleashed the force. You may attempt to resist, but I assure you, the consequences will be far worse than his. Uba retracted his dragon might, his gaze cold and indifferent towards the assembly of elders. The elders, who had just harbored thoughts of resistance, fell into silence. The swift demise of their defiant companion served as a stark warning. We choose to submit. With a heavy sigh, the elders quickly opted for surrender, realizing they had no other choice in the face of Uba's saintly power. Noticing the flicker of unwillingness in their eyes, a glimmer of shrewdness crossed Uba's visage as he produced dozens of lotus seeds with a flick of his hand. In a swift motion, the seeds shot forth like lightning, finding their way into the mouths of the elders. Skill, Lotus Seed Soul Control, activated. As the ability took effect, the eyes of the elders gradually dulled. Observing this, Uba shook his head in resignation. Had these elders genuinely wished to submit, such convoluted measures would have been unnecessary. Regrettably, they lacked this intention. Having completed his task, Uba walked through the air, alighting upon the main hall. He regarded the thousands of terrified disciples of the celestial severing sect below him with an expressionless gaze. The disciples trembled, uncertain of Uba's intentions. After a lengthy pause, Uba spoke slowly, his tone calm, yet authoritative. I hereby declare that from this moment forth, the celestial severing sect shall officially be renamed the Lotus God Sect. Chapter 99, Millennia and Eternity, Lord God of Lotus. The Lotus God Sect. He truly intends to transform the celestial severing sect into the Lotus God Sect. As they beheld Uba in the main hall, the eyes of the disciples brimmed with reverence. This time, there was no trace of disdain or disbelief among them, for the once defiant Master Tongtian lay dead beyond resurrection. As he gazed at the disciples with a look of bewilderment, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Oba's eyes, prompting him to summon the divine favor. In an instant, a ripple of golden light formed, expanding ceaselessly outward. Within moments, it enveloped thousands of disciples. As the golden radiance emanated from their bodies, their eyes, fixed upon Oba, brimmed with profound reverence, as if in that moment he was their sole deity. Fortuitously, he had attained the saint realm. Otherwise, the current ease would have been unattainable. Observing the efficacy of the divine favor, Oba let out a sigh of relief. With his breakthrough to the saint realm, not only had his strength undergone a qualitative leap, but his divine favor had also received significant enhancement. Below, the disciples of the celestial severing sect, the disciples of the O God sect, regarded Oba with ever-increasing devotion, their faith evidently reaching its zenith. In the next moment, thousands of disciples knelt on one knee, chanting fervently, "Long live the O God, unifier of the mythical realm." The echoes of their voices reverberated atop the mountain, growing fainter yet more distant. All fervent gazes converged upon the main hall, fixated on the young man standing with hands clasped behind his back. The elders, including Elder Baichio, were filled with astonishment. They had not anticipated that the O God would ascend to such formidable heights in the blink of an eye. Truly, he was worthy of the title, O God. In recent days, it seemed as though the mortal realm of the mythical world had erupted in a frenzy. The renowned celestial severing sect had astonishingly rebranded itself as the O God sect. Moreover, the name O God inevitably evoked thoughts of the formidable deity who had conquered the seas. Could the O God of the O God sect be the very same individual? Soon, news circulated confirming that the O God of the O God sect was indeed the legendary deity who had vanquished all. Furthermore, it was reported that this O God had slain the heavenly master of the saint realm. Such a feat was monumental. In an instant, the mortal realm of the mythical world was engulfed in fervent admiration for the enigmatic O God. Oba had indeed acquired a modest renown. Within the hall of the heavenly master, Oba sat elevated upon the throne, while the elders stood below, reverently gazing up at him. "O God, we have ascertained that Miss Beilinger has been delivered to Chao Gu," a young man announced, emerging from the main hall with fervent eyes directed at Oba. "Zhou Shui, you have performed admirably," Oba replied, nodding in satisfaction. It appeared that the talents of the celestial severing sect still bore some fruit, as they had uncovered Beilinger's whereabouts in a mere span of minutes. "Thank you for your praise, O God." Zhou Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing Oba's words. To receive commendation from the O God was a source of immense pride for all disciples of the O God sect. "Master, what are your plans now?" asked Long Nu, standing beside Oba. "We shall proceed to Chao Gu." Without a moment's hesitation, Oba spoke directly. Chapter 100. The Journey to Chaoga. "Master O, do we need to accompany you on the journey to Chaoga?" the elder asked respectfully, stepping forward to gaze at Oba. "There's no need," Oba replied, shaking his head lightly. "You shall remain at the Lotus God sect and focus on expanding its influence, understood?" "Yes, Master O." Upon hearing his words, the elders of the Lotus God sect nodded excitedly, affirming, "We shall certainly promote the Lotus God sect to greater heights." "Very well," Oba said with satisfaction. And then he vanished into thin air with the Dragon Maiden. This time, he did not bring along Elder Baichio and the others. Instead, he left the Baihu clan within the Lotus God sect as a cherished entity of the sect. As the two disappeared, the elders were left in awe. "Farewell, Master O." In Chaoga, two figures materialized in the sky. Despite being several thousand meters away, the power of the Saint Realm ensured that Oba and the Dragon Maiden could reach their destination in mere minutes. Under the governance of King Zhou, Chaoga had flourished, bustling with activity. Master, there is no trace of Linger here, the dragon maiden observed, shaking her head slowly as she surveyed the vibrant city below. Although Bai Kai was not present, her draconic instincts allowed her to sense the presence of certain beasts. Clearly, Linger was not among them. We have arrived too early. She must still be en route. Let us enter the city and explore, the rest can wait. Understood, Master. With that, Ba and the dragon maiden descended outside the city and began their approach. Chaoga, being King Zhou's domain, was heavily fortified. Even entering the city required thorough inspections. Outside the gates, several guards were scrutinizing incoming individuals. Upon seeing Ba and the dragon maiden, they immediately inquired, "Who are you? Where do you come from?" "We hail from Qintang Pass," Ba replied, halting his steps. "Qintang Pass?" The guards paused momentarily, then, displaying impatience, waved their hands dismissively. "All right, we understand. You may enter." The guards, disinterested in conversing with someone from such a remote and impoverished area, barely acknowledged them. Upon hearing this, Ba led the dragon maiden forward, preparing to enter. Just then, a voice rang out sharply. "Hold on." Ba turned towards the source of the voice and saw a lavishly dressed young man approaching, flanked by several bodyguards. "Young Master Shang." The guards' expressions changed drastically upon recognizing the elegantly attired man, their faces quickly morphing into ingratiating smiles as they rushed to greet him. "What brings you here today?" A sharp slap echoed as young Master Shang withdrew his hand, casting a cold gaze at the guards. "Stop your flattery. You haven't even done your job properly." My guard, with a flushed face and a somewhat dazed expression, cautiously inquired, "Young Master Shang, what is wrong with me? What is wrong with you?" Young Master Shang scoffed coldly, casting a frigid gaze upon Ba and Long Envy. "This woman belongs to the demon clan. Can you not discern that? Demon clan?" Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately grew wary, instinctively distancing themselves from Ba and Long Envy, their eyes filled with disbelief. How could this stunningly beautiful woman be one of those treacherous demons? Upon hearing this, Ba furrowed his brow. Could it be that this person has discerned Long Envy's identity as a dragon? However, Long Envy is a dragon, not a demon. "Young Master Shang. This woman is so beautiful. I assumed she was not of the demon clan," the guard murmured, lowering his head in fear of incurring another slap from young Master Shang. "The more beautiful the woman, the more likely she is to be a transformed demon," young Master Shang said with a cold smile, his gaze toward Long Envy growing increasingly fervent. From a distance, he had been captivated by her beauty at first sight. Such a woman, he must possess at all costs. "Kid, hand over this demoness, and you may depart. It is I who shall deal with this demon," young Master Shang stated slowly. In that instant, the crowd at the city gate finally comprehended the situation. It turned out that this woman was not a demon at all. It was merely an excuse for young Master Shang to claim her. Though they understood, no one dared to voice it aloud. "Begone." Ba shot a glance at young Master Shang and replied indifferently. "What?" The crowd, taken aback by Ba's words, was filled with astonishment. This man had the audacity to tell young Master Shang to leave? How bold he must be. Did he not know young Master Shang's standing? "You." A glint of cold fury flashed in young Master Shang's eyes as he fixed his icy stare on Ba, a murderous intent surfacing in his heart. "You have quite the audacity." At that moment, the guard immediately stepped forward, shouting loudly, "This gentleman is the eldest son of the Shang family from Chaogo. His father is a peak transcendent realm expert, a force to be reckoned with. How dare you speak to him in such a manner? Transcendent realm?" Upon hearing this, Ba couldn't help but smirk disdainfully. Such power, if he wished, he could crush with ease. "Kid, you truly have the audacity." In an instant, young Master Shang's anger flared, his expression darkening. When had he ever been treated this way in Chaogo? Was there anyone who did not treat him with utmost respect? Yet this insolent youth dared to show such contempt for him. "Seize him. Disable this brat." With that command, a group of young Master Shang's entourage surged forward, their eyes filled with murderous intent. To disrespect young Master Shang meant only one outcome: death. Hence, with a deep sigh, Ba shook his head. Beside him, the dragon lady released a fraction of her oppressive aura, causing several approaching individuals to instantly erupt into a mist of blood. "Oh!" The guards of young Master Shang let out a pitiful scream before meeting their demise. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, the bystanders collectively inhaled sharply. A profound silence enveloped the scene, leaving an eerie atmosphere. To them, the guards of young Master Shang seemed to have perished as if by natural causes, transforming into blood mist upon their advance. This was utterly bizarre. How could this be possible? Young Master Shang's eyes widened in disbelief. Among that group were individuals nearing the threshold of the extraordinary realm. How could they vanish into thin air? It must be the doing of this scoundrel. In his mind, young Master Shang attributed all of this to Oba, failing to realize that if Oba possessed such power, it hinted at an unfathomable level of strength. Rage filled young Master Shang's eyes as he glared fiercely at Oba. You, it must be you. Chapter 102. Do you still wish to kill me? Upon hearing young Master Shang's words, Oba narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly raised his hand towards him. What does he intend to do? The onlookers gasped in surprise at this unfolding scene. In the next moment, as Oba lifted his hand, young Master Shang's body was inexplicably raised into the air. Let me go, you rascal. Release me. Young Master Shang's face turned crimson as he struggled desperately against the unseen force. Release you? A cold smile crept upon Oba's lips as he tightened his grip. Ah! Young Master Shang let out a final scream. His breath abruptly ceased, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. He was undoubtedly dead. Young Master Shang? The surrounding crowd was struck with terror, their eyes widening in disbelief as they called out in alarm. Yet, no matter how they shouted, young Master Shang offered no response. Fear gripped the hearts of the onlookers as they processed the grim reality. Young Master Shang had, indeed, been slain. He has killed young Master Shang. In an instant, all gazes turned towards Oba, filled with trepidation. They understood that the death of young Master Shang would send shockwaves throughout the entire Chaoga. Despite knowing that Oba had killed young Master Shang, no one dared to intervene. They could only watch helplessly as Oba and the Dragon Lady departed. Upon entering Chaoga, Oba couldn't help but marvel at the city's prosperity. After strolling through the bustling streets for a while, he halted, casting a cold glance around. To his surprise, the once thriving thoroughfare was now nearly deserted. No need for hiding any longer. Come out. Oba spoke slowly, aware that the Shang family's people had arrived with remarkable speed. Your Excellency, it appears you are also a formidable transcendent being. Is it not rather excessive to act so against Amir Jr.? As the words of Uba resonated, several figures emerged from the shadows, led by a middle-aged man. This man was none other than the father of young Master Shang, Shang Yan. Excessive? And what of it? Oba replied nonchalantly. I believe you owe me an explanation. Shang Yan, suppressing the fury within, coldly addressed Oba. He could hardly fathom that in merely a few dozen minutes, his son had met with a tragic end. Were it not for the possibility that the other party was also a transcendent being, Shang Yan would have wasted no time in eliminating him directly. An explanation? What sort of explanation do you seek? Oba inquired. A life for a life. Surely you are familiar with this principle? Shang Yan's tone grew icy as he spoke to Oba. Oh, it seems you wish to claim my life. Oba smiled slightly, dismissing Shang Yan entirely. Indeed. As his words fell, Shang Yan, accompanied by several others, charged forth, intent on swiftly resolving the matter with Uba. Faced with such aggression, Uba remained unflustered, slowly uttering a single word. As the sound echoed, a remarkable scene unfolded. Just as Shang Yan and his companions rushed forward, their bodies suddenly became immobilized. What is happening? Though unable to move even slightly, at least they could still speak. Witnessing this bizarre spectacle, Shang Yan was struck with astonishment. Now, do you still wish to kill me? Uba regarded him with a smile. In an instant, Shang Yan seemed to grasp the situation. Everything was the doing of the man before him. Chapter 103. An unexpected encounter with a follower. But, is he not a transcendent being? How could a mere word render me motionless? I am a peak transcendent being myself. In that fleeting moment, a sense of unease flickered in Shang Yan's heart. Could it be that this man before me is a sage-level powerhouse? Observing Uba's smiling face, Shang Yan's conviction grew stronger, and trembling, he asked, Who are you? When did a sage-level powerhouse emerge unnoticed within Chaoga? Me? Uba smiled gently and replied, You may call me Lord O God. What? Lord O God? Upon hearing Uba's words, Shang Yan and his companions felt as if they had been struck by lightning, their minds reeling in disbelief. He is the illustrious Lord O God. Shang Yan was well aware of the establishment of the Ugod sect, yet he never imagined that the legendary Lord Ugod himself would appear here. In an instant, Shang Yan's gaze ignited with fervor. Uba recognized this look well. It mirrored the reverent gazes of thousands of disciples within the Ugod sect directed towards him. Luo Ba furrowed his brows, pondering whether this fellow might also be his devotee. Lord God of Lotus, I am your follower. In the next moment, Shang Yan's fervent words confirmed Luo Ba's suspicions. With a wave of his hand, Luo Ba lifted the suppression he had placed upon Shang Yan and his companions. Lord God of Lotus, I am Shang Yan, and I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome. As he spoke, Shang Yan knelt on one knee alongside his companions, his demeanor radiating sincerity. After I have just slain your son, Do you not harbor any hatred towards me? Luo Ba, uncertain of the veracity of Shang Yan's words, tentatively inquired. It is my failure in disciplining my son. Your admonition is warranted, Lord God of Lotus. It matters not, for I have many wives. I can always have another child. Shang Yan shook his head, the sincerity in his eyes unwavering. This left Luo Ba with a tinge of doubt. Was this man perhaps under the influence of a soul-controlling lotus? Meanwhile, Shang Yan sighed in relief, his heart seething with anger towards Shang Gongzi. How dare this fellow provoke the Lord God of Lotus? Was he not courting death? Furthermore, he sought to drag the entire Shang family into peril. Very well, since you harbor no intent of vengeance, I shall not make things difficult for you, Luo Ba remarked, shaking his head lightly. Thank you, Lord God of Lotus, Shang Yan replied, his enthusiasm palpable. Might you visit my Shang family? No, thank you. Luo Ba shook his head again. He had to rescue Bai Ling. Very well then. Shang Yan's spirits waned slightly at this response. Master, I sense Bai Linger's aura. At that moment, the dragon maiden interjected suddenly. Where? Luo Ba's eyes brightened with hope. After such a long wait, he had finally detected Bai Linger's presence. Within the palace, the dragon maiden replied. Luo Ba was taken aback, surprised that Bai Linger had been brought to the king so swiftly. Within the palace? He pondered briefly, realizing that a reckless intrusion might attract unwanted attention, alarming the king. He needed to devise a method to enter without raising suspicion. Suddenly, Luo Ba's gaze fell upon the devoutly earnest Shang Yan. Lord God of Lotus, may I assist you with something? Shang Yan inquired, noticing Luo Ba's focused attention on him. Luo Ba offered a slight smile, his gaze sharp as a hawk's. Indeed, guide me into the palace. Chapter 104. What has transpired? A few moments later, Luo Ba and his party arrived at the imperial palace. As they surveyed the scene, they noted numerous commoners, captured and forced to toil on the palace's construction. Any moment of respite resulted in brutal lashings from soldiers. Some had already suffered grievous injuries, yet the soldiers showed no mercy. Truly, the king was infamous for his tyranny. Witnessing this, Luo Ba sighed and shook his head. However, he refrained from intervening, for addressing the symptoms without tackling the root cause would yield little change. Eliminating the source of the problem, the king, was paramount. Lord God of Lotus, we are nearing the main hall of the palace, Shang Yan said respectfully as he walked alongside Luo Ba. Nodding slightly, Uba and his companions continued their journey forward. At that moment, a group of soldiers took notice of them. Halt! A contingent of soldiers approached, their brows furrowed as they scrutinized Uba and his entourage. Who are you? Uba frowned, about to speak, when beside him, Shang Yan stepped forward, coldly rebuking. How dare you obstruct me? Shang Yan was eager to prove his worth to Lord Uba, hence his hasty intervention. You? Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? The leading soldier cast a glance at Shang Yan, perceiving him merely as a wealthy individual clad in fine attire. However, this was the imperial palace, and irrespective of one's wealth, one must tread carefully around King Zhou. Shang Yan gritted his teeth, the soldier's words humiliating him before Uba. Just as he prepared to retaliate against this soldier, a figure surged forward, delivering a tremendous force that sent the lead soldier crashing to the ground, his life uncertain. Captain, seeing this unfold, the remaining soldiers gasped in shock, ready to retaliate, but then recognized the newcomer, Commander Lin. Yet, Commander Lin had no time to address them. He was staring at Shang Yan with a face full of dread, cautiously inquiring, Senior Shang, what brings you to the palace? Upon witnessing Commander Lin's obsequious demeanor, the soldiers were momentarily taken aback before realization struck them. Senior Shang. It was clear that only one individual could command such reverence from Commander Lin, and that was none other than Shang Yan, one of the 10 formidable figures of Chaoga, standing at the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm. To think it would be him. Commander Lin, with a face adorned in a smile of ingratiation, saw Shang Yan's anger dissipate somewhat. Frowning, with a hint of chill in his voice, he remarked, Commander Lin, you ought to discipline your subordinates. Offending the wrong person could lead to dire consequences. Indeed, Senior Shang is absolutely right. I shall surely reprimand these blind fools, Commander Lin chuckled, casting a fierce glare at the soldiers behind him, cursing them for nearly causing him to offend someone important. Hearing Commander Lin's words, the soldiers trembled involuntarily. They understood the gravity of their blunder. Commander Lin, if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave, Shang Yan stated blandly. Please, Senior, do take care. Commander Lin nodded eagerly, wishing for Shang Yan and his companions to depart as soon as possible. Wait. At that moment, Uba, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. Observing the throngs of powerful individuals passing by, he furrowed his brow and asked indifferently, Is something significant happening today? Why are there so many formidable figures? Chapter 105. If you dare to kill her, I shall not hesitate to kill you. Upon hearing the words of Uba, Lin Dutu felt compelled to respond. For he was in the presence of a person of significance to Shangyan. He gathered his thoughts and spoke. My dear friend, you may not be aware, but recently the Celestial Academy is coming to our great Shang to recruit disciples. King Zhou is summoning formidable powers from all corners, preparing to construct the Celestial Platform to welcome the Celestial Academy. The Celestial Academy? Uba was momentarily taken aback, for he had never heard of it in the realm of mythology. It seems that the wonders of this mythological world far exceed his imagination. The Celestial Sect and King Zhou are merely the tip of the iceberg in this fantastical realm. Indeed, the Celestial Academy. Lin Duda's eyes sparkled with deep yearning as he spoke. It is rumored that powerful beings from the Celestial Academy have once inscribed their names upon the list of divine beings. The list of divine beings. Upon hearing this phrase, Uba's eyes lit up, and he began to regard the Celestial Academy with newfound interest. The fact that they could leave their mark on such a prestigious list signifies their possession of unparalleled strength in this mythological world. It appears that should the opportunity arise, one might indeed seek to engage with the Celestial Academy. With his resolve firmly established, Uba felt no further inquiries were necessary and waved his hand, signaling Lin Dutu to depart. Continuing to follow Shangyan, they soon arrived at the main hall. Shangyan, from here on, I shall enter alone, Uba remarked, casting a glance at the main hall and turning his head away, speaking to Shangyan in a casual tone. As you wish, Lord Uba, Shangyan replied, nodding in compliance. Although he was uncertain of the intentions of Lord Uba, he obediently withdrew. Taking a deep breath, Uba stepped into the hall alongside the Dragon Maiden. Within the Grand Chamber, King Zhou reclined comfortably on his dragon chair, while the ministers and officials bowed respectfully, awaiting his command. Shengongbao, where is that rare 1,000-year spirit fox promised to me by the Celestial Sect? King Zhou inquired, casting a casual glance at the man in black beside him. Your Majesty, the spirit fox is right here, Shengongbao replied with a smile, signaling to a nearby attendant. The attendant then produced a cage from the side, revealing a bright white fox resting within, none other than Beilinger. Beilinger's mouth seemed to be sealed, leaving her to widen her eyes in alarm as she stared at King Zhou, her fur bristling in distress. Indeed, a rare 1,000-year spirit fox. Observing Beilinger's lively demeanor, King Zhou wore a satisfied smile and nodded approvingly. His interest, however, was not merely in keeping the fox as a pet. The 1,000-year spirit fox, when simmered into a broth, was considered a remarkable tonic. As this thought crossed his mind, King Zhou's gaze towards Beilinger shimmered with intensity. In the meantime, the ministers and officials below had already begun to celebrate King Zhou's apparent fortune. Congratulations to His Majesty on the joyous arrival of the 1,000-year spirit fox. Your divine skills shall surely flourish. How delightful. Hearing the words of the ministers and officials, King Zhou's smile deepened, and he could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Bring forth the spirit fox and slay it. In that moment, King Zhou could scarcely contain his anticipation for the completion of his formidable powers. In stark contrast, Beilinger was engulfed by despair. Suddenly, she seemed to catch sight of a familiar figure. If you dare to harm her today, I shall not hesitate to strike you down. Chapter 106. The shock of King Zhou and his ministers. What? At that instant, the ministers and officials were rendered incredulous, gazing at the two figures slowly approaching from outside the hall, their hearts brimming with astonishment. Who dares to threaten the king? They murmured. You audacious rogue. In an instant, the entire hall erupted into a cacophony of alarm and fear. How could someone so brazenly declare their intent to assassinate King Zhou? It was the height of arrogance. You. Who are you to dare challenge me? A glint of cold fury flashed in King Zhou's eyes as he regarded the approaching figures of Uba and the Dragon Maiden. Uba smiled lightly, yet before he could respond, a voice from among the ministers recognized him. Your Majesty, he is the youngest son of Li Jing from the Chuntang Pass. Nezha, the son of Li Jing. Could it be that Li Jing is plotting rebellion? The crowd fell silent, staring incredulously at Uba. King Zhou let out a chilling laugh. Li Jing? Huh, you wish to take my life? Wait, Uba interjected, compared to Nezha, I would prefer you to address me by another title. He smiled subtly, his gaze steady upon the assembly. What title? The crowd was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by his words. Lord of the Lotus God. As his voice echoed, a profound silence enveloped the hall. Suddenly, a gasp broke the stillness, shattering the tranquility of the chamber. Lord of the Lotus God. Within the hall, ministers and officials, including King Zhou, gazed at Uba with disbelief. The son of Li Jing, Nezha, was indeed the recently renowned Lord of the Lotus God? Is he truly the one who annihilated the 4 seas, slaughtered the 4 dragon kings, and transformed the celestial sect into the Lotus God sect? One official, momentarily stunned, recounted each of these staggering feats that left the assembly in awe, especially when they beheld the pair of gleaming dragon horns atop the head of the woman beside Uba. Their doubts were further confirmed. This is indeed the Lord of the Lotus God. Is there still any uncertainty? Uba regarded the astonished assembly with a calm smile. The expression on King Zhou's face was a tapestry of complexity. Possessing only extraordinary strength, he felt utterly uncertain about the rumored Lotus deity. Moreover, the crux of the matter was that, despite the presence of sage-level warriors in the Shang dynasty, they were far too late to offer him any assistance. King Zhou, if you wish to avoid death, you must promptly surrender that white fox to me. Uba's voice was icy as he fixed his gaze upon the king, the chill in his tone unmistakable. My lord Uba, is this white fox perhaps a friend of yours? King Zhou replied with a bitter smile, his voice slow and deliberate. Do not entertain thoughts of stalling. I assure you that before your reinforcements arrive, you shall witness your own head roll. Uba spoke with an air of indifference, fully aware of King Zhou's little ploys. Had he not feared that King Zhou might resort to a desperate act, endangering Bai Linger, Uba would have acted long ago. King Zhou's countenance shifted, yet he could conceive of no alternative. With a resigned sigh, he commanded, Shun Gongbao, hand over the white fox. Yes, your majesty, Shun Gongbao nodded, then picked up the cage and approached Uba with measured steps. My lord Uba, here is the white fox you requested. Chapter 107. The Celestial Academy casting a glance at the white linger within the cage. Tears streamed down her face as she felt a profound sense of gratitude upon seeing Uba come to her rescue. Fortunately, aside from her emotional turmoil, she was otherwise unharmed, which allowed Uba to breathe a sigh of relief. Had anything happened to her, he would not have spared King Zhou. My lord Uba, you see, I have delivered the white fox to you, so there is no need for you to impose further difficulties upon me, is there? King Zhou regarded Uba with caution, his heart laden with uncertainty, fearing a sudden counterattack from Uba. Well, Uba pondered briefly, contemplating whether to execute King Zhou or spare him. Just then, an unexpected voice rang out. Report, Your Majesty, the elders from the Celestial Academy have arrived. A guard rushed in with the news. What? The elders from the Celestial Academy are here. Upon hearing this, King Zhou let out a sigh of relief and burst into hearty laughter. With the arrival of the Celestial Academy's members, it seemed that Uba could no longer execute him. Come, let us go greet the elders from the Celestial Academy. King Zhou laughed joyously, ignoring Uba entirely as he led his ministers towards the Celestial Terrace. The Celestial Academy's people have arrived? Uba too heard the guard's proclamation. His surprise evident. The Celestial Academy had indeed come swiftly. Master, what shall we do? Long Nu inquired, looking at Uba. Let us go and see, Uba replied, his curiosity piqued by the esteemed Celestial Academy, known for its notable presence on the list of deities. Upon arriving at the Celestial Terrace, Uba found King Zhou, along with his ministers, already in attendance, waiting expectantly. Look, they have arrived. The people from the Celestial Academy. Suddenly, an official pointed to the sky, prompting everyone to gaze upward in anticipation. In the sky above, a colorful cloud drifted gracefully, upon which a group of individuals stood, exuding an ethereal aura. They walked upon the void. Astonishingly, 6 mighty beings of the Saint Realm had arrived, showcasing the grandeur of the Celestial Academy. Witnessing this spectacle, Uba narrowed his eyes slightly. The collective flight of these individuals was undoubtedly facilitated by the colorful cloud, propelled by the 6 Saint Realm experts. Moments later, the Celestial Academy members descended upon the celestial platform. King Zhou, accompanied by his ministers, approached with utmost reverence, welcoming the esteemed elders of the Celestial Academy to the Deshang, apologizing for his inadequate reception. No matter, a voice, cool and divine, resonated as the Celestial Academy's entourage gracefully descended from the platform. To the astonishment of all, leading the group was a woman. It appeared to be the Snow-Cold Fairy. Suddenly, someone among the ministers recognized her and exclaimed in surprise, the Snow-Cold Fairy. The one who joined the Celestial Academy and reached the Saint Realm in less than a year. Instantly, gasps of disbelief filled the air as they beheld the stunning woman. They could hardly fathom her extraordinary power. The Snow-Cold Fairy? Uba gazed at her, a hint of a smile gracing his features. Perhaps he should consider making this celestial beauty his maid. Her power in the Saint Realm was barely sufficient for his standards. Just as he pondered this, the Snow-Cold Fairy unexpectedly turned her gaze towards him. In that fleeting moment, their eyes met. Chapter 108. The Snow-Cold Fairy, however. The Snow-Cold Fairy quickly diverted her gaze. Though it was merely a glance, Oba couldn't help but admire her beauty. Unlike the aloof elegance of the dragon maiden, the snow-cold fairy possessed an enchanting, ethereal charm, making it difficult to determine who was more exquisite. King Zhou, have all the guests arrived? The snow-cold fairy spoke slowly, her tone laced with a subtle chill, yet melodious and captivating. King Zhou felt a surge of admiration but dared not entertain any inappropriate thoughts about her, for this woman could easily crush him with a mere finger. He promptly replied, "They have all arrived." In the next moment, he instructed Shun Gongbao, "Go summon all our powerful members." "Yes, Your Majesty." Shun Gongbao nodded and swiftly departed. A short while later, he returned, leading a group of formidable Dashang warriors that Oba had previously seen within the palace. Snow-Cold Fairy. "These are the powerful members of our Dashang," King Zhou declared, a triumphant smile gracing his lips as he observed the spirited warriors. "Is this all?" The Snow-Cold Fairy's brow subtly furrowed as she scrutinized the gathered individuals. The individuals before her, the most formidable among them merely at the intermediate stage of the transcendent realm, fell short of her expectations. Nonetheless, the procedure must be followed. The Snow-Cold Fairy gazed at the assembly, her voice icy. "Surely, all of you wish to join my Heavenly Divine Academy?" "Naturally," they exclaimed. "It is an obvious statement. My presence here is undoubtedly to seek admission." In an instant, the powerful figures of the Dashang dynasty spoke in fervent tones, excitement evident in their expressions. The prospect of soon joining the legendary Heavenly Divine Academy filled them with exhilaration. "Very well," the Snow-Cold Fairy nodded. "Joining the Heavenly Divine Academy is quite simple. You need only to defeat him, and the Academy shall welcome you with open arms." As her words fell, a young man stepped forward beside her, exuding an air of defiance. He was at the Transcendent Realm. You may strike it well. The mention of the Transcendent Realm elicited scoffs from the gathered crowd. A burly man stepped forward, declaring boldly, "A mere transcendent? It seems the Heavenly Divine Academy shall soon be mine." With that, he charged forth. However, in an instant, he was sent flying back. "Next," the young man sneered, his expression devoid of mercy. "You." The Dashang warriors were incensed, rushing forward one after another. Alas, each one that charged was swiftly dispatched. Witnessing this spectacle, the court officials were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. The disciples of the Heavenly Divine Academy were astonishingly powerful. It was almost absurd how effortlessly one individual could dispatch the mighty warriors of Dashang. The expression of King Zhou darkened, his mood soured. If not a single warrior from Dashang succeeded in entering the Heavenly Divine Academy, not only would he miss out on its protection, but his own dignity would also be irreparably damaged. With a final punch, the young man shattered the last vestige of hope within King Zhou's heart. Not a single warrior from Dashang had succeeded. It appeared that none of them were worth considering. The young man retracted his fist, a look of disdain crossing his features, prompting the court officials to lower their heads in shame. As the assembly fell into a heavy silence, the Snow-Cold Fairy turned her gaze to Oba. Her tone languid. "Will you not take action? Me?" At the mention of his name, Oba smirked slightly. Upon hearing this, the Snow-Cold Fairy nodded subtly. "Snow-Cold Fairy, he is not my match." As Oba spoke, King Zhou's expression shifted dramatically, eager to provide an explanation, only to be interrupted by Oba. "I will not intervene. He is not my opponent, and I see no necessity to engage." In that moment, not only were the members of the Heavenly Divine Academy taken aback, but even the recently defeated warriors of Dashang were left stunned. This young man was astonishingly audacious. Did you not notice that none of the formidable merchants could contend with this young man? Just as the young disciple of the Celestial Academy furrowed his brow, ready to erupt, the Snow-Cold Fairy intervened. "Who do you believe could possibly be your opponent?" she inquired with a faint smile, devoid of any irritation. Let me think," Uba mused, stroking his chin in mock contemplation. The next moment, he declared, "Aside from you, no one else stands a chance." "What?" The moment Uba's words escaped his lips, the crowd was taken aback. Could it be that he was unaware that the Snow-Cold Fairy was at the Saint Realm? Moreover, there were 5 other masters present at the same level. "And how many moves do you think I could withstand from you?" the Snow-Cold Fairy asked, still unperturbed, her lips curving into a gentle smile. 2 moves, Uba replied, slowly raising 2 fingers with utmost seriousness. 2 moves. Instantly, several Saint Realm experts from the Celestial Academy could not suppress their laughter. "Kid, you are exceedingly arrogant. The Snow-Cold Fairy has reached the initial stage of the Saint Realm, ranking as the strongest among us, and you dare to claim only 2 moves? Absurd." Setting aside the Snow-Cold Fairy's formidable prowess, her mastery of various celestial techniques alone would allow her to take on all 5 of them. Just as the crowd anticipated an outburst of anger from the Snow-Cold Fairy, She unexpectedly burst into a melodious laugh. Lord Uba certainly possesses a sense of humor. Lord Uba? At her words, the Celestial Academy and the merchants were astonished, their gazes fixed on Uba, filled with incredulity. As if a tempest had surged within their hearts. He was indeed Lord Uba. No wonder he dared to utter such audacious claims. If he truly was Lord Uba, perhaps he could indeed achieve it. Oh, you recognize me? Uba replied, surprised that she had unveiled his identity. Could it be that the Celestial Academy had begun to take notice of him? In the mortal realm today, who has not heard of Lord Uba's name? The snow-cold fairy's eyes sparkled with amusement as she regarded him. However, I find it hard to believe that Lord Uba could defeat me in 2 moves. As her words fell, it seemed she transformed entirely. The warmth in her gaze gradually shifted to coldness. Everyone harbors their own pride, especially someone like her. The favored daughter of the Celestial Academy. Since joining the Academy, her strength had soared, marking her as the jewel of the Celestial Academy. Then let us put it to the test. However, Uba grinned, continuing, if I lose, you may make any request you desire. If you lose, you must become my maid. Chapter 110. 2 moves. What? Upon hearing the words of the Lotus Overlord, the crowd around was taken aback, and the group from the Celestial Academy seethed with indignation. How audacious of the Lotus deity to contemplate making the snow-cold fairy his foot servant. The snow-cold fairy, a paragon of beauty from the Celestial Academy, was not someone to be treated so trivially. Did the Lotus deity not fear retribution from the Academy? How amusing indeed. The snow-cold fairy, with a graceful smile, revealed a glint of icy brilliance in her enchanting eyes. Then, dear senior Lotus deity, why not give it a try? As her words fell, a frosty aura enveloped her, and the temperature around plummeted. A sharp crack echoed, as if the very air had shattered. Truly, she was the snow-cold fairy, a celestial beauty. The onlookers gasped in awe at the spectacle. The pride of the Celestial Academy was formidable. When she chose to act, she did so with resounding impact. With 2 swift motions, witnessing the snow-cold fairy's display of power, the Lotus Overlord merely smiled, raising 2 fingers. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Look, the Lotus deity is on the move. The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. His speed was astonishingly swift, almost ghostly, leaving no trace behind. Where could he possibly be? The snow-cold fairy narrowed her beautiful eyes, vigilance coursing through her as she scanned her surroundings, her heart gripped by a sense of dread. 4. In the moment the Lotus Overlord had disappeared, she could sense not a whisper of his presence, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Suddenly, a figure materialized with a thud. The Lotus deity stood before her. The assembly gasped in unison, and the snow-cold fairy swiftly turned to face him. A prime opportunity. Her eyes sparkled as she summoned a surge of icy energy in her hands. Yet, just as she prepared to strike, she caught a glimmer of golden light in the Lotus Overlord's gaze. With a roar, an overwhelming dragon might surged forth, resonating with her soul, leaving the snow-cold fairy momentarily stunned, her pupils dilating as she felt her spirit wane. Though the surrounding crowd did not perceive the dragon might with the same intensity, they too were thrown back upon its emergence, crashing to the ground in disarray. Was this dragon might? The tyrant, struggling to rise from the ground, was a ruler known as the Mandate Sovereign, the son of the true dragon. He yearned above all to wield such power. Yet, he was merely a man, a mortal, forever unworthy of dragon might. Yet at this moment, he witnessed the Lotus Overlord, a mere human, exuding such formidable energy. His emotions were tumultuous, rife with boundless envy. Soon, a group of deities from the Celestial Academy reacted, especially the 5 formidable saints, who were gripped by a wave of trepidation. They had not anticipated that the strength of the Lotus deity was so formidable that even the residual power of the dragon's might could leave them in disarray. Fairy Shuahan, are you unharmed? However, at that moment, they noticed that Fairy Shuahan, situated at the heart of the dragon's might, remained in a state of stupor. Their expressions changed instantly, yet no matter how they called out, Fairy Shuahan showed no response. Lotus deity, how dare you harm Fairy Shuahan? You shall face the relentless pursuit of the Celestial Academy. Chapter 111. The third maid rest assured, she is not so fragile. Death does not come easily to her. A faint smile graced the lips of Uba as he slowly snapped his fingers. With a resounding crack, akin to a thunderous downpour, Fairy Shuahan was jolted back to her senses, her eyes reflecting a profound shock and an overwhelming sense of dread. She had not anticipated the Lotus deity's strength to be so overwhelming. Merely through a wave of dragon's might, she was thoroughly subdued. Furthermore, had it been a life and death battle, the Lotus deity could have dispatched her countless times over. This time, The proud daughter of the Celestial Academy had suffered a complete defeat. I concede. Despite her deep reluctance, Fairy Shuahan acknowledged her loss with grace. Upon hearing this, the members of the Celestial Academy and the ministers of King Zhou were utterly astonished. As fellow saints, the Lotus deity had indeed triumphed over Fairy Shuahan in just 2 moves. Such prowess could only be described with the words, extraordinarily astonishing. Since you have lost, it is time to fulfill the wager, Uba stated, gazing calmly at Fairy Shuahan. What? The Lotus deity truly intended for Fairy Shuahan to serve as his foot maid. Lotus deity, do not overreach. A saint from the Celestial Academy glared at Uba, shouting furiously. If Fairy Shuahan were to become the foot maid of the Lotus deity, what would become of the Academy's dignity? Uba paid him no heed. Instead, fixing his gaze on Fairy Shuahan, if one is untrustworthy, how can one aspire to be inscribed upon the divine roll? How can one transcend this mortal realm and ascend to the divine realm? His words seemed to wield an irresistible enchantment, igniting a spark of determination in Fairy Shuahan's eyes. She lowered her head slightly, as if grappling with a momentous decision. The next instant, summoning her courage, her ears tinged with a hint of crimson, she uttered, "Master." "My master." "What?" Although Fairy Shuahan's voice was as delicate as a whisper, every individual present possessed some measure of strength. Upon hearing her words, they gasped in disbelief, their mouths agape, eyes wide with astonishment. Fairy Shuahan had indeed addressed the Lotus deity as her master. How could this be possible? King Zhou stuttered in his speech, gazing at Oba with eyes filled with envy. The notion of a celestial beauty like snow-cold fairy, an unparalleled figure in the mortal realm, addressing someone as master is surely a fantasy that every man in the world yearns for. Excellent. Upon hearing Snow-Cold Fairy's words, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Oba's eyes. She was the first to voluntarily call him master. Snow-Cold, I hereby announce that you shall be my 3rd foot-warming maidservant. 3rd. Snow-Cold Fairy was taken aback. While she was aware that Oba's first maid was the Dragon Lady, she pondered who the 3rd could possibly be. Indeed, the 3rd. Oba nodded, offering no further explanation, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Bai Linger, who was nestled against the Dragon Lady. The 2nd maid, of course, was reserved for Bai Linger, but he had refrained from revealing this, awaiting her transformation into Deji. Master, would you like to join our Heavenly God Academy? At this moment, Snow-Cold Fairy blinked and inquired eagerly, her eyes brimming with anticipation for Oba's affirmative response. After all, in her heart, if Oba were to attend the Heavenly God Academy, coupled with its training and his innate talent, he would undoubtedly ascend the divine ranking. Chapter 112, The Divine Sacrifice Not Necessary. Oba shook his head, decisively rejecting the offer. Although the Heavenly God Academy is enticing to ordinary individuals, for him, it merely represents a constraint. But master, upon hearing Oba's words, Snow-Cold Fairy hesitated, casting a puzzled glance at him. Clearly, if he joined the Heavenly God Academy, he would surely secure a place on the divine ranking. Enough said, I know what you wish to express. Oba interrupted Snow-Cold Fairy, shaking his head as he met her gaze directly. Even without the Heavenly God Academy, I can still ascend the divine ranking. Ascend the divine ranking. At this proclamation, the members of the Heavenly God Academy and King Zhou were momentarily taken aback, their eyes filled with astonishment as they regarded Oba. They had not anticipated that the esteemed God's ambition was, in fact, the divine ranking. It is worth noting that, throughout the millennia of the Heavenly God Academy, only the Heavenly God himself had ever achieved such a feat. Moreover, the Heavenly God was a renowned prodigy in the mythological world, far exceeding Oba's current reputation. Master. Snow-Cold Fairy's crimson lips parted slightly, her words lingering on the tip of her tongue, unsure of how to express them. What? Do you doubt me? Oba cast a cold glance at Snow-Cold Fairy, speaking in a measured tone. Dare not. Snow-Cold assuredly believed in her master. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed her heart, and her gaze flitted nervously to Oba. Yet, at that moment, a wave of confusion washed over her. Although she had merely addressed him as master, she felt an increasingly profound sense of dependence on Oba. Little did Snow-Cold know that her emotions were being swayed by the divine protection bestowed upon her by Oba. Just trust me. Oba nodded in satisfaction and inquired, where is the location of the Divine Academy? You may return for now. I shall seek you out again later. Master, are you not taking me with you? The Frosty Fairy was taken aback and then grew anxious. As the foot-warming maid of Lord God, was she truly expected to part ways? Upon hearing her words, the members of the Divine Academy were immediately cast in shadows of dismay. The Frosty Fairy's reference to her master made it clear she was already contemplating an escape from the Divine Academy. Frosty Fairy, you belong to our Divine Academy. In their helplessness, the members hastily exclaimed, fearing that their cherished darling might flee with Uba at any moment. Oh, indeed, the Frosty Fairy nodded in sudden realization. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Divine Academy could only smile wryly. Master, when will you come to fetch me? The Frosty Fairy persisted, for reasons unknown. She felt an exhilarating surge of power simply by being near Uba. There is no rush, Uba replied, shaking his head. He did not require such a multitude around him at present. Very well, she said, a hint of disappointment evident in her tone, yet she obediently nodded. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, she blinked her large eyes and asked Uba, Master, will you attend the divine sacrifice in 2 months? The divine sacrifice? Uba was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the inquiry. Master, you do not know? The Frosty Fairy was astonished, then explained. It is one of the grandest celebrations in the mortal realm of the mythic world, attracting powerful beings from all corners. Powerful beings? Uba was not particularly interested in the celebration itself, but his eyes sparkled at the mention of formidable individuals. Strong beings. Does that not equate to evolution points? Chapter 113. Those who provoke the solitary shall perish. So, the divine sacrifice holds such advantages. How could Uba resist the allure? I shall go, he declared without hesitation. Upon hearing this, panic flitted across the Frosty Fairy's beautiful eyes, and she nodded fervently. Very well, then, Master, we shall meet at the divine sacrifice in 2 months. Uba nodded calmly. Having completed his intentions, and with no desire to join the Divine Academy, he prepared to take his leave. As Uba turned to depart, the crowd immediately bowed their heads respectfully and proclaimed, We bid farewell to Lord O-God. Yet, just as Uba was about to leave, he seemed to recall something and turned to glare at King Zhou, his tone turning icy. King Zhou, should you dare lay a finger on even a single hair of anyone in Chintang Pass, you may simply await your demise. With that, a flash of white light enveloped Uba and the Dragon Maiden, and they vanished without a trace, leaving behind a trembling assembly bidding their farewell. Very well, King Zhou. Since not a single individual from the Great Shang has been selected, the Divine Academy has no reason to protect you any longer. Farewell. Once Uba departed, the Frosty Fairy reverted to her previous cold demeanor. After the Snowy Fairy uttered her words, she departed without a trace of reluctance. Observing the receding figure of the Heavenly Academy, King Zhou clenched his teeth, filled with indignation. Your Majesty, what shall we do now? Shen Gongbao respectfully inquired, standing cautiously beside the king. It's all that damned Lotus Goddess' fault. How infuriating. King Zhou vented his frustrations upon the Lotus Overlord. Had it not been for his appearance, the 1,000-year-old spirit fox would have been ours, and perhaps even a place in the Heavenly Academy. Regrettably, everything was shattered by the sudden emergence of that wretched Lotus God. Shen Gongbao, summon all the citizens of Chintang Pass, including the Li Jing family. The king's fury intensified as he spoke. Capture the people of Chintang Pass? Shen Gongbao's countenance shifted, cautiously addressing the king. Your Majesty, that might not be advisable. Not advisable? Why not? King Zhou retorted. Didn't he, the Lotus God, explicitly state that we must not harm the people of Chintang Pass? A cold smile crept across King Zhou's face, his eyes gleaming with malice. Just because he forbids it, does that mean I cannot act? However, Shen Gongbao hesitated. But the Lotus God is a sage-level expert. Sage-level? Do you think our Great Shang lacks such power? King Zhou scoffed, his tone dripping with scorn. Are you suggesting that? Hearing King Zhou's words, Shen Gongbao's eyes brightened with surprise. Could it be that you intend to summon that esteemed figure? It is said he has reached the sage level quite some time ago. Indeed, I want the world to know that those who provoke me shall meet their demise. King Zhou laughed maniacally, while his ministers quaked in fear, prostrated on the ground. Then, shall we execute the people of Chintang Pass outright, or bring them before you? Shen Gongbao inquired once more. How could we kill them at Chintang Pass? They must be brought to Chaoga, so the world can witness my might when I slay. King Zhou's madness grew more pronounced as he waved his hand dismissively. Go, bring them all back. Chapter 114. The Demon God Sect. Moments later. Within the Grand Hall of the Lotus God Sect, the figures of Lotus Overlord and Dragon Girl materialized out of thin air. Who goes there? The sudden appearance startled the guards of the main hall, who immediately shouted, It is I. The Lotus Overlord waved his hand, a soft golden light of protection shimmering forth. Lord Lotus God. Recognizing the familiar presence, the guard's eyes lit up with joy as he exclaimed, You have finally returned. What happened? Noticing the guard's reaction, the Lotus Overlord furrowed his brow. Having been away for less than a day, could something have occurred in the Lotus God Sect? I am uncertain. But you should head to the conference hall. The elders are in a state of great anxiety, the guard replied, shaking his head slowly. Very well. Uba nodded thoughtfully, feeling a twinge of unease. After all, this was his inaugural display of power. Should anything amiss occur at this juncture, it would indeed render his efforts as futile as drawing water with a basket. In the next moment, Uba and the dragon maiden transformed into a beam of white light, reappearing in the conference room. Upon their entrance, the elders were visibly anxious, having failed to notice Uba's arrival. Whitehill Elder, what has transpired? Uba inquired. Lord Uba, you have returned. Upon hearing his voice, the furrowed brows of the elders seemed to relax for reasons unbeknownst to them. What has happened? Uba pressed. Elder Whitehill, having spotted the slumbering Baelinger resting upon the dragon maiden's shoulder, let out a sigh of relief. He then spoke slowly. Lord Uba, atop the mountain of the Uba sect, we have discovered a slumbering beast. Our examination suggests it to be the auspicious creature, the Qilin. The auspicious Qilin? Uba was momentarily taken aback. Was this not a fortuitous omen? Did it not signify the flourishing of the Uba sect? Why, then, did Elder Whitehill and the others wear such troubled expressions? With a heavy sigh, Elder Whitehill continued, Lord Uba, you may not be aware, but we are not the only sect to have discovered the Qilin, our old adversary. The Demon God sect has also laid claim to it. The Demon God sect? Uba's brow furrowed slightly at this revelation. Indeed, the Grand Elder replied with a wry smile. In truth, had it not been for our geographical advantage, the Demon God sect would have long since absorbed the Jishin sect. Considering they boast 3 powerful beings in the Sage realm. 3. That is 2 more than the Jishin sect ever had. Are you suggesting that the Demon God sect intends to contest us for the Qilin? Uba grasped the gravity of the situation. The implication was clear. The Demon God sect had set its sights on the Qilin, harboring nefarious intentions to consume both the creature and the Uba sect. The Demon God sect has issued a challenge. 3 days hence, at the peak of the Demon God, Elder Whitehill lamented. Have they truly dared to issue a challenge? A smirk tugged at Uba's lips. The Demon God sect possessed a certain audacity. Lord Uba, shall we accept their challenge? The Grand Elder hesitated, aware that the Uba sect had but one Sage Realm powerhouse, Lord Uba, while the Demon God sect boasted 3. Even if Lord Uba was formidable, facing 3 adversaries of equal standing posed a daunting challenge. What the Grand Elder did not comprehend, however, was that Uba was not one to cower from confrontation. A cold smile graced his lips as he replied, Of course we shall accept the challenge. Why would we refuse the resources they bring to our doorstep? Chapter 115. Merely 3 worthless fools in the days that followed. Baelinger succumbed to a peculiar and profound slumber. When Uba inquired about her condition from the Dragon Maiden, she merely stated, Baelinger is currently in a state of fortuitous opportunity. Should she succeed, the rewards will be great, but failure will yield naught. In response, Uba chose not to disturb Baelinger, allowing her to rest. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and today marked the fateful confrontation with the Demon God sect. Lord Ugod, we are prepared, they declared. What are you all doing? Uba was taken aback by the seemingly resigned expressions of Elder Baichio and the others, who appeared as though they were facing certain doom. Was it merely a battle against the Demon God? Did it require such a dramatic display of valor? Lord Ugod, those are 3 saint-level powerhouses, Elder Baichio remarked. Bitterness etched on their faces. They could not muster a smile, feeling the tension in the air. No worries, they are merely foes to be dealt with, Uba replied, shaking his head dismissively. For some reason, upon hearing this, Elder Baichio and the others did not perceive Uba's words as mere arrogance. Rather, they found them to be a source of reassurance. Let us proceed. Uba was accompanied only by the Dragon Maiden, Elder Baichio, and 3 other elders. He deemed it unnecessary to bring a large contingent, for, as he had stated, the members of the Demon God sect were indeed merely adversaries to be vanquished. The peak of the Demon God was situated at the convergence of the barriers of the Ugod sect and the Demon God sect. Upon their arrival, Uba and his companions discovered that a multitude of individuals from the Demon God sect awaited them, numbering in the hundreds. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of Elder Baichio and the others shifted dramatically. The sheer number of their opponents posed a significant disadvantage should they engage in a direct confrontation. Are you Lord Ugod? Upon their descent, a white-bearded elder from the Demon Beast sect spoke slowly. Intriguingly, he was flanked by 2 other elders who bore an uncanny resemblance to him, differing only in the color of their beards, one golden, the other black. Lord Ugod, these are the 3 saint-level powerhouses of the Demon God sect, the golden, silver, and iron elders, the Grand Elder explained cautiously, his gaze fixed on the trio. Uba nodded, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Soon, information regarding the 3 elders appeared before him. All 3 were at the initial stage of the Saint Realm. 5 stars each. Not particularly formidable, yet they represented 3 evolution points. "Oh God, are you truly ignoring us?" The elder with the golden beard, upon perceiving Oba's prolonged silence, was overtaken by anger. "Oh God, even if you have slain the heavenly leader, what of it? There are 3 of us." As they spoke, the 3 elders of the demon god sect exuded confidence. They held no fear of Uba's annihilation of the 4 seas. For the 4 seas Dragon King was merely at the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm. Their true concern lay in Uba's defeat of the heavenly leader. After all, the 3 elders had battled against the heavenly leader for many years and were well aware of each other's strengths. If this god could indeed slay the heavenly leader, it would certainly not be a simple feat 3 individuals. Upon hearing those words, the corners of Oba's mouth curled into a mocking smile as he casually remarked, "They are merely 3 worthless beings." What? This utterance sent shockwaves throughout the peak of the demon god. The phrase 3 worthless beings struck the hearts of the 3 elders like a thunderclap. In an instant, their expressions transformed, revealing shock, confusion, and, most notably, an uncontrollable fury. "How dare you, O God, speak to us in such a manner? It seems that today, failing to teach you a lesson would be an injustice to your arrogance." The 3 elders exchanged cold laughs, their demeanor and actions mirroring one another, and their imposing aura gradually began to manifest. "Prepare to meet your end, O God." Once they had finished, Oba casually dug at his ear, glancing at them with indifference, and remarked, "Since you are done, it is my turn now." With that, the nonchalance in Oba's gaze vanished, replaced by a chilling intensity, and in the next moment, a surge of dragon might swept through the air. Indeed, it was the might of a dragon. As the waves of dragon might enveloped them, the 3 elders narrowed their eyes, filled with apprehension. "Eldest brother, second brother, be cautious." Elder Jean, feeling the weight of the dragon might, was about to offer a warning when, suddenly, a powerful pressure surged forth. Boom. In an instant, Elder Jean was transformed into a mere pulp, meeting his demise on the spot. Eldest brother, Elder Jean. Witnessing this scene, the members of the demon god sect were momentarily stunned, followed by a collective gasp of disbelief. In a mere second, the formidable Elder Jean, a being of the sage mirror realm, had been vanquished. How could this be possible? Eldest brother, Elder Een and Elder Tai were left in shock for dozens of seconds before they comprehended the gravity of their loss. Their most revered elder had perished just like that. "Oh God, you. The remaining 2 elders were so enraged they could scarcely utter a complete sentence, glaring fiercely at the smiling Oba. "Fear not, I shall send you both to join him shortly," Oba replied with a faint smile, preparing to strike when he suddenly furrowed his brow, seemingly recalling something. He turned to the Dragon Maiden and instructed, "Dragon Maiden, go deal with one of them." At this moment, the Dragon Maiden had reached the pinnacle of the transcendent realm, mere steps away from breaking into the sage realm. Thus it was imperative to allow her to gain experience in battle. "Yes, master," she nodded, her form shimmering with golden light as she activated the strongest defense of the dragon armor. "Dragon Maiden, you shall confront Elder Tai," Oba commanded. With that, the Dragon Maiden vanished from her spot and charged towards Elder Tai. "Heh, a little girl of the transcendent realm dares to confront me?" Elder Tai sneered, then without hesitation, "Surge forward. Second brother, I will handle the girl. You take care of O God." Upon hearing Elder Tai's words, Elder Yin's expression darkened. This third brother had left him to contend with the most formidable opponent, O God. However, before the old man Een could utter any complaints, a fierce gust of wind surged forth. Despite his quick reflexes, the swift gale instantaneously severed his arm. "Ah!" The old man Een exclaimed in horror as his severed limb flew away, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Was that gun energy? The old man Een gazed incredulously at the fire spear wielded by Oba. The moment the tempest struck, he activated his silver armor. Yet it was still no match for the piercing force of the spear. It is known that the defensive capability of the silver armor is only slightly inferior to that of the legendary dragon armor. Chapter 117. You are being excessive. Could it be that this spear, suddenly a bold thought invaded the old man Yin's mind, was a divine artifact? Astonishment escaped from his lips. This is indeed a divine artifact. You possess an impressive eye, Oba remarked, gripping the fire spear, while the ethereal Mingtian Ling floated behind him, poised to deliver a lethal blow to the old man Een at any moment. How infuriating. You actually possess a divine artifact. The old man Een clenched his teeth, overwhelmed by jealousy. Divine artifacts are the most formidable weapons in the mortal realm of the mythical world. His gaze grew fervent. If only he could wield such a divine artifact, it would greatly assist him in his quest for supremacy in the divine realm. Ah, just then, A harrowing scream jolted him from his reverie. Old 3. The old man instinctively turned around, only to witness a scene that made his heart race with horror. There, the old man Tai lay with a gaping, bloody hole in his body, while the dragon maiden stood coldly beside him, blood trickling down her arm. This, the old man was taken aback. Old 3, a figure of the saintly realm, had been slain by a mere girl of the extraordinary realm. Bang! In an instant, the old man felt a chill coursing through his body, followed swiftly by a wave of pain. He instinctively lowered his head, only to behold the spearhead glistening with cold light. Done. All resolved. On the other side, Oba coldly withdrew the fire spear, and the corpse of the old man fell straight to the ground. Ding. Host detected the killing of the old man Jean. Experience gained. 10,000. Evolution points. 1. Ding. Host detected the killing of the old man Experience gained. 10,000. Evolution points. 1. Ding. Host detected the killing of the old man Tai. Experience gained. 10,000. Evolution points. 1. Dragon Maiden experience. 5,000. With the system's announcements echoing, an instantaneous influx of 30,000 experience points surged into Oba's being. In a fleeting moment, Oba advanced from the initial stage of the saintly realm, 3 stars, directly ascending to the initial stage of the saintly realm, 6 stars. Luoba activated his data panel. Host, Luoba level, Dragon Blood Nezha rank. Initial stage 6 stars of the Sage Realm skills, Red Lotus Flame. Dragon Spear Technique Weapons, Mysterious Sky Silk, Fire Point Spear Experience Points, 123,000 Evolution Points, 430. After assessing his own situation, Luoba closed the personal interface. In the next moment, he chose to upgrade the Dragon Maiden. Ding. The Dragon Maiden is currently undergoing an upgrade. Upon completion, the Dragon Maiden has ascended to the initial stage 1 star of the Sage Realm. As the sound faded, a radiant golden light enveloped the Dragon Maiden, allowing her to walk upon the air, a hallmark of the Sage Realm. Sage Realm. Witnessing the Dragon Maiden's ability to traverse the air, the expressions of the members of the Demon God sect turned to one of palpable terror. Their 3 powerful Sage Realm warriors had already been slain, and now the Luo God sect had gained yet another Sage Realm powerhouse. What hope did they have now? At that moment, Luoba glided through the air, gazing down upon the assemblage atop the Demon God peak. Would they choose to submit or perish? Submit? How could the disciples of the Medicine God sect ever bow to you? Hearing Luoba's words, the members of the Demon God sect were filled with rage, hurling curses in retaliation. Then you may choose to die, Luoba replied coolly, preparing to make his move. Suddenly, a peculiar voice echoed. Sir, you are being rather excessive. Are you not? Chapter 118. Demon God. As the words resounded, a plume of black mist appeared in the sky. The Demon God. It is the esteemed Demon God. Upon seeing this dark mist, the members of the Demon God sect were filled with exuberance, their eyes gleaming with fervor. This fervor was something Luoba had previously witnessed among the disciples of the Luo God sect. It was an extreme manifestation of fervent belief. The Demon God? Hearing this, Luoba's brow furrowed slightly. Could it truly be the Demon God? Hadn't it been rumored that the Demon God had perished? Observing the black mist, the Grand Elder and others wore expressions of disbelief. Perished is typically a term of respect for those of great power. The mid-stage strength of the Sage Realm is commendable. Indeed, upon sensing the Demon God's strength, Luoba's furrowed brow relaxed. As long as the Demon God remained within the confines of the Sage Realm, there was no need for alarm. Mid-stage of the Sage Realm, the Grand Elder and others gasped in astonishment. The Demon God had disappeared for half a year and had directly broken through 3 realms. This was indeed somewhat terrifying. Luo God, we are both divine beings, merely separated by a single character. You have killed 3 of my subordinates. Why not take a step back and consider this as if nothing had transpired? As the black mist dissipated, a strikingly handsome young man emerged before everyone's eyes. They had not anticipated that the esteemed Demon God would appear so youthful. A mere character difference? Hearing this, Luoba shook his head and stated plainly, I am not like you. There exists a chasm between us. What difference is there? Upon hearing this, the Demon God furrowed his brow in confusion. I shall ascend to divinity, while you shall perish here, Uba stated calmly. Oh, it seems, Uba, that you are unwilling to concede even a step, the Demon God remarked, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Uba shook his head, replying indifferently, you lack the qualifications to compel my retreat. What? At these words, a palpable change swept over the faces of those present. This Uba was utterly audacious, claiming that even the demon god could not match his prowess. It is essential to note that the demon god was of the mid-tier saint realm, far beyond the capabilities of the likes of Jin, Ein, and Tai. Uba, I once believed that we, who both bear the title of god, could walk the same path as allies. However, it appears I was mistaken. As he spoke, the dark aura surrounding the demon god intensified, nearly solidifying into a formidable presence. Strike now, or you shall find yourself bereft of opportunity, Uba said, weary of idle chatter. Did all those from the demon god sect relish the theatrics of threats before engaging in combat? You. The demon god clenched his jaw, his handsome visage betraying a tremor of rage. Uba, you shall meet your demise. With that declaration, the demon god surged forward, a tempest of murderous intent in his wake. Dragon's might, Uba uttered coolly as he unleashed the dragon blood Nezha form, a wave of draconic energy enveloping him, wafting through the air. A resounding roar echoed as a surge of dragon might bore down fiercely upon the demon god. Sure enough, the dragon's might, derived from the blood of the ancestral dragon, far surpassed anything I could muster. Witnessing this scene, the dragon maiden's eyes gleamed with admiration, unable to suppress her awe. Dragon might. The demon god, feeling the oppressive force of the draconic energy, underwent a dramatic transformation in countenance. In the next instant, his body flickered with black light. Demon god's might. The demon god bellowed, directing his oppressive aura towards the dragon might. It was evident he sought to repel the force with his own. Chapter 119. Defeating the demon god. Although the demon god's intentions were commendable, one must admit that attempting to counter dragon might with demon might was a profoundly misguided notion. In the realm of myth, so long as the disparity in strength was not excessively vast, dragon might would invariably dominate. Bang! As anticipated, upon collision of the ancestral dragon's might with the demon god's aura, the latter shattered instantaneously. A spurt of blood erupted from the demon god's mouth, his aura collapsing in an instant, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could you possibly possess dragon might? Are you of the human race or the dragon race? Who are you truly? A faint smile graced Uba's lips, his gaze turning icy, a glimmer of brilliance flickering within. I am Uba. Uba. Upon hearing Uba declare his name once more, the demon god inexplicably felt as though the being before him was the very embodiment of divinity itself. Impossible. It must be a mere illusion. The demon god shook his head, his gaze becoming fierce, and the intent to kill surged within him once more. Impossible. Only I, the demon god, can truly be called a deity. As these words fell, the demon god transformed into a wisp of black mist, charging fiercely towards the Lotus Tyrant. Unyielding. Observing this, the Lotus Tyrant curled his lips into a cold smirk, swiftly spinning the fire-tipped spear in his hand, from which a surge of dragon energy emanated. Dragon Spear Technique. In an instant, the fire-tipped spear thrust forward violently, sending a flaming divine dragon racing towards the black mist of the demon god. Ah, soon. A wail echoed from within the black mist. What kind of fire is this? How can it be so scorching? Seeing this, the Lotus Tyrant smiled faintly and spoke calmly. The red lotus fire purifies all evil in the world. With just your black mist, can you possibly survive? Oh, I am unwilling. I am unwilling. The cries of the demon god resounded from the black mist, but under the burning of the flaming divine dragon's red lotus fire, the sounds grew fainter. Lord Demon God. Witnessing this scene, the demon god's followers momentarily froze, their expressions changing drastically. Could it be that this lotus god has attained such a level of strength? Even the demon god would not stand a chance against him. Ah! With a final unwilling scream, the black mist completely dissipated, marking the fall of a once great genius, the demon god. Ding! Detecting the host has slain the demon god. Experience gained, 15,000, evolution points, 2. In the instant the black mist vanished, a tremendous surge of experience flowed continuously into the Lotus Tyrant's body. Exhilarating. The sensation of experience flooding into his being was utterly delightful. Your demon god is dead. Now, whether you submit or perish, the choice is no longer yours. The Lotus Tyrant looked down at the somewhat panicked followers of the demon god and spoke with a calm demeanor. The demon god is dead? In an instant, the followers of the demon god were struck as if by lightning, standing motionless, their eyes filled with disbelief. Looking up, they found no trace of the demon god in the sky. Could it be that the beast lord is truly dead? Impossible. Lotus god, do not deceive us. The demon god is the strongest, he cannot die. The demon god is the strongest, he cannot die. In an instant, the group of demon god disciples erupted with fervor, their eyes gleaming with a fervent light, clearly idolizing the demon god to an extreme degree. In their hearts, the demon god was immortal and invincible. It truly is a wonder how the demon god accomplished this. For this, the Lotus Tyrant held a modicum of admiration for the demon god. Chapter 120, The Forest of Demon Fire. Kill the Lotus God to avenge the demon god. At that moment, a group of disciples from the demon god sect had their eyes turn crimson, their fervor rendering them exceedingly irrational. They had forgotten that the Lotus Tyrant before them was a sage. What a swarm of ants, stubbornly obstinate. The Lotus Tyrant shook his head, slowly raising his palm and gently pressing down towards the disciples of the demon god below. Bang! In an instant, hundreds of disciples from the demon god's sect vanished without a trace, as if they had evaporated from the earth. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. As hundreds of disciples of the demon god sect remained utterly motionless, not a single cry of despair escaping their lips. This spectacle left the elders, including the Grand Elder, utterly astonished. It seemed as though Lord Lotus had become even more powerful. Perhaps he had never fully unveiled his true strength. He resembled a vast ocean. With the power he displayed merely a droplet in the boundless expanse. As Uba descended from the sky, the heavenly silk and the fire spear vanished into thin air. He turned to the Grand Elder and the others, addressing them with authority. Grand Elder, he commanded, you have my orders. Respectfully, the 5 elders of the Lotus sect replied. Yes, Lord Lotus. Annihilate the demon god sect, Uba proclaimed, and with that, he departed quietly alongside the Dragon Maiden. A spark of joy ignited in the eyes of the Grand Elder and the others as they stood frozen in place. At last, the destruction of the demon god sect was within reach. The 4 saint-level powerhouses of the demon god sect had perished at Uba's hands, unable to withstand the onslaught of the Lotus sect. Even the dozens of extraordinary beings remaining in the demon god sect fell victim to Uba's might within mere minutes, leading to the sect's swift demise. Within the main hall of the demon god sect, Elder Baichio rushed in, his tail wrapped around a piece of black-red stone. Lord Lotus, look at this, he exclaimed. Uba inquired, taking the stone into his hands. The moment he touched it, he felt an intense heat emanating from within. What is this? His expression shifted to one of surprise and suspicion. Master, this is a flame-melting stone, the Dragon Maiden explained as she approached, glancing at the black-red stone in his hand. A flame-melting stone? Uba furrowed his brow, suddenly jolted by a realization. The refining method Elder Baichio had provided for the heavenly silk included a technique for its enhancement. The essential material for forging the fire heavenly silk was indeed the flame-melting stone. Could this opportunity allow him to transform the heavenly silk into the fire heavenly silk? Seizing the moment, Uba turned to Elder Baichio. Elder Baichio, where did you find this flame-melting stone? In the forest of demon fire, Elder Baichio responded with a smile. Lord Lotus, please follow me. Guided by Elder Baichio, Uba arrived at the forest of demon fire, a place that had once been a mining site for the demon god sect. For reasons unknown, the temperature had risen to such extremes that it had been abandoned. Now it was evident that the flame-melting stone was the cause of this phenomenon. Lord Uba, I found it at the entrance of the forest of demon fire. Elder Baichio said, scratching his head. The temperature inside is exceedingly high. I shall not accompany you further. Uba nodded in understanding, aware that even extraordinary beings would be instantaneously melted in such heat. At this moment, Uba found himself exceedingly intrigued by the surroundings. Chapter 121. Disciples of the mysterious sect. After Elder Baichio departed, Uba, accompanied by the Dragon Maiden, ventured into the forest of demon flames. As they traversed the blazing expanse, the surrounding temperatures soared to an unbearable degree, yet they remained unscathed. After a while, Uba had yet to discover any traces of the elusive flame-melting stones. Suddenly, he detected a faint yet distinct sound, subtle enough to escape the notice of ordinary ears, but not his. Frowning slightly, Uba maintained his vigilance. The forest of demon flames was shrouded in mystery, harboring unknown dangers. Whoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air, prompting Uba to instinctively pivot, narrowly avoiding an arrow that whizzed past him. At that moment, a voice filled with curiosity broke the silence. Aren't they those specters? As the words faded, 5 figures emerged from the underbrush, 2 of whom bore severe injuries, relying on their companions for support to remain upright. One of the women clutched a longbow, the very weapon that had loosed the arrow moments before. Who are you? Uba inquired, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Isn't this territory under the influence of the demon god sect? By your attire, you do not appear to be disciples of the demon god sect. We were just about to ask you the same. A young girl from the group retorted. What business do you have in the domain of our mysterious sect, sneaking about as you are? Hearing Uba's words, The girl named Xiao Yu scoffed. Xiao Yu, do not be disrespectful, another voice cautioned, though the speaker was interrupted by the archer. The woman turned to Ba, offering an apologetic smile. My dear friend, you must be a disciple of the demon god sect, correct? We belong to the mysterious sect. I am the team leader, Yu Shui. The mysterious sect? Ba paused, recalling that there indeed existed a sect by that name adjacent to the demon god sect. However, I am not a disciple of the demon god sect. It has been eradicated. What? The faces of the mysterious sect disciples changed dramatically at Ba's revelation. The power of the demon god sect was comparable to that of their own mysterious sect. How could it be that in just a day, the demon god sect had been annihilated? You must be speaking nonsense. The demon god sect cannot possibly be destroyed. Xiao Yu exclaimed incredulously, her tone laden with disbelief. A sentiment echoed by the others who nodded in agreement, convinced that Ba was deceiving them. My friend, who could possibly have vanquished the demon god sect? Yu Shui inquired, though a hint of skepticism remained in her eyes. Nevertheless, the annihilation of the demon god sect would indeed be a significant event. Ba had no apparent motive to fabricate such a claim. The Lotus god sect, Ba replied calmly. The Lotus god sect. The disciples of the mysterious sect exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with astonishment. It is indeed the Lotus god sect. Upon hearing these three words, for reasons unknown, the doubts that lingered in their hearts gradually dissipated, as if the term Lotus god sect possessed an inexhaustible enchantment. The Lotus god sect? Could it possibly be the faith established by the illustrious Lotus god, who annihilated the celestial sect and subsequently adopted this name? A glimmer of profound admiration sparkled in Xiao Yu's eyes. I am utterly enamored with the Lotus god. Alas, I have never laid eyes upon him. I wonder if the Lotus god would take a liking to me. Fear not, he shall not. A dispassionate voice emerged from Ba. On what grounds do you assert that the Lotus god would not? Xiao Yu glared at Ba. Heh, Ba shrugged, for he is the Lotus god. How could he be unaware? Chapter 122. Companionship disregarding Xiao Yu. Ba turned to Yu Shui and inquired, Teacher Yu Shui, it seems you were on guard against something moments ago? You may not be aware, but the forest of demon fire is home to numerous spectral entities. And in conjunction with the stifling heat, they can be exceedingly troublesome, Yu Shui replied, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Spectral entities? Ba was momentarily taken aback, perplexed. This forest of demon fire was not always its current appellation. Its true name is the forest of ghost fire. Yu Shui elaborated. These phantoms have manifested due to the accumulation of Yin energy over the years, with strengths that reach at least the spirit realm. And some may even attain the transcendent realm. As she spoke, Yu Shui shuddered at the memory. Fortunately, those they had recently encountered were merely of lower strength. I see. Ba nodded in understanding. My friend, would you care to accompany us? At that moment, Yu Shui extended an olive branch to Ba. Teacher Yu Shui. Xiao Yu interjected, immediately displeased. Yu Shui waved her hand, for she had her own intentions. This woman was exceedingly astute. She had already observed that Ba and the Dragon Maiden were unencumbered by protective gear, traversing the sweltering forest of demon fire with ease, unlike them, clad in specialized protective attire and perpetually sweating. This indicated that Ba and his companion either possessed exceptional strength or some hidden secret, thus making their recruitment a strategic move. Accompany you? Ba pondered with a slight frown before eventually nodding. Observing how familiar Yu Shui and her group were with the forest of demon fire, it seemed that following them might expedite their search for the flame-melting stone vein. How splendid! Yu Shui exclaimed joyfully, while Xiao Yu and the others wore expressions of dismay. They already had 2 injured members in their midst, and now with teacher Yu Shui bringing along 2 additional burdens, how could they possibly feel elated? After traversing the forest of demon fire for a while longer, Ba had garnered a comprehensive understanding of Yu Shui and her party's circumstances. They had emerged from the Misty sect for training, with Yu Shui leading the charge, having attained the transcendent realm, while the others were merely at the spirit realm. This compelled Mr. Ba to be in awe of this woman, who, despite her mere extraordinary realm, dared to venture into such a perilous place accompanied by 5 inept companions. Mr. Ba, I am unfamiliar with the fiery molten stone you mentioned, Yu Shui acknowledged, shaking her head. However, she quickly added, yet, if it is indeed that blackish red stone, we have encountered it before. Please, lead me there. Mr. Ba's eyes gleamed with excitement. Yu Shui's expression turned bitter. That place is guarded by 5 flame beasts, each possessing extraordinary strength. Do you wish for us all to perish? Xiao Yu, who had always harbored disdain for Ba, could not restrain herself from rolling her eyes at this moment. It's merely extraordinary. We can dispatch them, Ba replied nonchalantly. Dispatch them? Xiao Yu scoffed coldly. Do you consider yourself a deity merely because your surname is O? You are nothing but a worthless being in need of teacher Yushue's protection. In Xiao Yu's eyes, O Ba's agreement with teacher Yushue was merely a ploy to seek her protection. Worthless. A faint smile crept onto O Ba's lips as his gaze shifted towards the dragon lady. Understanding his intent, the dragon lady nodded slightly. Suddenly, a crisp sound resonated through the forest. Chapter 123. How dare you speak of my master? The clear ringing echoed for some time, leaving the group momentarily stunned. Ah, you wretched girl, how dare you strike me? A frantic roar erupted as Xiao Yu clutched her reddened cheek, staring incredulously at the dragon lady. A slanderous master deserves punishment. The dragon lady coldly regarded her, her eyes reflecting a surge of murderous intent. Unfortunately, Xiao Yu remained oblivious to the danger, still glaring at the two in fury. Very well, you dare to strike me. You shall pay dearly for it. At that moment, the members of the Piao Miao sect regained their senses, witnessing their junior sister being attacked, their anger reaching a boiling point. Mr. Oba. Teacher Yushue cast a glance at Oba, her expression less furious than the others. She was a remarkably rational person, recognizing that the incident was primarily Xiao Yu's fault. Nevertheless, she advised, Mr. Oba, you should have your maid apologize. Xiao Yu's grandfather is an elder of the Piao Miao sect. Teacher Yushue's gaze reflected a hint of concern for Oba. Xiao Yu's grandfather was notorious for his protective nature. Should he learn of Xiao Yu's mistreatment, he would surely come to her aid with wrath. Indeed, my grandfather is an elder of the Piao Miao sect. If you wish to live, kneel before me. If I am in a good mood, perhaps. Xiao Yu wore a smug expression, confident that her grandfather's influence allowed her to act without restraint. Dragon lady, strike her. The only response to her arrogance was O Ba's indifferent command. In the next instant, the dragon lady appeared beside Xiao Yu with such speed that even Yushue could scarcely perceive it. Is she also extraordinary? Yushue gasped. Yet it did not alter the fact that Xiao Yu was about to be silenced. In the next moment, a sharp slap echoed through the air. The once gentle left cheek of Xiao Yu now glowed a vivid crimson. What was previously a passably attractive face had become grotesquely swollen. Ah, you. Xiao Yu trembled with rage, barely able to articulate a coherent sentence. Mr. Oba, although your maid is indeed of extraordinary caliber, the mysterious sect possesses formidable saints. I advise you to apologize promptly. Yueshua sighed, realizing that the situation had escalated beyond her control. No need. Oba shook his head. Teacher Yueshua, please take me to the mine of the flame-melting stone. Observing Oba's determination, Yueshua could only let out a resigned sigh and acquiesce. The group resumed their journey, while Xiao Yu, having been reprimanded, remained silent, her expression dark and vengeful as she glared intently at Uba and the dragon maiden from behind, her thoughts unknown. Uba, however, paid her little mind, dismissing her thoughts as those of an insignificant insect. After a while, Teacher Yueshua halted beside a thicket and turned to Uba. Mr. Uba, this is the mine you mentioned, but the 5 fiery beasts should also be nearby. Indeed, Uba nodded, and, much to Yueshua's astonishment, he charged out of the thicket with the dragon maiden, swiftly spotting the entrance to the flame-melting stone cave. However, at that very moment, the 5 fiery beasts took notice of them. Chapter 124. The malevolence within the melting stone, just as Yueshua sought to warn them. The 5 fiery beasts lunged at Uba and the dragon maiden, their gaping jaws revealing sharp teeth within. They're doomed. The members of the mysterious sect felt a chill run down their spines at this sight. They had witnessed the prowess of these fiery beasts, all of whom were at the extraordinary level. Even with the dragon maiden's extraordinary capabilities, they would surely perish. It seems there's no need for Grandpa to intervene. You shall meet your end. Xiao Yu's eyes brimmed with malice. Eagerly wishing for the demise of the dragon maiden and Uba, her spirits lifted by the unfolding drama. But then, the 5 fiery beasts abruptly disintegrated. Throughout it all, Uba remained unfazed, leading the dragon maiden directly into the mine. A gasp of disbelief escaped someone's lips, and the members of the mysterious sect were momentarily stunned. How did these 5 fiery beasts perish? Yueshua furrowed her brow, pondering if there was something about the two that had eluded her perception. Xiao Yu, witnessing this turn of events, felt a pang of disappointment. Those 5 fiery beasts had failed to eliminate Uba. She gazed sorrowfully at the retreating figure of Uba, exclaiming in frustration, "It seems I must summon Grandpa to intervene." Upon entering the cavern, Uba instantly recognized that he had not come in vain. The moment he stepped inside, he was greeted by a wave of scorching air. The temperature here was at least tenfold that of the outside world. Even a being of extraordinary prowess would likely endure but a fleeting second before being utterly incinerated. "Master," This area is filled with flame-melting stones. Yet there appears to be an unusual aura emanating from them, the Dragon Maiden remarked, her eyes flickering with intrigue as she surveyed the ground strewn with these stones. Spirit energy, Uba replied nonchalantly, then picked up a flame-melting stone. As he unleashed his dragon might, an eerie wail seemed to emanate from the stone, followed by a dissipating black mist. It appeared that these spirits had taken refuge within the flame-melting stones. Uba glanced around, his brow furrowing slightly. Although the spirit energy seemed feeble when amassed, it could easily claim a life. Master, look. At that moment, the Dragon Maiden, walking ahead, seemed to make a new discovery. As Uba approached, he noticed the spirit energy within the flame-melting stones had intensified. The deeper they ventured into the cavern, the more pronounced the spirit energy became. Some stones had even transformed entirely to a pitch-black hue, devoid of any trace of red. As they delved further, the spirit energy grew increasingly potent. Uba sensed a disquieting anomaly. It seemed that something peculiar lurked deep within this flame-melting stone cavern, influencing all the stones around. This was indeed a predicament for Uba. For with the spirit-infused flame-melting stones, forging the blazing celestial fabric would be impossible. Dragon Maiden, let us proceed and uncover what malevolent force resides here, Uba declared through gritted teeth. The only solution lay in dispelling the source of the spirit energy, allowing the flame-melting stones to revert to their original state. Otherwise, they would be at an impasse. Yes, master. The Dragon Maiden nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Thus, the two ventured deeper into the molten stone cavern. Chapter 125. The Spirit King. As they advanced further, the intensity of the spirit energy became increasingly palpable. The environment, once intensely hot, grew progressively colder as the spirit energy thickened. Surrounding them were even traces of frost forming. Recognizing the shift in their surroundings, both Uba and the Dragon Maiden understood they were drawing nearer to the source of the spirit energy. They arrived at the depths of the molten stone cavern, where Uba's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Before him loomed a mass of black mist, coalescing into a form several dozen meters in size. What an overwhelming concentration of spirit energy! The Dragon Maiden exclaimed, unable to contain her awe. The malevolent aura was not only thick, but also continually coalescing, its target peculiarly bizarre, as if it aspired to assume a human form. Cackling, it seemed to sense the presence of life. At that moment, a series of eerie chuckles echoed from the depths of the dark mist. Subsequently, the black fog twisted, revealing a ghastly visage. Indeed, it was human. Huh, it appears fortune smiles upon me. Upon encountering Ba and the Dragon Maiden, the mass of dark mist seemed to swell with excitement. Who are you? Ba inquired coldly, fixing a steely gaze upon it. Me? The black mist erupted into another fit of sinister laughter, exclaiming, I am the Ghost King. The Ghost King? Ba furrowed his brow slightly, and replied nonchalantly, you are the one responsible for the malevolent aura emanating from these fiery molten stones, aren't you? Abandon the ghostly energy, and I shall spare your life. In that instant, Ba sensed the Ghost King's power. Having only recently attained the Saint Realm, he could hardly be bothered to engage in combat. Spare my life. The Ghost King was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt into raucous laughter. Ha, human boy. What jest is this? I have just ascended to the Saint Realm and am at the pinnacle of my triumph. There is no way I would yield now. Huh. You human must obediently become the nourishing essence I have shaped. The Ghost King gazed at Ba with a glimmer of fervor in its eyes, eager to devour this seemingly delectable human. What a fool, Ba mused, shaking his head with a sigh, and then turned to the Dragon Maiden, saying coldly, eliminate it. Human boy, who are you calling a fool? The Ghost King was about to engage in a spirited debate with Ba when it suddenly noticed a dragon claw descending with great force. In an instant, the ghostly energy it had so painstakingly gathered dissipated by a significant portion. Ah, my carefully amassed ghostly energy. The Ghost King's countenance turned ashen as it hurriedly attempted to absorb what little remained. Only then did it manage to salvage a portion. With a heavy heart, the Ghost King finally felt a measure of relief. Now, I shall ask once more, will you relinquish the ghostly energy willingly? Or shall I take it from you after I end your life? Ba reiterated blandly, revealing his lack of interest in further discourse if not for the troublesome process of dispersing the ghostly energy. The Ghost King hesitated, but upon meeting the Dragon Maiden's murderous gaze, it nodded vigorously. Very well. Ba uttered a single command and observed as the Ghost King endeavored to reclaim the dissipated energy. Ghostly energy, return. Though reluctant, the Ghost King realized its life was at stake and resolutely resolved to retrieve the ghostly energy. As the command echoed, The myriad of ghostly energies concealed within the fiery molten stones surged towards the Ghost King. In the brief moment when all the ghostly energy returned to the Ghost King's body, it expanded several folds, ominously teetering on the brink of explosion. This is bad. There is too much ghostly energy. I cannot bear it. Am I truly to perish like this? The Ghost King was filled with resentment, grinding his teeth in an effort to endure the agony brought on by excessive ghostly energy. However, at that moment, a faint voice seemed to resonate in his ears, and soon after, the surging ghostly energy began to dissipate gradually. In the blink of an eye, the Ghost King reverted to his original form. Thank you. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed senior. Although the ghostly energy had completely vanished, seemingly wasted, the Ghost King gazed at Ba with gratitude, for ultimately, his life held greater value than the dissipated energy. Do not refer to me as senior. Simply call me Lord O God, Ba replied, waving his hand dismissively, somewhat averse to being called senior, as it felt akin to being labeled old. Thank you, Lord O God, the Ghost King sincerely expressed, his heart still reeling from the astonishment of Ba's earlier display. It was known that even he found the ghostly energy quite formidable. Yet Ba had dissipated it with merely a gentle utterance. This alone left the Ghost King in profound admiration. Lord O God, suddenly, the Ghost King, filled with excitement, wished to request something from Ba, but was interrupted before he could finish. Please wait a moment, Ba stated, producing a furnace he had scavenged from the demon god sect. With a flick of his wrist, countless fiery molten stones surged forth. He was eager to forge the flame-embroidered celestial silk. Seeing Ba retrieve the furnace and toss in the molten stones, the Ghost King felt a twinge of curiosity but remained obediently at the side, merely observing. 10,029, 10,030. Finally, after tossing in 10,030 fiery molten stones, Ba placed the celestial silk into the furnace and began the forging process. Ding. Forging celestial silk. Target, flame-embroidered celestial silk. Ding. Forging in progress. Please wait. Progress. 20, 60, 100. Flame-embroidered celestial silk forging completed. After several minutes, as the system's voice echoed, the forging was finally finished. Upon opening the furnace, a vibrant red silk, imbued with blazing flames, erupted forth. Oh my goodness! A super artifact. The Ghost King was overwhelmed with astonishment at the sight of the flame-embroidered celestial silk. This was indeed a super artifact. In the realm of myth, weapons were categorized as mundane, spiritual, sacred, divine, super divine, and celestial artifacts, among others. The Ghost King was envious, realizing he was in the presence of such a remarkable treasure. Were it not for his awareness of Ba's unfathomable power, he might have been tempted to seize the super artifact for himself. However, a sense of fear held him back from such reckless thoughts. Is this the blazing fire Mengtian Ling? A flicker of surprise flashed in the eyes of Ba. Though it appeared merely as an additional layer of fire enveloping the Mengtian Ling, the disparity between the two was nothing short of astronomical. This flame was not an ordinary one. It embodied the indomitable fury of the Crimson Lotus. Its potency had escalated significantly, elevating its rank from a divine artifact to that of a transcendent artifact. Chapter 127. The Ghost King's Servant. After a brief appraisal of the blazing fire Mengtian Ling, Ba, satisfied, stored it away. Lord O, the Ghost King cautiously called out once he observed Ba had completed his task. What is it? Ba replied slowly. Lord O, I beseech you to help me solidify my form. I am willing to acknowledge you as my master, serving you faithfully across 3 lifetimes. The Ghost King's demeanor was exceedingly earnest, revealing the gravity of his resolve to congeal into a corporeal form. Solidify your form? Ba regarded the Ghost King with skepticism. Seemingly attuned to Ba's thoughts, the Ghost King immediately clarified, Lord O, do not be deceived by my current state. I possess no physical body, easily dispersing at a mere touch. As he spoke, the corners of the Ghost King's mouth curled in bitterness. The existence without a body was a lamentable plight, and he was not prepared to relinquish this opportunity. To solidify a body and acquire a thoroughly obedient ghostly servant? This transaction appeared rather advantageous. A hint of interest danced upon Ba's lips. Very well, I agree. Upon hearing this, the Ghost King felt an overwhelming joy swell within him. Thank you, Lord O. However, the process of solidification will require a brief wait. I must complete my current tasks first, Ba stated. That is no trouble. I can wait. Though a tinge of disappointment lingered in his heart, the Ghost King rallied. For at the very least, he could attain a physical form. All right, then let us proceed outside. Ba nodded, then made his way toward the exit of the fiery, or cavern. This venture had yielded bountiful rewards. Not only had he successfully forged the blazing fire Mengtianling, but he had also acquired a formidable ally of saintly strength. A moment later, Ba emerged from the fiery cavern. The instant he stepped out, he sensed an unfamiliar aura. Soon after, a mocking voice broke through the air. Ba, we have finally awaited your emergence. It has been quite a lengthy wait. Outside the cavern, Xiaoyu stood with her hands on her hips, accompanied by an elderly man. Xiaoyu, are these the ones who bullied you? The elderly man glared at Ba, his heart seething with rage. How dare anyone harm his granddaughter? Upon hearing this distressing news, he had rushed over with urgency. Yes, it is them. That woman even slapped me. Xiaoyu gazed at the elderly man with a face of grievance, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Witnessing this scene, the elderly man's heart ached even more, and he directed a fiery glare at Ba. That young man, I shall grant you the chance to cripple your own legs and spare your life, otherwise. In response, Ba merely cast a dismissive glance at the elder, showing no deference whatsoever. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of the Miao sect, including Yu Shui, were taken aback, their expressions filled with astonishment. They had anticipated that Ba would cower and plead for mercy. However, he did not. Young man, it appears you truly are as arrogant as Xiaoyu described. The elder's countenance shifted slightly, a lingering anger simmering within him. Enough with the idle chatter, Ba interjected, shaking his head. Ghost King, since you desire to deal with my servant, then proceed. Yes, Lordo. The Ghost King's voice resonated, and in an instant, a massive cloud of black mist, spanning several meters, materialized before everyone, revealing a grotesque visage within. What on earth is this ghastly apparition? Xiaoyu exclaimed, her face paling in terror. Chapter 128. The Ghost King's devouring ghastly creature? The Ghost King let out an eerie chuckle, fixating coldly on Xiaoyu. Mark my words, I am the Ghost King, not some mere wretched thing. I care not what you are. To dare frighten my precious granddaughter is tantamount to seeking death. Elder Lin sneered, then waved his hand, summoning dozens of figures from the woods. Go and kill them. With that command, a multitude surged towards Ba and his companions. Ghost King, do as you wish. Ba instructed, not even glancing at the approaching figures. Ga, as you command, master. The Ghost King replied eagerly, drooling at the sight of the oncoming assailants. Perceiving them as delectable prey. Ga, it has been far too long since I feasted on human flesh. The Ghost King's mouth agape. A surge of dark energy erupted forth, enveloping the charging figures in an instant. Then, with a ravenous appetite, it devoured them whole, their desperate cries silenced in an instant. Zhanghua. Elder Lin's expression darkened, his emotions fluctuating wildly. Among those lost were his most cherished disciples, consumed by that bizarre black mist without a trace of resistance. Could it be that this cloud of darkness belonged to a transcendent being? Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, witnessing the gruesome spectacle, felt her already pale face grow even more as if her very soul were about to flee. I am truly satiated. It has been ages since I enjoyed such a delightful meal. The Ghost King licked its lips, casting a predatory glance towards Elder Lin and Xiaoyu, who trembled under its gaze, chills running down their spines. Unexpectedly, you are a formidable being of the transcendent realm. I must admit my oversight, Lin Elder scoffed, and in an instant, his body surged forward like a flash of lightning. However, it is unfortunate that I too belong to the transcendent realm. Ha ha ha. Yet another soul offering itself to demise. As Lin Elder charged forth, the Ghost King appeared as if he had caught sight of a delectable feast, letting out a sinister laugh before abruptly opening his gaping maw, resembling a black hole, unleashing an overwhelming force of suction. What is happening? Lin Elder exclaimed in horror, feeling his body spiraling out of control, hurtling directly towards that cavernous mouth. Ha, come to me. Just as Lin Elder struggled to flee, the Ghost King cackled, and a more potent force of attraction erupted. No. Lin Elder's screams echoed, but what awaited him was the embrace of death's darkness. This old man is not appetizing. He is both aged and tough. After devouring Lin Elder, the Ghost King muttered in disappointment. Witnessing Lin Elder's fate, the disciples of the Misty sect were left aghast. Their mouths agape, eyes betraying a profound terror. A saint-level powerhouse. Only now did Yu Shui dare to affirm that this self-proclaimed Ghost King, a swirling mass of darkness, was indeed a being of the saint realm. What? A saint-level being? Instantly, every disciple of the Misty sect wore expressions of shock. This monstrous entity is a saint-level powerhouse. No wonder he could eliminate Lin Elder in an instant. Chapter 129. The shock of the Misty sect grandfather. Xiaoyu cried out, her eyes brimming with deep sorrow, her body trembling uncontrollably. If even her grandfather were to perish, who could save her? You, who exactly are you? Xiao Yu gritted her teeth, her gaze filled with palpable fear. Ha, you do not even know my master? Before Oba could speak, the Ghost King hastily began to flatter, grinning as he declared, my master possesses the power to transcend heaven and earth, and is known by all beneath the heavens as the illustrious Lord O. What? Lord O? Upon hearing the Ghost King's proclamation, the disciples of the Misty sect were struck with disbelief, their faces reflecting awe as they gazed at Oba. To think he is the renowned Lord O? He is the Lord O. Yu Shui gasped, her hand covering her mouth, astonishment evident in her eyes. No wonder she always found Oba enigmatic, exuding an inscrutable aura. Xiao Yu could never have imagined encountering her idol in such a manner, yet her eyes betrayed not admiration, but a profound fear, a fear of death itself. Do not worry, I shall not slay you. I do not kill mere ants. The cold voice of Oba brought immediate relief to Xiao Yu, causing her to deflate like a punctured balloon, collapsing onto the ground. Dragon Maiden, Ghost King, we must depart. After acquiring the flame-melting stone, the Lotus Overlord chose to depart. Yes, my lord. Both the Dragon Maiden and the Ghost King nodded in agreement. In an instant, the three soared into the sky, vanishing from sight, traversing the void with ease. Three formidable beings at the Saint Realm. Witnessing this spectacle, the members of the Misty sect were utterly astounded. Just moments ago, they had stood in the presence of three powerful saints, and now, reflecting on the encounter, a wave of trepidation washed over them. Indeed, he truly is the Lord of the Lotus. Yu Xuan narrowed her eyes slightly, a flicker of brilliance dancing within them. Misty sect. Yu Shui, did you say someone has slain one of our elders? In the grand hall, the leader of the Misty sect cast a cold gaze upon the kneeling Yu Shui, his brows furrowing slightly. Upon her entrance, she had declared that Elder Lin had been killed, igniting an immediate fury within him. How dare someone assassinate an elder of the Misty sect? This grievance must be avenged at all costs. Indeed, Yu Shui nodded, then continued slowly. However, Elder Lin brought it upon himself? The leader of the Misty sect scoffed disdainfully. Regardless of the reason, anyone who dares to kill an elder of my Misty sect shall face death. Yet, it was the hand of the Lord of the Lotus. Yu Shui's calm words resonated, unhurried and deliberate. What? The Lord of the Lotus? At this revelation, the countenance of the numerous elders within the hall shifted dramatically. It was indeed the Lord of the Lotus. The leader of the Misty sect gritted his teeth, acutely aware of the gazes of those around him. He found himself in a precarious position. Retreating now would surely incite rumors that he, the leader of the Misty sect, feared a mere Lord of the Lotus. Just a trifling Lord of the Lotus. Do you think I would fear him? Upon uttering these words, admiration radiated from the onlookers, and the leader's stature seemed to swell with grandeur, filling him with unrestrained pride. Yet, at that moment, a messenger burst into the chamber in a state of panic. Report. Leader, a grave matter has arisen. What is it? Why such a commotion? The leader of the Misty sect glared at the messenger with cold disdain, reprimanding him sharply. Yes, my lord, you are right. The messenger trembled, nodding vigorously. Speak. What has transpired? The leader finally expressed his satisfaction with a nod. My lord, the demon god sect has been annihilated. The messenger, drenched in cold sweat, nearly shouted this proclamation. What? The demon god sect has been destroyed. How can this be possible? That sect is as powerful as our Misty sect. In an instant, the hall erupted into chaos, akin to boiling water, as shockwaves rippled through the assembly. Annihilated. By whom? The leader of the Misty sect felt a weight in his heart as he inquired gravely. It was the Lord of the Lotus. The demon god and the three elders, gold, silver, and iron, were all dispatched in a single strike from that Lord of the Lotus. What? One strike? Upon hearing those words, the members of the mysterious sect were immediately unsettled. How could it be possible that four powerful beings in the Sage Realm were vanquished by the Lotus God in a single strike? The expression on the sect leader's face darkened, his emotions fluctuating like the weather. After a moment, he suddenly lifted his head and declared, "Let us proceed to the Lotus God sect." Leader. At this proclamation, the hearts of the mysterious sect members trembled. Could it be that the leader was finally going to take a stand? Tension rippled through the crowd. The sect leader shot them a glare and said irritably, "Select some fine divine elixirs. We shall go to the Lotus God sect to offer our apologies." He knew he lacked the strength and courage to confront one who could annihilate four Sage Realm warriors. Understanding this, the members of the mysterious sect collectively sighed in relief. Faced with the formidable Lotus God, they had felt no assurance. Meanwhile, at the Lotus God sect, Oba returned with the Dragon Maiden and the Ghost King. Elder Bai Chio, accompanied by others, came forth to greet them. Lord Lotus God, who is this? Elder Baiqiu inquired. Glancing at the dark mist that trailed behind Oba, his eyes betraying a hint of skepticism. He is a new bodyguard I have brought to the Lotus God sect. A ghost king of the Sage Realm, Oba replied nonchalantly. Sage Realm? Upon hearing this, Elder Baiqiu and the others were momentarily stunned, their faces contorting into wry smiles. They had not anticipated that the Lotus God would casually bring along a bodyguard of such caliber. Truly, the Lotus God was remarkable. They thought to themselves, Lord Lotus God, we are so glad you have returned. You must go see that girl, Linger, Elder Baiqiu suddenly recalled, urging him. Oba's brow furrowed by Linger. What has happened to her? It's hard to explain, Lord Lotus God. Perhaps it would be best if you see for yourself, Elder Baiqiu said, unable to articulate by Linger's condition, offering only a rueful smile. Oba nodded. Very well, lead me there. Soon. Elder Baiqiu guided Oba to Bai Linger's chamber. As they approached, a chilling aura enveloped them. This is the situation, Lord Lotus God. Elder Baiqiu said with an exasperated shrug. Has it become this frigid? Oba frowned slightly, astonished that in merely half a day's time, such a drastic transformation had occurred in Bai Linger. Master, previously I mentioned 2 opportunities for Bai Linger, the Dragon Maiden began to elucidate. First, she could choose the flames and evolve into a fire nine-tailed fox. Second, she could choose ice and evolve into a polar nine-tailed fox. It was clear that Bai Linger had opted for the latter, as evidenced by the room encased in ice. A polar nine-tailed fox? Oba expressed surprise, but he quickly nodded in understanding. Since this was a choice made by Bai Linger, there was no need for concern. They simply had to wait for her evolution to conclude. It turns out it was Linger's choice. Elder Baiqiu let out a sigh of relief, his heart racing with excitement as he gazed at the door. At last, their Baihu clan was on the verge of giving birth to a nine-tailed fox. Suddenly, Oba furrowed his brow and murmured, a powerful sage has arrived. A sage? Elder Baiqiu was taken aback. Could it be that someone was here to trouble them? Let us go and see, Oba declared, lifting Elder Baiqiu with a swift motion, and in an instant, a flash of white light enveloped them, causing the 3 to vanish. Within the grand hall, as the white light dissipated, Oba, the Dragon Maiden, and Elder Baiqiu materialized. Their eyes were immediately drawn to a group of individuals seated in the guest area, where they spotted Yu Shui, accompanied by a dignified middle-aged man. Elder, has Lord Ocean arrived yet? The leader of the Qiaomiao sect inquired anxiously, glancing around nervously, fearing that he was late and would incur Lord Ocean's displeasure. Rest assured, sect leader Qiaomiao, we have already informed him. Lord Ocean will be here shortly, the elder replied, offering a wry smile at the palpable urgency exhibited by the esteemed sect leader. After all, he was a sage-level powerhouse, deserving of utmost respect. Neglecting him would only serve to create enemies for the Ocean sect. What brings you here? Oba's voice resonated at that moment. Upon hearing this, the sect leader swiftly turned to see a handsome young man and an exquisite woman approaching him. He immediately grinned and bowed. I pay my respects to Lord Ocean. And you are? Oba inquired, casting a glance at him. I am the sect leader of Qiaomiao, the man quickly responded, fearful that any delay might provoke Lord Ocean's displeasure. His humility was palpable. The sect leader of Qiaomiao? Oba raised an eyebrow, casually stating, what? Do you seek revenge for your elder? In an instant, the sect leader felt 3 ominous presences fixated upon him with lethal intent. No, 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 Lord Ocean. You misunderstand. He hastily shook his head. I have come to offer my apologies. Apologies? The elder and others exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of how to react. The esteemed sect leader of Qiaomiao was actually here to apologize to Lord Ocean. I killed your sect's elder, and you come to apologize? Oba's lips curled into a slight smirk, finding the situation rather amusing. That was his own folly for provoking Lord Ocean. I consider the act quite justified. The sect leader vehemently shook his head, his eyes flashing with animosity, almost wishing to tear Elder Lin apart with his bare hands. Bring forth the divine elixirs to Lord Ocean, he commanded. As he spoke, Yu Shui approached with a bag containing precious items. Lord Ocean, these are some tokens of apology prepared by my Qiaomiao sect. I humbly ask that you do not hold it against us, he said, cautiously observing Oba. Place them there, Oba replied coolly. Of course. Upon hearing that Oba accepted the offerings, the sect leader was filled with joy, for it signified that Lord Ocean bore no ill will towards them. Chapter 132. The Provocation of King Zhou. Lord Ocean, shall we take our leave? The leader of the Qiaomiao sect displayed utmost humility, even seeking permission from Lord Uba before departing. Let us go? Uba shook his head, and immediately, the leader of the Qiaomiao sect led his entourage away. Once they stepped beyond the confines of the Ocean sect, an elder from the Piao sect turned to the leader with a puzzled expression and remarked, "Leader, I perceive that Lord Ocean does not seem so formidable after all. Indeed, leader, his presence does not exert a pressure as strong as yours. Why must we bow our heads to him?" The elder's words resonated with the members of the Piao sect, who nodded in agreement, voicing their concurrence. "You do not comprehend." The leader of the Piao sect shook his head, his gaze growing somber. He spoke quietly. "The strength of Lord Ocean is unfathomable." Standing beside him, "I feel as if I am but a tiny droplet in the vast ocean that he embodies." What? This statement instantly shocked the members of the Piao sect. They had not anticipated such high regard from their leader towards Lord Ocean. It seemed that provoking this lord was indeed unwise. Fortunately, he had not sought retribution against the Piao sect. Otherwise, they would have found themselves in dire straits. With this thought, a cold sweat broke out among the members of the Piao sect, a wave of apprehension washing over them. Days later, Bai Linger remained ensnared in an icy state, the vicinity frozen for several dozen meters around her. It was evident that this peculiar condition would not cease for at least 10 days or more. "Lord Ocean, trouble is afoot." At that moment, Elder Baiqiu rushed in, visibly agitated. This was not the first time Uba had witnessed Elder Baiqiu in such a state of panic. He inquired calmly, "What has transpired?" "King Zhou has seized all the citizens of Chintang Pass and taken them to Chaoga, including your family. It is said that he intends to publicly execute them within a day." Elder Baiqiu cautiously glanced at Uba as he spoke. Everyone was aware that Lord Ocean also bore the name Nezha. However, they were accustomed to referring to him as Lord Ocean. Upon learning of the situation at Chintang Pass, Elder Baiqiu hurriedly rushed to convey the news, not daring to delay for even a moment. "You insolent King Zhou, truly one who refuses to heed a gracious invitation and instead invites punishment. It appears there is no longer a need for the Shang dynasty to exist." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of cold resolve flashed in Uba's eyes. He had already issued a clear warning to King Zhou, who evidently had chosen to ignore it. Thus, he could not be blamed for his ruthless actions. Dragon Maiden, Ghost King. As he uttered these names, two figures materialized abruptly. "Master! Master!" Both the Dragon Maiden and the Ghost King exclaimed in unison. "Come, follow me to Chaoga." With that, Uba, the Dragon Maiden, and the Ghost King vanished in an instant. Upon witnessing this scene, Elder Baiqiu let out a bitter smile. This King Zhou truly seemed to have a death wish, daring to provoke Lord Ocean. Did he not realize that those who dared to incite the wrath of Lord Ocean seldom met with favorable outcomes? It seemed that after today, the capital of Chaoga would undergo tumultuous changes, and the entire Shang dynasty would tremble due to a single act of King Zhou. "Within the hall, Your Majesty. The people of Chintang Pass have been apprehended," reported Shun Gongbao respectfully to the king on the platform. King Zhou took a sip of the exquisite wine in his cup and responded, "Very well, good job. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty." Shun Gongbao replied with a faint smile, then added, "By the way, Your Majesty, the commander of Chintang Pass, Li Jing, requests an audience." "Li Jing?" King Zhou's lips curled in amusement. "Bring him forth." "Yes." Shun Gongbao nodded and departed. Moments later, Shun Gongbao re-entered the grand hall, accompanied by a man with sharp brows and bright eyes, none other than Li Jing. "Li Jing, what business do you have with me?" King Zhou inquired, swirling the wine in his cup and casting a disdainful glance at Li Jing. "Your Majesty, I am utterly loyal to the Shang dynasty. Why must you slaughter the innocent people of Chintang Pass?" Li Jing knelt on one knee, looking perplexed at the king. "Loyalty, you say?" King Zhou scoffed coldly. "Why not inquire of your son, Nezha?" "Nezha?" Li Jing was taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly. "He, as a manifestation of Lord Ocean, seeks to conspire against me and has caused our Shang to forfeit its place in the Celestial Academy. Do you not think Chintang Pass deserves its fate?" King Zhou's disdainful laughter echoed, his eyes flashing with a chilling intent. "What?" Li Jing exclaimed, suddenly aghast. Conspiring against the king was a capital offense. However, he continued, "But my son Nezha, as a manifestation of Lord Ocean, surely stands above your Majesty. Do not forget, he is a formidable sage." Li Jing slowly rose from the ground, regarding King Zhou with a calm demeanor. Boldly daring to stand kneel, the guards in the hall shouted, their expressions shifting in alarm at Li Jing's defiance. Yet, Li Jing paid them no mind. A formidable sage, King Zhou gritted his teeth, the weight of those 5 words pressing upon him, making it difficult to breathe. Nevertheless, upon recalling the allies behind him, his expression relaxed slightly as he coldly retorted, "What of a sage? Does the Shang dynasty not possess the means to handle him?" Li Jing's brow furrowed, as if recalling something, and his expression drastically changed. Do you mean to say you have summoned the one from the demon stone cave of the Shang? Indeed, King Zhou replied, a smirk playing on his lips. Upon hearing this, Li Jing's countenance shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that King Zhou would go as far as to summon that individual to deal with Lord Ocean. It seemed that things were about to become quite difficult for Lord Ocean. Rest assured, when the Lotus deity arrives to rescue you, it shall be the end of his days. King Zhou laughed with unrestrained arrogance, as though he had already glimpsed the demise of the Lotus deity. How dare you provoke me? Your end is nigh, you despicable wretch. Li Jing erupted in furious condemnation, for he understood that, given the character of the Lotus Overlord, he would never stand idly by in the face of death. Yet, it was precisely this characteristic that would allow King Zhou's sinister plans to succeed. Come, take Li Jing away. With a dismissive wave of his hand, King Zhou raised his goblet once more, as if this cup was a toast to his imminent victory. After Li Jing was escorted away, Shun Gongbao approached and whispered, Your Majesty, when shall we commence the execution? Upon hearing this, King Zhou narrowed his eyes, tilted his head back, and drained his cup of exquisite wine, stating nonchalantly, Now, for I can hardly wait to see their heads roll. Indeed, Your Majesty, Shun Gongbao responded, and together they proceeded towards the execution grounds. Chapter 134. The execution grounds. The execution grounds were a place constructed specifically by King Zhou for the mass slaughter of prisoners of war. It resembled an arena, complete with numerous spectator stands, designed to ensure that all could witness this gruesome spectacle. One can only imagine the depths of depravity that resided within King Zhou's mind. Typically, the execution grounds were not open to the public, yet today, they were filled to capacity with onlookers. It was rumored that King Zhou intended to execute a multitude of people, hundreds, in fact. Yes, I have also heard that it concerns the unfortunate citizens of Chintang Pass. Chintang Pass? Is that not the recently renowned homeland of the Lotus deity? Given that the Lotus deity has provoked King Zhou, it is evident that the unfortunate citizens of Chintang Pass cannot escape calamity. On the stands, a group of individuals discussed the matter, their tones rife with lamentation and schadenfreude. Look, King Zhou and Lord Shun have arrived. At that moment, someone cried out, prompting all eyes in the arena to turn downward. There, King Zhou strode ahead, with Shun Gongbao closely trailing behind him. Following them were hundreds of citizens from Chintang Pass, shackled and bearing expressions of utter despair. The hearts of the Chintang citizens were heavy with hopelessness, for they understood that what awaited them was a slow, inexorable death. All they could do now was await their fate. As the sun reached its zenith, King Zhou sat upon the high platform and cast down the execution order. The decree fell slowly to the ground, akin to a heavy weight crashing upon the hearts of the people from Chintang Pass. The hour has come, execute. With the sound of a cold, detached command, the executioners seized their blades, and the men, women, and children of Chintang Pass closed their eyes in despair. King Zhou, you shall surely regret your actions this day. Li Jing clenched his teeth. Death was not the source of his fear, but rather the thought of dying in such a humiliating manner. The executioner disregarded Li Jing's words, coldly raising his blade and bringing it down forcefully. The blade hovered perilously close to Li Jing's neck, 50 centimeters, 20 centimeters, 5 centimeters. Yet, at that critical moment, it halted. Not only did this executioner stop, but all the executioners inexplicably froze in place. What is happening? Why have they all ceased? The onlookers sensed an unsettling strangeness at this scene. Why have they stopped? Strike him down. King Zhou furrowed his brow and commanded coldly. Unfortunately, the executioners appeared oblivious to the command, remaining in a daze, rooted to the ground. Infuriated, King Zhou slammed his hand on the table, seizing a teacup and hurling it at one of the executioners. Do you intend to rebel? With a resounding crash, the teacup struck the executioner, whose head was instantly severed and sent flying. Dead. Everyone was aghast. The brutality of the executioner's demise was shocking, as though he had been beheaded by his own blade. How could this be? King Zhou was bewildered. He exerted much force. How could he have killed a man with such ease? Am I truly invincible now? Chapter 135. Master Shiji. King Zhou, are you courting death? Just as he was lost in thought, a chilling voice cut through the air. What? The crowd's expressions shifted, their hearts racing at the audacity of someone daring to speak to King Zhou in such a manner. Who could it be so bold? King Zhou's face paled, and he suddenly looked up at the sky. A flash of white light revealed the ethereal forms of O Ba, the Dragon Maiden, and the Ghost King. Oh God, I should have anticipated your arrival. King Zhou's eyes narrowed with a glint of coldness. Indeed, O God had come. O God, could it be the renowned O God of recent fame? I cannot believe I am truly witnessing the presence of O God. At King Zhou's words, the crowd's eyes ignited with fervent admiration. King Zhou, I warned you not to provoke the people of Qintang Pass. Did my words fall on deaf ears? Oba hovered in the air, casting a cold, calculating gaze toward King Zhou, his eyes glinting with malice. Huh. King Zhou replied with a chilling smile, unperturbed as he met Oba's gaze. Oh God, do you truly believe that your saintly status grants you free reign over the great Shang? I tell you, there are greater powers beyond the heavens, and mountains that tower beyond your reach. Do not be so self-important. Hearing this, a smirk crept across Oba's lips, revealing a hint of amusement. Ah, so you have backing, do you? Indeed, that is only natural. Zhou Wang smiled faintly, then respectfully bowed to the air before him, his demeanor radiating utmost reverence. I beseech the esteemed Master Shurji of the Demon Stone Cave to lend her assistance and subdue this arrogant lotus deity. As the words fell, the air around Zhou Wang began to distort in an eerie manner, and a middle-aged woman clad in a purple robe gradually materialized. Did I hear correctly? Is it Master Shurji? The fearsome presence from the Demon Stone Cave? It must be her. Otherwise, how could Zhou Wang exhibit such deference? Given Master Shurji's current prowess, she is likely not far from the sacred realm. Upon witnessing the woman stepping forth from the void, those surrounding were taken aback, their eyes reflecting profound incredulity. A being on the verge of the sacred realm? Upon hearing this, the previously unperturbed expression of Oba finally exhibited a flicker of change. If the opposing force truly possessed such formidable strength, then this battle would undoubtedly be most intriguing. You are the Lotus deity? Master Shurji hovered in the void, regarding Oba with a calm gaze, and spoke with measured words. You appear rather unimpressive. The opponent you have found for me, Zhou Wang, is lamentably weak. Before Oba could respond, she muttered to herself, this is amusing. Zhou Wang scratched his head awkwardly, feeling a surge of confidence. If Master Shurji had such an opinion, perhaps she could indeed overpower the Lotus deity. Too weak? Oba replied with a slight smile, his eyes growing increasingly cold. Rest assured, when I unleash my fury upon you, you shall not maintain such a light-hearted demeanor. The onlookers, sensing the palpable tension between the two, were thoroughly entertained. The saying that a newborn calf fears not the tiger is indeed fitting for you. Master Shurji could not suppress a cold laugh. She continued, Lotus deity. Over a century ago, when I was as famous as you, I was not nearly so arrogant. At this rate, you might not survive long. Chapter 136. The powerful Shurji, upon concluding her statement, a radiant purple aura enveloped her, and her presence surged, an oppressive force sweeping through the area. Thud. The pressure was so profound that many of the weaker individuals in the vicinity collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. A high-ranking 7-star of the Sage Realm? As the pressure pressed down, Oba remained unyielding, his eyes having already discerned Master Shurji's true strength. A high-ranking 7-star of the Sage Realm is indeed not far from the Sacred Realm. Does my pressure have no effect on you? Surprised by Oba's lack of reaction to her might, Master Shurji noted, it seems this Lotus deity is not as feeble as I had imagined. Young man, I did not expect you to possess some strength. It appears I have underestimated you. However, surviving under my purple lightning will determine your true capabilities. Shurji wore a sinister smile, and in the next moment, she conjured a bolt of purple lightning, which she hurled fiercely towards Oba. The purple lightning crackled with a deafening roar, imbued with the most ferocious intent to kill. Do not panic, my master. Allow me to handle this. At that moment, the Ghost King shouted decisively, and its body suddenly transformed into a colossal figure. It opened its gaping maw and swallowed the approaching purple lightning whole. It swallowed it. How could it consume such a fierce bolt of lightning? What manner of creature is this? The dark figure appeared exceedingly bizarre. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers exchanged glances of astonishment, perplexed by the sight of the Ghost King enveloped in shadows. The consumed purple lightning? Shurji was taken aback, a flicker of disbelief crossing her beautiful eyes. Then, with a cold laugh, she remarked on the audacity of daring to swallow her purple lightning, unafraid of exploding from within. After devouring the purple lightning, the Ghost King's body began to swell continuously, prompting the spectators to recall Shurji's earlier warning of self-destruction. Was it about to burst? They watched intently, fearful of missing the moment of its explosion. The Ghost King's form grew increasingly larger. Suddenly, its tightly shut eyes flung open, and a muffled sound erupted from its body. Was it about to explode? Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the Ghost King let out a tremendous noise, followed by a burp. This creature had merely belched. The spectators exchanged wry smiles, realizing that this dark mist had suffered no harm whatsoever. Shurji, who awaited the Ghost King's demise, voiced her confusion. How could it endure after taking my purple lightning? What in the world is this creature? Gagaga, foolish woman. I am no mere creature. I am the Ghost King. The Ghost King cackled, and after that burp, its inflated body rapidly shrank back to normalcy, leaving it seemingly unscathed. In fact, it had absorbed the energy of the purple lightning as nourishment. Ghost King? Huh. Merely a worthless entity, Shurji scoffed, coldly fixing her gaze upon Oba. Prepare yourself, for I shall soon unleash my true strength. Such unnecessary chatter. Can you not speak less? Came Oba's impatient and indifferent retort. You are utterly arrogant. In an instant, Shurji's fury ignited. Chapter 137. An ominous turn of events. Shurji, today marks your demise. Oba's eyes gleamed with coldness. In myth, Shurji had once defeated Nezha, showcasing formidable power. Yet, even so, she could not triumph over the god of Lotus. Huh, boy. Let's see if you can survive to tell the tale. Shurji coldly laughed, her aura of purple energy surging forth, her formidable presence bearing down upon Oba. Is this what you call pressure? With a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, Oba's body trembled. Let me show you what true pressure feels like. As the words fell, a resounding dragon roar echoed. The deafening roar reverberated, and the oppressive force descended upon Shurji like a deity from the heavens. Dragon might. A flicker of panic crossed Shurji's eyes as the violet radiance enveloped her, desperately attempting to disperse the dragon's might. Presumptuous. Observing this scene, the dragon maiden wore a cold smile. The master's dragon might was of ancestral level, far beyond that of an ordinary azure dragon. It was the pinnacle of dragonkind. An overwhelming force that Shurji could not hope to withstand. Indeed, as the violet radiance met the dragon's might, it dissipated in an instant. How is this possible? A look of disbelief flashed in Shurji's eyes, and instinctively, she attempted to evade, but the dragon's might approached her with blinding speed. With a bent body, Shurji's exquisite face twisted in agony as a mouthful of crimson blood spewed forth. Shurji ancestor. Witnessing this, King Zhou's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, his heart racing with panic. Could it be that this Oba's strength was so formidable? Even Shurji ancestor could not match him. Oba's might is astounding. Legendary figures from the mythological realm are no match for him. Oba is truly my idol, so powerful. The onlookers around were filled with awe, their eyes shimmering with admiration. Spitting out the blood that had pooled in her mouth, Shurji's gaze hardened as it turned fierce when she looked at Oba. Oba, I must admit, your strength is indeed formidable. I underestimated you. Now, I shall be serious. As her words fell, an unusual violet radiance ignited in her eyes, mesmerizing and enchanting, evoking an irresistible desire to behold. Following this, her hair began to dance wildly, transforming mysteriously into living entities, resembling serpents. Is it possible that Shurji ancestor is about to unleash the ultimate technique of the Demonstone Cave? Could it be that very move? Can Oba withstand it? That technique is Shurji ancestor's signature killing move, having vanquished many renowned powerhouses. Seeing the bizarre transformation of Shurji, the crowd's expressions shifted, their faces a tapestry of uncertainty. A killing move? Hearing the chatter around him, Oba remained vigilant, closely observing Shurji's changes. Noticing Oba's unwavering gaze, Shurji's smile grew increasingly sinister, as though everything was unfolding precisely as she had anticipated. Something's amiss. There is definitely an underlying issue. A frown creased Oba's brow as a foreboding intuition gnawed at him, a deadly premonition that, if ignored, could lead to his demise. Oba, perish. At this very moment, Shurji let out a piercing cry, her aura reaching an apex, as a burst of violet light shot forth from her eyes. It was swift. So swift that evasion was rendered impossible. Even though Oba reacted in the first instant, his speed was insufficient. A sense of dread washed over him. It seemed he could not escape this violet beam. Although he was uncertain of its effects, an ominous premonition loomed. Should he fall victim to it, dire consequences would likely ensue. Master, be cautious. At that moment, the anxious voice of the dragon maiden reached his ears, and Oba beheld a golden dragon suddenly interposing itself before him, completely absorbing the violet light. Dragon maiden. Witnessing this scene, Oba's expression shifted dramatically, and he called out urgently. I am unharmed. Master, the dragon maiden replied. Turning back to him, her voice was faint, yet aside from that, she appeared unscathed, with not a trace of blood upon her. Unharmed. Just then, Shurji's cold laughter echoed. Her gaze fixed on Oba and the dragon maiden, her triumphant smile widening with each passing moment. You think you can emerge unscathed after being struck by my illusory stone shadow? Who do you think you are, a great Luo golden immortal? Irrational. Oba furrowed his brow, intending to inspect the dragon maiden's condition when he suddenly heard Shurji's indifferent voice resounding. Petrify. With her command, a gray hue enveloped the dragon maiden. Crack. In the blink of an eye, the gleam in her eyes faded, and her entire dragon form transformed into an incredibly hard stone statue. Dragon Maiden. At the sight of this, Ba's expression darkened profoundly. The Dragon Maiden had turned into a statue. Haha, you should surrender, kid. Once struck by my illusory stone shadow, you will never revert to your original form. You shall remain a statue for eternity, Shurji declared, her satisfaction evident as she gazed upon the colossal dragon statue. Eternity? A statue? These words pierced Ba's heart deeply. Had he not been careless, the Dragon Maiden would not have been petrified. In that moment, his fury ignited completely. Dragon Blood Nezha awaken. A surge of dragon energy enveloped Ba, as golden light flickered, emanating an overwhelming pressure. Fiery celestial silk, arise. A strand of red silk, ablaze with flames, materialized instantaneously, its scorching heat seemingly evaporating the very air around them. Fiery spear, come forth. The fiery spear appeared in Ba's grasp, its gleam akin to that of a dragon, shimmering with a chilling brilliance. At this moment, Ba's aura reached its zenith, his power attaining its most formidable state. What is happening with this kid? Even from a distance, Shurji felt the suffocating pressure and the searing heat radiating from him, her expression shifting in alarm, fear filling her eyes. The current Ba instilled genuine terror within her. She felt as if she had been reduced to a mere ant, easily crushed by the overwhelming might of the god of Lotus. Shurji, you may as well perish, came the indifferent voice, and in an instant, the god of Lotus vanished into thin air, leaving the atmosphere suffused with an intense heat. What? Where has everyone gone? Shurji's expression shifted dramatically as she looked around, unable to find even a trace of the god of Lotus. What kind of speed is this? Where has the Lord of Lotus gone? Such power! Who could possibly withstand it? Witnessing this spectacle, those surrounding her turned pale, their awe for the god of Lotus reaching its zenith. Chapter 139. Jiangxia, how could he have become so powerful in an instant? Panic engulfed Shurji, regret filled her heart. Had she known the god of Lotus possessed such formidable strength, no amount of inducement from King Zhou would have tempted her to emerge from her seclusion. Even if she managed to survive this encounter, it would undoubtedly come at a tremendous cost. Just then, she sensed a menacing aura behind her and swiftly turned around, only to meet the cold, murderous gaze of the god of Lotus. Dragon Spear Technique. With a thunderous roar, a fire dragon surged forth from the tip of the spear, hurtling straight toward Shurji. Such potent dragon energy. Panic flickered in Shurji's eyes as she summoned a shield of purple radiance to counter the impending attack. Yet, it was a futile endeavor. The response she received was merely the god of Lotus's indifferent words, brimming with absolute confidence. Boom. In the next moment, the fire dragon collided with the purple shield, shattering it in an instant. What? Shurji gasped, attempting to employ her abilities to defend herself once more. However, the fire dragon pierced through her with a brutal force. Shurji cried out in agony as a gaping hole was seared into her abdomen, flames clinging to her wound and scorching her flesh. Severely injured and weakened, Shurji could no longer maintain her levitation, plummeting heavily towards the ground. Thud! A mouthful of blood erupted from her lips as she struggled to rise. Yet in that fleeting moment, a glimmer of cold light flashed by, embedding itself perilously close to her neck, a mere half-inch away. Trembling, Shurji glanced sideways to find a spear radiating an icy brilliance. Shurji, I shall grant you 3 seconds to revert the Dragon Maiden back to her original form. The god of Lotus descended, retrieving the fire spear embedded in the ground, and placing a foot upon Shurji's form, his eyes glinting with a frigid light. 3, 2, if you have the courage, kill me. If you slay my dragon, she shall never return. Shurji retorted coldly, interrupting him. Either revert her back, or face your demise. The choice is yours. The god of Lotus stated calmly. Did he truly expect her to transform the Dragon Maiden back? It is impossible, unless you plead with me. In this world, aside from myself, no one can rescue her. Shurji believed she held the key to Luoba's fate, and at this moment, she radiated arrogance. Upon hearing her words, Luoba furrowed his brow slightly. Do not panic, young friend. I possess the means to save your companion. Just as a stalemate ensued, an aged voice echoed through the air, and an elderly man, leaning on a cane, slowly approached from the entrance. Luoba's brow knitted further, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Where did this old man emerge from? Despite his frail appearance and coarse clothing, the aura emanating from him instilled a sense of trepidation within Luoba. This old man was undoubtedly formidable. Jiangxia? Upon recognizing the newcomer, Shurji's expression shifted dramatically, her face reflecting disbelief, her eyes oscillating between hope and despair. Jiangxia? Could it be the unparalleled powerhouse of the Great Zhou? The sagacious and valiant national master? How did he arrive in our great Shang? Hearing Shiji's words, those around them gasped in astonishment, their faces a tableau of shock. Chapter 140, Mount Huantian. Jiangxia? Upon hearing this somewhat familiar name, Luoba suddenly comprehended the situation. No wonder the old man's aura had instilled a sense of caution. He was Jiangxia, the mightiest among the great Zhou. Old man, you claim to possess a method to save the Dragon Maiden? Luoba inquired, facing Jiangxia with a calm demeanor. Indeed, I have a clever plan for her rescue. Jiangxia replied, approaching with a gentle smile, nodding affirmatively to Luoba's inquiry. Jiangxia, why must you thwart my endeavors? In an instant, Shiji erupted in fury, gritting her teeth as she glared at Jiangxia. Had this old man not appeared, Luoba would have dared not harm her until he discovered a way to save the Dragon Maiden. However, Jiangxia's arrival altered the entire situation. Thwart your endeavors? Shiji, do not forget that we are not on the same side. I am merely undertaking an action that may assist this young friend. Jiangxia smiled slightly, his expression unchanged, still wearing a cheerful demeanor. This made Luoba feel as though the old man was exceedingly cunning. Shiji was rendered speechless. As she attempted to rebuke him, she felt a surge of warmth at her neck. Just as she found it peculiar and looked down, she beheld her body several meters away. No. Shiji's head fell to the ground, her eyes filled with resentment, and in the next moment, she perished. Well, the noisy individual has been dealt with. Old man, you may now save the Dragon Maiden. Luoba retracted his fiery spear, and simultaneously, the blazing Huantian silk vanished. My young friend, I cannot save her just yet, Jiangxia remarked with a gentle smile, shaking his head lightly. What? With a furrowed brow, Aoba exhibited a hint of suppressed anger as he coldly regarded Jiangxia. Old man, did you not just claim you could save him? Do not fret, young friend. Of course, I can save him, but the time is not yet ripe, Jiangxia replied with a gentle shake of his head. To say you can save him now, and yet cannot, your words are indeed contradictory. What is the true nature of this situation? Aoba's brow was tightly knit. If Jiangxia dared to deceive him, he would not hesitate to take a life. Do not rush, young friend. Allow me to explain at my own pace. Jiangxia gestured dismissively, speaking with calm deliberation. In 7 days, the Mount Huantian in the Daizhou realm will reopen. Within that mountain lies a celestial pool capable of saving your friend. Mount Huantian? Celestial pool? At these words, Aoba was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Jiangxia in confusion. The reality of the matter could not possibly be as simple as the old man suggested. Such fortuitous circumstances were rare in this world. But let us set that aside for now. You may first address the immediate matter at hand, and afterward, we can discuss this further. Jiangxia, however, was reluctant to elaborate, casting a subtle glance at the high platform above. Very well, Aoba nodded, his gaze shifting to the high platform where King Zhou and Shun Gongbao trembled in fear. With a flourish, a flame ignited in Aoba's hand, and he swiftly waved it, incinerating the remains of the Stone Princess completely. Ding! Host has slain the Stone Princess, gaining 100,000 experience points and 10 evolution points. The system's voice echoed as the body was reduced to ash. 100,000 experience? 10 evolution points? Aoba was taken aback upon hearing the system's announcement, astonished by the substantial rewards for vanquishing a single adversary. Truly, she was a formidable foe, nearing the realm of the divine. Aoba could not help but marvel at this. Ding! Host experience is overflowing, selecting upgrades for you. The system continued to chime. Ding! Host has gained experience, leveling up to the initial stage of the Sage Realm. 8 stars. Ding! Host has gained experience, leveling up to the initial stage of the Sage Realm. 9 stars. Ding! Host has gained experience, leveling up to the mid-stage of the Sage Realm. 3 stars. As the final notification resounded, Aoba's power stabilized at the mid-stage of the Sage Realm. 3 stars. Remarkably, he had ascended 5 levels in one fell swoop. Aoba moved his body, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength. Meanwhile, Jiangxia cast a sidelong glance, sensing that Aoba's prowess had notably advanced, evoking a sense of apprehension within him. Aoba soared into the air, advancing towards the high platform where King Zhou and Shun Gongbao waited. Stay back. Do not approach, Lord Aoba. I was mistaken. As Aoba approached, King Zhou felt as though death itself was drawing near, and he instinctively cried out in terror, devoid of any thought of resistance. Even a formidable figure like the Stone Princess, the Grandmaster, could not stand against the Lotus God. How could a mere transcendent being hope for victory? To resist would likely lead to immediate annihilation. Alas, The words of King Zhou fell upon deaf ears as the Lotus God approached with an expression of icy indifference. No, my lord Lotus God, what do you desire? Gold, silver, treasures, countless beauties. I shall grant you all. Just spare my life. Observing the complete lack of response from the Lotus God, King Zhou's face drained of color, and he hurriedly enumerated all the potential benefits. Gold, silver, treasures, countless beauties? A faint smirk played upon the lips of the Lotus God. Yes, I shall provide all that you desire, my lord. Believing he had piqued the Lotus Goddess' interest, King Zhou eagerly nodded. I require but one thing. The Lotus Goddess' voice, calm yet chilling, echoed once more. What is it? King Zhou asked, trembling. Your life. With that ominous declaration, the Lotus God furrowed his brow, catching a faint whiff of urine. Glancing down, he discovered a puddle beneath King Zhou. The once mighty monarch of the Shang dynasty had been reduced to a quivering coward, so frightened by a single utterance that he lost control of his bladder. How utterly ridiculous! A foolish king, both incompetent and timid. The Lotus God shook his head disdainfully, his gaze steeped in coldness. In the next instant, he unleashed a wave of oppressive force. And King Zhou fell, lifeless. The tyrant of the Shang dynasty had never anticipated that his downfall would come at the hands of the Lotus God, leading to the collapse of his dynasty. Now it is your turn. After dispatching King Zhou, the Lotus God turned his attention to the trembling Shun Gongbao. You cannot kill me. Despite his overwhelming fear, Shun Gongbao mustered the courage to voice his protest. Cannot kill you? Why ever not? The Lotus God inquired mockingly. My master is the infinite immortal. If you slay me, do you not fear the wrath of my master? Mentioning his master's name bolstered Shun Gongbao's confidence. He believed that upon hearing it, the Lotus God would hesitate to take his life. The infinite immortal? Huh, let him come find me. The Lotus God replied with an unconcerned smile, and in an instant, he took Shun Gongbao's life before the latter could comprehend the gravity of the situation. What? Shun Gongbao's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. He had never expected that invoking his master's name would not deter the Lotus God, who acted without a moment's hesitation. Unbeknownst to Shun Gongbao, since slaying the Stone Princess, the Lotus God had eagerly awaited the arrival of such formidable adversaries, as it would grant him substantial experience and evolution points. King of Ghosts, come forth. After eliminating the two, the Lotus God refrained from desecrating their corpses and summoned the King of Ghosts. Master, I am here. A swirling mass of black mist approached, accompanied by the King of Ghosts' voice. Examine these two bodies. Which do you choose? Gazing upon the lifeless forms of King Zhou and Shun Gongbao, Uba addressed the Ghost King with a measured tone. The Ghost King fell into contemplation, and after a moment, he turned his gaze to King Zhou's body and spoke slowly. Master, I choose his body. Very well, proceed, Uba replied with a nod. Suddenly, a glimmer of brilliance ignited in his eyes as a thought emerged in his mind. If the Ghost King were to inhabit King Zhou's body, assuming the role of the sovereign of the Shang dynasty, and if he were to promote the worship of the Lotus God throughout the realm, would not Uba's followers multiply exponentially from their existing numbers? Enthralled by this notion, Uba divulged his plan to the Ghost King. At your command, master. The Ghost King nodded, fully committed to assisting his master. In the next moment, the Ghost King transformed into a wisp of black mist and entered King Zhou's body through his mouth. After a considerable pause, King Zhou's eyes snapped open, had it not been for the dark aura emanating from them. Uba might have assumed that King Zhou had risen from the dead. And master, came the hesitant words from King Zhou's lips, as the Ghost King began acclimatizing to his new vessel. Ghost King, once you have familiarized yourself with this body, you shall implement the plan I just shared with you. Uba instructed, his gaze fixed upon the Ghost King. Yes, master, the Ghost King responded with deep respect, now more devoted to Uba with his newfound form. Having completed their tasks, Uba turned his attention to the colossal statue of the Dragon Maiden towering before him, feeling a twinge of concern. With the Dragon Maiden now so immense, how could he transport her back? According to that old Kut Jiangxia, there were still 7 days remaining. Surely, he could not leave the Dragon Maiden here for that long. Just then, a chime resonated in his mind, announcing the activation of the system space. In an instant, he sensed a vast expanse within his consciousness. This must be the system space that had been unveiled. With the system space at his disposal, he effortlessly placed the Dragon Maiden statue within it. The onlookers were left in awe at this spectacle. How had the massive statue vanished so suddenly? Truly, the Lord of the Lotus God was capable of such miraculous feats. In that moment, Uba's reputation soared. Having executed a stunning maneuver that vanquished the long-revered Stone Maiden Patriarch of the mythological realm, an astonishing display indeed. The name of the Lotus God had begun to spread quietly throughout the mythological world. Chapter 143. The function of faith. Having resolved the matters of the Shang dynasty, Oba returned to the Lotus God sect, accompanied by Li Jing and the others from Qintang Pass. As for Jiangxia, that old rascal had declared that he would return to seek Oba's counsel in 5 days. Upon arriving at the Lotus God sect, Lady Yin cast a timid glance at Oba, hesitating to address him. "Mother, you may call me Zhar," Oba replied with a gentle smile. Upon hearing the words of Aoba, Li Jing and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that, despite being revered as the esteemed Lord of the Lotus, Aoba did not maintain the same lofty demeanor with his own kin. "Father, mother, from now on, you shall reside here in the Lotus Divine Sect," Aoba gently proclaimed while gazing at Li Jing and the others. "Very well." Li Jing and his companions nodded in agreement, understanding that Aoba's intentions were to safeguard them. While Aoba had saved them once, it did not guarantee that he would be able to do so repeatedly. Remaining within the Lotus Divine Sect would indeed offer them a measure of security. "Great Elder, please make the necessary arrangements for the people of Qintang Pass," Aoba instructed, turning to the elder beside him. "Yes, Lord of the Lotus," the Great Elder replied respectfully, then addressed Li Jing and the others, saying, "Please, follow me." As they journeyed, the Great Elder guided the inhabitants of Qintang Pass on a tour of the Lotus Divine Sect. The sect, having absorbed the Demon God sect, had expanded to 3 or 4 times its previous size, presenting an impressive sight. This grandeur elicited admiration from the people of Qintang Pass, who marveled at the might of the Lord of the Lotus. Once the Great Elder had made the necessary arrangements for the people of Qintang Pass, Aoba returned to his chamber. Time passed swiftly. Over the next few days, Aoba occasionally checked on by Linger, who, regrettably, remained as an imposing ice block. However, he noticed that the block had developed several cracks, suggesting that Bai Linger might soon break free from her confinement. "Lord of the Lotus, the esteemed Jiangxia has arrived," a voice announced. Aoba nodded, his body glowing with white light, and in an instant, he appeared in the main hall. Jiangxia had been waiting there for quite some time. Upon seeing Aoba's arrival, he smiled slightly, saying, "Young friend of the Lotus, your recent prominence is remarkable. Throughout the Shang dynasty, none are unaware of your esteemed name." "Oh," Aoba replied with mild surprise. He had been in seclusion for several days and had not been attentive to the happenings within the Shang dynasty. It seemed that the Ghost King had indeed implemented the decree for the entire nation to revere the Lord of the Lotus. Otherwise, his singular victory over Shiji would not have yielded such a profound impact. Ding. The host's belief value has accumulated to 100,000. The belief function has been activated automatically. The belief function is currently initializing. The belief function has been successfully activated. Suddenly, the voice of the system resonated loudly, and Aoba immediately sensed a peculiar energy surging within him. It was the energy of belief. The current level of the belief function is 1, with the next level requiring 1,000,000. At present, the function allows for the doubling of experience gained. Doubling of experience. Upon hearing this, Aoba's expression brightened, and his breath quickened with excitement. If experience could indeed be doubled, it meant that his current experience gain was twice that of before. Had he activated the belief function earlier, his defeat of Shiji would not have propelled him up 5 levels, but rather 10. Chapter 144. The young ones of the Sage Realm to leap 10 levels in one bound was a notion so audacious that it left Oba momentarily breathless. If one were to amass 1,000,000 points of faith, would that not imply a doubling of the evolution points? He gasped, a chill coursing through him, further solidifying his resolve to gather more followers. "Oba, my friend." At that moment, Jiangxia's voice cut through his reverie, laced with concern. Oba snapped back to reality. "Are you all right?" Jiangxia glanced at Oba, worry etched on his face. Oba had been lost in thought for several seconds, leaving Jiangxia puzzled. "I'm fine." Oba waved his hand dismissively, quickly stifling his excitement. It was prudent to address the matter at hand first. "Old man, you mentioned the mysterious Heaven Mountain. It cannot be as straightforward as it seems, can it?" "Ha. Indeed, Oba, you are remarkably astute," Jiangxia responded with a slight smile. "The mysterious Heaven Mountain was jointly discovered by our great Zhou and the Bloodthirsty sect." "The Bloodthirsty sect?" Oba's brow furrowed slightly. "Yes, it is a faction on par with our great Zhou in strength," Jiangxia affirmed, nodding. "The energy in the celestial pond atop the mysterious Heaven Mountain is finite. Thus we cannot allow too many to ascend. Therefore, we have agreed to each send 3 young ones, with a best-of-3 format. The victor will ascend." "Young ones?" At this, Oba found the proposition intriguing. Could it be that he, too, qualified as one of the young ones? To vanquish those of nearly divine prowess? Jiang Zia awkwardly scratched his nose, for though Uba was undeniably formidable, he was still considered a youth in terms of age. Why seek me out? Does great Zhou lack capable young talents? Uba, unfazed, pressed on with his inquiry. Once more, Jiang Zia found himself in a rather awkward position, offering a wry smile. Regrettably, great Zhou truly lacks powerful young talents. Uba's expression darkened. It was no wonder great Zhou lagged behind great Shang, unable to boast even a single formidable young talent. A youth with remarkable potential could represent a dynasty's fresh blood. Not to worry, with your involvement, Uba, those young rascals of the bloodthirsty sect will surely stand no chance. Jiang Zia exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, envisioning the pallor on the faces of the bloodthirsty sect's members. Who could withstand a young one of the sage realm? Then let us proceed at once. Uba replied nonchalantly, indifferent to the thoughts of the bloodthirsty sect. His singular focus was to rescue the Dragon Maiden. For each moment's delay only deepened his concern. After all, it was his actions that had led her to this plight. Very well, Uba, Jiang Zia nodded. With that, the two departed from the grand hall of the Uba sect, traversing the air towards the territory of Great Zhou. On this occasion, as he journeyed to the Great Zhou, Oba did not bring anyone along. The Ghost King was to remain in the Great Shang to oversee matters, and Bai Ling was undergoing evolution. Thus, he chose to embark on this venture alone. Soon, Oba and Jiang Zia arrived in the territory of the Great Zhou. Given their formidable prowess, their speed was astonishing. Young friendo, we have now entered the realm of the Great Zhou, Jiang Zia remarked as they soared through the skies. Indeed, Oba nodded in agreement. A glance around revealed a stark contrast between the citizens of the Great Zhou and those of the Great Shang. The former exhibited a simplicity and sincerity far removed from the combative spirit of the latter. This might directly relate to the governance of their sovereign. Young friendo, allow me to introduce you to the ruler of the Great Zhou, Jiang Zia stated. GFA is it? A name instantly sprang to Oba's mind upon hearing Jiang Zia's words, and he nodded in affirmation. Then let us depart at once. With that, Oba and Jiang Zia transformed into streaks of light, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Within the grand hall of the Great Zhou's palace, a young man sat lost in thought, cradling a teacup. He was none other than GFA, the sovereign of the Great Zhou. Setting down his cup with a sigh, he pondered whether Jiang Zia had indeed found a capable junior. The following day marked the completion of the immortal pool at Mount Huantian. If Jiang Zia failed to secure a strong successor, the immortal pool might be relinquished without a fight, a notion that left him rather discontented. If only the Great Zhou possessed the immortal pool, perhaps several talented juniors would emerge. Ha ha ha, do not fret, your majesty Ji. I have indeed found a promising junior. At that moment, an aged voice resonated through the hall. Master Jiang. Hearing this, GFA's eyes sparkled with joy. The voice belonged to Jiang Zia, who had returned. Welcome back, Master Jiang. The presence of Jiang Zia ignited excitement among those present, indicating his high standing in the Great Zhou. Indeed, had Jiang Zia wished to claim the throne, it seemed the crowd would hastily topple GFA from his seat. However, everyone understood that Jiang Zia harbored no such ambition. A fact that GFA was well aware of, which fostered a deep trust between them. Old man, I did not anticipate your popularity, came an unexpected and unfamiliar voice. It was then that the crowd noticed the stranger beside Jiang Zia. You young one, whom do you refer to as old man? This is Master Jiang. Yes, young man. Mind your tongue. Otherwise, we may not be so courteous. Instantly, the crowd's expressions darkened, their gazes filled with ire directed at Oba. Master Jiang, who is this individual? GFA was equally dissatisfied with Oba's demeanor. However, upon realizing that Oba was brought back by Jiang Zia, he restrained his anger. Your Majesty, this is a younger generation that I have brought back, Jiang Zia said with a gentle smile. He was unperturbed by Oba's manner of addressing him. After all, Oba possessed the strength to call him as he pleased. A younger generation? Can he truly aid us in vanquishing the bloodthirsty sect? The others around him expressed skepticism, for Oba appeared to be rather weak. Jiang Guosher, it is not that we lack trust in you, but does this individual truly possess any strength? We cannot afford to lose face for the Great Zhou. A short man stepped forward, his brow furrowed in concern. Indeed, Jiang Guosher, it is evident that this person lacks virtue and likely does not possess significant power. If he cannot withstand even 3 moves from the bloodthirsty sect's disciples, it would be a disgrace for our Great Zhou. His words resonated with the assembly within the hall. Chapter 146. He is Lord O Shun Tu Xingsuan. You may rest assured, the younger generation I have gathered will undoubtedly astonish you, Jiang Zia replied with a slight smile. casting a glance at the short man. Since you, Jiang Guoshi, have said so, we shall grant you the benefit of the doubt. Tu Xingsuan frowned, but ultimately refrained from further protest. After all, Jiang Zia was a national advisor. Despite their discontent, they could not voice it. Old man, is this how you treat your guests in the Great Zhou? Observing the discontent among the crowd, Oba's lips curled into a slight smirk as he spoke coldly. The Taiyi Zhenren awkwardly touched his nose, uncertain of how to respond. Youngster, the etiquette of the Great Zhou is not for a mere child like you to critique. You, just a junior, dare to look down upon our Great Zhou. The assembly was instantly stirred with indignation at Oba's words, each casting fierce glares in his direction. Even GFA, usually composed, subtly furrowed his brow. Youngster, today I shall teach you the meaning of respect. Tu Xingsuan sneered, taking a decisive step forward, unleashing a wave of pale yellow spiritual energy towards Oba. Presumptuous. A cold voice echoed as the yellow energy shattered almost instantaneously. What? Tu Xingsuan exclaimed in shock. His body violently hurled backward, crashing into one of the pillars within the hall. But this was not the end. The chilling pressure targeted his throat, threatening his very life in an instant. Lord Oshun, I implore you to show mercy. Jiang Zia's urgent voice rang out. Humph. With a cold snort, the oppressive atmosphere vanished in an instant, leaving only a mere millimeter between the throat of the Earthwalker and danger. For the first time, the Earthwalker felt the chilling breath of death, his complexion turning as pale as a ghost, drenched in sweat, collapsing helplessly to the ground. This served as a warning. Should there be a next time, there would be no mercy. Uba cast a cold glance at the Earthwalker, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Had it not been for the favor of Jiang Zia, the Earthwalker would have already become a lifeless corpse. A deathly silence enveloped the room. The onlookers stared in disbelief at Uba, who bore an expression of indifference. How could this individual have dispatched the peak Earthwalker in mere moments? A sharp intake of breath broke the stillness among the crowd. He actually defeated the Earthwalker in an instant. Who on earth is this young man? The faces of those in the hall shifted dramatically, their expressions filled with profound fear as they regarded Uba. The Earthwalker was renowned as a formidable force in the Great Zhou, yet against this youth, he could not withstand even a single blow. What could be the extent of his terrifying power? Jiang Guoshi, who is this young friend? At that moment, GFA's expression shifted slightly. He finally began to regard Uba with seriousness, casting a puzzled glance at Jiang Zia. With a faint smile, Jiang Zia turned to Uba and slowly said, I believe everyone has heard of this young friend's name, especially given his recent prominence. He is none other than the revered Lord of the Lotus. Chapter 147. GFA's excitement. Lord of the Lotus? He is indeed the Lord of the Lotus. Upon hearing Jiang Zia's words, the crowd's expressions changed, their moods suddenly becoming grave. They had heard of the Lord of the Lotus, known for his ability to defeat the long-celebrated stone ancestor in a single move, which astonished everyone present. Jiang Guoshi, is he truly the Lord of the Lotus? GFA's demeanor grew animated as he gazed at Jiang Zia, trembling with anticipation. Absolutely true, Jiang Zia affirmed with a nod, his certainty evident. Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals were instantly struck with astonishment. The indifferent young man was indeed the illustrious Lord of the Lotus. Having almost offended the Lord of the Lotus without recognizing him, GFA hastily bowed in apology, expressing his contrition. Lord of the Lotus, we have sinned for not recognizing you upon your arrival. We implore your forgiveness. Within the hall, the others knelt on one knee, fearfully addressing Uba. If the Lord of the Lotus truly desired to take lives, even Jiang Guoshi might not be able to intervene. Enough. I shall not pursue this matter further. Observing GFA's sincere attitude, Uba felt a measure of appreciation. At least GFA's conduct was far superior to that of King Zhou. Certainly, if GFA's attitude were akin to that of King Zhou, he would certainly not advocate for the Zhou dynasty to become the next Shang. Grateful for the forgiveness of Lord Ocean, GFA felt an immense weight lift from his heart. Since Lord Ocean did not pursue the matter further, it posed no significant concern. Master Jiang, would Lord Ocean's prowess not classify him as a junior? GFA inquired. The others nodded in agreement. If Lord Ocean's strength was deemed that of a junior, then what were they? Your words are misguided, Ji Wang, Jiang Zia countered, shaking his head with a smile. Although Lord Ocean's abilities are indeed extraordinary, do not forget that in terms of age, he is indeed a junior. Upon hearing this, GFA and the others suddenly grasped the realization. Indeed, the treaty they established with the bloodthirsty sect was predicated upon age, and while Lord Ocean exhibited formidable strength, he was the youngest among them. With this understanding, GFA nodded appreciatively, feeling a surge of excitement. With Lord Ocean's involvement, the Xiantai of Huitian Mountain would surely belong to the Zhou dynasty. No trouble at all. Oba waved his hand dismissively. Lord Ocean, shall I introduce you to the other two? Jiang Zia proposed. In the contest for the Xiantai of Huitian Mountain, there were 3 slots, and Oba occupied one. 2 others would need to partner with him. Please do bring me to meet them, Oba nodded, acknowledging the necessity of becoming acquainted with his teammates. Thus, Jiang Zia led Oba away from the main hall to a courtyard where the sounds of combat echoed. Those 2 little rascals are at it again, Jiang Zia remarked, his brow furrowing slightly, a resigned smile gracing his face. Lord Ocean, let us enter, he suggested. Oba nodded, already discerning the strength of the 2 teammates from the fluctuations of their sparring. Their cultivation at the high tier of the spirit realm was indeed rather modest. As they opened the door, they beheld a young lad and a young lady engaged in a spirited bout, their comparable strengths allowing for a back-and-forth exchange. Even with the entrance of Uba and Jiang Zia, their duel remained undisturbed. Clearing his throat, Jiang Zia interjected, Ahem, Su Yuan, Lin Shi. Might you two take a brief respite? Master Jiang, they exclaimed in unison, halting their clash. Su Yuan, consider yourself fortunate today, had the master not arrived. I would not have let you off so easily. Lin Shi declared, do not revel too much, for with just one more move, you would have certainly lost. Even after ceasing their combat, both could not resist exchanging taunts, each refusing to concede. Enough, enough, you 2 little ones, come forth to meet your teammate. Jiang Zia waved at the 2 individuals, prompting them to approach. Teammates, are you the 3rd person joining us? Lin Shi inquired curiously, observing Oba, who appeared rather aloof, yet somehow intriguing. Indeed, Oba replied with a mere nod, emitting a slight sound of acknowledgement through his nostrils. Haha, just in time for me to test your prowess. Su Yuan, a fervent combat enthusiast, exclaimed eagerly upon hearing Oba's affirmation, practically itching to engage in a duel. Are you certain you wish to spar with me? Oba found the proposition somewhat amusing. Absolutely. Su Yuan insisted earnestly, nodding in affirmation. I want to join as well. Lin Shi chimed in, equally unwilling to back down. How amusing, a smile graced Oba's face. Enough, you 2 should refrain, Jiang Zia swiftly interjected, concerned for the 2 younglings attempting to provoke the god of Lotus, a perilous endeavor indeed. Very well, the 2 youngsters sighed in resignation, acquiescing to Jiang Zia's wisdom. Old man, their abilities are far too lacking. May I enhance their strength a little? Oba glanced at Su Yuan and Lin Shi, stating matter-of-factly, you. Upon hearing Oba's remark regarding their inadequacies, Su Yuan and Lin Shi shot him incredulous glares. Enhance their strength? Jiang Zia was momentarily taken aback, staring at Oba in disbelief. How would such enhancement be achieved? Fear not, there are no adverse effects, Oba assured them, raising his hand and directing his palm towards Su Yuan and Lin Shi, subsequently casting a gentle golden light upon them. Divine protection. Consider it done. Moments later, Oba withdrew his hand. Su Yuan and Lin Shi snapped back to reality, noticing a faint golden glow emanating from their bodies. In the next instant, they both sensed a remarkable shift within themselves. I have advanced to the initial stage of the transcendent realm, Lin Shi exclaimed, astonished. I too have made a breakthrough. How curious, what has transpired? Both Su Yuan and Lin Shi were utterly flabbergasted, their faces alight with disbelief. Jiang Zia's eyes flickered with surprise as he regarded Oba. I never imagined that a mere ray of golden light could propel Su Yuan and Lin Shi directly into the transcendent realm. How is this possible? Divine protection. Under my aegis, one's cultivation can increase exponentially, Oba elucidated, gazing at the soft golden light lingering on his hand with a smile. Chapter 149, Journey to Mount Honey in Divine Protection? Upon hearing this phrase, Jiang Zia's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes wide with astonishment. Master Jiang, what is divine protection? Both Su Yuan and Lin Shi inquired, curiosity piqued about the golden light that had so remarkably elevated their strength. The blessing of the divine is an ancient spell, steeped in terror, bestowing various advantages upon those who bask in its grace. With a deep breath, Jiang Zia slowly elucidated. Ancient celestial arts. Various benefits. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan and Lin Shi exclaimed in unison. In that moment, a profound curiosity enveloped them regarding this seemingly youthful figure, Oba, who appeared to be of their age. To possess knowledge of 2 ancient celestial arts indicated an extraordinary identity. He is the Lotus deity. The Lotus deity? Su Yuan and Lin Shi exchanged glances, momentarily stunned, before suddenly realizing, exclaiming, could it be the illustrious Lord Lotus deity? Indeed, their eyes met, and both were struck by an overwhelming sense of astonishment. The young man before them was, in fact, the esteemed Lord Lotus deity. The thought that they had just contemplated a spar with him flushed their faces crimson. To challenge the Lord Lotus deity was tantamount to courting death. My apologies, Lord deity, I have offended you. Su Yuan's face turned a deep shade of red as he spoke cautiously in a hushed tone. I too have erred. My apologies, Lin Shi added, refusing to be outdone. No matter, Oba waved his hand dismissively, finding the two youngsters rather amusing. Dear friends, you shall familiarize yourselves well. For we shall set forth to Mount Huantian on the morrow, Jiang Zia remarked with a smile. Tomorrow? Oba nodded. Then, it seems the dragon maiden shall be restored to her former self by then. On the following day, Oba and his companions arrived at Mount Huantian. Is this truly Mount Huantian? As Oba traversed the forested slopes, he sensed the rich spiritual energy surrounding him. Young Lotus deity. The celestial pool lies atop the mountain, yet the seal remains unbroken, preventing our ascent, Jiang Zia explained, walking alongside him with a smile. Let us swiftly resolve the matter with the bloodthirsty sect, Oba eagerly declared. Upon reaching the mid-level of Mount Huantian, Oba beheld a gathering of individuals clad in crimson awaiting their arrival. Master Jiang, you have finally come, a middle-aged man in red remarked with a nonchalant gaze. Mid-level. One-star sage realm, is it? Oba lost interest at a mere glance, finding the man's strength unworthy of his attention. It appears you have been waiting quite some time. Sect leader of Bloodthirsty, Jiang Zia smiled. Master Jiang, I shall dispense with pleasantries. Let us commence. The sect leader, clearly impatient, glanced at the three young disciples beside him. These are the pride of our bloodthirsty sect. What of yours, Master Jiang? Oba regarded the trio, each adorned with proud smiles. Their strength firmly rooted in the transcendent realm. Indeed, their strength is significantly superior to that of the individuals from the Great Zhou. Had it not been for the personal enhancement of Su Yuan and Lin Shi's abilities by Oba, the outcome would remain uncertain. Chapter 150. The Bloodthirsty Sect Ha. Our trio from the Great Zhou is undoubtedly prepared. Jiang Zia smiled faintly and turned to Oba, then addressed Su Yuan and Lin Shi. These are the disciples dispatched by our Great Zhou. Transcendent Realm? The Bloodthirsty Sect Master felt a flicker of surprise at the fluctuations in Su Yuan and Lin Shi's powers, as they appeared somewhat inconsistent with the reports received. However, this discrepancy would not have a significant impact. Ultimately, the celestial pool in the chaotic heavens would belong to his bloodthirsty sect. Then, let us commence, the sect master said, casting a cold gaze at a nearby individual. Yihan, you shall lead the first battle. Yes, master. The young man named Yihan nodded and stepped forward, addressing Oba and the others with a chilling tone. Which of you three will come forth? I will. Su Yuan volunteered, having ascended to the transcendent realm, eager to gauge his capabilities. Come forth. As the words fell, Yihan surged forward, a faint crimson aura enveloping him. Su Yuan, wearing a serious expression, braced himself anxiously. In an instant, the two engaged in combat, exchanging blows evenly, neither gaining the upper hand. Lord O, who do you believe will prevail? Lin Shi whispered to Oba beside her. Su Yuan will lose. Oba discerned the outcome merely by observing the battle. Although Su Yuan and Yihan were locked in fierce combat, Su Yuan's impatience was evident, while Yihan remained composed. The conclusion was all but inevitable. Alas, Lin Shi felt a twinge of disappointment. If Su Yuan were to lose, the burden would fall entirely upon her shoulders. Do not worry. Have faith in yourself. Oba remarked casually, seemingly aware of her concerns. Lin Shi clenched her fist, nodding resolutely. After several exchanges, Yihan eventually landed a decisive blow, defeating Su Yuan. Su Yuan. The people from the Great Zhou gasped in shock, while the members of the bloodthirsty sect wore triumphant smiles. Master Jiang, I have lost, Su Yuan said, rising from the ground, his face flushed as he addressed Jiang Zia. Fear not. You have given your all, Jiang Zia sighed. Su Yuan had only just entered the transcendent realm, yet managing to contend for so long against someone who had been in that realm for quite some time was commendable. Master Jiang, I apologize. We have secured one victory, but there is still another round to contend with. The bloodthirsty sect master exuded confidence, envisioning the celestial pool in the possession of his sect. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us begin the second round. Very well, Lu Liang, you shall take the stage. A robust man stepped forward beside the bloodthirsty sect master. Master Jiang, I shall take him on. Lin Shi stepped forward, taking the initiative to confront the formidable figure known as Lu Liang. Little girl, do not blame me if my fists do not recognize mercy. Lu Liang sneered, a glint of madness flickering in his eyes as he beheld Lin Shi's delicate form. Enough with the pleasantries, let us begin. Lin Shi gritted her teeth. Fully aware of the immense pressure she faced, should she falter, Lord Ocean would not even have the chance to enter the fray. Thus, victory in this round was imperative. Come forth, little girl. Lu Liang bellowed with laughter, his robust physique surging forward as he launched a fierce punch towards Lin Shi. Bang! That was a close call. Lin Shi narrowly evaded the blow, her heart racing with heightened caution. Chapter 151. Overwhelming strength, not bad at all. Lu Liang let out a maniacal laugh, charging at her once more. In an instant, the battle between Lin Shi and Lu Liang spiraled into chaos. After several hundred exchanges, Lu Liang began to feel fatigue creeping in, while Lin Shi seemed invigorated, emanating a soft golden glow. This radiance was a testament to the divine favor of Lord Ocean, secretly aiding her. Without such divine assistance, Lin Shi would have surely succumbed long ago. Receive this strike, Lin Shi cried out, delivering a powerful palm strike to Lu Liang's chest. At that moment, he was already on the brink of exhaustion. How could he possibly withstand such a forceful blow? Bang! With a resounding thud, Lu Liang was sent sprawling, crashing to the ground and losing consciousness. Lu Liang. The disciples of the bloodthirsty sect gasped in shock. Their eyes filled with confusion. They had never anticipated that this little girl would only grow stronger as the battle progressed. What just happened? Lin Shi clenched her fist, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her gaze. She glanced at Ocean, who was smiling encouragingly at her. Suddenly, it dawned on her that her remarkable prowess was undoubtedly due to the clandestine support of Lord Ocean. Bloodthirsty sect leader, I apologize, but we have emerged victorious in this second round. Upon witnessing Lin Shi's triumph over Lu Liang, Jiang Zia finally exhaled in relief, the tension in his heart dissipating. With this crucial second round secured, the outcome of the third round seemed all but certain, especially since it would be Ocean himself who would take the stage. How infuriating. So what if you won a single round? What is there to be proud of? The bloodthirsty sect leader gritted his teeth and declared, Zhang Shi, it is your turn. Yes, leader. Zhang Shi nodded, his aura thick with bloodlust, clearly the strongest among the trio. Jiang Guoshi, do not celebrate too soon. Zhang Shi has achieved the intermediate stage of the transcendent realm. Victory is assured. The bloodthirsty sect leader proclaimed with great satisfaction as he regarded Zhang Shi. That remains to be seen, Jiang Zia replied with a slight smile, exuding calmness without a hint of trepidation. Let us observe then. The bloodthirsty sect leader scoffed, motioning for Zhang Shi to step forward. You come forth. Zhang Shi approached, casting a cold and disdainful glance at Oba. In his eyes, these juniors of the great Zhou were hardly formidable. They were merely his defeated subordinates. A faint smile graced Oba's lips as he extended a single finger, slowly pressing it down towards Zhang Shi. The bloodthirsty sect members were momentarily stunned, perplexed by Oba's actions. Did he truly intend to crush the mid-tier extraordinary Zhang Shi with just a finger? How utterly arrogant. The sect members quickly discerned Oba's intent and erupted into derisive laughter. Die, Oba uttered softly, his finger descending gently. A piercing scream suddenly echoed through the air, startling the bloodthirsty sect members as they turned to witness the scene. Zhang Shi, who had just moments ago exuded arrogance, now bore an expression of agony, his body having abruptly diminished in stature. With a resounding crunch, Zhang Shi's form was entirely obliterated, reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. The bloodthirsty sect members fell into a state of shock. Zhang Shi is dead. This youth has actually slain an extraordinary being with just a finger? What kind of power could achieve such a terrifying feat? The fluctuation of saint-level energy rippled through the air. You are a saint-level powerhouse. The bloodthirsty sect leader, shaken from his stupor, turned sharply to Oba, his pupils narrowing in realization as he felt a hint of trepidation emanating from him. What? A saint-level powerhouse? How is that possible? The bloodthirsty sect members gasped in disbelief at their leader's words, their gazes fixed incredulously on Oba. This young man from the great Zhou is indeed a saint-level warrior? A junior of a saint-level master. This is beyond absurd. Had we known he was a saint-level expert, we wouldn't have dared to engage. Your Excellency, as a saint-level master, to bully the juniors of my bloodthirsty sect seems rather unbecoming, does it not? The bloodthirsty sect leader glared at Oba, his expression oscillating between anger and disbelief. When had such a young saint-level powerhouse emerged in the great Zhou? Oba cast a cold glance at the bloodthirsty sect leader, disregarding him entirely. Jiang Guoshi, you have strayed from our agreement regarding a duel between juniors by selecting a saint-level expert. This constitutes a breach of contract. The bloodthirsty sect leader scornfully accused Jiang Zia. Your words are somewhat misguided, bloodthirsty sect leader, Jiang Zia replied with a slight smile. He is indeed a junior, We have not violated any agreement. A junior? What sort of junior possesses saint-level strength? The bloodthirsty sect members exchanged incredulous glances, each one wishing to vocally express their outrage. If the Lotus Overlord is considered a junior, then what are these individuals? Should they be regarded as mere rodents? Master Jiang, your words seem rather inappropriate. The bloodthirsty sect leader furrowed his brow slightly and sighed. Your strength as a junior appears to be rather formidable. How can you be classified as a junior? Ha! Jiang Zia chuckled, teasingly replying, sect leader of bloodthirst. Have you forgotten that our definition of juniors is based on age, not strength? You. The bloodthirsty sect leader gritted his teeth and glared at Jiang Zia, momentarily at a loss for words. For indeed, their agreement was as such. If juniors were defined by age, then this young man before them could indeed be considered one. Shameless. Upon hearing this, the followers of the bloodthirsty sect gritted their teeth in anger, glaring at the audacious old man. Such opportunism is utterly detestable. Sect leader of bloodthirst. A bet is a bet. The celestial pool of Mount Huitian is about to open. You may take your leave now, Jiang Zia remarked with a mischievous smile, much to the irritation of the bloodthirsty sect. Humph. The bloodthirsty sect leader snorted coldly, his face darkening. Just as the entourage of the great Zhou believed they were to depart, the bloodthirsty sect leader let out a chilling laugh. Jiang Zia, do not think that by winning the duel you can enjoy the celestial pool. It is ours. What? Jiang Zia's expression changed, furrowing his brow as he looked at the bloodthirsty sect leader. Are you trying to cheat? Cheat. The bloodthirsty sect leader sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. The celestial pool of Mount Huitian should rightfully belong to the strong. Chapter 153. A group of saints surround them. Not a single one shall escape. As soon as the bloodthirsty sect leader's words fell, the earth beside Jiang Zia and his companions suddenly erupted, and amidst the flying dirt, dozens of figures emerged. In an instant, they enveloped the entourage of the great Zhou. Jiang Zia, with my 10 great and 10 great divine fists, let us see how your meager number can escape. Upon witnessing his subordinates encircle the great Zhou, the bloodthirsty sect leader wore a triumphant smirk. 10 great and 10 great divine fists. Hearing this, the smile on Jiang Zia's face gradually faded, replaced by an expression of rare solemnity. Master Jiang, are they truly that powerful? Seeing Jiang Zia's seriousness, Lin Shi was taken aback. She had never seen him so grave before. These 10 great and 10 great divine fists are all beings of the saint realm. Jiang Zia spoke slowly, his expression becoming increasingly grave. What? Does that mean the bloodthirsty sect, along with the sect leader, possesses 21 beings of the saint realm? Jiang Zia's words plunged the members of the great Zhou into panic, each one frozen in place as if struck by lightning. If there truly are 21 beings of the saint realm, how could they possibly contend? In the grand realm of the Zhou dynasty, apart from the formidable figures of Ba and Jiang Zia, not a single sage-level warrior could be found among them. Facing 2 against 21, it was evident to anyone with a modicum of sense who would emerge victorious. Jiang Zia, since you are aware of the might of my 10 law kings and 10 divine fists, why not surrender gracefully? Perhaps, if fortune favors my mood, I may spare your life. The bloodthirsty lord's eyes sparkled with derision, exuding an air of assured triumph. With 21 sage-level warriors on their side, he felt no trepidation. This formidable lineup allowed him to engage in battle at will. Oh Shun, you must lead Su Yuan and Lin Shi to escape. They represent the fresh blood of our Zhou dynasty and must not fall into the clutches of the bloodthirsty sect, Jiang Zia whispered to Ba, his heart heavy with the reality of their dire situation. With the onslaught of 21 sage-level warriors, the prospect of victory was utterly bleak. Thus, preserving the younger generation became his priority. Escape? Why should we flee? Ba replied with a calm smile, his gaze fixed coldly on the members of the bloodthirsty sect. If there are those eager to seek their demise, how could I deny them their wish? What? The members of the Zhou dynasty were momentarily taken aback by Ba's declaration. Was the revered Shun truly planning to confront the bloodthirsty sect? Yet, they were faced with 21 sage-level warriors. Could even Shun hope to succeed? Ha! The bloodthirsty lord laughed heartily, casting a scornful glance at Ba. You, young one, are excessively arrogant. Do you truly believe that with merely the 2 of you, you can challenge the might of my bloodthirsty sect? It is utterly laughable. The 10 law kings and 10 divine fists of the bloodthirsty sect wore expressions of disdain, their hearts brimming with derision for someone so oblivious to the danger he faced. Yet, all they received in response from Ba was a dismissive retort. A bunch of insignificant fools, do you truly believe you matter? Silence enveloped the scene, a deathly stillness. The members of the Zhou dynasty gazed at Ba in disbelief, their hearts filled with astonishment. Was Ocean not the epitome of audacity? Chapter 154. The pressure that commands respect amidst the onslaught from the numerous members of the bloodthirsty sect. It was indeed only Ocean who could maintain such composure while uttering such commanding words. "You are truly audacious," the bloodthirsty lord replied, taken aback for a moment before his expression darkened with murderous intent directed at Oba. 10 Law Kings, 10 Divine Fists, eliminate this brat. As the command rang out, 20 dark figures surged forward, the overwhelming presence of 20 sage-level warriors pressing down upon the members of the Zhou dynasty, forcing them to their knees. The sheer intensity of their aura rendered them breathless, drenched in sweat. Was this truly the pressure exerted by 20 sage-level warriors? The people of the Zhou dynasty were horrified. Acutely aware that this oppressive force was aimed at Oba, had it been directed at them, they would have been reduced to mere mist. Under the immense pressure, could Lord Oba withstand it? The people of the great Zhou harbored trepidation as they gazed towards the epicenter of the oppressive aura, only to discover that he appeared utterly unscathed. What? A glimmer of profound astonishment flashed in the eyes of the bloodthirsty sect leader. This lad, in the face of the pressure exerted by 20 formidable saints, remained entirely unharmed. How could this be possible? Although merely at the initial stage of the saint realm, the combined force of their pressure was undeniably formidable, one that he himself could not hope to resist. Dragon might. A radiant golden shield enveloped Oba, effortlessly withstanding the oppressive force, before he casually uttered 2 words. Roar. In an instant, a devastating wave of dragon might erupted from his form, sweeping outward with ferocity. The 20 saints were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. What? This is dragon might. Boom. They barely had time to react before being hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Uffed. Each of the 20 saints expelled a mouthful of blood. What? All present were struck with disbelief, their eyes reflecting sheer incredulity as they beheld Oba. He had single-handedly felled 20 saints with nothing but an oppressive aura. What monstrous strength was this? Was he truly merely a saint himself? Dragon might? Who, pray tell, are you? The bloodthirsty sect leader's countenance turned ashen, dread filling his gaze. This human-possessed dragon might. How could this be? Wasn't dragon might exclusive to the dragon race? How could a mere human wield such power? Who am I? Oba turned to the bloodthirsty sect leader and replied coolly, "You are unworthy to know." You. The bloodthirsty sect leader's rage ignited in an instant. How dare this mere boy show such contempt for him, the esteemed leader of the bloodthirsty sect, denying him even the right to know his identity? Boy, you have enraged me. With a palpable aura of malevolence emanating from him, the mid-stage saint's presence unfurled, signaling his readiness to engage personally. Young friend Oba, I shall assist you, Jiangxia called out, preparing to lend his support, but Oba waved his hand dismissively. No need, mere ants, I can handle this. As his words fell, a fiery red silk appeared out of thin air. The temperature around surged dramatically, causing those of weaker constitution to break into a sweat. What is this? Such searing heat. Gazing at the flame-embroidered silk, the bloodthirsty sect leader's face grew grave, instinctively sensing the peril it posed. His intuition warned him that this artifact was far from simple. Chapter 155. Leader, you are on fire as the flame-embroidered silk danced around him. Oba could hardly contain his eagerness to test its might. Ever since the silk had been upgraded to this extraordinary artifact, he had yet to experience its full power. Perfectly. This time I can experiment with the power of the blazing celestial silk through the bloodthirsty cult and others. Playing tricks, if I can seize this treasure, it shall be mine. The bloodthirsty cult leader let out a cold snort, gazing at the crimson silk engulfed in flames, feeling an extraordinary allure. This must be no ordinary object, and the greed within him gradually surfaced. If you're still alive, get up. Together, let us slay this brat. The bloodthirsty cult leader cast a cold glance at the 10 grand sorcerers and 10 divine fist masters sprawled on the ground, eager to eliminate Oba. Yes, leader. In a state of panic, the 10 grand sorcerers and 10 divine fist masters scrambled to their feet, encircling Oba with vigilant eyes. Charge. With that command, the aura of 21 saint-level beings surged forth as the bloodthirsty cult leader led the charge. Watch out, my young friend. Seeing this, Jiangxia and the others urgently warned. A sense of trepidation filled their hearts. Could Lord Oba truly withstand the combined might of these 21 formidable saints? Heh, boy, meet your demise. The bloodthirsty cult leader sneered, his eyes glinting with a chilling murderous intent, striking down with a palm. The blazing celestial silk, the fire circle. Yet Oba remained utterly unperturbed, his gaze calm and composed. And he softly intoned. In an instant, The flames on the blazing celestial silk swelled dramatically, forming a colossal fire circle several dozen meters wide. Just as the bloodthirsty cult's members charged forward, they encountered the searing fire circle. Faced with this unknown, scalding blaze, a flicker of caution crossed the bloodthirsty cult leader's eyes, and he swiftly commanded, "Halt." Instantly, the 20 individuals came to a stop. "Leader, it seems you are on fire." Suddenly, one of the divine fist masters noticed something and exclaimed, "No, it appears we are all ablaze." The bloodthirsty cult leader and his companions looked down to find sparks igniting on their garments. The temperature of this flame is astonishingly high. The bloodthirsty cult leader was taken aback. Even at a distance of several meters from the fire circle, the scorching heat had ignited their clothes entirely. "Leader, what should we do now?" inquired the 10 divine fist masters and 10 grand sorcerers. "No worries, just a mere flicker of flame. What is there to fear?" The bloodthirsty cult leader casually extinguished the sparks on his clothing, unfazed. "A mere flicker of flame?" Upon hearing this, Uba's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Let me show you what it means when a spark can ignite a prairie." With that declaration, he bellowed, "Ignite." The word was uttered, and the flames surged, the temperature skyrocketing. "Ah, leader, you're on fire again." The members of the bloodthirsty cult cried out in alarm. "I told you it's nothing, just a small flame." The bloodthirsty cult leader initially remained unconcerned, yet before he could finish his sentence, he felt an intense, searing heat envelop him. Looking down, he gasped in shock. What in the world? His body was engulfed in searing flames, an inferno that seemed to have ignited without warning, relentlessly scorching his flesh. Most crucially, no matter how fervently he attempted to extinguish the blaze, the flames continued to rage unabated. Chapter 156, The Indomitable Fire. What in the world is this fire? Why won't it extinguish? The bloodthirsty lord was consumed by despair, cursing under his breath as every method he employed, whether invoking water-based sorcery or rolling on the ground, proved futile against the relentless heat of the inferno, which threatened to consume him entirely within mere minutes. "Ah, master, save me." Just as panic surged within him, a desperate scream pierced the air. Turning his head, he realized that one of the 10 Law Kings was already engulfed in flames. In the blink of an eye, the fire had completely consumed him, reducing him to a pile of ash. Witnessing this scene, the bloodthirsty lord felt his heart race even more frantically. He was still young. He did not wish to meet his end. Bloodthirsty technique, Heaven's blood rain. Gritting his teeth, he bit into his own finger, allowing a droplet of blood to fall toward the heavens. Instantly, the blood pearl erupted, showering him like a rain of crimson. Yet, even under the deluge of his own blood, the flames persisted, growing fiercer instead. Damn it, what kind of flames are these? So bizarre. The bloodthirsty lord's heart sank into despair upon witnessing this. "Ah, no, I do not wish to die." The air was filled with the anguished cries of fallen saints, who were reduced to mere ash upon the ground. The atmosphere grew eerily still, enveloped in a deathly silence. All present were incredulous as they beheld the scene, the echoes of screams chilling their spines. They gazed in reverent awe at the impassive figure of Lord O. In Lord O's hands, the once mighty saints seemed as insignificant as weeds, easily reaped at his will. Infuriated, the bloodthirsty lord yearned to charge forward. Yet the flames bound him, forcing him to watch helplessly. His 10 Law Kings, his 10 divine fists, had nearly all perished, leaving him to endure the torment alone. "Who are you?" The bloodthirsty lord's eyes blazed with fury, as the flames had reduced his arms to ash, and he clung to life by a thread. "Enough. Given your current state, I shall indulge you with an answer," Lord O replied with a faint smile. "They call me Lord O." "Lord O?" The bloodthirsty lord was taken aback, a flicker of shock crossing his visage, his lips curling into a bitter smile. "So it is Lord O?" No wonder as the realization dawned upon him, the bloodthirsty lord's eyes filled with despondency. Had he known he faced the one who could decimate beings on the cusp of the sacred realm, he would have harbored no greedy thoughts. Regrettably, there exists no remedy for remorse in this world. Alas, the bloodthirsty sect has perished. Without its leader and the 10 mighty kings, the bloodthirsty sect, akin to an empty shell, is utterly defenseless. With a heavy sigh, the bloodthirsty lord was consumed by flames, transforming into a wisp of black ash that dispersed in the wind. Having completed this act, Uba turned his gaze towards the remaining members of the bloodthirsty sect. "Lord Uba, spare us. We were wrong. Please do not kill us." As the remaining members of the bloodthirsty sect recognized Lord Uba, panic ensued, and despair filled their hearts. Chapter 157. The opening of the celestial pool. Regrettably, Uba, disinterested in further discourse, waved his hand, and a blaze instantaneously ignited the remnants of the bloodthirsty sect. A chorus of anguished screams erupted. Their strength was insufficient to withstand the searing flames. In the blink of an eye, dozens of black ashes fell to the ground. At that moment, the hundreds who had ventured to Mount Huitian from the bloodthirsty sect met their demise. Ding. The system detected that the host has slain a Saint Realm expert, awarding 5,000 experience. 2. Evolution Point 0. Ding. The system detected that the host has slain a Saint Realm expert, awarding 5,000 experience. 2. Evolution Point 0. Ding. The system detected that the host has slain a Saint Realm expert, awarding 5,000 experience. 2. Evolution Point 0. As the sounds of the system resonated, Oba felt a substantial influx of experience course through his being. Moreover, this experience had doubled. The augmentation from the faith system had commenced, and all the experience just acquired was multiplied. Ding. The system sensed that the host's experience points were overflowing and is currently upgrading for you. The system's enhancement notification echoed once more, and Uba felt the spiritual energy within him surging to new heights. Ding. Experience absorbed. The host has ascended to the mid-tier 4-star Saint Realm. Ding. Experience absorbed. The host has ascended to the mid-tier 5-star Saint Realm. Ding. Experience absorbed. The host has ascended to the mid-tier 6-star Saint Realm. As the system's notifications continued, Uba's strength soared from mid-tier 3-star to mid-tier 6-star in an instant. Although the faith system provided a doubling of experience, the reward for slaying a Saint Realm expert was considerably less than that for defeating Shurji. Nevertheless, Uba felt a sense of satisfaction, having ascended 3 levels at the very least. Old man, I trust the forthcoming matters require no further elaboration? Uba spoke slowly before the astonished Jiang Zia. Jiang Zia snapped back to reality, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he hastily commanded the entourage of Dazhou, quickly, send men to the territory of the bloodthirsty sect. From this day forth, the land of the bloodthirsty sect belongs to Dazhou. As he spoke, his heart brimmed with exhilaration, for he never anticipated that by bringing along the esteemed Lord Uba, not only would they acquire the celestial pool of Mount Huitian, but they would also seamlessly seize the territory of the bloodthirsty sect. This transaction is nothing short of perfection. Indeed, the people of the Zhou dynasty were momentarily taken aback, only to quickly regain their composure, their hearts brimming with joy as they hastened to give orders. Upon completing these arrangements, Jiang Zia nodded in satisfaction, a smile illuminating his face. I am truly grateful to you, dear friend Ocean, for significantly enhancing the strength of our Zhou dynasty. No need for thanks. Obaba waved his hand dismissively, gazing steadily at Jiang Zia, saying, Old man, spare me the pleasantries. I am merely awaiting the opening of the immortal pool on Mount Huitian. The rest is inconsequential. Ha ha ha, Jiang Zia chuckled, suppressing his elation as he replied, Fear not, dear friend Ocean, the immortal pool shall soon be unveiled. And then you will be able to restore your friend. Very well, that will suffice. Obaba nodded, and the group waited patiently for the opening of the immortal pool on Mount Huitian. After several minutes, a stream of light flashed from the summit of Mount Huitian, a rich aura emanating from the peak, filling the air with a fragrant essence. The immortal pool of Mount Huitian is now open. Chapter 158. The appearance of the Dragon Maiden's immortal pool. The commotion surrounding Mount Huitian could not escape the notice of the masses. Dear friend Ocean, the immortal pool has been opened. You 3 may ascend now, Jiang Zia remarked, glancing at the activity atop the mountain with a smile directed at Obaba. Very well. Let us proceed. Obaba nodded and led Su Yuan and Lin Shi towards the immortal pool. With the pool now accessible, he could finally rescue the Dragon Maiden. A few minutes later, the trio arrived at the summit, gazing in mild astonishment at the nearly 100-meter expanse of the immortal pool. Ethereal mist swirled above the pool, the spiritual energy roiling as if it possessed sentience. A single breath seemed to invigorate the soul. Lord Ocean, please enter the immortal pool first. Despite the alluring nature of the pool before them, both Su Yuan and Lin Shi refrained from rushing in, instead allowing Obaba the honor of first enjoyment. Very well. Obaba nodded slightly, not inclined to be modest. Saving the Dragon Maiden took precedence. He swiftly retrieved the Dragon Maiden from the system space, and with a wave of his hand, a colossal stone statue of a dragon materialized before them. At the sight of this immense statue, Su Yuan and Lin Shi exchanged puzzled glances. Just as they were about to inquire, they witnessed Lord Ocean hurl the statue directly into the immortal pool, leaving them utterly astonished. What could Lord Ocean possibly be doing? Their eyes reflected shock, their hearts filled with profound curiosity. As Obaba cast the statue into the pool, a tremendous wave erupted, the statue sinking to the bottom and releasing a flurry of bubbles. Gurgle, gurgle. Moments later, the statue settled on the bottom, and tranquility returned to the immortal pool. The pool is open, spiritual energy is entering the body, and the dragon maiden shall soon manifest. Yet at that moment, Ababa began to recite an ancient incantation slowly. This incantation had been taught to him by Jiangxia, said to synergize with the immortal pool to restore the dragon maiden to her true form. However, as the words were spoken, the pool remained eerily still. Minutes passed, and all remained unchanged. Could it be that old man Jiangxia is toying with me? Gazing intently at the tranquil celestial pool, Uba furrowed his brow, harboring doubts about Jiangxia's words. After such a prolonged period, the pool had yet to exhibit any sign of activity. Could it truly be capable of rescuing the dragon lady? Suddenly, an intense sound of rushing water erupted from the celestial pool before him. In an instant, the pool's spiritual energy surged, and the water began to swirl incessantly, forming a colossal vortex. What on earth is happening? Witnessing this spectacle, Su Yuan and Lin Shi exchanged fearful glances, instinctively retreating a step. Confusion filled their minds. Could it be that all of this was instigated by Lord Ogod? Subsequently, they turned their puzzled gazes toward Uba, only to find him with a serene expression, calmly observing the vortex before him. It seems that Jiangxia was not deceiving me. This celestial pool indeed possesses remarkable power. Uba mused, his eyes fixated on the gigantic whirlpool, where a fleeting glimmer of golden light seemed to flicker. With a thunderous roar, a dragon's cry resonated as the golden light shimmered. A dragon's roar? Su Yuan and Lin Shi were momentarily stunned, their eyes widening in disbelief as they beheld a seven-clawed celestial dragon spiraling majestically within the vortex. A dragon. The dragon-shaped statue cast by Lord Ogod had transformed into an actual dragon. In awe, Su Yuan and Lin Shi gasped, their expressions brimming with astonishment. Recognizing the familiar seven-clawed celestial dragon, Uba's heart, which had been suspended in tension, finally relaxed, and he called out, "Dragon Lady, emerge." Chapter 159. Return to the Great Zhou with Uba's command. Another dragon's roar echoed, and the seven-clawed celestial dragon surged forth from the vortex, splashing water in its wake. The dragon lady alighted gracefully before Uba, and amidst a flicker of golden light, she transformed into a stunningly beautiful woman. What an exquisite sister! Upon witnessing the dragon lady's breathtaking visage, Su Yuan and Lin Shi were struck with awe, having never encountered such unparalleled beauty. Is she a celestial maiden from the divine realm? Su Yuan stood frozen, his gaze entranced, utterly captivated by the dragon lady's allure. Master, the dragon lady approached with grace. Bowing respectfully to Uba, a smile gracing her lips as she rejoiced in reuniting with her master once again. It is good to see you restored, Uba nodded, a look of satisfaction illuminating his features. What? This beautiful sister is actually a servant of Lord Ogod. Upon hearing the exchange between Uba and the dragon lady, Su Yuan and Lin Shi experienced a moment of enlightenment, their hearts swelling with admiration. Truly, Lord Ogod is remarkable, even able to take a dragon clan celestial being as his servant. They could not help but feel a deep sense of respect. Continue your cultivation at this celestial pool. I shall take my leave, Uba declared, and with that, he departed alongside the dragon lady. Although the celestial pool possessed the ability to enhance one's constitution, he, equipped with such an extraordinary system, found it unnecessary. As Uba prepared to descend from the peak of Mount Hengtian, he was called to a halt by Jiangxia. Please, dear friend, wait a moment, said the elder. What else do you have to discuss? With a furrowed brow, Uba halted his steps, casting a calm gaze upon the approaching Jiangxia. Congratulations, esteemed friend Ocean, on rescuing your companion. I sincerely hope you will choose to remain in my Great Zhou. Jiangxia remarked with a gentle smile. Remain in your Great Zhou? Uba questioned, momentarily taken aback, before responding with a smile. What advantages would that offer? If you are willing to stay in my Great Zhou, I shall implement regulations akin to those of the Great Shang, ensuring that all my subjects will venerate you. Esteemed friend Ocean, Jiangxia contemplated this, then inquired, all the citizens of Great Zhou would worship me? Uba's eyes gleamed with excitement. This appeared to be a substantial benefit, particularly since Great Zhou enjoyed peace and prosperity, with a population far exceeding that of the Great Shang. If the people of Great Shang were to venerate you, that would indeed be commendable. What say you, esteemed friend Jiangxia? With a twinkle of amusement in his eyes, Jiangxia replied, very well. In pursuit of the 1 million faith needed for the faith function, Uba nodded without hesitation. If he could swiftly amass that number, unlocking the feature that doubles evolution points would yield immense rewards. Then, esteemed friend Ocean, let us return to Great Zhou, Uba said, pleased with Jiang Ziya's agreement. Once Su Yuan and Lin Shi emerged from the celestial pool, the group made their way back to the capital of Great Zhou. From a distance, GFA came forth to greet them. Lord Ocean, I cannot thank you enough for your assistance. GFA expressed earnestly, filled with gratitude towards Uba. He was already aware of the news from Mount Huntianshan, knowing that the bloodthirsty sect had reneged on their word and dispatched an astonishing 21 formidable saints. Had Jiang Ziya and his companions perished there, it would have represented a tremendous loss for all of Great Zhou. After all, Jiang Ziya was the mightiest force in Great Zhou, while Su Yuan and Lin Shi were fresh blood. The loss of either would be a significant blow to the nation. Chapter 160. Alliance, however, upon hearing that Lord Ocean single-handedly vanquished the 21 saints, GFA felt an immense sense of relief wash over him, quickly followed by astonishment. How powerful could Lord Ocean truly be, if even such a formidable number of saints were no match for him? Do not worry, they were but a swarm of ants. Easily extinguished, Uba remarked nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively at GFA's excited words. Just a swarm of ants, easily extinguished? GFA and the entourage from Great Zhou were momentarily stunned, their expressions shifting to one of awe. These were not mere nobodies, the bloodthirsty sect leader. The 10 great fist masters and the 10 great law kings were all renowned saints. Yet, Lord Ocean dismissed them as mere insects. Upon reflection, however, the people of Great Zhou realized that, to Ocean, vanquishing these 21 saints was akin to swatting away a mere swarm of ants. In that moment, a myriad of emotions surged within the hearts of the crowd. The powerful beings of the sage realm appeared no more significant than mere ants. What then could they be considered? At this juncture, the people of the Great Zhou felt a weight of pressure, realizing the vast chasm that separated them from Lord Ocean. Ha ha ha, the might of Lord Ocean is truly admirable, GFA remarked with an awkward smile. Before continuing, rest assured, Lord Ocean, we shall faithfully implement the doctrines of Ocean as articulated by Master Jiang. Very well, Obai nodded, his heart already brimming with anticipation, envisioning the implementation of the Ocean faith plan in the Great Zhou, which he believed would soon surpass the threshold of 1 million believers. However, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you, Lord Ocean. GFA's voice resonated again, his gaze earnest as he looked upon Obai. What is it? I wish to propose an alliance between the Great Zhou and the Great Shang under your command. GFA inhaled deeply, his tone imbued with sincerity. An alliance with the Great Shang? Obai was taken aback. Historically, the Great Zhou and the Great Shang had been at odds, particularly during the reign of King Zhou, where their enmity had reached a boiling point. Yet here stood GFA, proposing an alliance? Fear not, Lord Ocean. The discord between the Great Zhou and Great Shang has always stemmed from the rulers, GFA continued, as if anticipating Obai's thoughts. Now that the ruler of the Great Shang is your loyal subject, the grievances between our two realms should naturally come to an end. It is indeed time for that to conclude, Obai concurred, his gaze piercing as he fixated on GFA. Speak plainly, GFA. What is your true objective in seeking this alliance with the Great Shang? Under Obai's intense scrutiny, GFA felt a tremor of anxiety wash over him, hastily exclaiming, the purpose is undoubtedly to forge an alliance, ensuring peace and prosperity for the citizens of both nations. To be frank, Obai held no belief in GFA's words. If true peace and prosperity were the objectives, there would be no need for an alliance with the Great Shang. GFA's actions clearly harbored ulterior motives. At that moment, beads of cold sweat streamed down GFA's brow as he found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Jiang Ziya, who had remained silent thus far, let out a bitter laugh and sighed. King Ji, it would be wise to speak candidly. You cannot hide anything from our young friend, Lord Ocean. Hide. Upon hearing Jiang Ziya's words, Obai's expression shifted. It seemed these two indeed harbored something they wished to conceal from him.